Hi, I'm Colleen Van Lent, and I'm happy to welcome you to Introduction to HTML5. I'm very excited to teach this course because I love the idea that we finally will have some course that will really explain the basics to as many people as possible. I love working with people and I love working with technology, and I think the best thing we can do is have as many people involved as possible to really make sure that we're building things that everyone can use. So in this course, we will be covering the basics. I really can't emphasize enough that we will be starting at the very basic building blocks. So we'll start off talking about what's called syntax and semantics. What are the actual code that people write in order to make a web page a web page? And are there any special meanings behind any of these words that can convey special information to those who may not be able to access the web the same way I do? So perhaps someone who uses special accessibility tools. After we cover the syntax and semantics, we're going to talk more about this accessibility idea that I just alluded to. This idea that if we're going to build a web page, what do we need to do to make sure the most people as possible can access the information? We're also going to be talking about getting started in technology and writing code. And when I mean talking about getting started, I mean really talking about getting started. Right down to you and I are going to walk through together on how we're going to create a file. One of the things I think that really trips people up when they're starting to learn computer science or any type of technology-based criteria or curriculum is that professors or instructors say, let's get started, here's your homework, go ahead and do it, and everyone just kind of stops because they're not sure where to get started. I really want to be there for you to show you how to get started and get off on the right foot. So let's talk about what we'll cover in this course. In week 1, the focus is on questions. It's not on coding, it's on questions. So I want you to understand what happens when you type something into the URL. If you type in www.introwebdesign.com, how is this page magically appearing in front of your browser? I also want to talk to you about what types of tools you are going to need in order to code. So we're going to talk about editors and browsers and other different software tools, because I want you to know right from the start what you're going to need in order to succeed in this class. Finally, we're really going to talk about HTML5. What happened to HTML1? What happened to HTML2? What is this evolution of what's going on with web design and the languages we used? So in week 1, again, almost no coding, really just giving you an idea of how the web works and why it's important for you to be able to interact with people and with code that's being used to create your sites. Week 2, we're going to talk a little bit of theory and then, unfortunately for some people, a lot of code. So there's this idea of something called the document object model upon which all web pages are built. If I can get you to understand just a little bit about that, then later on, if you decide to go off and use WordPress or some other software to make your own website, you're going to be able to really understand what's going on so much better. We're going to talk about things called contextual tags and headings and different things we can use to make our site have different meanings and different appearances. We're going to talk about links, images, lists, tables, and also multimedia in case you would like to add any video or audio to your site. Week 3, we're really going to put it all together. At this point, you should know just enough about HTML5 where you'll be dangerous, where you can create something that works but doesn't work all the time. So in week 3, we're going to put it together, and I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that are often overlooked, such as validating your code. How can we make sure that the code that you wrote doesn't just look good, it's syntactically correct. It's going to work everywhere. So again, when we validate your code, we'll talk about the syntax, but we'll also talk about accessibility, which is, hey, we validated your code to make sure the rules are there, but let's also validate and make sure that the meaning is there as well. Finally, we'll talk about what's called domain name registration and web hosting, because it's a lot more fun to make websites if you can actually put it out there on the internet and let your friends and family see it as well. Finally, we'll work on a final project where you will put together a lot of different things that you've been learning. You are going to create what we call a syntactically valid multi-page website. So your site will have at least 2 to 3 pages. After you've done your coding, you'll run it through to make sure it validates and it's very accessible. So your final project is actually going to be something that's a little bit ugly, I'm going to admit to right now, because we're not going to be talking about styling, we're not talking about different things. I really just want you to understand the HTML5 language, and that's all about content. So let's talk logistics. Let's talk about who this class is for. Who am I aiming for my kind of star student? I'm really looking forward to teaching the complete beginner, all right? This class is not for those people who were building a computer down in their basement when they were 12 years old. I mean, you're very welcome to hang out with us, but we are really here to talk about how we, through persistence, can create a website. One of the things that I'm kind of anti about is the word passion. Now, I'm passionate about teaching you this material, but I don't really feel like you need to be passionate about technology or passionate about computing to really get a lot out of this class. Instead, it's about persistence. I'd like you to just hang in there and learn enough that you can go off and really help people build better technology. So a little bit about who I am. I have a PhD in computer science, which is really the least important part of my qualifications to teach this class. Instead, I have 2 decades of teaching experience, and I have taught a wide range of different students. My emphasis has always been on education. And I'm somewhat famous for running around the classroom, helping people debug their code, finding out what's going on here, finding out what's going on there. So this whole idea of teaching this class is kind of novel to me because I'm sitting here, not moving. So the important part is that I really do care about people succeeding, and so I'm hoping that I can help you take your skills to the next level. Here's what everyone wants to know. In this class, what kind of workload will there be and how will you be evaluated? There are going to be weekly videos. Some of them are like this, a lecture format. You should really feel free to watch them anywhere. But I'd also like to include some videos that are going to be much more demo format. And by that, I mean you really want to watch the video with the computer next to you so you can type along and test it out and try it. There will be weekly readings. Most of them will be from a free online textbook, but there may be some other online articles I include as well if I happen to come across something that's very timely for what we've been learning. There will be weekly assessments, typically in the form of quizzes, and there will be that final project. And I put in here warning it will be ugly. I don't mean that the process will be ugly. I think you'll find it very straightforward. It's just, again, I can't emphasize enough that this class is about the language HTML5. It's not about creating beautiful sites. It's about you really learning just the building blocks. And it's always so much easier to build something ugly the first time than build something beautiful. So how will you succeed in this class? In a perfect world, you would be coding with 2 or 3 other people and you'd be talking and you'd never be coding alone. So I'm hoping that you'll create a community, probably through the message boards. I need you to work smart. One of the things that kills me is when people say, oh, I spent 3 or 4 hours working on this. I never want to hear that from a student. Instead, I feel that if you've ever run into a problem when you're coding, you should stop after 10, 15, 20 minutes max and go walk away. Go get help from someone, take a break, think about something else. It's all about working smart, not necessarily hard. Next, you really need to learn how to look things up on your own. There is no way I can teach you everything you need to know about HTML5, and you wouldn't want me to. It'd be very boring. Instead, you need to feel the confidence to go out and use search engines to look up the topics that you're interested in. My job is to give you those keywords and key ideas so you know what it is you want to search for. Finally, you really need to practice, practice, practice. You will not succeed in this course unless you've written the code yourself and really tried to muster your way through some of the mistakes and typos that you're going to have. So let's just review. Once again, this class is for beginners, and I'm excited to have you join us. When you're done with this class, you will have the ability to write and understand HTML5 code. So you're not leaving as a developer, but you are going to leave as someone who understands code. And finally, one of the key things that I'm going to stress throughout this whole course is that you will understand the importance of accessibility in technology. If when this course was done, I had even one student who said, hey, you know what? I'm going to go on and I might not be a coder, but I am going to go work with somebody else to help make their code more accessible, I would be thrilled with that. So welcome to the course, and I hope you have a lot of fun as you learn more about HTML5. Hi, today we're going to be talking about HTML5, specifically what it is and why we aren't learning HTML1 instead. So what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Markup languages are actually very common. They're not the same as programming languages. Instead, they're special languages that use tags to annotate or mark up documents. In HTML, the tags tell the browsers where you want to put headings, images, lists, links, etc. A .html file is a special kind of file. You've already seen special file extensions before. Whenever you open a file that has .doc, your computer knows to open it in Microsoft Word. If you see a file with .ppt, your computer knows, oh, that's a PowerPoint file. I should open it in PowerPoint. In the same way, when your computer sees a .html file, it knows that it should open it in an internet browser such as Chrome, Firefox, or Safari. Your browser can read this file and it knows how to display it on the screen. It's more than that. HTML file tags also allow screen readers and other assistive devices to utilize the tags to present the information in new and special ways. So HTML is very similar to English. You can understand it even if you don't know much about it. Let's look at this example HTML file over here. Most of it is just typical English language. This is an important heading, or hi there, I'm going to include a link to the course page. But if you look closely, you can see we've added these little tiny tags that the browser uses to know how to represent the material. So H1 is just a heading tag. It says to the browser, hey, this is something really important. I want you to put it in bigger font, and also if someone's using an assistive device, I want them to know this is something important. H2 also displays some sort of importance, but not as much. I have a P tag for paragraph, and I have another tag down here called an anchor tag to let the browser know I don't want you to just show this material, I want you to actually link it to a different web page. So here's the output when any browser would look at our code. In the beginning, learning HTML is mostly about learning all those different tags that I showed you in that file. This is called learning the syntax. It's how you learn which brackets to use, backslashes, and different things like that. You spend most of your time going, oh, did I remember that tag and did I write it the right way? That's very short-lived. In just a little amount of time, you're going to gain the confidence to not worry about your syntax and instead to be thinking about the semantics or the meaning behind the tags. How important is this information that I'm trying to get across, and is this the right tag to be using? If someone's searching my page, can they find what they're looking for? Even if they can't see the text, can they use the tags to navigate through it? So what happened to HTML1? Why are we using something called HTML5? Well, let's talk about the early years. HTML was created in 1990 as a way to electronically connect different documents via hyperlinks, hence this idea of a web of connections. What was happening is that scientists were using the internet to list their different research papers, and you would have a long list, each paper independent of the other. But HTML gave you ways that you could read a paper and right within the text link to another exciting physics paper. Because the audience for HTML tended to be people like my dad up there in the corner, they were nuclear physicists. They didn't care about things such as color, images, or anything that wasn't science related. And that was the key. HTML was intended to work across any platform. And in order to do this, you really had to avoid things such as special fonts or different colors, or anything that really was more about layout than content. However, in 1993, Mosaic emerged as the first graphical browser. And what that means is that it was the first browser to actually introduce the idea of images. And when that happened, there was a lot of debate among the research community as to whether or not this was a good thing. The pioneers really wanted to keep it simple, content-based, let everyone access it. But the innovators were saying no. People like pictures, they like layout, they like that even as much as they like the content. So there was a big battle between how the internet should evolve from that point. So after Mosaic emerged, the use of the internet just absolutely exploded, and more people were using it for commercial means instead of just for doing research. Mosaic had challengers though, in the form of Netscape, Internet Explorer, and other browsers. This was the start of what we call the browser wars. Each of these browsers decided that they wanted to create these proprietary tags that would only work on their browser. Some of the examples were Marquee, where you could have scrolling text, or Blink, which would only work on some of the browsers and not others. Other tags weren't proprietary, they actually worked on any browser, but they went against the original spirit of HTML. They were tags such as font, or center for centering your text, or background color. This may not sound like a bad thing, but some computers didn't have the access, didn't have the ability to have all the different colors that other computers might have. And this led to some really ugly looking pages. It also led to the origination of what we call the best viewed on messages. When you went to a site, you were almost immediately told which browser you should really view the site on, otherwise you weren't going to get the optimal experience. We, in a way, suffer from browser wars or best viewed on images today. Many times when you go to a page, you'll see that you can't actually access the full content if you're on your phone unless you click on a link to the full website. So how did this happen? How did we get to the point where different browsers weren't agreeing on the different roles that HTML should play? This comes back to the idea that no one runs the internet or the web. However, some groups have taken a more proactive role to try to help standardize what's going on out there. The first is the Internet Engineering Task Force. They really focus on the idea of how the different networks should collaborate and how they should work together. The World Wide Web Consortium instead deals with HTML and the evolution of HTML. They want to know what kind of tags the browsers should and should not support. Finally, one of the newest groups is the Web Accessibility Initiative. They want to make sure that no matter how people are accessing the web, they have the same ability to view the content. We had this evolution of browsers that we've been talking about. In 1990 to 94, it was all very simple, text-based. In 93, we talked about how the images entered the scene and pretty much exploded the internet. Cross-browser compatibility made many of the web pages just fall apart and led to incredibly ugly code. In the beginning of 2000, browsers went back to this idea of separating content from style. And in 2005, it became standard practice to use HTML files, which we'll be learning about in this course, to create the content, and CSS files to style it. So as the browsers evolved, so too did HTML. The way it tends to work in most computer science and technology fields is that it's the coders and the developers who push the standards. So as coders learned that there were more and more things they wanted the ability to do, it's the browser's job to keep up. So where are we now? HTML5 is a cooperation between the W3C and the Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group. And what they've done is they've established these 4 guidelines for how HTML5 should be approached as browsers go to support it. The first idea is that new features should be based on HTML, CSS, which is the styling language, the DOM, and JavaScript, nothing more. They want to reduce the need for external plugins. It's very frustrating when you're on a browser and you find that you can't watch the video that somebody posted. They also want to move so that markup, or the markup language, can replace scripting. If you find that more and more developers are writing code to make something happen, get rid of the code and just make a simple tag that can do it instead. And finally, HTML5 should be device independent. It shouldn't matter whether you're on your phone, your laptop, a PC, or even on a screen reader. You want everyone to have the same access to the information. So when you think back over this video, there are certain lessons I really hope stick with you. The first is the idea that HTML is not a programming language, but rather a way that browsers can translate documents into viewable web pages. HTML was intended to facilitate many different content types: images, pictures, links, lists, everything along that line. What we've found throughout the history of the internet is that when designers want to do something, they tend to write non-standard code to force browsers to do it. So this is why we're developing new standards in HTML5 to handle these new requirements that people desire and push browsers to adopt the new standards. Today, let's talk about the request-response cycle, or basically what happens when you type something into the address bar of your browser. One of the things I think is really funny, and I'm guilty of it as well, is that we all do things and we have no idea how they work. So if I were to ask you, when you type in an address, what happens? So this lecture is actually one of the most technical of this entire class. I don't want you to feel like you need to memorize this or write it down, but I do think it'll help you understand a little bit more what's going on as you learn HTML5. So one of the things you might want to understand is the client-server relationship. Servers are basically machines that hold all the resources, and our hope is that they're always connected to the network. Clients are what we're using. We're the machines that you use for personal use, like laptops, phones, etc. Let me show you in this picture. It's really common to use networks such as something called a LAN or a WAN. A LAN is a local area network. And so what I have right here is this idea that we can have 3 different computers and they're all sharing one server. Why would we want to do that? Well, a lot of times you only have one printer or one of the different resources. This way, all 3 machines can work together and share that one resource. So the LAN is the local area network. Sometimes you want to have something larger or a wide area network. So in movies where the good guy is breaking into the building to steal the software, what's typically happened is they have this server that everyone who works in the building can access, but no one outside the building. Or you can even have it across different buildings, but you don't want anyone from the outside to really be able to get your information. So a local area network is kind of like your office building. A wide area network might be a university where you want to be able to share servers across multiple buildings. The largest wide area network is, of course, the internet. So now we get back to that question of what happens when you type something into the URL. What you're doing is that you, the client, are requesting a web page, and the server needs to respond with the appropriate files. So when you type something in, this is called the URL. And every URL has 3 parts. The protocol, how you want to connect, the domain, which is the server, and then optionally, you can include the document. So even though you're typing in one URL, one of the things to realize is that usually you're actually requesting lots and lots of files all at once. So the protocols that most people have seen, the first one is HTTP, the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. The second one, HTTPS, is the same idea, only now we're having a more secure protocol. So if you're ever connecting to a bank or any place where you're putting in passwords, make sure that the first thing you see in that URL is HTTPS. If you don't connect. The third one is called the File Transfer Protocol, and it's a little bit different. When you see HTTP, it's kind of expecting that you're going to give back and forth HTML5 code. With FTP, it could be any type of file. So we have the protocol. Now let's talk about what the domain names represent. Usually the domain names are something recognizable, such as umich.edu would be for University of Michigan, google.com, wikipedia.org. So each of these sites has a different top-level domain. How did you get them? How do some people get to be .edu and some .com, some .biz, etc.? Well, they're actually determined by ICANN, and their job is to go in and decide which types of organizations qualify for different domains. I've included a link here if you want. You can go and see what the different types are. But the important thing to know is that your domain name is actually mapped to an address. And in the old days, like when my dad was on the internet, if he wanted to connect to someplace, he would actually type in numbers, 185.261, etc., etc. Well, there's been a new version of IP addresses because every single client needs their own address. And if you think of how many people have laptops and smartphones, we need a lot of different options. So with these IP addresses, you basically have sets of numbers, you have these different sets right here where each X can represent one of 16 different values. So you can see we have a lot of options, over 300 trillion, in fact. As I said, luckily for you, the domain name server lets you type in something really simple like umich or Google, and it's the one that turns it into that really long number. The last part of your URL is the document. So sometimes you want to specify a very specific document that you want to get. So for instance, the contact page, or in this case, another one, I have the file that's inside a folder. But sometimes you don't put a document at all. In fact, most of the time you don't. If you type in wikipedia.org or facebook.com, there's no file name, but that's okay. Every server has a default every server has a default document that it's going to return. Usually it's called index.html. All right, so we figured it out. We know what it means when we're typing something in. We understand the request. What happens though once we type that in is we are actually going to get back a lot of information. Headers, cookies, form data, all the stuff that you don't see. So the important thing to know is that the server returns files, not web pages. For a lot of us, we're very visual. So when we type in a URL, we're looking and we're like, oh, here's my page. But sometimes the browser might be returning something for different types of screen readers, assistive technology. So it's not returning a web page, it's returning lots and lots of files. Hopefully. I will admit that sometimes the server can't fulfill the request. And if it can't, it'll send back an error code. I think a lot of you are familiar with 404, where it says file not found. That usually means you typed something in wrong. If you get a 500 error, that actually means that the server's down. So you may as well go have a snack, do something fun, come back later and type it in again. So I want to kind of do a live demo with you of what happens when we type something in. So I've written it down for you. It looks up the domain, the DNS returns an IP address, and then a whole bunch of files start to be returned. Let's take a look. What I've done here is I've gone to the School of Information site at the University of Michigan. I simply typed in si.umich.edu. I didn't type in the protocol because it usually just defaults. So what you see here visually is a page, a student looking out, looking very inspired, etc. But now I'm going to do a little trick here where I right-click on the screen and I'm going to choose the option that says Inspect. And a little button, a window is going to pop up to the side here. And I'm going to say, you know what? I would like to see all the information that's being returned when I actually request this page. I'm requesting one page. I'm going to hit refresh. And if you look off to the side, don't worry that you can't see the details. But you should see that this single page is actually made up of lots and lots of files. And each one of these files was a separate request. Okay, so let's review. This was a kind of long video where really all I want you to come away from it with is the knowledge that every URL has those three parts: the protocol, the domain, and the document. And realize that what you're creating is bigger than just one file at a time. Every request-response cycle is usually lots and lots of rounds of communication between the client and the server. So we're going to start off small. We're going to do one file at a time. But you can always look ahead to building bigger and bigger web applications. One of the things you might notice is that there are a lot of different options for how you can view web pages. And these different options are called your different browsers. So different browsers have their pros and cons. I am not one of those people who gets really passionate about using one over the other. But I will tell you, as you become a web developer, if you decide to, you're going to want to know some of these differences. It's perfectly natural to have a preferred browser. For most people, it's whichever one was installed on their computer. But when you want to create websites, you might have one browser you use to look at things, but you really want to test your site on multiple browsers. So let's talk about some of the differences. First, we have Internet Explorer. And for a long time, it was the most popular browser, and that was just because it was the one that came with Microsoft Windows. It was platform dependent, and what that means is that it doesn't automatically work if you have a Mac. In 2015, Windows 10 came out, and instead of including Internet Explorer as the default, it's using something called Microsoft Edge. Edge is meant to replace Internet Explorer, so people who buy new computers are going to be using Edge. But don't forget, people don't buy new computers all the time, or even if they do buy a new computer, they might decide they still like Internet Explorer better. So you basically want to make sure that you're considering both browsers. Another option is Google Chrome. Google Chrome was developed by, surprise, Google, and it was a freeware that they created to be used on Microsoft Windows. However, it's later been ported, or you can consider it changed, so that it works on Linux, your Apple machines, your Android, basically most machines that you're going to come across. The nice thing about Google Chrome is that they really focused on security. So if that's something that you're kind of concerned about, Chrome is a good way to go. The next option is Firefox. Once again, the theme seems to be I'm always recommending free and open source browsers. What open source means is that they've actually shared their code with everyone for how they created Firefox. And this is a really great way to let people make suggestions and improvements to it. It's also available for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and different BSD operating systems. So who's using the different browsers? Back in 2014, I can show you that Internet Explorer had a really big chunk of the market, right around there. You had Internet Explorer 11, Internet Explorer 10, Internet Explorer 9, etc. So they had the biggest chunk, and then Chrome was getting a lot bigger, as well as Firefox. Well, when we look over here at 2017, though, we can see that Chrome really made a big surge, and up to 64% of desktops and laptops were using Google Chrome, followed by Firefox, Internet Explorer, etc. This is always going to change. It's going to flux. You can't pick one browser and say, hey, this is the new one that everyone's going to be using. And the other interesting thing to kind of think about is, especially in this old map over here, people use really old browsers because people like to use what they're used to. One thing that I'm hoping all the students in my class take into consideration, though, is accessibility. Accessibility is basically the ability of a browser to support all these special functionalities and all these new HTML5 tags and all types of assistive technology. So one place you can go is this site, www.html5accessibility.com. And what you'll find at this site is how well the different browsers are supporting the tags. So you can see right now, Edge actually has 100% compliance, which isn't surprising because it's one of the newest browsers, so they had accessibility in mind right from the beginning. The other browsers were created before people were paying quite as much attention, so they're definitely making strides to get better and better. However, it is important to notice that Internet Explorer is at 56%, and since it's been basically relegated into the background, it's unlikely that it's going to get much better. So what I want you to take away from this is that browsers can really vary in how well they adhere to different standards. And different versions of browsers also need to be considered as well. Just because something didn't work in 2018 doesn't mean it won't work in 2019. So the best thing that you can do is write your code and then open it up in Safari and Firefox and Chrome, as many different browsers as you can. Not only will it make your site better, but it'll be a little bit interesting for you as you can look at the different ways that HTML5 is supported. Hi, today we're finally going to write some code, and I'm going to walk you through it by showing you how you can use an editor. One of the biggest pitfalls I've seen many of my students make is that they listen too carefully to what I'm saying rather than actually trying to dive in and start coding themselves. So while I encourage you to sit back and watch what I'm going to do right now, in a little bit I'm hoping you'll sit down and you'll code with me. The first step is that you need to create and edit your files. One of the biggest pitfalls you're going to encounter is that you'll be saving your files all over the place. You're not able to find them later on. So decide how you'll be organizing your files. What are you going to name your folder? Where are you going to put it? Second, you need to decide on a naming convention. This is just a fancy way of saying decide how you're going to name your files. So although many people use a Mac and you're allowed to use spaces in your file names, this is not something you want to do when you're writing code. So decide that if you have two words you want to put together, if you're going to use underscores to connect them, or something we call camel case, where you capitalize the first letter of each word. Just remember, never use spaces and be very consistent about your capitalization if you're going to use it. Finally, you need to decide on an editor. If using a Windows machine, Notepad is already built in. You can also consider using Notepad++ or Sublime. If you're using a Mac, TextEdit is the default editor, although many people also use Text Wrangler. I'll be using Sublime throughout the rest of the course, but for today, I will be showing you examples of how to edit in Notepad and TextEdit as well. So in order to get started, let's quickly review the 5 steps that we're going to do, a few of them repeatedly. You're going to start by opening your editor, and then you're going to save your file, add some content, save the file again, and open it in your browser. I want to walk you through a quick example, and I'm going to use Sublime to do it. But don't worry, I'm going to go ahead and show you some of the other ways to do it as well. So I've brought up my Sublime editor here, a nice black file. I'm going to start off by going to File and Save. And I'm going to name it just firstpage.html. Now, one of the things you need to decide right away is where you're going to save this. Hopefully you've decided on this before you even started working. I'm going to keep mine in a folder called Web Pages that I've put on my desktop. But you can pick anything here, or even if you want to, if you click off to the side here, you can create a brand new folder. What you don't want to do is save all of your code on your desktop. Let's go save. And now, while there are many times when I'm going to force you to sit through and watch me type horribly on the screen, this one, just to save some time, I'm going to go ahead and cheat and paste in some code that I've already written. As you can see, I have my doc type, the head section, and the body. In the head, I've included my encoding in my title, and in the body, we're just going to say hello. I went in and I saved it using Control-S. You can always do File Save, but I find Control-S is much quicker. And for every editor you use, there's these little helpful keys to help you know whether or not you've changed anything. So if you look right now at firstpage.html, which might be hard for you to see, if I were to go in and change anything, you actually get a little circle to let you know that, oh, you haven't saved in a while. All right, so I've gone ahead, I've created content, and now it's time for me to open my page. One way to do it is to head over here to my folder, and oh, here's firstpage.html. For me, there's a little icon of Chrome off to the side. For you, it might be a different browser. I'm going to go ahead and click on it and bring up my first page, and I have success. I cannot stress enough that most of the time when you type something at first, it's actually not going to work for you. For me, luckily, I have the power of editing. You have no idea that it actually took me a few attempts to get that file to work because I was messing around with some things. Throughout the entire course, I'm going to try to show you areas where you might have a problem. Hopefully you won't, but if you do, they're all very simple to fix. One of the most common problems is that when you right-click on the file, instead of opening up nicely in the browser, it opens up your editor instead. If you'd like to fix that, all you need to do is right-click on the file and select Open With. Another issue that happens quite a bit is that when you open up your file, instead of seeing a nicely formatted web page, instead you actually see all of your tags. When that happens, you need to check your file extension and make sure that it says .html and not something like .text or .rtf. Another issue that happens quite a bit is that you change your code, but your page looks exactly the same. There are 2 reasons that this tends to happen. One is that you have to do something called refresh your browser. This just means you upload the contents. The second thing that happens quite often is that you forgot to verify your file name. Let me show you an example of this one. So let's go back to our original file. As you can see, I have hello world written here. This is a very computer science-y type thing to say, and since I'm trying to seem more normal, I'm going to change this to hello everybody. I go in and I'm going to save my file. Done. Well, when I go back over to my web page, it still says hello world. It didn't change, and I'm kind of upset about that. So now I remember it's often necessary to refresh your page. There are a number of ways you can do that. You can typically go to the little circular area up here and click refresh. You can right-click and click on reload, or you can also go to view. You can also do it through the toolbar on top. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh right here, and you can see now I have the hello everybody. The other problem I mentioned is that sometimes people change their file name. So maybe you're not working on your first page anymore, so you decide, I'm going to save this as file, save as, second page. Save it. I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to refresh the file. Hello, everybody. Well, nothing happened. You are going to find this happening over and over and over again. When you're dealing with a lot of files all at the same time, you have to make sure that the one you're looking at on the browser matches the one that you've been typing. Because I changed the name of my file, I need to remember to change it up here in the URL bar as well. Boom. Another issue that comes up quite frequently is this idea that you get, we'll call it, weird characters. One of the #1 reasons for this happening is my old favorite, copy and paste. Whenever I give you code and you're looking at it through PowerPoint, the problem is when you copy and paste it, a lot of the characters don't translate exactly the way you hope them to, and you get what we call weird characters. The #1 culprit is the quotes. So whenever you're typing and you have some sort of weird thing you're not expecting, go back in and try typing the code in by hand. So I've shown you how to create and edit a file in Sublime, but I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to see how I can create files using the editors that they have on their own computer. So I'm also going to show you an example in TextEdit and also in Notepad. I really hope when you watch these examples, you'll have your computer out and you'll type along with me. Go ahead and pause, stop things. Don't go ahead in the video until you feel confident that you're at the point that I've reached myself. Hi everyone, now we're going to go ahead and make a file with TextEdit. And if I wanted to be evil, I would go through and show you a very quick, simple example of making a file in TextEdit. But instead, I'm going to be very honest with you and admit that it just took me about 15 or 20 minutes to figure out how to make a really simple file in TextEdit. So first, let me show you what I did wrong. All right? I'm going to go ahead and paste in my code from my very simple page. In fact, let's get rid of this. There we go. We've just got our header and our content. So you can type this in as we go along, or you can wait. So it's time for me to save the file. And what I need to do is I need to make sure I'm saving it in the proper folder with a file name. So I'm going to go ahead and call this first page. And I'm going to go down here and I want to make sure that I save this as a web page. So one of the options is .html. So I'm going to click on this. I now have my first page.html. It's in the folder that I want, and I really feel like we should be good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and save it. Now, I'm going to go over here to my web pages folder, open it up, and it's going to open up in Chrome. So let's see how it goes. That is not what I was hoping for when we were first taping this segment. And it took me a really long time to figure out what was going on. The first thing I went to check, let me close this up, is I wanted to make sure that my file extension really had been .html. And it was. There wasn't a .text or a .rtf after it. The next thing I went in and checked is that all of my quotes were going the right way. So let's go ahead and put these in. Because if you remember, I'm always telling you that copy and paste can sometimes give you bad quotes. So we can go back again. Still no luck. If you're going to be using TextEdit, you actually need to go in and make some changes to the TextEdit program. It has nothing to do with what you're typing. It has to do with the TextEdit program. So I'm going to go ahead, copy this just in case I lose it, and clear it out. And I'm going to go up to TextEdit, select Preferences, and you can see that we have two options, New Documents and Open and Save. So one of the first things I'm going to say is, hey, whenever I have a new document, I would like it to be in plain text. Not RTF or rich text, but plain text. The second thing that you want to do is go over here to Opening. See the display HTML files as HTML code? We're going to go ahead and click on that. And then lastly, the most important thing is when you save your files, we want to save it as UTF-8. So I'm going to pause here for a second, just a second, while you look at your own TextEdit menu. You want to make sure that you have these boxes checked and you've changed it to Unicode UTF-8. Okay? If you've messed things up, go down to Restore All Defaults and try it again. I'm going to close this up. I'm going to go ahead and do new. Paste my code in. Ooh, that's very small for you, but that's okay. Do file, save, and let's call it first page 2.html. Up. You can see right away it says, do you want to use the HTML extension or the .text? And I'm going to tell it, use HTML. Before I click this though, I want to point out that down here, it's showing that it's going to save as Unicode UTF.8. I can get rid of this warning if I want to by unclicking this if no extension use TXT. So we're going to use HTML. Let's go over here. Let's cross our fingers. Let's hope for the best. And now I have a successful page. So if you're going to be using text edit, there's really not much you need to do except for the very first time you set it up. Make sure you go into the preferences. From there, I can now go in, make changes. We did it. Save and refresh. So hopefully now you can successfully save and edit a file. Okay, so let's say that you are using a PC to create your files. What you want to do is you probably want to use Notepad at first, since it's the free version of the editor that's already on your machine. The first thing I did was I made a folder right on the desktop where I can keep my files. I know it's small, you probably can't see it, but it's called Web Pages. If you don't know how to make a folder, just so you know, you can right-click on the desktop, go to New, and create a folder. Once you've created the folder where you want to save your files, I'm right off the bat going to go ahead and say File, Save, and I'm going to name this first page.html. It's very, very important that you include the .html. If you don't include that, the computer's going to think you're just working on any other old type of file. So I'm going to go down here and change it from text documents to all files. Go ahead and save. Oops, it already exists, but I'm going to say OK. So now it's time for me to put in some content. I'm going to cheat a little bit here and just copy and paste in my content, even though you're going to have to type it in bit by bit. So again, I have my doc type, my HTML language equals English, meta char set equals UTF-8, my title, and my content. Just to be safe, I'm going to go ahead in here and put my quotes back in, because quotes always make me nervous when I do copy and paste that maybe I've put in some sort of character that my editor isn't going to recognize. Now that I'm pretty happy and sure that I've got the things that I want in my file, I'm going to go ahead and save it again, go into my folder, and click on First Page. And there we go. So now, every time that you're going to change your file, you can just keep both windows open if you have the room, make your changes. I have a file. Save and reload. Nice job. You've made a file using Notepad. So here I am at the Shay How textbook, and I'm on the section called Getting to Know HTML. If you're like me, when you're reading things about programming, you read them and you nod along, even when you don't always completely understand what they were talking about, and you wish there was some sort of example or, like a teacher showing you in real time what's going on. Well, Shay How uses CodePen, and that's one of the reasons I really like this textbook. So let's take a look at what I'm talking about. As you scroll down, you'll definitely see that there's places where there's code while you're reading. Oh, for instance, right here. You can see that they're talking about divisions, and they've given a little text, and it's HTML, and you understand the code, but you don't really know what it looks like. Well, if we scroll down a little bit further, you'll come across code that's actually inside something called CodePen. What you want to look for is this caption right here. It actually says Edit on CodePen on it. So let's see what happens when I click on this link. What CodePen does is it gives you a chance to see the HTML and also perhaps the CSS and JavaScript. I know that you don't necessarily understand CSS or JavaScript yet. You may not, but you can still always play with all the different parts. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. And you can see that they've put in the code for heading level 1, level 2, level 6. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to change it. And I'm going to say, what happens if I change this H3 to an H1? Go over here. Up. You can see that the heading level 3, even though it says heading level 3, is much bigger. I love CodePen, and I really encourage you to always click on it and go in and see what happens when you type things in. You don't need an account, although you can definitely have one. It's a great way to feel like you really understand and own the content. Okay, let's talk about writing clean code. And when I'm talking about clean code, I'm talking about learning how to write code that's going to work on as many devices as possible. And in order to do that, you need to know a little bit about the document object model, also called the DOM. When HTML5 was developed, the main kind of driving goal is that they wanted to stick by this standard, that any new features should be based on HTML, CSS, the DOM, and JavaScript. And you can have a chance to learn about each one of those. But I want to talk about the DOM for just a little bit because it's going to help you understand the HTML a little bit better. One of the things about geeky computer scientists like myself is that we love trees. Not like trees outside that are green and beautiful in the fall. We like mathematical trees. These tree-like structures that we can prove to be valid or invalid. Okay? So when we talk about HTML as a tree, we're talking about this idea that at the very root of the tree, we are going to be creating HTML. All right? And then, off here, and then from that tree, when we say, I'm going to make an HTML document, we want two parts. We want the head over here, and we want the body. In the head, we're going to keep all that kind of information that the user isn't going to see for the most part. The one difference is we might talk about the title, but we're going to have all that kind of hidden stuff nobody really cares about. In the body is where we're going to learn to put all of our HTML5 tags. So let's talk about HTML as a tree. All right? In this case, I'm showing you this idea that at the root of every HTML page should be what's called the HTML tag. That kind of thing that says, lets the browser know, I'm going to be giving you certain types of tags, and here's how I want them to work. If we don't look at it as a picture, I can also kind of just tell you that every tree has three parts to a well-formed document. The doc type, which is the version of HTML that you're going to be using. The head, which is all of the metadata, or kind of extra information. And the body. The body is the displayable content, the thing that most people are going to get back when they do the request-response cycle. So let's talk doc type. You are so lucky. When I was creating web pages at first, and we were in HTML4, we had to come up with all these different ways to kind of explain whether our HTML4 was like very strict standards or whether it was transitional. In HTML5, it's very simple to say, nope, there's only one thing, and it's called doc type HTML, and you're all set. For the head, which is inside the head tag, we're going to have all this additional information used by the browser. So for instance, you might want to say what language you're creating your page in. You could also include, and you really want to include, what the title of your page is. And when I'm talking about the title, I'm not talking about big kind of header that you see. I'm talking about the little tiny thing you see in the tab of your browser. Later, you might want to add supporting files as well. You might want to have CSS files that will style your page, or JavaScript that can add on different interaction, or really any type of add-ons that's going to change the way people view and interact with your site. Other than the title, the metadata is not displayed. People will not see it. What people do see is the information that's in your body tag. That body tag is the bulk of your page. So it's very important to write well-formatted or tree-like code where you're making sure that every tag has an end, that you're not putting tags in weird orders. So most of the content in the body is displayed by the browser, but every once in a while there's a little bit of metadata in there too. But we're not going to hit that in this class. So let's look at an example. Right here, I have a file called template.html, and I'm displaying the code here on the screen for you. Can you find the three parts of a well-formed document? The first thing you want to look for is the doc type. We've got that right here, letting them know that this is an HTML5 document. We then have that HTML tag, which was the root of our really scientific tree, and I'm letting people know I'd like the language that it's displayed in to be English. In the head section, we've got that metadata, where it's telling us things like, hey, I know that there's lots of different keyboards and ways across the world to represent letters. I want you to use what's called UTF-8. Don't worry, just use it every time. And then the next part of my metadata is the title, where we want to see it saying my first page. That's it. That's two of the three parts. The last part is the body tag, and it's displaying, the content that we want to see on the screen. So let's look at this in a browser. What do I have? I have my title way up here and my displayable content right down there. Okay, I've written the code. The next step you should always do is validate the code. Say, okay, I've written code, it looks good, but I know that browsers, are very nice and they make things display nicely even when I haven't written good code. So if you go to validator.w3.org, you can check any website to see if the code is valid. And you have three choices. You can upload the URL, you can upload a file, or you can actually copy and paste your code and put it right in there. In this case, I've put in the URL to template.html. Run check, and yay! Not surprisingly, because I knew I was going to be taping this, it successfully checked. Don't worry about warnings. Warnings are usually in to kind of cover themselves. What if you want to validate your file, but your files aren't actually on the internet yet? Let's walk through really quickly an example of how you can do that. Let's say that I have my file template.html and I want to check it. And I want to point out to you that I went in and I changed the file and I put in an intentional typo. I spelled the closing tag for title incorrectly. So let's see what happens and if the browser or the validator can find this. What I'm going to do is I went to validator.w3.org and I'm now going to select the third option, validate by direct input. I go back to my file, Command A or Control A if you're on a PC, Command C. I copied all the code and now I want to put it in the validator. Hit check. Up. And if we scroll down here, I can make this a lot bigger for you. You can see that I did get 2 errors. Uh-oh, why did I get 2 errors when I only typed 1 error in? Well, validators are never perfect, all right? So what error it found is it said, uh-oh, I found the end of a file and I was not expecting that. Well, the reason that happened is let's check out error number 2. It tells us, oh, you forgot to close the title tag. So sometimes one error can cause a lot of error messages. So don't worry. I've seen as many as 50 or 60 errors that once they corrected one line of code, it fixed more than 80% of those errors. So I'm going to go back over to my code. I'm going to fix it and put that title in, save it, copy it again, put it in, and I'm going to check again. And this time, checking complete, no errors. So just to review, You really want to follow DOM structure if you want a well-formed page. And following that structure means you always use beginning and end tags. Also, you close inner tags before outer ones. And what that means is if you start a title tag, you've got to end it before you end the body tag. All right? You also will want to use valid attributes, which is one of the things we're going to talk about a little later when we talk about images and basically parts of your page that need extra information. The problem with browsers is that they'll actually fix bad code for you. I always call them the helicopter parents of coding. It's like, oh, I know what you wanted it to look like, so that's the way I'm going to make it look on the screen. The problem is that doesn't always work for everyone. So just because your site looks good to you when you're looking at it on your browser doesn't mean it's right. You have to use a validator to check your code. This is it. Today's the day. I'm finally going to teach you enough HTML that you can start making an interesting page to share with your friends and family. It's also, unfortunately, probably, or at least hopefully, my first really big disappointment to you. And the reason is, I need to just break it to you right away that I can't teach you all of the HTML5 tags. I can't teach them all to you, and you don't want me to teach you all of the tags. It would be incredibly boring for me to list them all off to you. Instead, I'm going to get you started and point you in the direction of where you can find resources for more tags. Because it's really not until you need a tag that you ever really bother learning about it. Every tag has a beginning and an end. So right here, I'm using what's called an H1 tag or a heading tag to encase the words hello world. The first H1 is my start tag. It just shows the simple tag that I want inside brackets. The second tag, the closing tag, always starts with a slash. This indicates to the browser, oh, she's about to end a tag. This is one of the most common, is to have the start tag and the closing tag with some sort of text inside of it. My next tag, or the image tag, is what's called a self-closing tag. There's only one tag, and it contains both the beginning and the end. In this case, as soon as the browser sees the image tag, it knows that you're going to give it information that it can use to create a picture. And since there's no real text associated with the image, at least at this point, or any that you want to show on the screen, it's going to close itself. So while every tag has a beginning and the end, some do close differently. Also, some tags have what we call attributes. So the source, which is where the picture is located, and href, which is where the new page you want to go to is. So when we talk about the tags, for some of them, I'll also be talking about the attributes. Before we begin, I want to talk to you about one of the most important attributes of an element, and that's its display. The two most common display types are what are called block and inline. Block tags are ones that take up a certain amount of width and height. So anytime you have a tag that's called block, it's the same thing as if when you were typing, you hit new line at the end or enter a return. Inline tags are ones that only take up as much space as is needed. So I'm going to show you examples of both, but I really want you to understand some tags are block and some are inline. And it may not seem important now, but it's the kind of thing that's going to make it much easier for you when you're trying to make your pages look a certain way. So some of the most common tags include the ones I'm about to tell you about. Headings are block tags, and you have H1, H2, H3, all the way down to H6. These tags have what are called both syntax and semantics. To the browser, at first sight, it might simply mean, hey, everything that's in an H1 tag, I want to make it really big and bold. And things that are H6, I also want to make them slightly bigger and bolder, but not nearly as big as bold as the ones with the lower numbers. What a lot of people do is they just kind of randomly throw around H3 tags or H4 tags just because they like the look that the text takes on it. But these tags also have semantics, kind of a meaning that you don't see when you just look at it. And the semantics are things that are in an H1 tag have much higher importance than things that are in H5 or H6. And this is very important for people who are using screen readers. If you start throwing H3 tags and H2 tags all over the place just because you want them to be a little bit bigger and bolder, it's going to be very confusing. Another extremely common tag is the paragraph tag. It's also block, And inside of it, you can only contain other inline elements. So you can put a lot of text, a lot of pictures, and things like that. But you should never put a paragraph inside of a paragraph. Or even, you should never put a heading inside of a paragraph. Another common tag is the div tag. This is a generic section that tends to be larger than a paragraph, and it's related content that you would like to group together. Divs used to be the most popular tag. You would use a div for everything. The problem with divs is that there's really no semantic meaning behind a div. If you put a lot of them to your page, you're not giving your readers or users any extra information to let them know that this is a footer or a header or something along that line. Two additional tags that you'll find you use a lot are the list tags. If you put in the tag OL, that stands for an ordered list. By default, it's going to put each list item as 1, 2, 3, etc. You need to make sure that you end each of your list items before you start the next one. And you need to make sure that you've ended all your list items before you end your ordered list. The unordered list is very similar, only instead of using numbers, you'll use special symbols, perhaps the circle or the small square, depending upon your browser. Now, later when we talk about attributes, I'll mention that you can go ahead and change your ordered list so that instead of being regular numbers, you're using Roman numerals, or uppercase letters, or lowercase letters. But by default, these are just going to either be a 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., or some sort of little disk. Finally, one more tag that I know you're going to see a lot of is the line break tag. Line break is simply a BR, it stands for line break, and this is a self-closing tag. Now, one of the things that's very important that I tell you is when you're typing your code, you can put as many line breaks in your code as you want. Enter, 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 enter. But the browser ignores all of it. The browser is not going to put something on a new line unless it runs out of space or it specifically sees the BR tag. So I mentioned before with the lists that tags can have attributes. Attributes provide additional information about an element. Sometimes they're absolutely necessary, sometimes they're just supplemental. The important thing to remember is that attributes are always specified in the start tag in the beginning. And attributes come in a name-value pair. So let's go ahead and look at a tag that needs attributes in order to work. I'm going to use the image tag as an example. Images are inline, which means you can actually put many images next to each other. And in order for an image tag to work, you pretty much need to tell the computer what picture it is you want it to show. So in this case, the source attribute indicates to the browser that the picture you want to show is called mypicture.jpg. Always notice that, again, it's a name-value pair. So the name of the attribute is source, and the value always goes in double quotes, and in this case is mypicture.jpg. Many people will just end right there, but I don't want you to do that. Images should also always include an alt attribute. Alt stands for alternative text, and this is what's going to show up to somebody who's using a screen reader, or even if the picture is missing for some reason because you misnamed your file. This will allow, if you have the little broken picture, some sort of text to show up to help people realize what it is you're trying to show. So in this case, I have one tag, which you can tell because of the bracket, and two attributes, source and alt. Now, speaking of images, there's a few things I want to mention to you. Images rarely work the first time you use them. They're either going to show a broken link because you wrote the wrong file name or you forgot to upload it or it's not in the right file, or the picture is going to be too big or too small or something like that. Unless you have the broken link and you're just worried about the appearance, I want you to just let it go for right now. What we care about right now is that you can get tags to work. We're going to worry about appearance later. So if you really have your heart set on making things look a certain way, then make sure that you open up the picture in some sort of editor and save it to exactly the size you want, and give it a really good name. It's very frustrating to work on your web page when all of your files are named image_02586. Here's an example for you of one image tag with multiple attributes. I have the image tag followed by source, logo.jpg. I have the alternative text, which is info for the screen readers and broken links. I include a title attribute, which will often display when you hover over the image. And then I also have a class attribute, which might indicate extra formatting, such as the height, the width, the position, etc. As you learn more and more tags, you're going to learn that they have specific attributes. It makes no sense for an image to also include some sort of href. It makes no sense for a link to include other attributes. But there are some that apply to many of the tags. So I just wanted to mention them to you quickly, and we'll come back to them later in the class. All right? The first is, well, the class attribute. What it does is it applies special properties to groups of elements. We'll use that later when we want to say, hey, we want to style all these pictures perhaps as thumbnails. IDs specify a very unique ID to just a single element on the page. And you're going to want to do this if you want to link back to it, if later you want to apply JavaScript to it. But ID says, hey, this is a special part of the page. You're not going to find anything else like it. Style is an attribute that used to be very widely used. Style lets you apply visual style. So you could put in special colors or spacing and things like that. The next one is called access key. And an access key is very important for accessibility. It allows a shortcut key to kind of activate or put into focus an element. So maybe you have a big page and you have a form or something on it, and you want someone to be able to quickly get to a certain part of your page. You can give them an access key. In the same way, some people may be accessing your page and only using the tab button to navigate through your page. If you do that, you're going to want to be careful about putting what's called a tab index. And it lets you actually specify which order people will get to different elements in your page. So even though something may come later in the page, if you feel it's really important, you can put a high tab index and they can get there quickly. Okay, so one of the things I told you was that tags always start with a bracket, which is fine. That's very easy to figure out. And the browser knows whenever it sees a bracket, it shouldn't display the content. It should do something fancy. So what do you do if you want the browser to display a bracket and say, hey, this isn't a start tag? Well, then you're going to use special entities. So if you want a bracket, you would then use ampersand, LT, semicolon. The LT stands for less than. And please note that's an L, not a 1. You could also do ampersand GT for greater than, ampersand copy. If you'd like extra blank spaces, you actually have to use a special entity. Putting space, 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 the browser ignores it. You'd have to actually put ampersand NBSP. Again, if you want the cent, all right, well, what if you actually want an ampersand? Well, in that case, we even have a special entity for that, which is ampersand amp. So we've gone through a number of tags today, and you're going to learn more and more tags and probably use cheat sheets and go online to find a bunch of different tags you want to use. So the important thing that I want you to know is, how do you know the difference between a tag and an attribute? And the key is to look for those brackets. Also, you're going to want to make sure that you know which two symbols end a self-closing tag. All right? Don't forget, that's where you have the / in the closing bracket. These are the kind of things that can really mess up your code when you try to validate it later. And so being cognizant of these ideas in the beginning will really help you write much cleaner code. Hi everybody! Today we're going to be talking about some of the newer HTML5 tags that I like to refer to as the semantic tags. This is going to continue our conversation about how we're trying to make our web pages the most accessible as possible to as many people. Before we begin talking about specific tags though, I want to talk to you about the design of your web page. Really, the most important step in your web design is the design. Once we have you down pat with the different tags and typing in files, we're going to change our focus to how you want to lay out your page. And you need a really clear picture of what you want to create before you can begin coding in earnest. So let's take a look at this sample page. Again, it's just a quick sketch, and it shows that I would like to have a header section, a footer section, and a few other sections embedded in between the two of them. Once I know that that's the kind of design I want, I can begin coding. So you may recall that one of the most common tags used to be the div tag. Because in the beginning, kind of dumb, you did everything with div. You would go through your page, group it together, and put each group into a div tag. These divs almost always had some sort of special class or ID associated with them. So for instance, one div might have the class of header, another the section, another the footer. This way, you could go back to your design and really break it up into a way that worked best for you. The first tag that I'll be talking to you about today is the header tag. The header tag is typically used to group together introductory or navigational aids. So you would put in your title, perhaps your navigation bar, anything that really lets the user know right off the bat what this page is about. The thing I want you to understand about the header tag is that it is a block tag and nothing more than that. There's no special formatting or anything along that line. However, it does let the user know that this is the header section. Now, most people will never see the tags. Remember, the browser looks at the tag and doesn't display it, instead formats its content. But for people who are using screen readers or other assistive devices, this is a great way for them to find what they're looking for if they're not using visual clues. Another point I want to make is that the header tag should not be confused with the head or different heading tags. This is going to happen to you a lot. Just remember that the head tag is for metadata and the header tag is more of just an aid. The next tag I'm going to talk to you about today is the nav tag. The nav is basically a section of your page that links to other pages or parts within your page. So inside your nav, you're not going to have links to Facebook or Google or your LinkedIn account or anything like that. Instead, it's really just links that go to other parts of your site. So for instance here, I've made an unordered list with 3 links. Each of them go to a different part of your page. There's a lot of debate, for better or for worse, as to whether or not your nav tag should be using lists. But the important thing is to include the nav tag to help people navigate through your page. Oftentimes, you'll find the nav tag embedded inside the header tag. Another tag is the footer tag, and this is a section that contains information that is pretty typical for the bottom of the page, such as copyright data, related documents, your links to social media. And while I said it's usually at the bottom of the page, this is not required, nor does using the footer tag actually make it that it'll show up at the bottom. So in this example here, I have my footer tag, my special entity to make the copyright symbol, and then my name with the line break. And then I've also included a link back to my main site. Some of our other semantic tags have a little bit more oomph to them. So for instance, one of the new tags is the figure tag, and it has a lot more semantics than the image tag we've gone over previously. Every figure can include additional information. So you can include an image, you can include multimedia, you can include a combination of all of them. But it also has some additional tags, such as the fig caption. So what this is going to do is provides additional information for somebody who may not be able to see it. So the picture normally just floats by itself when it's in an image tag. This lets you say, this text goes specifically with this image. Now, again, we do have the alt tag, which helps describe the picture, but you have to remember, most of us will never see that. There are a number of other new tags in HTML5, and it's not really possible for me to go over all of them. Instead, you'll find that as you develop your pages and after you've done your initial web design, you'll logically just head toward these different tags. Some of them are structural elements, such as articles, summaries, sections, etc. Others you won't be using until we create forms. Another would be input types. Have you ever noticed that sometimes on your phone, when you click on certain buttons, different keyboards will pop up depending on whether you're typing in an email or a URL? These are all thanks to the new HTML5 email, date, color, etc. tags. We're also going to be able to talk about graphics elements such as canvas, and also media elements, which let you go ahead and put in your movies and music of your choice. The important thing to remember is that if you're developing your page and you find yourself using a lot of divs, you're going astray. You really want to use the best tag available that'll give the most meaning to the users. Semantic guide tags are going to help guide your users to the information in your page. And that's really what you want to do. You want to make your page the most accessible to as many people as possible. Hi everybody! Every once in a while I like to stop what we've been doing and just do a quick check and make sure that we've all been following along and really getting a grasp of what we're doing. So today we're going to make a template page. Today I want you to create a page called index.html. This page should utilize all those semantic tags that we've been talking about. The header, some sort of main, a footer. And what I want you to do is I want to make sure that those elements are not empty. Thirdly, I want to make sure that your page validates. So let's stop for a second and think about all the things we've learned. You've learned how to make elements. You learned how to validate them. You've learned how to save your code. So if you've only been listening and you haven't been coding, now's the time to jump in with me and start coding. So let's start with the shell. If you remember, every web page has three main parts. It has your doc type, which says, hey, browser, I'm going to use HTML5. It has your metadata, which says, I'm going to use this type of language, and this is what the title of my page should be. And finally, you're going to show your displayable content. So now's the time to stop. If you've been looking along your phone or whatever, I'd really love you to burst open an editor and start typing along with me. So I've brought up Sublime, which is the editor I like to use. And I'm going to go ahead and start typing in my text. The first thing I wanted to start with was my doc type, which for HTML5 is super easy because it's just doc type. So as long as I can type it correctly, I've got that. The next thing I said I wanted to put in was the head or the metadata. And the tag for that, very simply enough, is head. Now, if you've been following along as I code, you would know that most of the time my code has this really nice kind of color signature to it, and you can follow along with the different parts. But right now, all my text is just white. The reason for this is that even though I've begun an HTML file, I haven't told my browser yet that it's an HTML file. It's just any type of text to them. So I'm going to go ahead and save. And what I want to do is I want to call this index.html. The reason for using index.html is that this is a convention known worldwide as this is the main page for my site. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And as you can see, the colors have started showing up. So let's go ahead and finish filling in my head element. I'm going to go ahead and put in my end tag right away because otherwise I tend to forget these things. And the two things I want in here are the metadata. Oops, meta. And the all-important title. The title, again, is what shows up on the browser's little tab. It doesn't show up on the page itself. It shows up in the tab. So, and I'm going to say, my first page. Okay, I've gone in and put the head, and now it's time to put in the body of my code, or my displayable content. So I'm going to start with the body tag. And I'm actually going to go ahead and end my HTML tag while I'm thinking about it at the same time. So this is an important step right here where we decide whether we're going to make accessible code or just everyday average code. Accessible code is broken into parts. You have your header, you have your main, you have your footer. So let's at the very least use a main and a footer here, letting our user know how you can distinguish between the two types of content. So when I put in main and I put in footer, it may look like I have content, but really I don't have anything yet. So I'm going to save my file, and I'm going to use open in browser, and just take a look at what we've done so far. And as you can see, I do have that little part along the top that says my first page, but what I'm missing is any type of real content. It knows there's a main and it knows there's a footer, but there's nothing else really there. So let's go ahead and put it in. So I will put in a little paragraph tag that says, this is my main code. And down, oops, I shall leave it just like that. And in my footer, I should put in some more information. Think of a more interesting footer. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save my page really quickly. And let's go ahead and take a look and see if there's any, oops, wrong button. And take a look and see if there's anything there. Oh, there we go. We have this is my main code and think of a more interesting footer. So it works. My code works and it's displaying the things I wanted it to display. But as I mentioned, one of the things we want to do every time we write code is we want to validate it and make sure we've written good, solid code. So let's take a look. I'm going to open up a new tab, do a validator, and I'm going to do validate by direct input because I haven't actually hosted my code anywhere. So go back to my Sublime. Grab all of my code and put it in here. I'm curious if you guys all noticed the error before I run it through the validator, but let's check. Well, at first you don't really see many messages, but as we scroll our way down, you can see that right away it says the element footer must not appear as a descendant of the footer. Well, that's a kind of weird error for me, but let's take a look at it. So we want to look somewhere along line 10. It also, I'm going to peek just a little bit at the next one where it says end tag for body scene, but they were unclosed elements. So now I know there are two things going on. There's something wrong with my footer and something hasn't been closed. Let's go to line 10. All right, here's my footer. Well, it's unhappy about my footer. Oh, here's a problem. I have footer here and footer here. So even though I had multiple errors, let's see what happens when I just make this one change right here. All right, I'm going to go back here. I kind of do this the long way, but I always prefer it that way. Put in my code. Let's check it again. Boom, even though I had a bunch of errors before, everything is gone. So I really hope you've been following along with me. I really hope you've gone in, you've written some code, you've remembered to use those semantic tags such as main, such as footer, and you went back in and you fixed any of the errors that the validator found for you. This is really important. You can't really know HTML5 until you jump in and start coding. So if you've just been following along with me, go ahead, make 2 files, 3 files, 4 files. Have some fun and really play with the tags that confused you the most, because that's how you're going to understand them and feel confident about your coding. Hi, today we're going to be talking about images. There are a lot of tags in HTML, and most of them are pretty self-explanatory. But the image tag is one where we really want to explore it to make sure that you're using it to the best possible purpose. So at this point, you've heard of a lot of different tags, but images is one where you really need to understand what the different attributes are. There are many different file types that are supported by HTML. The most common are JPEG, GIF, and PNG, and you're going to see those quite a bit. There's also SVG and bitmap. There are additional options. The most important thing is that no matter which file type you use, you need to include the different file extensions. That's the .jpeg, the .gif, the .png. The additional thing to understand is that when somebody looks at your page, every single image that you have on your page must be downloaded. So size can really be a factor. If you expect most of the people viewing your page to be looking at it from a mobile phone, you might want to think about using smaller file sizes, because every single image requires an HTTP request in order to be loaded onto the browser. So when we think about image sizes, most people think of just kind of the visual, how big it is on the screen. But in computer science, we talk much more about pixel sizes. By default, the browser is going to open up your image in the same exact size it's been saved. And it's really, really rare that this size was optimal. You probably have all gone to a site where you've gone to it and the picture was really small and you're not able to make it bigger. Or perhaps what I find even more annoying is when the picture takes up the entire screen and you're forced to scroll around trying to see the whole thing. So I'm going to show you 2 quick solutions for changing the image size. The first is to change the actual file, and the second is to use the width and height attributes for the image tag. Now, if you're going to use an editor to change your file, what you need to understand is that editors change those images permanently. This only works on what I call local files. You can only change pictures that you have down on your computer. If you're trying to use an image that you found someplace else on the web and you're linking to it, you can't change the size permanently. So if you're using a Mac, there's built-in software called Preview that you can use to change the size. And if you're using Windows, there's also a built-in program called Paint. Either one of those gives you the option to resize your pictures. However, just as a side note, neither one of these are the best choice if you really want to get into different image graphics. What most of us tend to do is use attributes. Now, one of the things I talk about and everyone talks about is the importance of keeping style and content separate. And I really try to encourage people to not put any type of style attributes into their code. However, the image tag tends to be an exception because it includes both a width and height attribute. So let's go ahead and walk through, and I'll show you a picture of the site when we're done. The first option would be just use the default image size. I have my image tag, and I have my 2 required attributes: source, where you can find the picture, and the alternate text. The next option would be to use the width in pixels. So in this case, I've added the attribute called width, and I've hard-coded it. That's what you call it when you give it a size that you want it to always be. And I've hard-coded it to 500 pixels. You might notice that I've only set the width, and I didn't set the height. That's okay. The browser will automatically figure out how much it should adjust the height so it stays proportional to the width. The next option is to use width and height. You do this if you want to make sure that your picture fits inside an exactly sized box. This is really nice for sizing, but it doesn't always look the way you expect it to look, and we'll see that in just a second. The last option, which may be your best option, is to use percentages. In this case, if you notice, I have width equals 50%. What this means is take how big the picture was going to be and reduce it by 50%. Now, as we get further on into programming in CSS, you'll understand that it's 50% of what it should be doesn't necessarily mean the original picture size. It depends on if you're inside a container. So here I've had each of the options, the default, the width and the height, and the percentage. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like. So what you can see here are those 4 different options I had for displaying my image. Up in the top, I have my default image size. This just happened to be how big the picture was when I took it. One size down, and you can see this is where I've hard-coded the width of the image. I set the width to 500 pixels. My house still looks perfectly nice, and everything is proportional. The third option is the skewed image. This is where I hard-coded both the height and the width, and I didn't really put much thought into how they were going to act proportionally. So by doing this, you can see it's kind of squashed and not the best looking picture. This last one is the one I set proportionally, and you can see that it's about half the size of the browser window. What I want you to look at now is what happens when I resize the window. So as I go here, you can see that the first 3 pictures stay exactly the same size, but the bottom one will actually grow or shrink. And this is the same if I make it smaller and reload the page. So thinking about different things along this line is how you want your page to look when people might be looking on a large screen or on a mobile screen. It's something you want to think about. The last thing I want to point out to you that I'm going to talk about in just a second is this little tiny picture that unfortunately it's very hard to see, and there's not really a good way for me to blow it up. But I want to talk to you about adding images into the title bar. So if you want to put a favicon into the title of your web page, it's slightly different than using a regular image. Instead, this code must go into the head section of your code, not the body. What you do is you will actually go in and you'll include a link saying it's an icon type of link. We're using a PNG image, and then you put the link to the image itself. Just as a side note, you can't use JPEGs or GIFs for logos. It either needs to be a special icon image or a .png. Finally, let's go back to talking about alternative text, the attribute that you want to add to all of your images. What is the purpose of this, and why is it something we need? Well, what it does is it provides a textual alternative to non-text content. So anytime you have an image, you want to make sure that people who can't see the image can still understand the content behind it. So it might be read by screen readers. Sometimes it's displayed in place of images. So if your file breaks, you can still see a little note saying what they're supposed to be seeing. Finally, it also provides semantic meaning for search engines. So if you put really good alt text into your page, it's going to help search engines realize what the content of your page is. So how do we create good alt text? There are really 4 things you want to look for right off the bat. You want to be extremely accurate. We want to be succinct. We don't want to be redundant. And we don't want to include titles like picture of or graphic of. So the first one, be accurate. It's pretty self-explanatory. Only put things that specifically define the image that you're looking at. By be succinct, that means don't go on and on. Really, it's supposed to be a quick kind of idea of what the picture's about. When we talk about don't be redundant, what we're saying is don't include alt text that's already in the content of the page. If you have the image and in a paragraph underneath it, you describe it in detail, don't put that same content into the alt text. And finally, the one of don't include picture of, graphic of, that really goes back to just being succinct. It is occasionally okay to leave your alt text empty. So if you have images that are just decorative, logos, things along that line, you can go ahead and just put alt equals and then the double quotes. But it's very important that you don't skip the alt attribute altogether. The problem with going that route is you don't really let people know whether or not you were thinking about the accessibility. They don't know if the alt text is missing because it's non-informative or because you just forgot to put it in. Okay, so let's go ahead and review some of the things we know about images. One, file extensions are incredibly important. You need to make sure they match the file format. The file name for your image is something that you're going to want to keep very short and descriptive so you can avoid using typos. And finally, the file paths, or that whole long thing you put in the source where you have images / picture / extension, you want to make sure that you're spelling those correctly as well. If you can do these three things, it'll make it much easier for you to successfully use images. And for right now, let's just go ahead and style the height and width in the HTML code itself. Even though I often talk about separating content from style, it's very common practice to go ahead and incorporate those two when you're doing images. In an earlier lesson, you learned how to include images into your web page. Sometimes, though, people aren't really sure where to find images or they're not very good artists themselves. So today, I want to talk about using Font Awesome. Font Awesome is a collection of icons that you can use for your page, and they're pretty much worldwide recognizable. Here I am at the Font Awesome page. I want to show you how to use it. First thing I'm going to do is go to the Icons selection. As you can see, there are thousands of different icons that you can choose from to help decorate your page. And it's very simple for you to use. The first step is that you need to tell your web page, hey, I want to use Font Awesome. In the Getting Started section of Font Awesome, they give you the code, so let me show you what it looks like. Here I am with a simple file. The only thing that's going to look new to you is that I have two unique ideas. The first is that I have a link in the head section of my page. Remember, the head is where we keep all that extra information that isn't always seen by the user. And what I've done here is I've connected to the Font Awesome CDN. It's a very intimidating acronym that just means Content Delivery Network. You're basically making an agreement where, hey, I'm going to link and use your stuff, but I'm going to use this special link so you know how many people are using it. If we travel down into the body section, that's when you're going to see a new tag, the I tag. It stands for icon. Do you remember the image tag? One of the things you need to have if you're going to use the image tag is the source, what picture it is you want to use. With Font Awesome, you have to include a class tag. And in that class tag, you're going to tell it which picture you want to use. So in this case, I'm using the one called FA Angry. Let's go ahead and see what this page looks like. Well, ta-da! We ended up with an angry little person staring at us. It actually is really straightforward. You get a very little icon each time you include this tag. Now, in all honesty, my screen is blown up really big, so if you were to run this code, the icon would be really small. So let me show you some of the options you can do to adjust the size of your icon. So what I've done is I've gone in and copied that line of code, I don't know, a couple times. And in each one, I added one extra attribute, and that's the size that I want the icon to be. So right here, I said, oh, make that icon extra small. And then I did medium and large. The 2x, 3x, 5x, 10x, etc., that's just making it that much bigger each time. So now, if I look at the page again, it's definitely going to look a little bit different. Ooh. In fact, it's way too big for the screen, so let me make it a little bit smaller. And there you have it. We have the icons with different sizes. Angry face clearly isn't the only one you can do. Some of the more popular ones you might see include let's do the address card. So I'm going to copy. It always starts off as the I tag with the class equals. You need to have FAS for font awesome. And then instead of angry, let's go ahead and try an address card. And this one hopefully will look kind of familiar to you. I'm going to put a line break in just to mix things up a little bit there. Now when I refresh the page, you can see a very familiar little address card. Icons are great because they give your page this kind of really familiar look that people make it think it looks really professional. But there are some downsides to using icons if you're not careful. The most important being that they're not necessarily accessible by default. So if you were to turn a screen reader on this page, it would actually show up as if there's no content at all. Or even worse, sometimes people use icons for social media links. So let me show you one more example before we're done with font awesome. So what I've done here is instead of just using these icons as decoration, I've actually put them into my site so that if I wanted to say link to my Twitter account, right down here, I would include the Twitter icon. If I wanted to connect to Pinterest, I could use this Pinterest icon right there, and LinkedIn. And it actually looks really good. Let me show you. Here we go. I've got each of my links. Just so you know, the reason these icons are blue is again because they're links. And on each one, I could click on it and it would take me to my account. Here's the problem. It looks great, but I'm going to run a quick wave validator check on it to see if my code is semantically correct. So I'm going to go to my hosted version. Pause. Is it here? Let me find it. I'll just do it here. Oh, crap. That's fine. Ready? So I'm not using the code I was just using because in order to validate, I wanted to go ahead and put it on the server. So I'm going to go up and I'm going to click on my Wave validation tool. And Wave is going to go through and give me 3 errors. Not just any 3 errors, but 3 very important errors. And that is simply that, hey, you have 3 links and they don't actually have any text. Someone who's using a screen reader would have no idea where this link is supposed to go to. It doesn't know that this is Twitter or Pinterest or LinkedIn. But I have a really simple, quick fix for that. All right. I'm going to use something called an ARIA label, either in my A tag or actually in the icon tag as well. I simply put ARIA label equals, and in this case, I'm going to put Twitter. On the next one, I can add ARIA label equals Pinterest, etc. By adding in these ARIA labels, you're basically giving screen readers the ability to tell somebody where this link is going to go, to read a label. And this is huge in terms of accessibility. So I hope you have fun using Font Awesome. There are so many different ones you can choose from, but if you're going to play with some of these cool tricks, make sure that you're making them accessible to as many people as possible. Hi, today we're going to be talking about hyperlinks, or links as they're more commonly called, and how you can use them to link your document with others out there. Now, links are really what make the web a web. It's this whole idea that different links built together create this kind of knowledge that search engines or you yourself can gain by going from page to page to page with hopefully related material. So let's get right into how you create a link on your page. Links are called anchor links, and that's where we get the A for in the A tag. When you use an anchor tag, the A tag, you're going to need to make sure that you have two different parts. You need a hyperreference and you need content. So the hyperreference is just the reference to the location of the new content. So in this case, I used http www.umich.edu. That tells the browser, if somebody clicks on this link, this is where I want you to request the new page from. We also need to have content. The content is what we call the clickable part. In this case, it's text. I would actually click on an underlined text that says University of Michigan. But in some cases, it might be an image instead. So what types of links can we have? Some of the most common are called absolute links. We also have relative links, internal links, and graphical links. And I'm going to show you an example of each one of those. With an absolute reference in the href section, we need to put a fully formed URL. You need to have the HTTP or HTTPS, the address, and any type of extra document name you want. So if you remember, there's three parts to a URL. You have the protocol, the host, and the document. You need to include all of those if you have an absolute reference. All right? Everything else is still pretty much the same. For a relative reference, we slightly change what goes into the href. Instead of linking to some outside or even internal web page, we're only going to put, in this case, the file name. So in this case, we're going to link to page2.html. You might get slightly more in depth than that, where you can include also some sort of folder name. So in this case, we'd be going to the file called page2.html, but it's in a different folder called docs. The third way we can use a relative reference is to what we call use the ID tag. So when you have href equals ## or history, we're saying there is another location inside this same file, and it's called history. All right. So absolute versus relative links. When would you use absolute links versus when would you use relative links? With absolute links, you're basically saying, I am not in charge of this page, somebody else is. So if you're linking to someone else's page, absolutely use the absolute link with the full reference in there. For relative is when you're developing your own site. And it's really helpful to use relative links instead of absolute. So that way, if you move your page to a different server or you move it into a different folder, you don't need to rename everything. And so those are some of the benefits to using local links, is just that idea that you don't need to update as much. Now, one of the things that you need to make sure that you never do is have a link that includes some sort of file structure, we'll call it. So check your links. Make sure that it never says C:"page or my documents page or anything that is very specific to your computer. The reason that you don't want to do that is if you put your page out on the web, if you're done, you've put it up on a server or a hosting and you want other people to click, well, it doesn't make sense that they would be able to access pages that are on your computer. So never ever have a reference that includes something local to your machine. All right? One of the other things you can do is you can use images as the link. So the clickable component doesn't have to be text, and you've seen this a lot. It can be icons, images, different things along that line. In this case, I went in and I used the regular href, and what we're changing now is not the href, but the content that goes between the opening and closing tag. And I've gone ahead and I've put in an image instead. Make sure that you use the alt text to go along with that image. In another case, I've done something very similar. The only difference is, instead of using a local reference right here for the image, I've used an absolute reference. I've put in the entire URL. So let's talk usability issues and accessibility issues. If you're going to use a clickable component, you want to make sure that it has an informative name. There's software out there that can list all of the links within a page for people who are looking for things who can't use typical means of accessing the page. And it is not at all helpful to them if all the links are labeled, click here, click here, click here, right? You want to give it some sort of informative name. You also want to make sure that if you're using an image for the clickable portion of your link, that that image needs to have some sort of alt text or other information available to those who can't see the image. So let me show you some coded examples of those types of links. All right. As you can see here, I have a reference to absolute references, relative references, images as links, and then some embedded links as well. So If I were to click on Washtenaw Dairy or Rosie's Coffee Bar and Bakery and Dexter's Bakery, etc., it would actually take me to their pages. Head back. One of the tricks I want to point out as I'm doing this is as I hover over each one of these links, if you look at the very, very bottom of my browser, and I can't really show it at the same time, as you highlight it, it shows you which URL you are going to. And I think this is very valuable for people to know, because if you're ever hovering over a link and the information you see at the bottom of the page doesn't match what you expect, I wouldn't click on it. So absolute references take you away from your site. Relative references can take you to something that's within your folder. So right here, I have an image of some donuts, and I've gone on and they're in my folder in my file. So I was able to link to them just using the picture name. All right. We can also use images as links as well. Instead of writing donuts from the Squire shop, I went ahead and made it so you can click on the image to get to the larger view. This last idea of embedded links is a little bit interesting. So let me bring you over to the code for just a second and show you, right down here, I have something called relative references with an ID equals relative. I have embedded links with an ID that says embedded. And up here, at the very beginning, you can see I have div ID equals absolute. With embedded links, I can click on any of these and navigate within the same page. So I'm not going to go to a different page. I'm not going to open up a new tab. Instead, I'm going to jump to different places within the page. So I went to absolute. I went to relative. Now, if I try to do embedded references, it doesn't look like it moved, but it really did. It's just that we're already there. All right? So that is how these kind of embedded or internal links work. Right. Now, if at any time you get confused about how code is working, I just want to remind you that you can always go to View, Developer, and View Source to really get a better idea of how people are creating their pages and their links. Next, let's talk about targets. All right. Anchors can take a different target attribute as well. We've got the source. Let's add anchor. Or target. So you might have target equals self. This is kind of the default action. This is going to happen if you don't put anything at all, if you don't even include target. And what it means is when you click on a link, open up in the same tab or window that you're looking at right now. If you put target equals blank, you're going to leave the current page that you're in exactly the same and open up a new tab or window for where you want the new page to be open. Now, this has its upside and downside. The upside is that your site is still open in someone's window. The downside is that many people don't like it when it keeps adding on, and as they progress through your page, you're making them open more and more tabs. There are two other options that we're not going to really talk about here, but you can see them in the reading, and those are top and parent, and that deals if you're really getting into the idea of having multiple windows, frames, etc. open. So let's go ahead and review, because making sure that you understand links is vitally important to your success in this course, or even in just understanding HTML. So the first thing to know is a page without links is extremely rare, and to be honest, it's almost not even a web page, it's just a document. Links can be absolute, relative, and internal. And internal, again, was the kind where it had the hash mark in it. I think I may have referred to them as relative, but I want to make sure I'm clear that the hash mark makes it internal. You want to use caution when using images in links. It's not that they're not a great thing to do, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying make sure that you do it carefully to ensure that everyone who's viewing your page can get the same content and the same experience as everyone else. Hi, in this lecture we're going to talk about multimedia. This is including video and audio into your website. Now, video and audio are two of the most popular and two most hated elements of the web. The designers love it because they get to put their cool videos and perhaps some homemade music online and share with everyone. People accessing your site sometimes hate it because they feel like they don't have any control over what they're seeing. So what we're going to talk about today is the HTML5 audio and video elements. We're going to briefly explain the purpose of plugins, and then finally we're going to reflect on the accessibility issues that come hand in hand with using these types of multimedia tags. So before HTML5, there weren't really any consistent uses of multimedia that were being held across all the browsers. So the new HTML5 HTML5 is designed to kind of avoid the use of having to use plugins or extra software that you don't already have on your machine. It should really be plug and play. If you're going to put in a video, people should just be able to see it without having to download QuickTime or Flash or anything along that line. Now, it's not a fully implemented tag yet, but it's moving very quickly in that direction. So let's start with the video element. So the video tag uses a source attribute, very similar to the image attribute. You tell the browser where the file is. You can also use what we call embedded source tags, where you might have the video tag and then multiple sources down below. There are a number of attributes that are used very widely. The first two, height and width, are pretty self-explanatory. How big would you like your video to appear in the browser? Autoplay dictates whether or not the video should start as soon as you load the page. Loop will allow the video to play over and over. And the last one, controls, is something you can add to give the person more control over when to stop and start the video. If you use the video tag, it's usually a really good idea to put some text in there along with the different attributes. That way, if the browser for some reason does not support the tag or can't play the video, you get a kind of helpful hint to the user, letting them know there should be a video here that you would be looking at. The audio element is very similar to the video, and then again we use a source attribute to link to the file. Typically, you're going to use an MP3 or WAV file. The attributes, again, very similar. You have autoplay, controls, and loop, but we also have buffered, muted, and volume. And these are extra attributes you can put in where you're going to control what the person's listening to and how loud. Also, when you're using audio, you can set clips where you can go in and say, I want the video to start at this particular time. So in my first example, I wanted to only play the music from 5 to 25 seconds. The next one, you start at the beginning and you only are going to play the first 39 seconds. Again, you can go on and on. I want to start at 1 minute 38 seconds and just go ahead and play to 45. Or in the end, you can just say, hey, start at the 42 second and play from there. So showing you the code for HTML video and audio is pretty much the antithesis of what it's all about. It's supposed to be about looking at things and hearing things. So let's go ahead and look at some code now that's actually working. You can see that I have the source is just my boxcar movie, and I've set the default width to 40. So I'm going to go over here to Sublime and open this up in the browser. There it is, and it's not very exciting. Unless you have super quick eyes and your browser is incredibly fast, you completely miss the fact that it loaded this video and played all the way through. So let's go ahead and try this again, or actually just loaded it and didn't do anything. Let's add autoplay. All right, save it. I'm going to go over here and reload. And now you can see by adding the autoplay attribute, it'll automatically show the video. Now this is something you don't want to do unless you're very certain that the viewer wants to see it. There was a big uproar recently when a social media site started making all the videos autoplay. So if you went on, all of a sudden these videos were playing and it was eating up a huge amount of bandwidth for people. All right? So instead of just doing autoplay, let's go ahead and put in controls. By doing this, you can see we've now added a little control panel to the bottom of the video. People can now start the video, stop the video, and rewind it. This is really the way you kind of want to think about how you can enhance the experience for the user. It is possible to put multiple attributes. Do this. And kind of put them on top of each other. If we do this now, you get to experience my 5-year-old flying down the road multiple times over and over again. Again, you would really want to avoid using loop and also avoid using autoplay unless you're giving people the opportunity to use the controls as well. Okay. One last thing I want to talk about right here is you might notice with controls and loop, these are attributes that don't appear to be taking any values. So source equals, width equals. When you put in these Boolean attributes, it's the same thing as saying controls equals true, loop equals true. So that's how we went through with our video. Let's go ahead and look at the audio for a second. Make this a little bit bigger here. What I have here is I just have a link to the same song 2 times. In my first version, you can see that I'm given the little audio bar because I made sure to use controls. And if I play, it's going to go ahead and play through the whole song. However, in my second option, you can see I've added right here the T equals 1535. I've set it up for you so that you'll really get to hear the song during when the exciting part really kicks in. So these are just some simple examples of how you use the tags to show your video audio. And I really hope that as you're coding, you're making sure to type things along and mess with things and play with things to really get a feel of how these videos and all the different HTML5 tags are working. So one of the things I talk to people about who have been coding in other versions of HTML and don't really want to make the change over to HTML5, that there are so many reasons that you want to make this quick, simple switch. And plugins are an excellent example. Since before HTML5 there was no standard, plugins were required. So what we want to do is go ahead and, even if it's not supported at the moment, go ahead and use this tag, understanding that some browsers may still require Flash in order to play them. Finally, let's talk about accessibility issues. When you're going to use video or audio, just like with any type of non-contextual content, you want to make sure that you provide any type of text descriptions and closed captioning or other equivalent content. You want to make sure that you also provide any links to plugins, otherwise you're pretty much just left with some sort of blank little broken icon that people don't always understand. And finally, the most important thing I'd like you to take away from this talk, beyond being able to use the code, is that multimedia should really enhance your content. You don't want it to be a distraction. You don't want people spending time trying to figure out how to turn it off so they can, in order to really get to the content of your page. Thanks. Hi, today we're going to talk about tables and how you can use them to display your data on your website. So how I like to put it is that we really used to consider tables as being this evil kind of idea because people weren't using tables for the reason they were supposed to. Instead, they were using tables to kind of set things out, laying them out nicely on the screen. This started to happen back during the time of HTML2, maybe HTML 3.1, and people said, I really want my page to look nice, and I don't have a means to do it, so I'm going to make it a huge table and kind of lay everything out in different rows or columns. This completely throws out the whole idea of separation of content from layout. In addition, it makes it really confusing for people who might be using assistive devices because they're wondering, is this really all a bunch of data, or is there content that should just be kind of formatted in the regular way? So we're going to start talking about tables, and what I really want to do is stress the idea that you should only be using tables if you have some sort of data being displayed. Now, before you even start coding a single thing, I need you to sketch out your layout of what your table should look like. Now, I've told my students this over and over again, and they say yes, yes, and then they start to code, and then they say yes, yes, and then they start to code. And after about the fourth or fifth time, they realize, oh, it's a lot easier to write clean code the first time than to fix broken code. And so then they begin and they think, all right, how many rows and columns do I actually need to represent all of my data? And then you go a step further and say, well, are there any rows or columns where I actually need to span multiple cells, or what we call the little boxes of the table? Because if so, it's going to be a lot easier if I've drawn this out to figure out where I'm going to need in special attributes to make that happen. Because one of the most important things to know when you're doing tables is that the browser is expecting there to be the same number of cells on every single row. If you don't do that, it's going to look very messy. Once you've decided what your table should look like, then it's time to start thinking about the tags. You start off with the table tag, and it's basically just a container element that's going to hold all the other attributes or all the other tags inside of it. You're going to have the table row, and then here for TD, I have columns, but what I really think would be best is to think of this as table cells, not really columns, because what you're doing is you're talking about each individual box. So inside the table, you're going to have one or more table rows, and then inside each table row, you're going to have one or more TD elements, so the columns or the cells. So here's the code for creating a very simple table. Although it looks very convoluted and like there's a lot of things going on here, most of this is just information for the browser. When we look at the actual page that's generated, you'll see that it's very clean and simple. So I have my code for my table on the outside, and then each one of my lines of code here is one row. I have my tr start and my tr end. And then inside each row, I have three elements, 1, 2, 3, which are inside the TD tag. And I'm going to tell you right now that when I initially wrote this code, it looked fine, but I'd kind of messed it up because I had forgotten to put in my ending tags. So make sure when you're coding these that you're being very clean and very concise. And if you do it correctly, this will create a simple table, as I said, with 9 elements in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is as simple as you can get as far as a table goes. Now, in some cases, you might want to add what we call table headings to your code. Table headings is the idea that at the top of each column, or even at the top or the start of each row, you have some sort of text that's bold that indicates this isn't data, this is actually the name of the data that we're looking at. Now, it's fine, I mean, it's not fine. What some people would do is they would just make these regular TD elements and then perhaps make them bold. So the people who are looking at it can say, oh, hey, look, this is bold, so it must be more important. But we really want to avoid doing that. Instead of using a TD with some sort of bold font, we want to use the semantic tag TH, which stands for table heading. So here, these 3 lines of code are exactly the same as before, but I've added one new row where instead of TD, I have TH. So I have row 1, row 2, row 3, etc. And what you can see here is that what we get is this nice little table heading at the top of each one that is both visually lets the user know that these are headings, but also semantically conveys that same information. So one of the things I mentioned earlier when you're designing your table is you want to decide if you're going to be spanning multiple cells. It might be the case that the table you want to make isn't some sort of perfect tic-tac-toe grid or perfect 9 by 9. So you can combine multiple rows and or multiple columns using the row span and column span attributes. Inside your element, you would include row span equals 2 if you wanted to span 2 rows, or column span equals 5 if you wanted to have it span 5 columns. All right, so let me go ahead and show you an example with some code. And again, I realize, especially if you're looking at this on some tiny little screen, that this seems really like a lot of information to digest in. But it's not really that much going on. I have a simple table where I have my table headings with the child's name and then the parent's name. And then I go ahead and I start putting in a child, and with each child I include their parents. So here I have row span equals 2 for Catherine, which means I actually want my Catherine cell to take up 2 lines. Same with the Edward cell. Maggie I've left completely alone. So let's go ahead and just look at the end result, and I think that's really, if we backward chain, is going to help you understand what this code is doing. So again, I have the child's name, the parent's name, and here are the 2 cells where I did the row span, and you can see it actually took up multiple rows because in this case Catherine and Edward both had 2 parents that we wanted to put it together with. Again, not a hard concept, but it is the case that if you weren't thinking about it and we went back to your code and just started throwing row span and column span in, it just gets very messy and harder to debug. One of the things you might have noticed, at the very top of the table, I included a border attribute. The reason I did that is because I think it's much easier to see this row span here because I have the lines around each cell. So you can use the border attribute to go ahead and put lines in between each one of your cells. And it's very common to do that. But again, in your HTML, I try to avoid styling. It's something we can add later if you decide to learn more about CSS. But it's an attribute that's so commonly used, I wanted to go ahead and put it in there so you could see what was going on. Next, let's talk about captions. So how do we link text to a specific table? What people used to do is they would put in some sort of heading, H2 or H3, and they would put it right above or right below the table. So visually, if you were looking at it, you could kind of figure out, oh, this goes with the table. But again, I really want to push you to use semantic tags. So instead of doing that, you can go ahead and use the caption tag inside the table, and it'll help everyone know that, oh, this caption goes with this specific table. So let's go ahead and review. Number 1, tables should only be used for tabular data. Don't use it for layout. 2, draw your table before you code your table. It's going to save you so much heartache in the end. I promise you that. Finally, and this is the third and most important thing I hope you leave with, is that you need to check for unclosed tags. One of the things that's great about browsers when you're kind of developing locally, you're typing your code and you're testing it and looking at it, is that your browser can usually figure out what you meant to do, even if you messed up. All right? And tables are a good example where you can forget to close some tags, but your browser kind of knows what you meant to do. But later, if you decide to make a table and you're going to upload it, and you really need to make sure that the data in there is valid and represented well, one of the worst things you can do is leave your tags unclosed. So make sure you validate your code whenever you write a table, or really whenever you write any code, and you'll really be able to be sure that you're writing the best code that you can. Hi, today we're going to talk about some of the tags that you may find extremely useful as you go and try to add blocks of code and simple snippets of different things to your web page. I know that it can seem overwhelming how many tags there are in HTML5, so today I'm going to try to break down some of the most useful ones. Now, I realize it may seem overwhelming as I start throwing all these elements at you. You're not supposed to memorize them all by the end of this lecture. Instead, I'm really just trying to give you a taste for what's out there so you can start playing with your own code. So one of the first things you need to decide when you're coding is which tags are you going to use? There are the generic kind of what we call block tags, paragraph and div, that break your code into nice sections. Paragraph is kind of self-explanatory, and div gives you a way to put groups of content together. But the problem with both div and paragraph is that they're very generic. So we want to move over to the idea of using these semantic tags, such as header and nav, footer, and figure. And we talked about those in an earlier video. Some of the other block tags that you may not be familiar with are listed here. The first one are the containers. Containers are simple things where you can put like-minded code together. So you might have an article or an aside, a section, main. Again, they almost seem generic in their names, but as you grow more comfortable, as you're designing your website, you can start to see like, oh, this isn't a generic section, this really is an aside. The next block tag is HR, or horizontal rule. And it's really an interesting idea because it doesn't contain any text at all. Just to remind you, block tags are tags that have the display block. It means it forces a new line above and below. There's never going to be anything next to it by default. So our hard rule will just put a single line across your page. Simple, yet very, very much used by many people. The next one is address. This will go ahead and be a block tag, and it doesn't format your address any differently than other text, but what it does is it allows screen readers and other assistive devices to quickly and easily find if they're looking for your address. Block quote would be another block tag, as well as details. Now, the details tag is very interesting, and it's kind of cool if you can get it to work. And what it does is it allows you to kind of have this drop-down open and close idea with your text. Now, just to warn you, it is not implemented in Firefox, so if someone with Firefox tries to run it, it's just going to kind of default to this open idea. All right, so there's HR, address, block quote, and details. I've told you what they were. My guess is you still have no idea what they really do, so let's take a look at a quick example. So here would be an example of the HR element. It's just a simple line across the screen, nothing too fancy, but very recognizable. The next one, the address element, in this case, the browser does italicize what's inside the contents. I had to put my own end line here, but otherwise it just looks kind of italicized. But you can't be sure that it'll be italicized on every browser. It's really specific to Chrome, Firefox, Safari, etc. But the important thing to know is that there's semantic meaning here. Here we have a block quote, and what block quote does is it indents the code and kind of lets people know that there's a quote that you're looking at. One of the things I put inside my block quote was I put in a cite tag so that someone can know right away that I've cited Napoleon Hill. So if someone's doing a search for Napoleon Hill, this is going to up the chances that a search engine will link back to your page. The last one, details, is kind of combined with a summary tag. So I'm going to go ahead and click here, and you can see that it opens and closes. So the default is to have it closed and then open up when someone clicks on the little arrow icon right here. Now, one of the things I mentioned is that it's not supported on Firefox. So if you're looking at this page on Firefox, by default, you're just going to see it in the open context. So let's go ahead and go back to some other tags that aren't block tags. We're going to do some inline tags. Again, remember, inline tags just means that you can put it into the page and go all in a line, one after the other. You don't need to break things up. So span was the original inline tag for plain text. You would put span around some code, and then you could go ahead and style it any way you wanted to. Now, in addition, we have cite, abbreviation, time, code, and then the subscript and the superscript. Now, if you're watching closely, you may have noticed that I left a little typo after abbreviation there, so make sure you go ahead and put in the less than or greater sign. But let's look at examples of this code as well. Here I have my inline elements. The cite basically makes it easier for people or bots to search your code. So I went ahead and put this code right inside a cite tag. Now again, this particular browser happened to style it differently, but that's not always going to be the case. Another new tag that has come along recently is the abbreviation tag. So if you notice, right along here, I've included abbreviation inside the box. Now, if you can, watch what happens when I put my mouse over the Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. As I hover over it, it's very small probably on your screen, but you can see that the expanded version of the abbreviation pops up. So I have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Now, from an accessibility screen point, it can actually go ahead and read the expanded version. But even for people who aren't using screen readers, I actually find that you need to do something to let people know that hovering over is even an option. Most people wouldn't think about that. The time attribute is another one that is just inline, and most of us won't even know it's there. But it allows you to give extra semantic meaning. So the party starts at 9 p.m. makes perfect sense to us. But the party took place on New Year's Eve. Notice again, that's actually a time. Even though it's not our typical numeric time, it is a time. By putting in different time tags, it's also much more likely that if someone's accessing your site on a mobile phone, it'll pop up as knowing that it's a date. Sometimes you would like to be able to identify parts of your code as code fragments. This happens to me all the time because, I'm a computer scientist. So the code elements tend to be displayed in different font, but it's not always the case. But code is just a nice way to break it up and let people know, what is this crazy stuff people are typing? Oh, it's code. It's not supposed to make sense. Finally, the last two are subscript and superscript. And these are used to create, a lot of times, mathematical formulas. So you can see here, I've raised up the 3 and I've lowered down the 2. So I've given you kind of the general block tags, the general inline tags that people use. And there's other tags that people use quite often that you may see when you're looking at their pages. The issue with these tags is that they, when I say need more, it's really weird to use these tags unless you're also incorporating them with JavaScript or some other elements that you probably don't know a lot with yet. So these include the button, the meter, progress, iframe, BDO, which stands for bidirectional orientation, and then the map attribute along with area. Now, people really like these, but they tend to need JavaScript. So I'm going to show you a quick example, but I'm not going to include the fancy add-ons you would need to use them because that's not what this course is about. Right now, we're just learning these tags. So let's take a look at them so you can see what they look like visually and understand that they're not actually functioning yet. So my special tags that need more, I've called it. I'm a little worried that you might not even be able to see it because it's so light in screen, but you can see I've included some open and close buttons. They don't do anything, but they look really nice. So go ahead and put them in if you want, but it may confuse people that they're not actually operationable. The next one is meter, and you've probably seen this before. Basically how this one works, let me actually bring up the code for this one. Window. You can see for the meter one, I've actually gone in here and put in meter, minimum value of 0, maximum value of 100, and my current value is 50. So you can see it's colored in until about pretty much halfway through. All right. Same here with the next one. I've set it to 25%. Here, I just wanted to show you that it doesn't always have to be 0 to 100. You can start at 5 and go to 10, and I've set it to 8, which is 60%. So that's kind of how the meter works. Progress is very similar to meter, in that it shows kind of a proportional value. Now, with progress, you're expecting that you're doing something where eventually you'll get to 100. So you've taken surveys before where as you filled in, the progress bar fills in. Again, both meter and progress tend to use JavaScript to update them. The next one I was going to show you is iframe. iframe is used to nest content within each other. It is not equally well supported by all the browsers, so you'd really want to explore who can use it and the best way to use it. And you would definitely want to look into options such as height and width. So right here in my iframe, I've said, hey, let's go ahead and link back to my page. And it puts my whole web page inside this little block of the page. Down here, I went ahead and said, hey, let's do that iframe again, but this time, let's go ahead and have it take up a much bigger width, all right? Now, one thing you can notice is I can still click in here, I can do all the things. It's as if I have a web page inside of a web page. The last one, oops, let's go down here, I want to show you is the bidirectional orientation. And this one would be something you would use if your particular language tends to not just go from left to right and instead goes right to left. So bidirectional orientation takes either RTL, which stands for right to left, or LTR, which stands for left to right, and you can go ahead and put in the text. So here is my going from left to right, and here's the same thing going right to left. I didn't really give examples of the map with the area because, again, this is one where you would really need to understand JavaScript to really embrace what it's doing. So I realize I went over a lot of tags with you just right now, and some of the code you probably understood and some of it you didn't. But all the code is online, so you can go ahead, you can download it, you can play with it, you can change it, all right? But as you code, you're not supposed to go in and be like, oh, I'm going to try to use every possible tag I can to show how much I know about HTML. No. Use the most specific tag possible. Whenever you're not sure, go ahead and ask somebody else. Say, what would happen if I were trying to look at this page with my eyes closed? Would I understand what's going on? The second thing you need to understand is that sometimes your tags just don't work. Now, there are two reasons that your tags may or may not work. The first one might just be you have a syntax error. So make sure you run your code through a validator, and that will help you find places where you haven't closed tags. This is especially important if you nest tags, meaning you put one inside the other. The other thing you really want to do is you want to run your code in multiple browsers. So even if your page looks great when you're running it in Chrome, make sure you check it out on Firefox. If it looks great on Safari, make sure you check it on Chrome. It's really important that you make sure that your pages can be reachable to the greatest number of people possible. And really the only way you can do this is by keeping your code simple, succinct, and you're always validating. Thanks. One of the things that I'm constantly talking about in my courses is accessibility. The thing is that I've come to realize is that I can talk about this as much as I want, but it's really up to me to show to you why it's so important for you to make the web as accessible as possible for others. So today we're going to talk about three things. First, I would like to explain what a web accessibility professional does. Second, we're going to talk in depth about how disabilities relate to the web. Finally, I'm going to introduce for the first time the 4 principles of accessible interface design. These 4 principles are something that will hopefully guide you throughout the entire time you're making web pages. So let's start off with this whole idea of what a web accessibility coordinator does. One of my pet peeves is people who say they don't want to go into technology because they'd rather do something where they can help people. Well, my follow-through to that is that if you really want to help people, you need to understand technology. So one of the things that people like to do is find careers where they can help people who have issues and work together with people who are in technology. And that's exactly the type of thing a web accessibility coordinator will do. So first, one thing they might do is help guide policy and purchasing decisions on what kind of software is most accessible to the widest range of people. Second, they can evaluate web interfaces for accessibility. So by learning just some key tips and tricks, they can go to different pages and find out where there might be pitfalls for people. Third, they can assist people with disabilities to access online infrastructure. Most universities and large companies will always have someone whose job it is to assist those who need some help accessing online material, or really any type of technological tools. Fourth, it's very important that people keep pace with changing technology. You will always have a job if you can find a way to combine your love with helping people with the different tools that are being used. So let's talk specifics. According to the 2012 U.S. Census, 1 in 5 people in the U.S. have a disability. That means that there are 60 million people in the U.S. who are dealing with issues that other people may not have, and half of them are impeded from using the internet. So we will talk briefly about 4 issues that tend to pop up the most when dealing with disabilities and the internet. Visual issues, hearing, motor, and cognitive. When you talk about accessibility, almost everyone thinks about screen readers. They design and say, oh, I'm going to make sure that my page will read well on a screen reader. However, it's much, much more than that. While 1.8 million people are completely blind, we also have 8 million people who have difficulty reading ordinary newsprint, even with their glasses on. So one of the things that we want to think about when we're designing is more than just font size. We also need to think about color contrast, your different font style. Can someone really see your page as easily as possible? We're also going to want to think about hearing disabilities, and we're talking both from partial to total deafness. So 8 million people have difficulty hearing a normal conversation, and 1 million are completely deaf. More and more places are moving to online presence, and of course we all know that watching videos online is a very common thing. We're all doing it right now. So one of the things to think about if you decide to add videos to your site is, did you include closed captioning to really make sure as many people as possible can access your content? But there's also other things to think about. Are you blaring music? You might have users who don't even realize that music is playing. Or perhaps you have things so low that people can't quite grasp what you're saying. One of the things we're going to talk about is making sure that people have the ability to control the different multimedia that you're going to put in your page. This is going to help people with hearing disabilities feel that they are in command of the technology, not that the technology is in command of them. One of my own personal issues is that of motor disabilities. There are many, many people who are unable to use a mouse or a physical keyboard. Maybe they have slow response time or just limited fine motor skills. So dexterity issues are something that affects 8 million people who have difficulty using their arms or hands. But my guess is that for most of us have had some issue with trying to use the web and not being quite able to do what we hope to do. So one issue that we talk about is what happens when someone tries to tab through your page. This is a very common way for people to get through pages, but unless you're very careful, you can make it that people tab through to nowhere. Another issue is, do you require a steady hand? Many people like to add flashy and cool graphics and animations to their page, but I know that I personally have been frustrated at trying to click a button while the button keeps moving around the screen. Another issue is cognitive disabilities. And when we talk about cognitive disabilities, there's a very wide range of issues we might be talking about. There's learning disabilities, distractibility, dyslexia, even the ability to remember or focus on large amounts of information. So one of the things I was laughing at when I looked at this slide just now is that this slide perhaps has too much text on it for people to really be able to focus on what I'm looking at. So we're talking that there are 16 million adults with ADD or ADHD. Another overlooked population is that there are a large number of soldiers, Marines, and National Guard members who have different psychological conditions such as traumatic brain injury or post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, what does that have to do with making your web accessible? We want to make sure that things are easy to understand, not flashing, not requiring great amounts of concentration. Cognitive disabilities number greater than physical and perceptual disabilities combined, so it's something that you want to think about when you're designing your page, or even if you're just helping other people design theirs. So let's get to specific stats, because nothing helps me convince people more that they want to design for the web than showing them the numbers. So almost 10% of the US population has 2 or more disabilities. 40,000 people in the US are both deaf and blind. So think about trying to access technology when you have those types of issues. 41% of adults 65 and older have a disability. And there are almost 9 million people with disabilities who are poor. 70% of the disabled are underemployed or unemployed. The issue is not that they are not able to do the jobs that are out there. Many times there are roadblocks put up there that they can't get through in order to do jobs that they are very well qualified for. So the web offers unprecedented opportunities for the disabled. Here we are right now, all taking a class online. So education has the benefit in that we teachers can reach as many people as we can. And for students, it means that you have access to resources that you never had before. Many, many people get their news from online resources. So we want to make sure that we make it as available to everybody. Commerce I find particularly interesting because many, many places have online presences. But are they even realizing that they're alienating such a large customer base? And of course, the social benefits of the web are easy to see. So many people have created more friends online than they actually have in real life. So the benefits of the web are amplified for the disabled. People who before could not access education, news, commerce, or social interaction are now able to do that. So the web is an enabling technology, and we want to make sure that we continue to make it so. So hopefully I've convinced you just from a human standpoint that it's important to make your web pages accessible. But there are, of course, legal aspects as well. The Department of Justice is in the process of updating the Americans with Disabilities Act to include online resources of state and local entities. What this means is that universities, state governments, local governments, all need to make sure that that the information they have online is accessible to everyone. There are many instances of case law where individuals or groups have filed civil complaints against universities, companies, because they feel that their products are not accessible to people in a way that it should be. So let's just review this for a second. What is web accessibility? What it is making sure that you're making your web accessible for the widest possible audience. This includes people with permanent disabilities and those with temporary disabilities. Currently, the online infrastructure, while a wonderful resource, is hostile to those with disabilities. Another issue you want to think about is that accessibility is inseparable from search engine optimization, mobile technology, and usability. Improve one of these things and you can improve all the others. So what's the best way to accomplish accessibility? It's adherence to standards. As you start now, you're at the very beginning of your web career. It's the perfect time for you to learn the best possible tags and the best possible ways to make your page accessible. These standards are going to come from the W3C Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. These are called WCAG. And these guidelines are principle, not technology-based. What this means is that you don't need to go out and find the greatest language or the greatest technology to make your page accessible. Instead, you really just need to follow 4 principles as you design your sites. Is my site perceivable? Is it operable? Is it understandable? And is it robust? We'll be talking about these 4 principles throughout our entire course. So let's review quickly. I know that right now you're just starting your web design career and it can be overwhelming. But I'm really hoping that one of the things you'll make sure that you do is design with accessibility in mind. It is the right thing to do for so many reasons. Whether it's because you really want to reach out to the largest customer base you can, or because legally it's required, the important thing is make sure you do it. And the great thing is, accessible design is actually pretty straightforward. All you need to do is adhere to standards. The reason that many pages are inaccessible is because they're trying to be flashy and cool and do things that aren't quite yet fully implemented to standards. So finally, as we go through this class, make sure you pay special attention to the semantics behind HTML tags. These semantics contain special information that are going to make it much easier for people who are using assistive devices to understand the content of your page. Together, we can make sure that the next generation of web developers are designing for the greatest possible audience. Hi, today we're going to talk about the very important but often overlooked process of validating your site. And what I mean by that is it's time for us to check your code. So why do we want to validate? I like to call browsers the helicopter parents of programming. So a lot of times you're going to be writing up your code and then you'll stop and you'll check and it looks great, and then you write some more code and you stop and you check and it looks great. And by the sheer fact that it looks so good, you assume you must be right. But the problem is browsers are programmed to kind of look for your errors and fix them. The problem with this is that not all browsers fix things the same way. It's also important to remember that not everyone is accessing your page with traditional browsers. So as your page becomes more complex, these little hidden problems, little hidden errors that the browsers are hiding can become devastating to people who are trying to access them with different software. So there are 3 approaches to validating your code for consistency. One is to validate what we call the URI or the URL. Another is to validate by your file name, which means instead of giving your URL, you can actually upload your file to check it. The third way is what I call by direct input. So let's go ahead and run through an example very quickly. And the site I'm going to use is called the validator. So if you check here, we can start off by going to the validator.w3.org. As you can remember, the W3 is really the association for trying to make sure that everyone sticks to the same standards. And here are 3 options. We can validate by URI, the validate by file upload, and the validate by direct input. Now, this is a somewhat important choice because for some of you, you may not decide to buy a hosting system, in which case you can't actually give it your URL. You can't type in c://. It just doesn't work when you put anything that's specific to your computer. So instead, I'm going to show you an example of validate by direct input. All right? So let's start by looking at the page we're going to validate. Over here, I have my little picture of Asheville with the beach. And as you can see, it looks pretty good. You don't see any problems with it as you kind of go back and forth. But let's see what happens when I actually grab all this code. So if you want the shortcut, this works for almost everyone. I'm going to go ahead and do Control A and Control C. Head back over here, and when I put it in and I click on check, once I start going down, you can see, oh, this looks good. Oh, right away it says, nope, you have an error. And the error is stray end tag, and that's for a section. In most cases, the validators can kind of give you a clue as to which line you messed up on. So let's go back and check the code. When I go over here and I go down to line 25, oops, go up a little bit here. Nope, still nothing there. Got really long lines. Oh, the validator was right. As you can see, I accidentally put section twice. What I really meant was to have an end section here and a beginning section here. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. I will save. I will grab it all again. And let's try it by putting in new input. I'm actually going to refresh. Go back here. And let's see if I have better luck this time. Good, good. No errors or warnings to show, and it's going to go ahead and put my page back out there. So this is really just the simplest way to go in and make sure that the syntax of your code is correct. Now, I kind of gave you a really simple example where I only had one error. What typically is going to happen is that it's going to generate lots and lots of errors. And what I want to happen is make sure that you don't freak out when you see all of them. The reason is because error is what we call is propagate. The checker gets confused. When you see one error at the top, it kind of leads to a whole bunch of errors. So what you want to do is you always want to fix the first error that the validator saw. Once you fix that, there's a really good chance that the 52 errors it detected has now dropped down to 12 or 11. Now, there's also the chance that once you fix one error, it's going to be able to see that you had 20 or 30 more. But again, work on it step by step. If the error that the validator gives you isn't as clear as the one that I just saw, what you can do is search online and in the different forums, because I can assure you that other people have seen the same errors before. So what you want to do right now, actually let's go back here, is let's go ahead and try validate file by URI. Pick your favorite site and go ahead and type it in. I'm going to go ahead and put in, not my own because I'm pretty sure it validates. I will put in http www.umsi.umich.edu. So my boss can get mad at me when I show his site potentially doesn't validate. Well, right away you can see that it's going to find a lot of errors. No matter what site you put in, particularly if it's a very popular site, you're going to see that there are a lot of errors and that the sites don't validate. Let's make sure your sites are better than theirs. So it's one thing to validate for what we call syntax. It's another question to validate for what we call accessibility. Again, we've talked about how important it is to make sure that your sites are accessible to the greatest number of people. So one of the places you can go to check that is wave.webaim.org. And it's a site for you to go and validate your accessibility. So let's take a look at that one again. I go up here and I go to wave.webaccessibility. What you need to do here is you can't upload your code by file or just by the code itself. You need to put in a URL. So I'm going to go ahead and go to that same one we did before, which was the beaches, and put it in here. And you can see I didn't get any errors, but I did get a couple of alerts. And the alerts were simply telling me that I'm not sure your alternative text is quite as good as it should be. And also another point is saying you have the same redundant link, which means you have the same link twice. So right now everything looks good as far as syntax and the very high level of accessibility for the semantics. So one of the nice things about the accessibility validation is it gives you an idea of things that you hadn't really thought about before, but the downfall is that it only works on hosted pages. So validated sites are always more robust and more accessible than those sites that don't validate. So as a coder, it's your job to make sure that you go to these different validation sites and fix your code to be up to standards. If you're not coding, it's also important for you to visit the sites that you go to on a regular basis and go ahead and validate those. It's going to give you a real sense of the different ways people feel the importance or non-importance of making their sites accessible to everybody. Good luck. One of the things I'm really hoping that students will do is validate their code. You can validate it for syntax, but you can also validate it for accessibility. And so today, I'm going to show you how I use the Wave tool to test different sites. I went in and I checked to find some of the top 10 visited sites for 2018. And I found Google, Wikipedia, Reddit, Yahoo, and Amazon. So let's just do a little investigation to how well each of these sites addresses accessibility. There's two ways to test. One is to actually go to the Wave site, which is wave.webaim.org. From this site, you can actually copy and paste the address of any page you want to test. And this is a great way to do it. Personally, what I did is I went ahead and added the Wave extension to my page. So if you look right here, it's possible, if you own your computer, to download an extension that looks just like this over here. It's a little tiny W. And it makes my life a little bit easier because it lets me actually just click on this button rather than going to the Wave site. So let's go ahead and check out some of these sites. I'm going to start with Google. When I'm at Google, I'll click the Wave validator, and it's going to go through and check for any errors it might see. And in this case, we have 2 errors. And in both cases, the errors are that we have empty links. Somewhere on this page, there are links that don't really link to anything. Now, I'm trying to find them, and you can't see them on here, but that's because Wave checks for all the different variations of your page. So while it might look good on the desktop, it doesn't always look good on, say, your phone or a mobile tablet. Google did pretty well. Let's go ahead and check out Wikipedia. Here on Wikipedia, I'm going to wave it. Oh, sometimes it takes a second. I always forget, and I need to be really patient because if you click on it and then you click on it again too quickly, that's how you turn it on and off. So I clicked on Wave. I'm going to wait for the few more seconds, and you can see that once again, Wikipedia, like Google, did a pretty good job of addressing accessibility. They have one empty button and what they call missing form labels. What that means is down here, there's some place they would like us to type something in. But someone who is vision impaired might not know exactly what is it you want me to type in. So both of these little buttons right here say, you know what? It would be a really good idea if you would add a form label so somebody knows what it is they're typing in. The form label here might be search query. And the form label on this blue button might be hit me to perform search. Still, 3 is really good. So let's go to Reddit. Reddit is a very popular site. A lot of people use it to feel better about themselves because they think, who would ask that question? And other people go here for real reasons to find out information. It's such a popular site. I'm really hoping it'll be accessible. But according to Wave, on their last kind of rendition, Reddit had, let's take a look. All right. And from here we can see that Reddit has 73 errors. Not surprisingly, because there's so much user-driven content. There's a lot of people uploading pictures or typing things in, and they don't know about accessibility. They don't know about things like, wow, I should really be adding my alt text to these different images. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for people to access them. Or you can look down here. In fact, that's exactly what it is. It's missing alternative text here. Oops. Missing alternative text here, missing alternative text. Lots and lots of missing alternative text. The other thing that Wave really tries to get people to avoid doing is having empty links. This idea of links that you don't know where they're going. And they also really don't like redundant links. It just makes it hard for people who are using the computer via a keyboard to have to click so many times to just get to the same information over and over again. So unfortunately, Reddit not great for accessibility, but really good for my example here in this video on checking your pages. The next one I'm going to do is, it just said Yahoo in general, so I picked Yahoo Sports. We can take a look and see how this sports site is going. Now, unlike Reddit, this is, professionally commercial software system where it's people who are being paid to upload the content. So we'll hope that there's a little bit more accessibility here. So here on Yahoo Sports, you can see that I've got 44 errors. So let's go ahead and just kind of take a look at what general things they're missing. Well, it's alternative text, which is kind of funny if you look at it. You can see that they're saying, ooh, lots of places you're missing alternative text. And that must mean right here, each one of these little scores, it's not text, it's actually an image. And this gets people into a lot of trouble. Sometimes you want to put an image up on the screen and it's really not decorative, it's telling a complete story. And in that case, alternative text is so important. Otherwise, people with vision impairment may not be able to see what the score is for the various games. All right, the last one I'm going to do is Amazon. And I think I'll do that one straight from the Wave tool. So I go here, and I typed in Amazon.com. Oh, and Amazon is not doing too badly. You can see they have the same problems that most people do. It always comes down to this missing alternative text right there. There's a few reasons for this. On some sites, it's, the public is uploading the pictures and they don't know about alternative text, and so we have to educate them about it. Sometimes it's because we've written programs to update the sites. And unfortunately, computers aren't very good at knowing what alternative text they should add to pictures. Unfortunately, it's also because some people do know and they just don't really care or think it's that important. So as much as possible, I want you to add syntactic and semantic clues to all your code. Make sure people who are looking at it or listening to it have the greatest possible experience. One of the other accessibility tools that I've recently come across is called Funkify. Funkify is another extension that you add onto your browser to let you experience visiting pages in a whole different light. So here I am back at wikipedia.org. Earlier in another class I showed that putting it through the Wave validator shows that Wikipedia has really done a pretty good job of making sure their site's accessible. So let's try the Funkify tool. How Funkify works is it lets you take on different personas to try to see what the site would look like for different people. So for instance, if I were to turn on Blurry Bianca, you basically get to experience this page as if you had blurry vision. You can even change the intensity of the blurriness, if that's a word, to have it go from pretty low to pretty high. There's dyslexia, which I think is personally quite interesting because I know so many kids who struggle with, and adults who struggle with the idea that on a web page, oftentimes things are moving around much more quickly, the videos and the pictures, but not just that, the text has a way for moving around with them. You can't solve that problem, but what you can do is make sure that you're using large enough font so that if things do move around, it's not too disorienting. You can always also make sure that your spelling and grammar is correct. That will help as well. All right. The next one is Trembling Trevor. And this one's quite common for people who maybe have a little bit of trouble with a mouse or with a keyboard or different things that need a lot of dexterity. So I'm going to click on this one, and then I'm going to click over here, if I can. And you can see with Trembling Trevor, as I'm trying to move the mouse around, it doesn't move very easily for me. It kind of jumps and goes. I fall victim to this a lot of times myself when people have very tiny buttons to push. So I'm going to turn off Trembling Trevor here. And you can add, kind of increase or decrease the amount of trembling. Tunnel Toby. This is the idea that some people actually, their partial vision loss would look something like this. So this is a pretty high amount of vision loss. You can change it and kind of get this idea of what people are seeing. They might only be seeing a very small amount of your screen. Peripheral vision is this idea that sometimes people have this one spot that's kind of blocked. So again, you can't fix this issue for people, but you can think about your page and you can say, hey, is there something on my page that's really important, like just so important, and it only appears in one spot? Do I want to put it in more? Color Carl is pretty common. This is just the idea that how does your page look if we were to get rid of all the colors? Are you using color? Let's go ahead and do this one. So this is grayscale. I'm going to kind of click in here. You can also look at green, kind of take away a lot of the green. You've got the red and green, the blue and yellow, and they include some statistics that basically 1 in 1,000 people have trouble with this color combination, or 1 in 100 men or 1 in 300 women have problem with the red-green. So testing your site to make sure that color isn't conveying something important. Then they also included some where it's a combination of lowered vision and trembling hands. The last one I kind of like right here is the Sunshine Sue. This is accessibility kind of even more for the accessibility for everyone, because so many people take their devices outside. You can say, oh, hey, if it's really bright outside, are people going to be able to see what's on my screen? Or should I be changing some of my color combinations and contrast? So Funkify is, I hate to say it's a fun little tool because there's nothing funny about people not being able to access your page. But they did do a good job of trying to explain how these different types of abilities can come in and affect the way that people interact with your page. So if you're interested in accessibility and you want to go a step further to make sure your page is something that everyone can enjoy, I highly recommend you installing Funkify. Hi everybody, today we're going to talk about hosting your site. And what I mean by hosting your site is how you take the pages that you've been working on so far and put them up on the internet for everyone else to see them. In order to host your site, you need two things. You need first a domain name. That's the name that people will look at in your URL. The second thing you need is a hosting company, usually called a hosting service. And they are going to be the ones who act as the server for your files to let other people see them. So first, let's talk about domain names. Usually when you go to buy a domain name, you're going to purchase it for multiple years at a time because it really doesn't make that much sense to own your domain name for only a single year, unless of course maybe you're running for an election or doing something where you know you only want it up for a short time. The most common domain names have the domain ending of .com, but more and more the other extensions are gaining acceptance. So if you go to buy a domain name and the only way you can get the name you really want is to use .net or .biz, that's okay. I recommend that you still go ahead and do it. The important thing to know is that domain names by themselves, they're really pretty much completely useless. You can own it, but unless you have files there that people can look at, no one's going to be able to go there and see anything. So this is where the hosting services come in. So if you were to look at your URL right now on your page, when you make a file and you right-click and you're looking at your site in Chrome or Internet Explorer or anything like that, you're probably going to notice that the protocol is file. We don't want that. We don't want it to be file or C:, or My Documents. We want it to be something that looks like www, and that's where the hosting company comes in. So what you need is a registered IP address to connect your domain name with the internet. So hosting services are going to vary. They go from free to what I call mid-range to really full service. And so you need to decide what kind of hosting service best fits you. To be honest, I usually recommend free when you're getting started and then make your way up. But let's talk about the pros and cons of each one. So with free services, you really have little or no control over your domain name. So if you go and look at some other people's, particularly from your school, your work, things where people are not really there just for the domain name, is you're going to see things like wix.whatever, and then your name. You're going to have really limited tools. Sometimes when you pay for a site, you're going to be able to have email registration, different things like that. Free services don't really want to give you too much freedom because they're a little worried about what you're going to do. Probably the worst part about free services is that there's a lot of advertising and redirects. If somebody goes to your site and makes the smallest little typo, rather than getting a nice friendly warning, they're probably going to be redirected to somebody trying to sell something. The nice part about free services is that they have a very familiar look and feel across all of them. If you sign up for one service and learn how to do your hosting on it, you can pretty much rest assured that you're going to be able to manipulate your files on any other free service as well. So let's talk about paid services, both the mid-range and the full. With paid services, you tend to have much better tools for manipulating your code. It's not just about putting your files up on the web. You can do things like have email filters, send out special what we call cron jobs. Cron jobs are different files that you can run at different times of the day. So if you want to have a database, you want to have a list server, you want to have emails, then you might want to pay for the paid services. The other really nice thing about paid services is that there's technical support available to you. So you can go ahead and email, chat, anything you need. You're not going to find that with the free services, or it just won't be quite as good. But before you go for the paid services, I really recommend that you check for free services through work or school as well. A lot of time, these free services still have the really great tools and the support, but you just don't have to pay for them. So if in the end you're not quite sure what you want to do, if you want to go with free or paid, I know it can be overwhelming when you decide what you're going to do. So I've simply recommended one site that I know a lot of my students use, and that's ByteHost. You'd go ahead and go to this URL, bytehost.com. Notice that it's BEYTHOST.com. Once you get signed up, you're going to want to make sure that you remember the password that you type in, because they're not going to mail it back to you. And if you can't remember it, it's really going to lead to a lot of problems. In fact, you'll probably end up giving up and signing up for another account. Once you've done that and you've filled it out, you're probably going to need to check your spam, because in that spam, they're going to send you an email that tells you all the details that you're going to need in order to connect through either cPanel or some other type of FTP device. So I hope you're excited, and I hope you're going to take that next step and that you want to go and post your work out on the web. Good luck. Hi, this video is going to be a quick tutorial on the cPanel interface for managing your site. Let's go ahead and say that you've gotten a job or you have a homework assignment and someone says, hey, I want you to go ahead and put your site up on the web. Many people's first reaction is, great, how do I do that? So one of the most common ways is to use the cPanel interface. In order to use it, what you need to do is have the URL for your cPanel account or your web hosting account. So if you have a domain name such as introwebdesign.com or yourname.com, when you created your account and you got your domain name and hosting service, they should have sent you an email that says what your URL is. So usually your domain name followed by /cPanel is where you need to go. Once you go there, you come to a nice login where you can access your different files. And I'm going to show you in real time in just a few minutes. So what a file manager does is that it's a way for you to upload or download your files. This means you take them from your computer and you put them up onto the web. So regardless of the kind of cPanel configuration you have, one of the first things you want to learn how to do is figure out how to find the file manager. From the file manager, you're going to look for a special folder called public_HTML, or in some cases just public, or they may have dropped the HTML. But the important thing is that you want to find the word public. Your public HTML folder is going to have a lot of different files, some that you want people to see and some that you don't. I mean, if you think about it, when you go to Amazon or other different sites, there are certain pages they want you to be able to access, but there are many more important confidential files that you should not be able to get to. So uploading files to your public HTML folder makes them viewable to the public. So let's say that we're at my website and I decide I want to upload a new file. In fact, here's the file right here. It's a pretty simple one. It's not even a full file, and it is just a file with 2 images of my dog. Okay, so I would go here and I would go to my URL and I would add on cPanel. What should pop up from here is a username and place for me to enter my password. Now, if you're not sure what your username and password are, just make sure to go back to the email that your hosting service sent to you. They'll tell you what it is. So once I log in, you tend to have a fairly familiar site set up when you're using cPanel. Now, different cPanel accounts are going to have different software that you can use, but the one thing that they will all have is something called the File Manager. So head down here, and I find the File Manager. There's going to be lots of different options. I usually just go with the default or find where it says public_HTML. All right, so when I log in, everyone's is going to look different because it depends on what files you've already uploaded. For many of you, the first time you go in, you will only see the CGI bin folder. go ahead and leave that alone. So I want to upload my file over here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to Upload, choose File, and I'm going to pick, oops, it's right up here. Sorry, images, short.html. Here we go. All right, as you can see down in the corner, it's showing that it should be uploading correctly. So go over here, and I want to check and make sure it's there. Oh, it didn't work. And now we want to think about why that didn't work. Okay, so I have here some issues that may have gone on along with the one I already showed you. And that is, wait, why can't I see my file? Well, there are three main reasons. The first might be that you typed in the wrong URL. So go back and check that out again. Did I make sure to type in the right file name? Maybe I forgot and I had an S or something else down there. Second, when you uploaded the file, the transfer didn't work. So many times when you're uploading, you want to make sure that there weren't any error messages on the cPanel. The final one, which we'll show you right here, is that when you uploaded the file, it did not have what we call read access. And this happens a lot when you're dealing with images. What this means is that your computer said, oh sure, I'll put this file on your site, but I'm not going to let anybody else see it. So what we need to do is we need to go in and we need to change the permissions for that image. And I can show you how to do it right now. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to look at the code that was uploaded to the server. So I'm going to go ahead and I did a right click, and I'm going to do View Page Source. And you can see that it says the pictures that it's looking for are both called Bacon, and they're inside an Images folder. Oh, well that's where my first mistake was. Let's go back over here. And you can see, oh great, I'm going to reload it. Here's that file, HTML file uploaded. I completely forgot to upload the images that go with the HTML file. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder, call it Images, and I'm going to upload it. And from there, I am going to upload the picture. Great. So let's go over and check and see how we're doing. Oops, that's not the right one. I'm going to refresh it. Oh great, look, it worked for one of my files, but not the other. So let's look at that source code one more time. And you can see that I put in an intentional mistake. When you're working locally, when you're creating files on your C drive or your desktop, your browser is very nice. It's kind of like the helicopter parenting of browsers. And it'll say, oh, I know what she meant. So here, I put the wrong file extension. I used capital JPG instead of lowercase. So while it was great for then, that's not so great now. So what I want to do is I want to go back over here, go up one folder. I'm going to what we call work on this here, code editor. And I'm going to change this to JPEG. Let's see how it goes. Great, now our pictures are working. So what you may notice is that I went in and I changed my file it was on the server. There are two different ways to change your files. One is you can edit your files via cPanel, but I don't normally do that. Instead, what I like to do is I like to work locally, which means I only change my files when they're on my laptop or my desktop. The reason that I don't like to make changes on cPanel is that, first of all, the changes are immediately public. So if you put in a typo or something you didn't mean to have, it's out there and you can't really fix it. Secondly, there's less opportunity to test and debug. So sometimes during my lectures, I may show you that I'm working on files on cPanel, but I really avoid doing that. So at some point, you are more than likely to be using cPanel to upload files to your server. Different versions of cPanels are going to offer different tools depending on if you're using a paid or a free site. Even among paid sites, there are many different variations. One of the things that you should do if you're interested in becoming more of an administrator is look into the different administrative tools that cPanel often offers. There are emails accounts, database management, and cron jobs. Cron jobs are one of my favorite because I teach all my freshmen how to have their email automatically sent to their mothers at 9 a.m. saying they're studying hard. An alternative to using cPanel is to use something such as SFTP to transfer files or other file transfer protocols. But the important thing to do is to learn that when you're using cPanel, you're going to make little mistakes and little things aren't going to work. The important thing to do is to relax, go in, and follow the 3 steps I mentioned. Make sure you uploaded the file, make sure you don't have any typos, and make sure that you have the permissions set to the way they need to be. If you do that, you should be fine. One way that you can share your web page with everyone is by hosting it on GitHub. So the first step is making a GitHub Pages account. So I'm going to go in here and pick a username. As I type it in, it's going to let me know if somebody already has that one or not. So here we go. I've created Web Designer for Everyone. Make sure that whatever username you pick makes sense, because this is going to be part of the URL for your site. So pick something simple, not a lot of upper or lowercase, and something that really kind of describes why you're building your site. Go ahead and put in an email. And a password. Okay. Once you've logged in, what you want to do is you want to create your account. So when you click on create an account, what's going to happen is that they're going to send you, well, first you have to decide what kind of plan you want. We're going to go with the free plan. We don't need anything special, and you don't really need to probably get updates from GitHub News or anything like that. We're just going to hit continue. All right, again, no need to share any type of special information about yourself. I'm just going to go ahead and click on, well, skip this step, I guess, because I didn't add anything. And now we can go ahead and get started. The first thing we need to do is we need to create something called a repository. And a repository is a place where you put your code on the web. Think of it like making a folder on your desktop. Maybe you've made a folder called HTML where you've been putting all your files. This is the name of the folder that we're going to put up on the web. So this is very important that you follow the rules very exactly. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to the very top corner and you'll see a plus. When you click on the plus, there's something that says New Repository. And this is the point where it's going to stop and ask you to verify your email address. I'm going to go ahead and do that now.
3, 2.
Once you verify your email, it should bring you back to this page. So I'm going to try clicking on the plus again and saying New Repository. All right. This is where it's very important. This repository name has to be the same as your account name. So in my case, it's Web Designer for Everyone .github.io. In my description, I can go ahead and put something like the website for web design for everyone. And the second thing you really want to make sure you do is click on this little button down here that says initialize this repository with a README. Okay, that's it. I'm going to click create. And it takes sometimes a few seconds just to make me kind of see, everyone can see that README that I clicked on, that I created, it automatically generated a site called Web Designer for Everyone. Oops. .github.io. Oh, I messed up. I need to rename this because it was supposed to be oh, actually, I was wrong. It is Web Designer for Everyone. I typed my account name wrong. We're all good. As long as this part right here, it has to match the name of your account up here. All right. So now it's time to check to see if I have made a live website for everyone to see. So I'm going to copy this link right here. webdesignerforeveryone.github.io. I'm going to copy it. And I am going to see what happens if we go here. And look, I actually have a website that's live to everyone. I didn't have to pay for anything. I didn't have to sign up for anything. And GitHub Pages is generally accepted by everyone as a fairly secure place to put your code. Now, I haven't put any real code yet, and I'm going to cover that in a separate video because I want to keep the two ideas separate. Creating your GitHub account, which you only have to do once, and then uploading your code to GitHub, which you'll have to do multiple times. Now, just a few notes. Take a few seconds between each step that I covered here. GitHub can get very busy, and sometimes it might take a few minutes for something to happen between you clicking OK or accept or upload. But hopefully, from here, you won't have too much problems. In the readings, I'll include links to other places you can look for help in creating your GitHub Pages account. So let's say you've come up with a pretty nice site. In fact, I've got one right here. I'm going to click on my index.html file, and I've got some images in it. I have a special file called CSS that you might not be familiar with yet, but that's okay. But let's just see what my site looks like. Oh, here we go. Here's just a little page I made about me with a little bit of formatting. But if you check and you kind of look in the upper corner, you can see that this site is not live. The fact that it says file : forward, I can't share it with other people live. I can email them my code. I could say to somebody, oh, look, I made a web page. And then I could send them this file and all the images and everything like that. But that's kind of a pain. So let's try to make this site go live on my GitHub Pages account. So go back here to my GitHub account, which if you haven't created yet, that's okay. I've got another video. Go create your account and come back here and meet up with us. But other than that, I'm going to make my first kind of live account. Once again, I'm going to go up and do a plus for a new repository. Basically consider it a new folder full of code. Last time I needed to be very careful with my repository name. Not this time. I'm just going to call this one, let's say, sample, S-A-M-P-L-E. I try very hard to keep it to all lowercase. You can include the little like dash, but no special characters. So I'm just going to leave it as sample. Very important, I'm going to click on initialize this repository with a README. I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to click on create repository. So GitHub right now is creating a new site for me to upload my code. Now, people who use GitHub for, I'm going to say, like real, are actually doing a lot of things from command lines, and they have to memorize a lot of stuff. We're not doing that. We're just using GitHub Pages to host our code. So let's click on Upload Files. Now, here's a tricky part. If I were to click on Choose Your Files, I could do that, and I could kind of go through and pick, well, I need this file and that one, but it won't let me upload entire folders. See, if I click on CSS and I click on Open, it's like, oh, is this the file you want? And I don't want this. I want everything, not just files. So I clicked on Add. What I'm going to do is go over here, and I'm just going to go back up one. And I'm just going to drag this whole folder over all at once. And this is going to let me upload as many files as I want. The next mistake I make all the time is that I forget to go all the way down to the bottom and say commit changes. All right. So this is the first step out of 2 steps of making your site go live. The first step is just to upload your files. Again, this may take a few minutes to complete. So while that's going on, I'm going to go up. Oh, there we go, I'm done. I'm going to go up. So what I'm going to click on now is I'm going to go up and click on Settings. All right. Now, what I need to do is I need to say, hey, if somebody wants to see my site, I don't want them to see my code. I want them to see my actual page. So I'm going to go back down here, and I'm going to scroll down. So All right, figure out how to scroll down on this mouse. And what I'm looking for is a site that says GitHub Pages. Go to None and choose Master Branch and save. All right. You never really know if it worked or not. So I'm going to go back down again, click over here and go back down. And if I go down to GitHub Pages, it will now tell me, hey, your code is now right here. So I'm going to click on this. And it's not uncommon for it to say, hey, you don't have anything yet, or something like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my code and say, okay, what was the name of that folder I dragged up? Oh, it was sampler. Okay. And what was the name of my file? Hopefully, it was index.html, and it is. Great. I'm going to go right here. And now, when I click, I got a 404 error. Don't worry, that's going to happen a lot. First thing to check is, did you put in a typo? Yes, I did. I wrote sample instead of sampler. So let's put that R in there. Now I'm going to hit enter, and there's my site. All right, so what you can do, the 2 steps for creating this GitHub account is to upload your file and then change that kind of link for GitHub Pages to turn it on. Once you do that, you can upload as many things as you want. I am going to do one more thing with you real quick though. I'm going to go back to my GitHub account. And I'm going to do this one more time, but slightly different. All right, oops. I want to go to github.com. I'm going to make one more repository. I'm going to call this one sample2. And this time I'm going to forget, and I'm not going to click on this README. I'm going to click on the repository. Oh, well, now there's no place for me to click on that upload files, and you feel kind of stuck. If you forget, just scroll right up to the README link on the page, and you click on it, and it automatically creates the README. I'm going to go down. Just so you know, commit new file is the equivalent of save files for what we do on our desktop. So now I can upload files. I'm going to do it one more time to show you another, probably easier way. I'm going to go back here. Before, I dragged the entire sampler folder. This time, I'm just going to grab here. They're all uploading. I'm going to click on Commit Changes. While this is happening, I want you to think, all right, what was that second step? What was that next step she said I had to do? And that step is to go into Settings and add the GitHub Pages. So let's go up to Settings. Oh, it's going to, right here. Scroll down. Add Master Branch and save. And then, since I want to be a little lazy, I'm just going to scroll down here again and be like, oh, great, here's the link to my site. I'm going to click on it. Again, when you get the 404 error, there's usually 2 reasons. Either you spelled something wrong, which isn't the case here because we clicked on it. We didn't type anything in. Or you need to give GitHub a few more minutes to upload everything. Or the third one is sometimes, I'm not, to be honest, exactly sure why, but sometimes GitHub seems to almost forget to look for the index.html file. So I'll hit enter, and there we go. So GitHub Pages is a great free way for you to host your code and share it with everyone who you think will be impressed with your incredible work. Hi, in today's lecture, we're going to talk about SFTP, which stands for Secure File Transfer Protocol. What this is, it's a fast way for you to move your files that you've been creating out onto the web. So secure file transfer is just really a common way of moving files from your computer off to either someone else's computer, off to your server, or even up to some other computer that's within your business. People use the terms FTP and SFTP interchangeably. What's important for you to know is that the S stands for secure. So a lot of times people are going to require that you use the SFTP protocol instead of the FTP protocol. So when I say the word protocol, hopefully in your mind that's causing a little bit of a flashback into our early lectures when we talked about how browsers interact with the files that are sent to them. So with HTTP or HTTPS, your browser knows, oh, here's a file that she wants me to display. I should ignore all the tags and go ahead and put up a nice site for them. In the same way, you may have seen that there's a file protocol, which works pretty much the same way and says they've been making a web page and it's been existing on their computer. With SFTP or FTP, what is going on is the browser is being told, don't display these files. We actually want you to transfer them from one computer to another. What's also really nice about most FTP or SFTP software programs is that they let you drag and drop the files instead of uploading them one at a time. So let's say that you're ready to go ahead and do secure file transfer. There's a few things that you're going to need. The first is you're going to need what we call an FTP client. What this is a software that you will use to connect between the different machines. If you're using a PC, a common software program is WinSCP. If you're using a Mac, many people use Fugu or CyberDuck. No matter which one of these three programs you want to use, they're all free for download. Once you have your client, you need to go back and find out what the FTP address for your host is. When you signed up for a hosting service, they probably sent you an email that was full of information that you didn't really understand. It's time for you to finally dive into that email and start using the information. So let's go ahead and do it together. So here's the email that my hosting service sent to me with all the information I was going to need to connect to my site. Now, if you look, I have different things such as my account details and the site administration that tells me how I can connect if I was going to use something called cPanel. But since I'm using FTP, or in my case SFTP, what I need to know is the address, the port, and then there's also my username and my password. In many cases, they don't specify a port, but my particular hosting service did. So let's go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to log on with CyberDuck. Now, as many of you bring up CyberDuck, some of you may end up having a picture or a little graphic very similar to mine. If nothing showed up, what I want you to do is go up to the top, and you should have a file. And this is true if you're using WinSCP or Fugu instead. And you're going to want to go to Open Connection, and that's what brought me up here. So when I click on Open Connection, one of the first things you need to decide is whether you're going to be using FTP or SFTP. Next, you need to put in your server, and if you need to, your port. Finally, go ahead and put in your username and password. Hopefully, you've remembered all that information and the connection's going to pop up for you. Don't be surprised if you forgot once or twice what that connection is and if it pops up a warning. All right, once your window pops up, you're going to see that you have a few different folders. These different folders contain different information that your hosting service may or may not want to be shared. So for instance, think about any website that you go to, such as Facebook, Amazon. What's going on is that there are a lot of files that are going into building these sites, but they only want you to be able to see some of them. And those files that they want you to see, they need to reside in the public HTML folder. So when I go in here, what I want to just warn you about is that when I click on the public HTML folder and you click on it, it's going to look very different. The reason for that is that I've already uploaded a lot of files, and for you, it's most likely that the only file that's in there is something called CGI bin, and you want to just pretty much leave that one alone. Now, what you want to do next is start dragging and dropping some of the files that you want to see. So let's go ahead and look at a site that I can use in as an example. I'm going to go ahead and bring this open. And it's just a little site I have about Ashtabula. It's got a picture and a couple maps on it. And if I go to the intro website, you can see that it doesn't exist there. There's nothing there. We get a 404, which means, hey, you asked for this file and it doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and move those files over using CyberDuck. So all the code I want to upload is over here. It's in a folder called Ashtabula. With many other services, I would need to go in and upload each file one by one. But instead, I'm going to drag this entire folder over and drop it in. By the way, when you drop it in, make sure you're dropping it in right into public HTML, not into a subfolder if you have one, not into CGI bin. Great, so there's Ashtabula. Let's try reloading my folder, and you can see that I come very close to success. I've got the two maps, but the top picture is missing. Instead, all we see is the alt text. It's basically saying, I can't find that picture. So let's take a look and see what it's supposed to be looking at. I'm going to go to right-click, Inspect Element, and you can see it says, hey, I cannot find this picture down here. You're asking me to upload something called harborjty.jpg. I don't know what that is. All right, let's check out CyberDuck. Here's Ashtabula, here's images, and you can see, oh, but the picture's right there. But if you look really closely, you can see I used lowercase h over here and an uppercase h over here. I need to change the code. There are two ways you can do that. You can either edit it right within here, or you can change it on your computer and drag it up again. Let's go ahead and just edit it right here. Oops. Actually, that's not, because that's the picture. What I really want to edit is the HTML file. I'm glad I made that mistake. Keeps you from making it yourself. So I'm going to change this lowercase h to an uppercase h, save it, and let's try reloading. Boom. Success. We've got the file just as we wanted it. Now, anytime that you change a file, you're going to have to remember that any changes you make, you need to drag and drop back up. All right? So that's one of the main reasons people have trouble with FTP, is that they forget what they've uploaded and what they haven't. That's why I really like the ability to drag an entire folder over one at a time, as well as individual files. Let's go ahead and review just a little bit. You can upload your files many ways. You can use cPanel, you can use Fugu, you can use CyberDuck, you can use WinSCP. There isn't a single right way to do it. But the most important thing is, before you can go ahead and use any of these software tools, it's important for you to know your login information. So hold on to that email when your hosting service sends it to you. You'll be really glad you did. Good luck. Hi, let's talk about the final project you're going to do for this course. The last thing I want you to do is basically take the elements, take the tags, take the syntax that you've been learning about over these past few weeks, and put them together to create an example page. You'll be provided with a screenshot as a template for what I want you to build, but it's always easier if someone can tell you in words what goes along with the picture. When you make this page, the most important thing I want you to realize is that there are no tricks. I'm really just testing for syntactic accuracy. So let's take a look at the site you're going to be creating. Here's the site right now. Depending on what size screen you're looking at, it can look really different. So just for fun, I'm going to resize my browser just to give people an idea that I really haven't styled this to do anything particular. When I make it smaller, things move around. I don't care where things lay out on your screen. I'm more worried about the fact that each element is there. I also wanted to point out that, as you can notice, some of the elements are in yellow and others are just in regular color. Anything that's in yellow is something that you should change specifically to you. So in this case, I have Colleen Van Lent in yellow. You should really use your name instead. I have a list of my favorite foods. I really want you to pick your favorite foods. I've got a little thing along the bottom that says progress and life goals. Again, pick your own value. So every place that you see yellow, I want you to change to your own particular interests, names, values. Okay? The other thing I want to point out is right down here where you see the more about me, this is actually part of a details tag. When I click on it, you can see that it opens and closes. And this is another place where I want to put more information about you, not about me. Now, if you were looking at my site on Firefox, or if you're developing in Firefox, I just wanted to let you know that this tag doesn't work. Instead, it would always show up as open. That's fine. If that's the type of browser you've been testing on, continue to do so. I just didn't want you to get worried when it didn't seem to open and close like for everyone else. All right? So go ahead. You're going to make sure that you have a header up here, a navigation bar here. This is one section and another section. And again, the picture may seem big or small. I don't really care what it looks like. What I care about is your ability to write HTML5 code. So good luck as you write your code. I know you're going to do great, and it's important to just take small steps and get each one to work individually. When you're done, you're going to have something that you can be really proud of. Hi everybody. I'm not sure if I should say welcome back or goodbye because this is the end of the class. I know that you might be a little bit surprised, like, what? That's it? I don't feel like I'm ready to be a web developer yet. Well, I'm here to tell you, you're not ready to be a web developer. But what you have learned is that with the exception of a few things called forms and a little bit about graphics, you have learned the bulk of the HTML5 tags. You've learned their syntax and their semantics. All right? With that information, you are now ready to go off and learn even more about the areas that really interest you in particular, whether that's design, accessibility, user experience. And it's very important that you had this basic understanding before you go on to these other ideas. So let's think about some of the things you learned. One of the first tools that's now in your tool belt is that you can view and edit files and code, which is something a lot of people have difficulty with. You can use that editor to modify an existing HTML file. You can create one from scratch. There's a lot of different things that you can do using the editors that you've now mastered. You also know the different options for opening a file. I'm not sure if you remember, but just a few short weeks ago, when you saw an HTML file, probably the only thing you could do was open it in a browser. Now you know how to do many more things than that. You also are at the very beginning of learning how to evaluate for accessibility. From the first step of viewing other people's source code and looking for those semantic tags, you know the importance that these tags have for people who want to access your page. You also have the ability to go to thevalidator.org to check for well-structured syntactic code, or to go to WebAIM to check for that semantic structure that people may or may not be using in their code. Again, the ability to evaluate accessibility is something that we really need more and more people to know. Finally, you also hopefully know how to publish your site, or at the very least you know the basics if you do decide to publish in the future. You know about domain names, you know about hosting, and you know that you really don't want to buy that one domain name they keep trying to sell you in the Super Bowl unless you're also willing to buy a host. You've also achieved some familiarity, no matter how small, with so many systems that are out there. You've learned about cPanel, you've learned about FTP, you've learned about different browsers, and you've learned about different types of editors. And this is all information you can use to expand your knowledge in other areas. So what should you do next? If you found this course interesting, what you really want to do is you want to practice your skills. Keep writing code, keep using tags. If there's a tag you're not sure about, that's especially the one that you want to practice with. You want to get comfortable with multiple editors. If you've been using Notepad++, try Sublime. If you've been using Sublime, try Text Wrangler. Keep working with different editors, and while you're at it, try different browsers too. Try uploading your code. If you didn't host your site, I really encourage you to find a free hosting service and try putting it out there. Because once you can share your code with other people, you get much more motivated to do new things. And finally, the most important thing you probably want to do is learn about cascading style sheets. Cascading style sheets is a method you're going to use to take your plain, everyday HTML file and make it look like something really special. Of course, I happen to be offering a course in CSS3, and I hope you'll join me for that. But if you decided that you just don't have the time to do that, I want to let you know that when this course is over and after you've submitted your final project, I will be sending you a link to what I call my secret lecture. And in that secret lecture, I want to show you ways that you can style your page in very simple steps. And I hope it's something you'll enjoy and help you to continue your journey into HTML5. Hello everybody, welcome to Introduction to CSS3. In the next 4 weeks, we're going to learn how to take plain, simple HTML5 code and turn it into something really beautiful. So what will we be doing over the next 4 weeks? Well, the main focus will be on learning about cascading style sheets. We're going to talk about why they are a better way to style than what people used to use in the early 2000s and late 1990s. Next, you're going to learn the syntax. Once you know that it's a better way to use it, how can we make sure that you're writing really good code? Once you've figured out the syntax, we'll go on and we'll also talk about development tools. When you do web design, it's very rare that you just sit there and you code and you don't look to the left or look to the right or go look on the web. Instead, you're going to be using other tools to see how you can change your code without actually having to write the code beforehand. Finally, as always, we'll be talking about accessibility issues. It's always fun to add colors and animations and cool things to our page. When we do that, we want to make sure we don't do it at the cost of accessibility. We want to make sure everyone can see everything on our page. So let's talk about what we're going to do on each of the 4 weeks. In week 1, the focus is really on just getting you started, getting your feet wet, and getting you a little bit of confidence in knowing that you can do this. We're going to start by talking about the 3 common methods for styling code, and once we cover them, we're going to talk about how these methods interact, which ones are better in different situations, and different things so that you can feel confident knowing how you can best style your page in any specific situation. Next, we'll talk about the basic styling of fonts. By the end of week 1, I really want you to be able to take a web page and change something really obvious. Can you change the text so that it's cursive or underlined or a different color? Finally, we'll very briefly talk about placing elements on the page. This is going to be an important element of our entire 4 weeks, is trying to figure out how you can put your header over here or an image over there. And it can be tricky, but that's okay because we're going to repeat it week after week. In week 2, I'll talk about something called the box model. This is a very common concept for any web developer because we talk about how every element on your page is actually a box. Next, we'll talk about styling links and lists. We all love the links in our page. The web is the web because we have links. So how can we make them look really cool? Next, we'll talk about advanced selectors. In the beginning of the course, we'll be very careful about styling simple elements, such as styling a list, or styling a paragraph, or styling a header. Next, we're going to want to talk about what if we only want to style some of the links, not all the links. Finally, we'll talk about browser capabilities. Just like when you learned about HTML5, you learned that some browsers support some tags while others don't. In the same way, browsers treat CSS differently, and I want you to know how to best react to that. In week 3, we talk about pseudo-classes and elements. These are kind of this cool idea of how we can make different things happen when we hover over a page. It also talks about how we can style just certain things like the last paragraph in the page or the first paragraph. We'll also talk about transitions. This is a way of changing the look of one of the elements on your page, which is very similar to the idea of transforms. Transforms are how we can rotate things on the page, skew them, making them bigger and smaller, and doing different things like that. Finally, again, we'll talk about positioning, how we can make things go in a certain spot and stay there all the time. We've all seen really annoying pop-up menus and different pop-up ads. Now you can make your own annoying pop-up ad. In week 4, we're not really going to cover new material. Instead, it's going to be samples, samples, and more examples and samples. In particular, I want to show you different ways that we can style a table and different ways for styling a navigation menu. The bulk of week 4 will really be spent working on your final project. So I want you to know right off who this class is for and if you're ready and or interested in taking it. First of all, you don't want to take this class unless you know about HTML5 already. You may be taking a course on it, you may be just going online and reading about it, but you need to feel comfortable if I mention things such as tags or elements or validation. Next, this class is for people who have persistence. You will never code your pages the right way the first time, even the second time, sometimes the third, fourth, and fifth time. It's really about enjoying the whole process of really wanting to get something to work and feeling little victories when it does happen. Finally, this class is for those who are willing to do more than what I'm going to do in these lectures. There's only so much information I can give to you. It's up to you to practice it, tweak it, change it, and try to really see what happens beyond what I'm showing you. So if you want to know a little bit more about me and why I'm choosing to teach this class, here's a little bit of background information. I have a PhD in computer science, but to be honest, that's really the least important part. What I really have is 2 decades of teaching experience. And during this time, I have taught a wide range of students in a wide range of topics. And I found that I really enjoy explaining things in different ways, and I really enjoyed reaching out to students who maybe have more questions. My emphasis on education has always been running around the classroom, helping students debug, meeting with them one-on-one. The workload for this course will be pretty straightforward. Every week there'll be a very short quiz, typically multiple choice questions. More importantly, you're going to have weekly peer-graded assignments. Because I can talk all I want about CSS3, but until you start typing things in and playing with it, there's not really any other way to learn it. So every week, every student will have the same HTML, but you'll create your own unique look for it. The final peer-graded assignment, the one in week 4, it'll be fairly substantial in order for you to create something that you can really be proud of and that'll have your own unique stamp to it. So let's talk about how you can succeed in this course. In a perfect world, you'd get together with friends, you'd code together, you'd learn from each other's mistakes, and you'd also learn from each other's successes. So while we don't have that one-on-one experience, make sure you use the message boards, not only to ask questions, but to see what other questions people are putting. You can learn a lot that way. I really can't stress enough that I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to trick you or that I'm giving some sort of gotcha problems. If you're ever working on something and you're stuck on it for more than 15 minutes, move on. This is CSS, it's styling. There's always something you can change and you can find something else that you prefer to work on. Make sure that you're looking things up on your own. There's no way I'll be able to teach you everything you need to know, and that's why you can go on the internet and look at different resources and see if there's something out there that you would like to recreate. Finally, it's really important that you practice this as much as you can. If you do the minimum required for this course, and you're happy with that, that's great. I'm glad that you're able to learn something. But if you really want to be a web developer, it's so important that you're enjoying what you're doing and you're going off on your own and you're creating something beautiful whenever you can. So I welcome you to the class, and I can't wait for you to join us as we learn more about cascading style sheets. Thanks. Hi. Welcome to our first truly technical lecture in our CSS course. It's about adding style to your pages. If you've come to this course with me from my HTML course, you know that I know that you can make general HTML files, but up till now, you may not have styled them at all. What I want you to know before we even begin styling and you start putting your own little twist on the pages is that the same HTML file may look different when viewed on different browsers. And there's a few reasons for that. First, some tags aren't supported in some browsers while they are in others. So if you've ever used the details tag, you can see that sometimes your page will have little arrows or different little markings on them, and other times it won't. So that comes down to tags that are supported. But also, every single browser has its own different default style. And what that default style says is this is how I want my H1 headings to look, or this is how much padding I want around my paragraphs. So if you go to the exact same page on different browsers, it may be hard to tell, but you'll see tiny little differences in how things are made. But in general, this default look is really plain. And most people I know, they don't want their pages to look plain. They want to put in some style. So let's begin looking at ways you can do this. One way to add style is to think about adding it directly into the tags. Now, as HTML evolved, we went from having tags that were distinctly about color and different centering and different things like that to saying, no, we don't want tags that have to do with style. We only want tags that have to do with content. And people said, okay, we can do that, but I want to make it pretty. So how they did this is they added style attributes. So in this case, I've taken an H1 tag and I added the style attribute and simply said color blue. And what this is going to do is it's going to make this particular H1 heading have blue font to it. So it's very simple. It's a nice way to kind of just go in and add simple styling to your page. However, this still kind of breaks our rule of wanting to separate content from style. Because if you want to change it to say red or green or something like that later, you're going to have to go in and change the tag because you have to change the attribute. So I really tried to go out of my way to not use this at all and instead get in the habit of doing things the right way. And the right way to style your pages is to use CSS. Cascading style sheets are basically a way for you to write rules that say how you want to style all the paragraphs, or how you want to style all your headings, or how you want to style some of your images. It's a really nice, specific way that everyone can follow to make these styling choices. And the rules are set up like this. First, you have to put down your selector. And selector is just kind of a fancy way of saying what it is you want to style. In our case, we'll start off by just giving the selector different tag names, such as H1 or paragraph. once you define which tag you want to style, you say which property it is you want to change. So we can look at things such as color, background color, how much space we put around it. We're going to cover all of those. But for right now, we're going to start off really simple and deal with colors. Then you have to give each property a value, saying which color you want it to be. So on one side, we have the very generic how we write a rule, and on the other, I've written a very specific rule that says, hey, whenever you see an H1 heading, I want you to make the font color blue. So we've done exactly what we did when we embedded using the style tag, but now it's very generic, and we're not talking about a specific heading. We're not talking about a specific tag. So when you write these rules, the syntax is very important. A lot of times when you write HTML, the browser's really nice to you, and if you forget to close a tag, it says, that's okay, I know what she wants me to do, and it'll go ahead and put the page up anyway. When you're doing CSS, if you're sloppy with what we call your syntax, you're going to get in trouble. So the brackets and the semicolons are very important. So let me show you again. When we go back here, you can see that I've got a beginning bracket and a closing bracket, and I've got this semicolon right at the end. You need to remember to include those. And one of the reasons I talk about this is that when you start writing your code, when you pick a good editor, and most editors are pretty good, such as Sublime or Text Wrangler, Text Edit, Notepad++, they will put colors in for you. So all of a sudden, if you're looking at your CSS rules and you're like, whoa, I kind of expected things to be different colors, but instead everything's white or everything's red, it kind of gives you this hint that you've messed up on your rule syntax. In the same line, I just kind of want to throw in here that when you're writing your rules, you can put comments in to kind of help you debug and help you explain to yourself what you're going. And this is how comments are done in CSS. You just do the // again. So what happens if you want to do more than just one property? What if instead of saying just you want the color to be blue, you also want the background color to be yellow? Well, no problem. You can have as many property value combinations as you want. You just need to remember to separate them with semicolons. So in this case, again, I've set the color to blue and the background color to yellow. All right, so now that you know how to write a rule, how do we actually get them to work? Well, there's two ways, and the first way I'm going to tell you about is called using an internal style sheet. So as you can see over here in my code, I've got the basic template of our file, and inside the head tags, I've put this style tag in. That's where you're going to want to put your rules. They're defined right within that style. So now, inside the style tag, I've added the H1, the color blue, and I've ended my style tag. So what happens now is that when the browser opens your page, it gets to the head section, it says, oh great, she wrote some rules, let's see what she wants me to do. And it's going to know to go through your page and apply this rule to all the H1 tags. And if you have multiple rules, including paragraphs, images, things like that, it's going to know, I want to apply this to all instances in the entire file. Okay? Now, there's a really good chance you're going to mess up, because I do this 80% of the time when I'm developing in class. And what I do is I forget to close this style tag. And if you forget to close that style tag down at the bottom, well, actually your page may end up being blank. So don't freak out when you first start doing this. If your page is blank, it probably means you forgot to close the style tag. All right, so internal style sheets are really nice when you're just trying to style up one page, all right? And I often do it just so I can keep all my code in one file instead of going back and forth and back and forth. But imagine that you have a site where you're going to have 10, 20, 1,000 different pages, and you want them all to have a very consistent look about them. You don't want to have to go in and say if you want to change a color, you don't want to have to go in and open every single one of those files so you can change the color to red or green. Instead, what you want to use is you want to use something called external style sheets. The way it works with an external style sheet is that you put your rules in a different file. So you open up a file, you're going to save it something such as like my style with a .css file extension. So now the browser knows, oh, everything in HTML, that's the content. Everything in .css, that's the layout. Now, when you make your external style sheets, it looks just like we just did in the internal, except for you don't use a style tag. Then, once you've put your rules in a separate file, all you need to do is add a link into the head section. So in this case, I've gone in, I've put my link. I need to let it know the relationship is that it's a style sheet, and you have to remember to put the file name. So once again, this is where it's going to be really important that you're naming things in ways that they make sense to you. Okay? You can link to as many different style sheets as you want, most of the time we start with 1. So now that we've had that style sheet, every single file that links to it will all share that style sheet. So remember when I mentioned that you might have a site with 10, 20, 1,000 pages to it, and you decide to change that color from blue to red or green or something like that? This is great. All you need to do is open up style.css, change one line of code, and you've now just changed potentially thousands of pages. Okay. So let's talk for a second about this idea of cascading style sheets. What does it mean that we're cascading? Well, when the browser goes to make your page, the first thing it's going to look at is go, all right, maybe they're not telling me anything. How do I normally make H1 headings? How big do I make that font? So it'll have its own kind of default values. But then it goes and it looks and it says, oh, are there any external style sheets? Because if so, I'm going to overwrite my browser defaults and put in the rules that are in this external style sheet instead. Next, it's going to check for internal style, that style you have in the head section. Because in general, the browser thinks, maybe there's something really special about this particular page, and he or she wants me to do these rules instead. Finally, any of those inline styles where you use the attribute tag, those are going to have the highest precedence of all. So it can be really confusing because you might start writing up different rules and you can't figure out why some are working and some aren't. This is where the cascading part comes in again. First it looks at defaults, then external, then internal, and then inline. Which is why really you want to avoid using any inline style because it pretty much nullifies all your styling rules. All right, so we know how those 4 go, but what if you have a selector and you've linked to 2 or 3 different style sheets and that same H1 has been defined to be blue and green and yellow, but in different files? How does the browser know what to do? Well, how it works is that the rules from the most recent file have precedence. And what I mean by the most recent file, it means it goes up into the head section, it goes 1, 2, 3, and it kind of looks at what order you listed them, and the last one you listed is the one that's going to have precedence. Okay, well, what if you have a selector in the same file and you've written H1 multiple times? This can actually happen quite a bit, especially if you decide to go off and be part of a big development company. You may write some code and then someone else comes in and writes some code, or as I tell my undergrads, maybe you went out and had a really good time one night and you came home and decided, I'm going to code, and you forget that you've already written some rules. Well, if that's the case, once again, the browser's going to look at the one it saw last. So in this case, I have 2 rules for H1, one where I set the color to blue and I said, hey, I want you to use this Arial font family. And then later there might be a whole bunch of stuff in here, might be nothing, and I say, hey, I want you to use the font family times. How the browser is going to look at this is it's going to go down, and say, I'm going to make all the font blue, and I'm going to go ahead and make the font family times. It's just always going to use the last one it saw. Okay? So again, the most recent rule has precedence, whether it was inside your code or it came from different files. There is, however, one way to overwrite this. Suppose you're writing something and you know you want something to be that way. You don't care if anyone else overwrites it. You really want to make sure people aren't using inline style, different things like that. What you can use is you can use the important attribute right here. So in this case, I've got family, Arial, and I've got important right here. So even though later I decide to overwrite it with times, the browser is going to say, nope, I know that she really wanted me to use Arial, and it works out. So let's go ahead and look at an example of what I mean by all this precedence. I know just listening to me can get a little overwhelming. So I've got a quick example showing you the different ways, and then we'll kind of wrap up this lecture. Right. So let's start off with using the style attribute. As you can see in here, I've written the code and I've used the style attribute for this H1 heading and this one paragraph. So in this case, I want my H1 heading to be blue and my paragraph to be red. And what I really want to show you is that the only paragraph that was changed to red text or red font was the first one. The other one's still black. So the only way to style is if you go in and you change each and every tag to make it look the way you want it to. If I wanted all the paragraphs to be red, I'd have to go in there and put style equals, style equals. In this example, there's only 2, but you can imagine how it'd get really annoying if you had a lot. All right. In our next example, we have an internal style. In this case, I've put in my style tag up at the top, and I've added rules for paragraphs and H1 headings, and it should handle both. So now I've gotten rid, there's nothing in here anymore. My tag is all by itself. And if you look at the result, let's go over here. you can see that now, even though my HTML doesn't have any type of styling in it at all, both of the paragraphs are red over here, and so is the heading. Right? The last example I had for you is I took these exact same rules and I put them off into an external style sheet. Again, there's no style tag here. It's just the rules themselves. And then I had to go back to the HTML file, and you can see right up here near the top, I have, hey, let's link to the style sheet I want. Now I want to point this out very carefully to you. If you notice, I have CSS/external style sheet. This means that my style sheet is in a special folder called CSS. Developers really stress that you do this because you want your code to be kind of organized into different parts. So again, in the same way, I now have a page that uses external style sheets and looks really good. So all this code is going to be available for you to look at it, but I want you to kind of play with it as much as you can. But I want to use this final example to help you kind of understand how the cascading works. So right here, I have my external style sheet. I'm going to go over here for just a second. Go to my, and I'm going to add one last thing. Sorry, this is going to be awkward. And I'm going to say, you know what? Instead, I want that font to be black again. And I end it. I'm going to show you what happens when you mess up really quickly. I'm going to save it. I'm going to reload my page, and everything disappeared. This was what I was talking about. You really want to make sure you include that style tag. Do it. Make sure you close it up. All right. So now, what I have going on here is my browser has its browser defaults. It has its external style sheet, and now it also has an internal one. So let's see what color it's going to be, if it's going to be blue or if it's going to be black. And as you can see, it's black. So as you start styling, it's going to be very important that you look at different ways for separating your content from your formatting, as well as looking at the different ways that you can do that formatting. So one of the first things I want you to think about is how this idea of external and internal style sheets really plays into the separation of content from formatting. And at the same time, I want you to understand that we don't always follow every rule. In the beginning, we always have to start with really, really simple examples to kind of help you guys solidify what's going on with CSS. So I'm just going to end this now with a brief demo from an example that they have at csszengarden.com, because I think it really brings home the idea that CSS can be very powerful. So let's take a look. So at this site, CSS Zen Garden, they've actually done a really great job of showing all the different ways you can format an exact same file, but in different ways. So up here, if you take a look, you can see that this is one person's style sheet for decorating or styling this document. Now, without changing any of the HTML at all, someone else came in and said, hey, you know what, that's nice, but I'm going to style it this way. It looks completely different. It's the same exact HTML, but it looks completely different. In the same way, we've got this one right here. Same exact HTML, but you couldn't look any different because they've added some CSS and JavaScript to it that's different. So come on with me. We're going to code a lot in this course. We're going to be playing a lot with this course. You're going to be messing up a lot in this course. But I can't wait for you to develop something that really reflects how you want your page to look. Thanks. Hi, in today's lecture, we're going to be talking about colors. Before I really jump in though, I just want to remind you that I'm a computer scientist and art and design are not necessarily my core background. In fact, I'm pretty bad at it. So what I'm going to be talking to you about today when I talk about colors is the best way to code up colors. Instead, when you're really looking for advice on what the best color schemes are going to be, I'm going to direct you to different places online and let you use your own expertise to kind of figure out what goes best with each other. But let's begin with how we use colors on your web page. We talk about the 3 different basic color conventions, the main ones that people use. Conventions is just another word for suggestions. It's not a rule. You don't have to follow the rules I'm going to give you. It's just the way that most programmers program so that they can understand what you're trying to do when they look at your code. One way that you can add color is to just simply use the English words, blue, red, yellow, etc. These work and they'll show up fine on your page. The problem is that it's not consistent across the pages. What's yellow to one browser is not the exact same shade of yellow to another browser. So in general, we avoid color names when your final project is coming up. When you're just coding and hacking away and you just want to pop something up on the screen, no problem. Use blue or red or yellow. But then later, what you're going to want to do is change to one of these two other conventions I'm going to talk about. The first one is called hexadecimal. Hexadecimal, you might recognize the decimal part. That's how we count from 0 to 9. Hexadecimal just means they have 16 digits instead of 10. So you can use 0 to 9, but then also A, B, C, D, E, and F. And F is kind of like the strongest, most powerful number you can use. When you do hexadecimal, it's always set up the same, where you have a pound sign followed by either 3 or 6 digits. The examples I have here for you are 6 digits. And the way it works is that you have a red, green, and blue value. And the bigger the number you put in there, the more red, green, or blue you'll see. So here's my example. I have an example of blue, red, but also yellow, because depending on how much of these different values you put in, it can change the color that's going to show up on your screen. Now, hexadecimal is probably the most common way of doing colors when you look at a lot of people's pages, but another way that's coming up a lot is the RGB. Again, it's the same idea that we have red, green, and blue, but instead of using these kind of strange hexadecimal numbers, the 0 to F, instead you're using numbers between 0 and 1. So here I've done the same thing. I've just done 1, 1, and 1, 1. I could just as easily put 0.5, 0.8, 0.6, and that would change the strength of the color. So here I have RGB 001. One of the reasons that people have been switching over to RGB is that there's another option called RGBA. And for the longest time, I had to really think about what that A meant. And what it stands for is alpha transparency. So you have a fourth value on the end that says, you know what, I want to use this blue color, but I want to kind of make it a little bit see-through. So when it comes up, if I were to actually make it 0, it would be completely see-through. If I were to give it a final value of 1, it would look just like the regular RGB value. Now, one of the interesting things to note is that if you're watching this video right now and there's someone next to you watching the video on their screen, it is absolutely possible that if you look over, it looks different. You need to remember that different monitors can display colors in different ways. All right? So I want to show you an example really quick on the web of how you can see some of these different colors and how they're working. What I brought up here is my course web page, and it's okay if you can't see it. I know it's kind of small. What I wanted to show you is me using something called Inspect Element to really kind of look at my page and look at the colors, and a really quick way for me to see how I can make it look different. So I have my mouse right here. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to go down to Inspect Element. Now, for some of you, this part may pop over to the side or underneath. You can move it around by clicking on this button over here. But as you can see, I'm going to highlight kind of my H1 and go down here to the span, and you can say, oh, there's the color I'm using. I'm going to go ahead and click on this. And as you can see, I can actually in real time kind of play with which different colors I might like, but actually I kind of like that one better than the blue. And you can go through and you can see that it is changing the hexadecimal value for me down there. So if I wanted to, I could find the perfect color. This green is not the perfect color. I could find the perfect color, grab that hexadecimal value, and put it into my style sheet. They also give the option of the RGBA value as well, so you can do it either way you want. I love using Inspect Element to kind of play with the colors because it's so much easier when you can see what's happening as you're designing it. If you want to check something else, I could even go down here. Each thing, as you highlight, you can add colors, do different things along the same line. So I wouldn't suggest this, but I'm going to add a background color. And as you can see, they have the actual names because it's very unlikely that if you were to scroll through the different hexadecimal values, you'd have any idea what it was talking about. And instead of actually using the word beige, once again, I can click on that box and it'll pop up the hexadecimal value for me. So this is where it can get really fun and really bad because you can just start falling down this rabbit hole and you're like, oh, I like this color. No, this color's better. In the beginning, you're starting off, just pick a color, play with it, and keep going with it. But let's go back. One of the things that happens when people are using color is there's this really natural tendency to want to use color to emphasize something or explain how important something is. You may have seen when you filled out forms that it says, make sure to fill out everything that's in red. Well, this can be a real problem when it comes to accessibility. And I want you to make sure that you're trying to think about the most appropriate way to use your color when you're designing your page. Okay? And one of the things you need to think about is that it's not enough to think, oh, someone can use a screen reader. I'm going to use HTML tags to really make sure that they can pick up the semantics from the page. No, there are a lot of people who are viewing your site who aren't legally blind. Instead, they're visually impaired or they're just colorblind. There are many more people who are colorblind than you would ever really guess. So you want to make sure that when you're using your page, you're thinking about whether the colors are conveying meaning or just style. So think about your color contrast. And what color contrast is it's when you look at a page, is the text on a good color for the background? Most of us intuitively know when something has really poor color contrast. We're squinting at it. But to be honest, very few of us know what the really exact level is of where you need to go. So what you can do is you can use different tools to help you quantify the contrast between text and its background color. I've put in 2 links here, the wave.webaim.org and the Wave Contrast Checker. And I'm going to show you just a quick example of how you can use these to check a page. So I go over here, and I've got the wave.webaim.org, and you can go ahead and you can type in any URL you want right here. I'm going to go ahead and put in my own personal web page from UMich, which may change by the time this comes up. And as you can see, you can go over here and it'll check your styles, it'll check your different HTML. But if you check where my mouse is, you can also check on the contrast. And it'll go in and it'll say, nope, this looks good. There are no color contrast issues detected. You'll be surprised how much, though, you will get examples. They can be extremely picky. And if it's really something that you feel strongly that you can see, absolutely stick with it. But you want to take their suggestions with a grain of salt. The one thing I wanted to really talk to you about, again, is just this whole idea of don't use color alone to convey meaning. This is a typical kind of bar graph where people use colors to say, hey, this is how much share is Apple iPhone, the pre-palm, different things along that line. So let's look at that same graph, but in grayscale. And suddenly you can see it's pretty much useless to anybody who's really trying to pick out these parts in the middle where the colors are extremely similar. Right? Instead, if you're going to use a graph like this, I'm not saying you can't, I'm saying make sure you provide alternatives. Make sure you've got alternate text or you've got a caption or someplace else where people can link to get this information. All right? So I know I didn't talk a lot about the different colors that you can use or the different colors that go together, again, because that's not really something I need to lecture you about. It's something you can go off on your own and learn. What I did want you to understand is how those different color conventions work. How that you can use hexadecimal or RGB, RGBA, or even the words themselves, but you want to kind of get away from that. Finally, when you're done, when you've got your colors going, don't get too attached to them because you're going to be surprised at how often when you check your site using a contrast checker that what you thought looks really great really isn't something that's accessible to everybody. So have fun with the colors, use Inspect Element. Everyone loves to play with these different design elements of your page. And I hope that you've learned something here that's useful as you continue programming and styling your site. Hi, in today's lecture, we're going to talk about styling your text on your web pages. One of the best and easiest ways to really make your page look a little bit different than the standard default is to think about how you might want to style your text to kind of bring maximum impact. So there are many, many options, and we're going to talk about some of them today. One of those options is to think about basically your font. Some of the things you can style are the font family, the font style, the font variant, and the font size. We can also think about styling the color and background of your font. We can talk about alignment as well. And finally, we're going to talk very briefly about line height. These are all 4 things that you can do to just really kind of highlight or emphasize the different things you would like your style to bring about. So first, let's talk about font family. Font families are just different types of text. So if you've used Word before, you've gone to font family, and you can pick Arial or Wingdings or all these different types of fonts. You can do the same things on your web page. So I've got a couple of examples up here for you. Of the more common, you have Helvetica, Courier, Courier New, Comic Sans, Cursive, or Verdana. I've tried to put the font type here in the slide, but it might be kind of hard for you to see. And I kind of did that on purpose because what looks obvious to you when you're designing doesn't always look obvious to the people who are looking at your page. I also picked these particular ones because I wanted to show you that some are a single word, such as Helvetica, but Comic Sans MS is multiple words, so I had to put it inside quotes. All right. So how it works is, again, you use your syntax rule. You have your selector, your property, and then your value. So in this case, I've said, whenever you see an H1 heading, don't use the browser default heading. Instead, I want you to use the Arial font. So it changes the font slightly to look like this example here. Now, every single browser doesn't support everything. We've seen this even with HTML5. Some browsers support some tags, some don't. In the same way, some browsers support some fonts and others don't as well. So what you can do is you can provide alternatives. In this example, I've given the browser 3 different alternatives to use. I'm basically saying, whenever you come up to an H1 tag, I really want you to use the Courier font. But if you don't have the Courier font, go ahead and use the Impact font. If you don't have that one, go ahead and use Arial. Now, one of the questions you might ask yourself is, what if it doesn't have any 3 of these fonts? It doesn't have Courier, Impact, or Arial. Well, if you remember, when we first talked about cascading style sheets, we said if you give it a rule and it can't support it, it will always go back to the browser default. So you don't need to worry about font disappearing because you gave it a bad font family. It'll always come through. So when you pick your font families, there's a few things you should think about. The first one, and maybe the most important, is some fonts are much more user-friendly than others. There's basically 2 categories. You have serif fonts and sans serif fonts. The serif fonts are the ones that have the fancy edges along the side that you use when you were learning calligraphy or different things like that. The sans serif fonts are very clean. There's no drop downs or anything like that. So when it comes time for someone to blow your page up, kind of really go in and trying to think of the right, when they want to go in and they want to make it look bigger, serif fonts can really get messy. So avoid those whenever possible. I personally don't use custom fonts myself, but I've never been an artsy type of person. So if you do decide that you want to have your own font or some sort of special web-safe custom font, you need to use something special here called a font face rule. And what we do is, you can see in the first example, you say, hey, I'm going to define my own font face. I'm going to happen to call it my special font. You could call it anything you wanted to call it. And then you need to give it a source. So that source, this is a new one you haven't seen before. We're not using href. We're not using source. We're using URL. And the URL says, this is where you can find the file that defines my special font. Once you do that, once you write the font face rule once, throughout the rest of your style sheet, you can go ahead and reference it. So now, every time I use an H1 font, you're going to use my special font. So now, let's talk about font style. It's a much fancier word than you might expect, but we're simply talking about, do you want your font to look normal, which is the default? Do you want it to be italic? Or do you want it to be oblique, which is basically just a special kind of italic? So normal font will happen no matter what. It's just how it's going to be. If someone else has written a style sheet and they've made it all italic, that's when you might want to say, no, I'm going to overwrite it and make it normal. Italic is always a certain kind of lean basically to your font. And oblique is when you really want to be extra special and define exactly what angle you want to have your text lean towards. The font variant is, we really only have 2 options here. We have normal and we have small caps. People use this quite a bit when they're trying to do very consistent and yet somewhat fancy look to it. So here I've said, again, always using H1, I want my font variant to be small caps. So now when you look at my text, my H1 text down at the bottom, I've written H1 small caps variation. But when the browser displays it, it's going to display it in small caps. So this keeps you from having to go back and forth and remembering to change all your text to uppercase or lowercase. Doesn't matter how you write it, the browser will always show it in uppercase. Now, font size is something that we'll be talking about pretty much throughout this entire course, and in other courses we're going to be doing as well, such as responsive design, because it's really a lot of different ways to do it. So let's just start with the most basic. Your options are, you can use font size equals extra small, small, and smaller. I don't really like those very much because it doesn't really give me a frame of reference. You can have medium, you can have large, extra large, XX large, and larger. Very few people use these options, but they're out there, so I wanted to tell you what they were. Instead, what many people use is they use pixels. So I'm going to include on the website this nice kind of table for you that relates how many pixels to an inch, how many pixels to picos, so you can get a feel for it. But most people will do something along the lines of 20 pixels, 35 pixels, 80 pixels. And this is a very consistent look, and it's something that people can kind of feel what it should look like. However, I tend to use percentages instead. Percentages are going to allow us to change the font size as we resize the screen much more easily. So if you were to say use 100%, it's going to be the default size. If you say use 110%, it'll be slightly larger. If you were to use 75%, it'd be 3/4 the size. Next, let's talk about color and background color. The color attribute is the color of the foreground, which is the fancy word for just the text itself. Right? The background color is the color of the background behind the font that we're looking at. And depending on what kind of text you're styling, it can look very different. So here I've done one rule, and you haven't seen this before. I'm going to go ahead and style 2 different selectors. I'm going to style H1 and span. So if you put a comma right there, I've got it right here between the H1 and the span. You can put as many commas as you want and write as many selectors as you want. And in this case, I've said, hey, I want my color to be blue, and I want my background color to be gray. And if you're not sure where these strange numbers came from, go watch the colors video. It'll explain everything for you there. So now I've gone in, and in my HTML, I have colors in an H1 tag, and I have the word inline inside of span tag. And what I want you to notice is that for the H1, the block element, the background color covers the whole width of the page. But for span, for inline elements, the background color only goes around just the element in the text itself. Okay. Next, let's talk about aligning text. Aligning text is simple. It's probably one of the easiest things you can do in HTML, and you're going to be really happy because later when you decide that you want to align other things, it's so hard and you're just going to want to put everything in text. So your options are, when you use text align, you can use left, which means just align the text to the left. That's what we do already. You can have right, which means align everything to the right, center, and justify. Center everything just as much as you along the middle of that division. Justify tries to spread it out to use as much space as possible. So let me show you some examples because that's really the best way to understand what's going on here. Here I've got a left alignment. Everything lines up along the left-hand side of the screen. The next one I've used text align equals right, and you can see that everything is lined up to the right. It looks really weird. There's very few reasons you're going to use this unless you have something else kind of going along in the side in the middle here. The next one we're going to do is center. People use center quite a bit. They almost use it too much, but it is a nice way to kind of break up your text and have it look a little bit different. So justify is really hard to explain, and even when you first look at it, you might not notice what's going on. But with justify, the browser is putting in little bits of extra space to kind of help you spread it out so it has the exact same width all the way along. So I'm going to show you the justified with the left, and I think that's the best way to kind of see the difference, is that you basically don't have the empty space here. They've kind of spread it out over here, so no one place has too much blank space. All right. Next, we're going to talk about line height, and line height is really different because it's not affecting the font itself. It's not affecting your text. It's affecting how much space is around your text. Some of you may have used Word before, and you can go and you can kind of adjust how much space there is between the lines. Maybe you want it to be 1 line, 1.5 line, double space. That's what we're talking about here. So my first example, I said line height equals 50%, and the next one I said line height equals 200%. So in the first rule, that's kind of a weird rule to write because I'm saying I want things to overlap with each other. In the second rule, I'm saying I want you to really spread out far. Oops. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put an example later online where I can show you exactly how these things would look. Or even better, I'm just going to turn this into a teachable moment and have you go in there and type it yourself and kind of look at how these 2 different rules affect the text. All right. So let's review. I know I went over a lot of things and it can be overwhelming. So one of the most important things is with everything we do in this course is take 5-10 minutes, type some stuff in, take a look and see what happens. Make as many mistakes as you can because this is the time to make mistakes when you've got me and the rest of the crowd here to answer the questions on the different boards. Practice on toy problems. Don't make a huge web page and try to style it. Create a page with 3-4 paragraphs, a couple links, and practice on those. Because it doesn't matter. You don't need to practice on a big page. You can practice on the small problems, and it really makes a big difference. All right. And finally, if you decide that you're ready to code and you are ready to do that large project, make sure you design your larger projects on paper first. I can't stress enough that if you start coding and styling without really having a clear plan, you're just going to get very frustrated and you'll get very frustrated and you'll quit. And I don't want you to do that. So plan all your projects on paper first. If you follow these suggestions, if you practice, if you do toy problems, if before you jump into big problems you sketch it out first, I think you're going to have a lot of fun and you're going to have a really great page that you're going to be proud of. Hi everybody, welcome back. One of the things I really want to stress in this Introduction to CSS course is that there's this need to stop and practice and review what we've learned so far. So I'm going to make sure that I include little things that I'm going to call code together. So if you're watching this right now and you don't have your laptop next to you or whatever you're using to code, I really hope you'll stop, go get that, and code along together with me. Because just listening with me doesn't really give you the true experience. You need to type it in and make mistakes as we go along together. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin. What I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to go back to an oldie but a goodie that we did in HTML5, and I'm going to want us to go in together and style it. All right, let's start by making our CSS file. I'm going to go ahead and create a new one now. Go up here to File, New File. You can use Command N. And the first thing you want to do is you want to save this as a .css file, because then that way your editor knows to color things the way you want it to color. Now, whenever I'm designing pages, I keep all of my HTML files in one folder and my CSS files in another folder. And I really encourage you to do the same thing. So I'm going to go ahead and go into my CSS folder. And I'm going to call this, let's call it together1.css. It's really important that you remember to put that file extension or things aren't going to work. All right, so here's my old boring page. What people typically do is they style from the top of the page and work their way down. So I want you to pick your own values, but let's together go ahead and style my header. Oops, wrong thing here. And we can give it a background. I'm going to try B3, B3, B3. We can give it a larger font if you want. I'm going to go ahead and say font size. Let's make it 150%. Just a little bit something different. I'm going to save this, and I always really encourage students to make small changes to their code and then check and see what happened. So let's see if we changed anything over here. All right. And so now I'm going to reload it and see what happens. And if you notice, nothing happened. Well, the problem is I didn't link the style sheet correctly to the HTML file. Remember how I told you I always put things in a folder called CSS? I need to include that. All right, come back, reload. Oh, hey, I've got a little bit of something going on there. All right, so now let's go ahead and just add a few more things. I know it doesn't look exactly like my example, but one of the things I want to do next is I want to go ahead and style, let's see, my header. Let's give the entire header a background color. All right, you can pick anything you'd like, and I'm going to pick background. I think I have 666, let's see, 66666. All right. All right, and let's go ahead and I really want to align that text. So I'm going to call it text align center. Save. Refresh. Oh, we're getting there. The page is starting to look slightly different all the time. Now, the one thing that's confusing me is it doesn't appear to like my background. So if I go back, I'm going to realize, oh, I forgot that pound sign right in front. And make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Save it here. Refresh. There we go. Now, these colors are really ugly and really hard for you to see, and I realize that. So let's go ahead and play with things to make this a little bit easier to see. Header. Let's go ahead and put in, let's change the H1 so it's a different color. And let's go ahead and change the navigation so that we have, I'm going to change the font. Let's try the font variant. I like the font variant. It lets you put things into uppercase, lowercase, different things like that. We also have font size. I'm still not happy with the size, so I'm going to make it 150%. And the last one I'm going to do is font family. Now, if you recall, with font family, it's very customary to give it more than one value because not every browser supports every font family. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and try putting in Arial times New Roman. If you have a font that's made up of multiple words, you need to put them inside the quotes. And then finally, just serif. Now, this is how I code. I code making mistakes. I code with typos. To be honest, I rarely code in a button-down shirt looking so uncomfortable. The way to code is comfortably with a Coke and a Hershey bar so that when you're done, you have these celebratory little bites of chocolate. But for now, I'm just going to do the best I can to lead you along. All right? I changed a lot of things. Let's see what happened. You can see, I'm going to make a little bit bigger. We're starting to get there. We've got the background colors. Have the things like that. So let's go ahead and just style a few more things together, and then we'll go on and learn a little bit more. I would like to see you pick your own things for H2. So H2, I'm going to pick a different color. Let's try the same color. 6. And a different background. I'm going to use 00B7EA. So does it matter whether I type it as EA, uppercase, lowercase? It doesn't matter at all. The important thing is for you to usually be consistent so you don't mess yourself up as you're going back and forth. All right, we'll refresh again. All right, it's starting to look much different. This isn't a lot of style. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rules, and we already have a much different look. I'm going to go ahead and make the screen smaller because when I put in that font size 150%, it makes a big difference. All right, one kind of last cool thing I'd like you to try to do is go ahead and try to style the summary and the details. Because if I want to make just the I grew up in Ashtabula, Ohio part, how can you make that italics but not the rest? All right, so if you remember what the HTML code looks like, let me show you a quick example, is that right down here I have my details tag, and if you haven't seen it before, I put the word open in, which means by default show it as open so no one has to click on it. I've got my details, I've got my summary where the my childhood part came up, and then I have all of this part. So if you want to make that italics and only that, how do you do it? All right. What we're going to start with is we are going to style the details tag. And I'm going to scroll up here a little bit so you guys can see a little better, hopefully. And what I'm going to say is I want to make everything italic. And the way you do that is you go and you put in font style italic. Got it? Now this isn't going to be exactly what we wanted because what I've done is I've italicized everything. So now you want to go back and say, but you know what? I don't want the summary. I don't want the summary in italics. Oops, go back here. Summary. And I can say font. Oops. Font style. Well, how do you make it so it's not italics? By default, most things aren't. You can actually put in the word normal. All right. So that's it. Now we've got this part in italics and this part in bold. For the most part, we're finished, but I am going to add one little thing because it's really common for people to style their header and their footer in a very similar manner. So let's go ahead and style my footer. And what I want to do is I want to give it the same background color that my header had. So background, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, boom. And there you go. So what we've done now is we've gone from a very simple, basic HTML file, and we've started adding just a little bit of color, a little bit of font size, a little different things like that. Let me show you what the original file looked like again, and we'll look at them next to each other. I'll comment out my style sheet, and I'll open it up. And you can see these are two very different looking pages, but they're the exact same HTML. Okay, great. These are the type of things you're going to need to do for the homework in this section. So practice here, come back and watch me if it helps you out a little bit getting over humps. But the important thing is code, code, code. Good luck. Hi, today we're going to be talking about display and visibility on your web page. Now, when it comes time to making your page, again and again, I'm going to tell you that laying out where you want things to be is key to a really effective page. And one of the things you need to remember is that every element we look at is basically a box. And the box model is something we're going to cover in a future lecture. But before we get to the specifics, I just want to talk about some details, because how the display on your different element works affects all the neighboring elements on your page. So before we begin, I just want to remind you, every element on your page is a box, just think of it that way, and display is how you can decide whether the boxes should be next to each other, underneath each other, and different things like that. So when we talk about display, there are some common values that pretty much everyone uses, or they're just the default, so you've been using it without even knowing it. Elements that are inline will sit next to other elements. They take up just enough width and height and no more when you're putting them on the page. So I kind of think of these as my good children in the minivan elements. It's fine if I want to put 3 kids in the back seat. They're not going to elbow each other. They're just fine. They're going to get along. The other type of display is block. And what block does is it forces a line break in between your elements. So again, with my example, I've got one kid who really just can't sit next to anybody else. I have to put them in their own row. Even though she's really tiny and she doesn't take up that much space, she has a whole row all to herself when we're driving in the car. What's nice about block elements is while they take up all the horizontal width and just enough height, you can go in and you can set a height and a width on those elements. So even though it's block and you've reserved a whole width of the page, you can say, but I really only want it to be 40 pixels or half the page or something like that. So with inline, it takes up just enough space and you're not able to change that. You don't get to say, I want it to be bigger or smaller. If it's inline, that's all you get. With block, you have a little bit more flexibility, but you do have the problem that you're reserving a lot of space. So of course, what we came up with is this idea of something that takes the best of both. And this is inline block. Elements that have display inline block are going to be the same as inline in that they can be next to each other, but they'll also accept height and width. So if you have 2 things that want to be next to each other, but you want to give them a lot of room and right now they're inline, well, go ahead, change it to inline block, and then you can give it a height and a width. And if you have something that's block and you want 2 of them next to each other, again, no problem. Change them to inline block and you can set the width and height. The fourth one, which we don't really use as much, is the idea of display none. And what happens here is if you have an element on your page and you give it display none, it's as if the browser completely ignores that it exists. It's as if it lifted it up and took it out of the page. So these 4, the inline, the inline block, and the none, are the ones that we're really going to start playing with at the beginning. So what I have right here is just a simple file that's going to have 3 span elements, 3 div elements, and 3 paragraph elements. If you remember, span elements are inline, so they're only going to take up as much space as they need. Both the divs and the paragraphs, those are block, so they're going to take up more space. On the side over here, what I've done is I've added a little bit of styling, which may or may not make sense when we first talk about it. But I gave each of my spans a height and a width, basically all my elements a height and a width, and a different background color. So if we were to look at it right now, you would see that I've made all my spans green, all my divs blue, and all my paragraphs a kind of pinkish purple color. And each one lays out exactly by default as how it would go. The reason the divs are as big as they are and the paragraphs are as big as they are is, well, again, we put that in our style sheet. You can see my height and my width. If I didn't include these, by default, these divs and paragraphs would take up the whole width of the screen, and they'd be really small because they would only need enough space to have that text. So let's go ahead and play with this. Normally, I would go into my style sheet and I would kind of put different things in, try different displays and different things like that. But I'm hoping it'll be a little clearer for you if instead I do this at the same time. So you can follow along with me with what's inspect element, or you can go ahead and change the code in your file, save it, refresh, save it, refresh. So I got to inspect element over here by right-clicking. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to right-click on one of these span elements. Inspect element. and it pops it up for me. Any element on your page you can play with. You can either play with just that particular element you're poking on right there, or I can say, I want to play with all the spans. So let's look down here. Right now I have a height and a width for each one of my span elements, but they're not actually very big. So how do we change that? If something's inline, but you want to give it a height and a width, we go down to display. And I'm going to go here. And I'm going to try inline block. Boom! Right away, my spans have taken on those properties. So before, when they were inline, they were small. When they're inline block, I can shape them really nicely. And if I change them to just block, you can see now they're on top of each other because block elements don't like to be next to each other. The final property I'm going to show you right here is this idea of none. When you have none, it's as if the spans didn't even exist. You didn't save any space for them. It's not as if you would even know looking at the page that they were ever there. So it's a kind of interesting thing to do, and you might use it later if you want things to appear sometimes and not others, but you don't want to leave a big white space. So go ahead and take a second, and I'm just going to click on a few of these other things. So for instance, my divs, I can go and I can say, you know what, I want to make just this one div. I want to go ahead and make it inline block, and let's see what happens. Well, the odd thing is I changed it, but nothing actually happened, and I'm kind of wondering if you know why. When you have inline block, you're saying, oh, go ahead and put me next to other people if I fit. But if your neighbors are also block, it's not going to work. So now, instead of changing just one, I'm going to change all the divs. You can see that, oh, because they're about 45%, two of them fit next together, but the last one doesn't. So there's really no good way to feel comfortable with display until you take this code and start switching things around. What happens if it's inline? What happens if it's inline block? What happens if it's span? And pay really close attention to the fact that it's not enough to know what the display is for the one element you're working on. You also need to know the display for its neighbors. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit more. When we're talking about display, it's pretty common to also talk about two other properties as well, and these are called float and clear. And what float and clear do is they don't necessarily say where you want the page to be, the element on your page to be specifically, but where you generally want to put it. By default, when the browser is putting things on the page, it starts in the upper left-hand corner, and it just starts putting them in. So looking at your site, it'd be like first thing, oh, the next one's blocked, so I better put it underneath. And it just keeps adding things in. So if your browser's really big, you can fit more span elements next to each other. If it's small, you can fit less. Well, float lets you actually reposition things, and it says, hey, I want you to kind of float this anywhere, and if I say float right, I want you to put it as far to the right as you can. If I say float left, I want you to put it as far left as you can. The other elements are basically aware of one another, and when you use float, they won't overlap, but things are going to look a little bit crazy. And when you add float, again, you're affecting your neighbors because your neighbors need to know where you're going, which is why we have this additional property called clear. Because sometimes when you're coding, you want to just make sure that things aren't floating to your left or your right. You want really to have that space all to yourself. In which case, you can use clear left, clear right, or clear both. Clear left makes sure there's nothing floating to you on the left. Clear right means there's nothing floating to you on the right. And clear both, well, as you can guess, it means nothing should be floating next to you at all. So let's go ahead and take another look at one more example where I'm going to play with that same code, but I'm going to start using float and clear as well. So we're going to look at the same exact file we were just looking at when I was playing with display block, inline, none, etc. But now we're going to throw float and clear into the mix as well. So here was the code we were looking at, and here's the website. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to play with the spans up here, and I'm going to try floating them. So remember, when you float something, you're basically saying put it as far over to the side as you can, and the other elements are almost going to act as if they're not there, but they're not going to overlap it. So I'm going to go down here, go to my float, say float. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to float it to the left, which means they're not really going to move too much. What I want you to look for is that right now there's a little bit of space between each one of my spans. when I change it to left, that space goes away, and the div actually goes underneath it as well because the spans are on top. Now, when I try changing it and floating it right, when I float it right, I want you to notice that not only do they not have space in between them, that they're kind of right next to each other again, but if you look, the order of the A, B, and C are different because the first element that's placed on the page is span A, and so it moves it as far to the right as it can. And then when it's doing span B, it's moving as far to the right as it can, and span C as well. So this is kind of something interesting, and you can see that if they're to the left, the divs would overlap them. All right, so let's go ahead and do a few more of these things. And I'm going to change all my divs so that they are also, let's go here, float left. So by now the page is looking kind of crazy because things are going all over the place, and you really, you probably don't want it to look this way, particularly if we wanted all of our paragraphs to really be at the bottom of the page. So I'm going to go up here to my paragraphs, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say, I'm not going to float these. Instead, I'm going to say, I'm done with floating. Please stop floating things around me. And I'm going to clear both sides. So the paragraphs are now saying, get me away from all this floating craziness. I just want to be down here. Floating, clearing, different things like this. When we do these kind of really simple code examples in the lecture, they're not always going to make as much sense as when you're putting them in as part of something bigger. But the problem is, I can't show you examples of something bigger because you'd all fall asleep about 3 or 4 minutes into the code. So go ahead, do what we've always been doing, and just play with these a little bit till you get the idea of what they do. As time goes on, you'll start to figure out when you want them to actually do these kind of actions. So one of the things you may have noticed as you've been going through other code is that sometimes when you mess with the height and the width of an element, you find out that it no longer is big enough to hold all the text that you wanted to show. So what can you do when the content doesn't fit any longer inside the box that you've made with your height and width? Well, you can use the property overflow to determine how people are going to be able to access that content, or if they're even going to be able to access it at all. The 4 values for overflow include visible, which basically means if you've drawn a box and there's a whole bunch of text inside of it, the text is actually just going to go outside the box. So no matter what, the content is visible even if it goes outside the lines. Hidden does pretty much the opposite. It says, oh, if you have something inside this box and it's too big, it's gone. You can't see it. Now, this isn't a great idea because it's going to cause problems if the user increases the font size on their browser. So if you've made some sort of 600 by 800 pixel box and you think, oh, this will be great, no problem, anyone will be able to read this, what's going to happen if someone goes in and increases the font size? Your box doesn't get any bigger, but the text does. So they might not be able to see the content. So a third option is to give overflow scroll. And what this will do is it'll actually give a horizontal and vertical scroll bar to the element. Even if it's just a paragraph, all of a sudden your paragraph has a scroll bar so people can see everything that's in it. The final value is auto. And what it does is it says, oh, I'm only going to add scroll bars as needed depending on how the person's viewing the site right now. I'm going to go ahead and list some resources to show you some examples of how overflow looks. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and keep moving on. Because what I want to share with you is this idea of other display values. Again, browsers are always changing, HTML5 and future versions are always changing, and they're trying to add new support. The problem is, when you see these new cool tools, they don't always work on every browser. So inline block, and none will work everywhere. But here are a few more that are slowly beginning to gain acceptance. And those are table, grid, and flexbox. For grid and flexbox, I'm going to leave it to you to kind of play with it, but I did want to show you an example of where a lot of my students find the table display really helpful. How table display works is that you don't make an actual table with your HTML code. Nowhere do you have the tag table. But you're telling your browser that you want to structure it as if it is a table. So you would make any type of containing element display table, and then anything that you want to line up in nice columns, you would use display table cell. So this sounds very confusing, so I wanted to make sure I gave you an example to go through with me. So I have here some code that's basically just a div, a couple divs with some paragraphs in it. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure that they didn't have all the exact same content. As you can see, each of the divs is now next to each other because we've told it we don't want them to be underneath each other. But this really isn't what you were hoping for it to look like. So let's go ahead and try adding that float left. Save. I'm going to go ahead and over here and refresh. And you can see it does look a little bit better. So this is great because we wanted everything to be next to each other. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you something that doesn't work out really well. And that is this idea of when I resize it. Now you can see this idea of that the overflow might be really important because now things are going outside the divs themselves. Plus, I really don't have any type of margin between them. So let's go ahead and add overflow. Hidden, or scroll, just to show you what I was talking about there for a second. I'm going to go ahead and refresh it. And now you can see that everything is contained within the content box, and I can actually go in here and I can scroll each and every single one of these. I'm actually not a huge fan of this because I don't like the way that people would need to know that they can scroll. So we're going to try something new here. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the width to 30%, and I'm going to go ahead and use the inline block. And let's take a look at what this looks like now. I need to remember I'm using a new style sheet, so I need to go in and change my HTML, so I'm using that style sheet. The number of times when I was coming up with these examples for you where I forgot to change the style sheet or I forgot and named it wrong was really embarrassing. So I'm hoping you'll avoid those same problems I had. Go over here, I'm going to refresh it, and you can see this is not the look that we were hoping for. It resizes, but it's just not doing what we want because each one has its own particular height because we really wanted it to just fit that. This is where table cell comes in. I'm going to change my display from inline block to table cell. And for once, when I go to hit refresh, I'm going to actually know why this doesn't work, but I want to show you. When I hit refresh, it looks actually okay right here because it's made it so that it all works out. Now, depending on what browser you're on, this may not work because what you really want to say is, if I'm going to go ahead and make this use table cell, don't forget to go into your body and say display. All right, and I'm going to refresh, and it's going to look the same. It's just going to be a better coding style. Now, I'm going to try to put a lot of examples of coding in here in the CSS course so you can play with it. But I can't stress enough that sometimes it's not going to work exactly the same for you because you might be using a different browser. You might be using the same browser but a different version. The most important thing is for you to go in there and keep trying these new values, seeing what happens, and playing with it. When it comes time for your final project, that's when to be really specific about making sure that everything looks good on every browser. The last thing I wanted to mention very quickly was this idea of visibility, and it specifies whether or not an element is going to be seen by the user. Now, we talked about this earlier when I talked about display none, but what goes on with visibility is you can actually see that space was left for it. There's just nothing there. So when you use visibility, the options are visible, hidden, or collapse if you're using tables. If you see this and you're wondering what the difference is between display and visibility, just remember that with display none, the browser acts as if it's not even there. You don't see anything. With visibility hidden, the browser is going to leave the space that that element would take up. It just doesn't show it. So finally, let's go ahead and review. Display is just one tool of the many we're going to use for positioning the elements on your page. Early design, deciding what you want your page to look like before you start coding, is going to make things easier. Don't code thinking, I want to use float right. Design and then decide, oh, I'm going to have to use float right here. Utilize all the different tools we have, such as Inspect Element, to see your different options, and it's going to make your coding life so much easier. We want to avoid save, refresh, save, refresh. Instead, use those tools, and you'll find that you're making really good decisions when you're designing your code. Thanks. Hi everybody, welcome back. It's time for us to start coding. One of the things I've noticed over the past couple years of teaching is that students really differ in the way that they jump in and handle different types of coding classes. Some will sit down at the computer, never read the book, and just hack and hack and hack. Some of you may be a little bit guilty of doing all the readings, listening to all the lectures, but never actually trying out any of the things we've talked about. So that's what these homeworks are for. A chance for you to finally go through and put down some of this code and see what goes on when you try to apply styling to your HTML. So the objective for this homework assignment is for you to show me that you can write one CSS file that can go and style 3 different HTML files. I'm going to go ahead and show you some examples of our before and after for this assignment. I've put the links here on the slides, but it's really going to be much clearer when I show you the homework in action. So let's take a look at it. When we start, I'm going to give you 3 HTML files that are really not well styled. They start off, they have a navigation, they have 3 very large pictures, some are smaller, and then they have the content. All 3 pages that you'll look at, home, teams, and history, have different content. What I want you to do is write your own CSS rules that will take these type of pages and turn it into something that looks like this. Now, I know this isn't a huge jump, but this is exactly how I want you to start coding. I want you to make small, incremental changes that can take you from something that's hard to read to something that's much easier to read. So let's go ahead and step through the different things you'll need to change in order to achieve this separate look. The most important thing to understand is that you must leave the HTML alone. I don't want you to change it at all. Instead, I only want you to style things and edit things within the style sheet. And the things that you're going to need to add are styles for the header, the headings, the section, the links, and the images. So let me go through and show you exactly what you need to look at. For your header, it's pretty straightforward. I want you to go in and I want you to add a background color. For your headings, both H1 and H2, I want you to change the font color. Now remember, this is different from the background color. It's the color that the text shows up in. Next, I want you to make sure that all the headings are displayed in capital letters. So if you go back, we'll take a quick look. You can see that Watch Your Head and Ultimate Frisbee are in capital letters, while in the original HTML version, they're in lowercase. So I want you to use CSS to make that change. The next thing I want you to do is, just for the H1 heading, I want you to center the text. Next, make one quick change to the section part of your HTML. I want you to style the different section so it has a different background color from the other elements in your page. Next, let's take a look at the links. The changes you're going to make here are very subtle. They're not very obvious if I didn't specifically tell you what you're looking for. And what I want you to do is I want you to change the background color and the font color for your links. After you've done that, go in and center the text, similar to the way that you're going to center the text for the H1 headings. Finally, the last thing that really kind of messes up our HTML page initial example is these huge pictures that just get in the way. So for right now, since we haven't talked about the best way to style images, I want you to just remove them from the page. But remember, this might be the trickiest part of the whole assignment because I don't want you to change the HTML. I want those pictures to be there. I just want you to use CSS3 to remove them from the page. So I hope between looking through this example and going online and looking at my before and after shots that you'll be able to do this homework assignment. When you're done, we're going to be using peer grading. When we do this, grades are going to be based on basically how well you were able to finish what we were doing. When I talk about aesthetics, I'm talking about, did you pick pretty background colors and font colors? We don't really care about this. This is our first homework assignment. I really just want you to feel only success. However, proper standards do apply. And what I mean by that is, don't use color names. Use hexadecimal or RGB. And don't put all your rules on one line. Make sure your CSS style sheet is easy to read. Other than the styles that I listed, please don't change other things for right now. It makes it much harder to grade. But don't worry, as we go through this course, you will have a chance to put in your own unique looks as your styling elements. For right now, all I can say is good luck and make sure you go on those discussion boards if you have any questions. Hi, today we're going to talk about the box model. And what the box model is really a general concept of CSS that helps you size and place your elements where you want them to go. So one of the first things we're going to talk about is height and width. I know I've already used this a little bit in some of my other lectures, but I want to be very specific in how it works. And one of the first things you need to know is that the height and width of any inline elements is the content itself. So if you have a link, the height and width of that link is just the text of the clickable part of the link. Elements that are not inline, things that are block, inline block, things like that, they can take height and width properties. And we saw this in the display lecture. So anytime you have something that's inline, if you give it a height and a width, the browser just ignores it. Anything else, the browser goes, great, I can go ahead and change that for you. Some of the other things we want to think about then when we have elements is how they fit on the screen. And one of the easiest ways for you to kind of strategically place things on your page is to put borders around them. Even if you don't want those borders later in your final product, I find it's very helpful to have this idea of how much space an element is taking up. So any element can have a border around it, whether it's inline or block or inline block. And those border properties specify what style border you want, what width of border, and what color. They're pretty straightforward. The border style is the only one that must be specified. If you don't specify a color or you don't specify a width, no problem. It'll default to black and probably 1 pixel. But you have to decide what kind of style you want. So in this case, I've said for all my divs, I want them to have a solid 1 pixel border around them. And I can't tell you what color that is because I'm not quite that geeky yet, but I'd guess something like blue. The border style that you want to specify, while most people always use solid, there's a lot of different styles. You can use dotted, dashed, grooved, ridged, hidden, inset, outset. There's a lot of different things you can do, and it's really kind of a stylistic difference on your part. I don't really pay much attention to them because I've always just used solid myself. Once you've decided what kind of style you want, you can specify the width and color. So when it comes time to set the width, if you decide to, is you can set it in a number of pixels, or you can use the keywords thin, medium, or large. When it comes time to do the color, you can do the same thing we've been doing all along. You can just use the name, such as blue, the RGB value, the hex value, or just so you know, it's also transparent, so it can just take the color of whatever's underneath it. So when it comes time for you to specify how big you want your border to go, you can specify it in 4 different ways. In the first example, you just give it one number, in this case 3 pixels. And what it's going to do is it's going to put a 3 pixel border around the entire element, just like this. If you decide to give it 2 values, it's going to set a 3 pixel border on the top and the bottom, and a 10 pixel border on the left and the right. This is a really common way to set things up when you're doing borders and other properties because it's a really nice shorthand that's still very simple to understand and read. If you give it 3 values, it's a little bit trickier, and I always kind of stumble over what it is, so I'm going to pop the picture up just to make sure. The first value is always the top. You want your top border to be 3 pixels. The 10 pixels is for the left and right, and the 20 pixels is for the bottom. The last one is when you give 4 values. And when you give 4 values, that basically means top, right, bottom, left. And that's going to set the border to 4 different values. So most people either use the 1 value, the 4 values, and a few people use the 2 values as well. Mostly, and one of the reasons I show this to you is it can be really intimidating, or you're wondering what people are doing when they're going on. This is what they're doing. They're using shorthands so that they don't have to have border right, border left, border top, border bottom. Margin is basically that space that's outside of your border. It's between what I'd say you and your neighbor, or what I should really say is between the element and the element's neighbor. So it gives you kind of that elbow room where you don't want anybody touching you. With margins, whenever you give it a positive margin, you're basically saying move your element to the right or down. If you give it a negative margin, you're actually having it move closer to the neighbor. You're having it move left or upward. Padding is very similar in concept to margin, but instead the space is between the element and its border. It's kind of giving it a little bit of extra space inside. You might almost think of it as squishing the text in some cases. In the same way, whenever you have positive values for padding, you're moving it outward from the element. You're giving it more space. If you give it a negative padding, you're actually moving the border close to or maybe even on top of the elements that are next to it. So with margin and padding, all you're going to do is give a numerical value. You're going to give it something like 3 pixels or 10%. You don't give it any type of color. It's always going to be transparent. The padding is always going to be the same color as the element, and the margin's always going to be the same color of the parent, probably the body of the page. They, just like the border, can be defined in that 1 to 4 values. So if you put margin 3 pixels, it'll be a 3 pixel margin around everything. If you say padding, 10 pixels, 5 pixels, you'll have top, bottom, left, and right. So let me show you a quick picture of kind of what I'm talking about. In this case, here is my text, is my actual element. I've said this is what I want to go on. The blue is the border around my element. The yellow is the padding. It's that space between my text and the border. And that orange is the margin. And what you're saying is, don't put me near anything else. Give me this much space around myself. So it might move your paragraphs down. It might move your divs down and over. So just kind of practice this. And as you play with it more and more, it'll make more sense which one's the margin and which one's the padding. One of the things you need to understand when you're doing padding and border and margin and all these things is that in HTML and CSS, your height and your width is additive. And so what that means is if you decide that you want the width of your element to be 200 pixels, you probably need to take into account how big all those other aspects and properties are. So in this case, part of the width is the margin, plus the border, plus the padding, plus the actual element width itself. And so it all really adds up to get what we consider the actual width of your element. And this is going to matter when you're looking at your page and you're designing it and trying to decide how much space you want each element to take up. So if we look at this example right here, where I have the width is 100 pixels, the padding is 10 pixels, the margin is 5 pixels, and the border is 1 pixel, I'm hoping that right now you're doing the math in your head, and I promise not to give much more math than this, but you're doing it to figure out how much width does this element, does this div actually need on the page. And in this case, the width is 132 pixels. The 100 plus 10 plus 5 plus 1 plus 1 plus 5 plus 10. It all adds up. The height in the same way is your height plus the top and bottom padding, top and bottom margin, and the top and bottom border. All right, so when we talk about margin, I just want to kind of throw this slide in, even though it doesn't mesh with a lot of the other things we've been necessarily talking about. But it's because margin is very important for when you want to center elements on a page. When we wanted to center text, we could just use text align center, and everything looked really good. But when you want to center elements, it's a little bit more difficult. And so the default way to do this is to use the command margin 0 auto. So if you remember that first 0, that stands for top and bottom, and so it's going to not really care about that. The auto is what puts it left and right. Now, this is only going to work if the element happens to be display block, if the element is not floating, if the element has a width that's not auto, which means that you set it. And then this last one is if the element is not fixed or absolute position. Now, I haven't covered position yet, and so the good news is since I haven't covered it, you probably haven't messed with it, and you don't have to worry about these two things. But as you try to center elements, come back to this slide if you need to and check these off to make sure that all these properties fit. And that's the best way to center things right now. Finally, when we talk about this, I wanted to add one more option, and that's called box sizing. And what box sizing does is it takes some of the math out of that additive height and additive width. What your options are is you can have content box, so box sizing, content box, and that's just your default additive. You're going to have to remember how much space you're using. The next one is called border box. And border box actually takes the width, the content, the padding, and the border all into consideration. So if you say you want the width to be 200 pixels, it's not going to actually make the element 200 pixels. It's going to make it 200 pixels minus the padding and border. One of the last things to remember is that while we'll take into account padding and border, it won't take into account margin. So finally, one of the things I'm going to be showing you in this example in just a second is different ways that you can set the height and width of different elements. And there's two common ways to do this. The first one is called absolute, and that's when you set an element to a specific size. You say I want it to be so many pixels or so many millimeters or so many centimeters. Pixels is a very common way to set sizes. The other type of measurement is what I call fluid, and it sets the size relative to surrounding elements or the parent elements. So you can use things such as percent. You can use VW, which stands for viewport width. VH, which stands for viewport height, and you can even use things such as M and rem, which aren't commonly used, but they actually set the size relative to its parents. So let's go ahead and move to my example so we can play with this just a little bit. It's not going to be enough to demonstrate everything that we can do, but hopefully it'll get you started. What I have here is a very simple HTML file where I have a left side and right side. But as you can see, they're not to the left and the right now. They're just on top of each other. So the first thing I want to know is, can you put these divs next to each other? We're going to have to use a kind of combination of display and height and width and padding. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here in my CSS file, right away you can see this kind of the background things I've done. Now when you want things to be next to each other, you have to give them a width because right now they take up 100%. One option would be for you to go ahead and set it to some sort of pixels, and say maybe 200 pixels and 200 pixels, and see what would happen and see if it works out. The problem with doing that, as I uncomment my code here, is that as people go on different browser sizes, your numbers might be too big or too small. So what I've done here is I went ahead and I set my width to 48%. Now, doing that is really great, and I'm going to comment out this one line for just a second, because most people get that idea that you want to set the width to something smaller. What they forget is that even though they're only taking up 48%, or maybe even 40, in fact, I'll even just make it something really small, 20%, they're not going next to each other. So you need to remember that you want to use those fluid measurements. So let's go back here. I'm going to put it back to 40%. Even if you make it really skinny, until you tell the browser, oh, I know this is block, but I'm going to change it to inline block, it'll never let block elements be next to each other. So that's why you have to remember to do both of those elements. So let's go ahead and save and reload. And so you can see that I've gone ahead and I've done my width, I've done my display block, I've got my padding, I've got my border, and I've got some margin. So the last thing I'm going to do, just to end this up to kind of show you what's going on, is I'm going to go ahead and change this to 50%, because this is a really common mistake people make. They say, oh, I want two things next to each other, so I'm going to make them each 50%. Don't forget, when you do that, it doesn't work, because that's 50% before you put the border into account. So make sure that you're playing with all these things, that you're playing with the margin, you're playing with the padding, you're playing with the border, because that's how you're going to get things to work, by tweaking, tweaking, tweaking. So let's go ahead and review. When it comes time for you to start implementing all these ideas, your box model with your padding, content, margin, etc., you really want to design sketches on paper first, because it's really hard to shove things in after you've already come up with an outline. All right? So design first, code second. The second thing you might want to do is use the box model to reduce the complexity of your code, or at least the complexity of your math, trying to figure out what things fit where. Finally, no matter what you do, you need to remember that margin always has to be considered. It can be tricky when you first start trying to put your page together and getting things to go exactly where you want them to go, and we haven't even talked about positioning yet, which will be even another element. So for right now, practice these things in small ways. Use inspect element to play with it and not have to change your code so much until you get things looking just the way you want them to look. And don't worry, we're all making mistakes, we're all doing this together. But I think your page is hopefully getting closer and closer to something that you would really want to put out on the web. Good job. Hi everybody, welcome back. Once again, I'm going to ask you to stop learning and start coding and practicing. And we're going to use the same example we used in our first coding break. So I want to show you what our old page was right here, and see how we can change it into something that looks a little bit more like our new page over here, where we've been implementing some of our margins, paddings, and widths and heights. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. The first thing I want to do is use the exact same style sheet I used for the first one. There's absolutely no need to recreate your style sheet when you can either just use this one and amend it, or if you'd like, use two style sheets. I'm going to use just one. And the first thing I'm going to fix is the fact that I made what you might call a mistake in my earlier version. I have two rules styling H1. That's not a problem. The browser will apply all these styles. But what I really meant to do was I meant to style the body tag. So let's take a look at what it looks like right now. And let's go back to our current version. And there we go. That already looks a little bit better than what we used to have. All right, so now that I'm on a good starting place for when I start, let's talk about the different things we can style on our page. All right? One of the first things I want to do is I want to add a little bit of margin to my page. If you look over here, there's not much space between the edge of the page and the actual browser. I want to add just a little bit. You can add a little bit, you can add a lot. In fact, while we code today, I'm going to add a lot, just so you can see the effects. So how do you do that? How do you add that space between the element and its neighbors? You go in, and we're going to add a margin. And like I said, I think I'm going to make it a little bit more pronounced than in the code I showed right there. I'm going to go ahead and make it 4%. So when we do this, I'm going to go back to the page. I'm going to reload. And you can see everything's kind of moved in. All right? Margin just adds a little space and makes it more visually appealing to your users. All right? Let's think of some other things that we want to do. Clearly, I probably want to add a little bit of space between my links and the bottom of the text. So this is a little bit different. I'm not saying to separate the elements. I'm saying I need more space between my border and the element itself. So in that case, what we want to use isn't margin. We want to modify the padding. So let's go in and see where we think we would do that. All right. So I need to add padding inside the whole header. So let's go right here, and I'm going to change it to padding. Again, you can pick anything you want. You can use pixels, you can use percents. I'll go ahead, in this case, I'm just going to put in pixels. And I'm going to say, please add 15 pixels of space between the border and the bottom. So refresh, make sure I save, and refresh. And you can see I've added padding all the way around the entire thing. If I really only wanted padding to be on the bottom, I could have said padding bottom, or padding right, or padding left. All right, let's go ahead and style something else. One of the big things I changed is that instead of having one underneath each other, I've changed these so that they're next to each other. So remember, by default, sections are block. They're display block, which means don't let anyone else come next to me. In order to change it so they're next to each other, we can either use inline or inline block. Almost always, when given this choice, you're going to use inline, because when you use inline, you can include a height and a width. All right. Go back to my CSS file. I don't want to change the header. I think I'm pretty good with H1, the nav, the H2. Oh, you know what? I don't have anything that I can change here. So let's go ahead and put in a new tag. Section. All right. I want all three of these sections next to each other. So what I could do is I could pick maybe 400 pixels each. Well, that would mean that the browser has to be at least 1,200 pixels. I could pick 150 pixels each. Well, that means they're going to be really skinny even if they don't need to be. So let's use percentages. I'm going to use 30%, not 33, because I want to give a little bit of elbow room for paddings, borders, margins, etc. All right? Let's go ahead and look at it right now. I want to see what it looks like. You can see I've made it 30%, but they're still not next to each other. That's because they're still block. Let's change them to inline block. Display. And let's hope for the best. There we go. I've got all three things next to each other. Still not looking exactly the way we want, but it's step by step. It's making this little bit of progress at a time. I'm going to go ahead and fix this fact that they aren't all lined up at the top. And I'm going to say float left, refresh, and we're getting closer, but there's something still a little bit wrong here. First, they're squished. I don't like them all squished together. So how do you separate different elements from each other? How do you add a little bit of space between elements? All right, if we were in class, I'd have that one student who's like, ooh, 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 I know. Yes, it's margin. All right. Margin, I'm only going to put a margin on one side. Let's say margin right. And I will make it something small, like 2%. All right, we're getting closer, we're getting closer. Still not quite what we wanted, but this is how it works. You add a little bit, you adjust, you add a little bit. So the problem, one of the big problems here is that when you float things to the left, or when you float things, once you're done floating, when you don't want those next elements to float, you actually have to go in and say, oh, but I don't want to float this part. So once we're done with these 3 sections, we don't want the footer to also have them next to them. So let's go in and adjust the footer code. Down here. All right. If you remember, if you don't want things to float next to you, we're going to use clear both, which means don't let anything float on either side of me. Oh, much better, right? Looks much, much better. And other than the fact that I've got weird colors, we're very close to right here. I actually kind of like the gray on the header and the footer, so I'm going to leave it. But what I do want to do is I want to make that picture smaller. This little icon right here, let's make it look a little bit more like this. And that's very simple for the approach we're going to use right now. Let's go ahead. I'm going to add an image. And I'm going to go ahead and just hard code it right now. So I'm going to make it 75 pixels. Oops, I have to say width 75 pixels. Let's take a look at how we did. You know, that looks okay. If I didn't like it and I wanted to play with it, I wouldn't go in here and try 100 and then 80 and then 52. What I would do is I'd go in here and inspect element again. And I would, make this much bigger because otherwise everything looks really crazy. And I would go into the image and I'd say, okay, what does it look like if instead I make it 150 pixels? Does that look better? Or, oops, don't want to do that. Or what if I make it 125 pixels? Do I like that? Pick a value you like, and once you find something that looks good to you, copy that value into the style sheet. So, because if I refresh it right now, my inspect element values go away. All right, just go in here, fix it, save it, and refresh. All right, so this is great. This is the type of things I want, these are the types of things I want you doing in this class. I want you grabbing an HTML file and saying, ooh, can I change this around? What can I do to make it different? Clearly, this page we've created right here isn't a finished product. It's not exactly how you'd want it to be out there on the web. So we're going to keep learning new things, and we're going to keep styling things in different ways. And as you keep practicing, your confidence and your ability is really going to grow. And that's what I want. I want your confidence to be very, very high by the end of week 4 that you can do this. So good luck. Today we're going to talk about styling links and styling lists. When it comes time to style the links on your page, it's really important that you remember links are what make up a website. It's that interconnectivity that helps people gain knowledge. It's what helps search engines help link your text and content to somebody else's text and content. So today we're going to talk specifically about links because I want you to think about how you're styling. In general, when you go to style a link, you can use all the same different attributes that you've been using for everything else, your headers, your paragraphs, things like that. However, links do have one special additional property called text decoration. So in this example right here, what I have going on is that instead of having my links be inline, which means they can go next to each other, I'm going to say, hey, I want my links to be separated, one on top of each other. So hopefully most of this code looks familiar to you. You have this idea of that the display is block. It'll go underneath each other. The font weight, I want it to be a little bit bold. I've set a new color and a new background color. Now I've set a width, and if you try to set a width and it doesn't work, just remember, links by default are inline and they don't take a width unless you change them to block or inline block. I also am going to align the text, add some padding, and this text decoration none, this is new. This says, hey, I want to get rid of that underline that usually shows up underneath links. So I've gone from this up here in the top corner to something that's a little bit more styled down here at the bottom. In fact, it almost doesn't even look like a link at all. So let's talk about that. Sometimes when styling their links, people really try to make it look much more like buttons. And we want to avoid that because we want to be semantic. If you want a button, use a button element instead. And you can do that very simply by just putting in the button tag instead of the anchor tag. And again, in the same way, you can style it in many different ways. But what I want you to understand is there are so many different things you can do with links and so much styling that you can do with them. Make sure that people understand that it's a link that they're looking at, Or if they're using a screen reader, it's a link they're hearing about. So another new thing about links that we haven't seen before is this idea that links have states. Have you ever noticed that when you go to a web page, sometimes some of the links are blue and some of them are purple, and you realize after a little bit the ones that are purple, they're there because you have visited them before. So what we have these different states, and I'm going to go over them very quickly. And later, when we talk about what are called pseudo classes, we'll talk about it even more. But quickly. An A with this colon right here, link, simply says this is just a normal link, you've seen it before. A visited says, oh, here's a link, and my browser tells me it knows that I've clicked on it before. So by default, the browser default, it'll be a different color. We also have a link with the hover activity over it. So you've probably seen that when you hold your mouse over something, kind of like I'm holding the pen over here, is that it'll do something crazy. Maybe it'll change the color or different things like that. So hover is activated by holding your mouse over a link, which kind of brings up an interesting question of, does this work on touch screens? When you're developing your page, you need to remember that hover isn't necessarily going to work if people are accessing it on a phone or a tablet or something like that. Which brings me to another state called focus. So the focus state is what happens when somebody is tabbing through their page. As they hit tab, it's going to jump from element to element. And when it gets to this particular link, it's going to know I'm in focus. So if you want to do something different, maybe the same thing you do when people hover, this is how you can trigger that activity. Okay. And the last one is the one I really kind of think is the weirdest one of all. I would maybe even call it, dumb, but I didn't create the internet and HTML, and I have respect. But it's really weird because what this one says is, hey, this is the link just as I'm clicking it. And the reason I think that's weird is that because for most of us, when we click on a link, we're going to a new page, so we're not even going to see what styling happened. Right? So let's go ahead and talk about how we do these. But before I do, once again, we're coming back to this idea of precedence. Cascading style sheets are very big on this. If you decide that you want to use these different states, there are a couple rules you need to remember when you're writing the rules, or writing your style sheets. One, if you're going to use a hover, it must come after a link. And next, a visited and a active, they must come after a hover. So there's just this kind of hierarchy that's going on while you're coding your pages. So let's look at an example now of some code and how I'm styling my links. In this example, what I have here is I just have 3 links that I haven't styled in any way. I've got a link to Introduction to Web Design, a link to the University of Michigan, and a link to Kent State University, which is where I did my undergrad. But what happens when I go ahead and I add some CSS to it? Up here on the top, I have all the typical things we've been talking about before, the width and the color. I've added the text decoration. And what I also wanted to add is this idea of margin, where I can center each of my links one on top of each other with a little bit of space in between them. All right, so let's take a look at what that looks like. And you can see I have each link looks really much different. Okay? And as you can see when I use my pen, when I hover over each one of these, what happens is the color changes. How I got that to work is right over here. Whenever my link goes into a hover state, it knows to change the background color and the font color. Okay, well, what is a focus, and what I've got down here a little bit, a active? What's going on here is that I've put in the a focus for those people who are tabbing through my page. So as you watch me tab, you can see Introduction to Web Design goes into focus, and then University of Michigan, and then Kent State. And I'm doing that by tabbing through the page. The last rule, the active rule, is something I'm going to show you and then kind of break off from there. How the active works is that when you're actually clicking on a page, it's going to add a border around that link. Now, the kind of odd thing is that as soon as I'm done clicking, we're going to go to a new page. So it kind of breaks off. And you don't really get to see that border unless I hold it down very deliberately, just like that. So in this example, I tried to show you the few different ways that you can style links. Now, let's go on and think about this in a little bit more detail. When you style these links, once again, I can't stress enough the importance of accessibility. We want to make sure that your links are links and that people know that they're there. Once you're done playing around with links, let's go ahead and start thinking about styling list items. When you style lists, kind of the default properties, they all look the same. You've got the 1, 2, 3, or the circle, circle, circle. But we can change all that. We can change things beyond the font and the margin to look at the style that your lists are taking on. So some of the things we can look at are your list style type, your list style image, the list style position, and just the list style itself. The list style type basically says, how do you want me to indicate the different list items? By default for ordered lists, again, we have the 1, 2, 3, but you can give different values. You can say, I want it to be lower Roman numeral, upper Roman numeral, lower alphanumeric. You can play with these to kind of get that feel that you want. So in this case, we've gone from 1 and 2 to A and B. And if instead I had done lower alpha, we'd have had lowercase a and lowercase b. When you do list style type for unordered lists, typically what you have, and it depends on your browser, is the little circle or the little disk. We can change that and we can put in that exactly what you want to make sure it's going to be. Another option that you can play with is this idea of getting rid of those default markers altogether and instead using a custom image instead of that traditional marker. And when you do this, it kind of brings us back to this idea of the list style position. Many times you're going to move your position over depending on which list style you're using. Okay? Down here, I've got an example where I'm saying I want my list style image. I've got square first. This says, hey, if you can't find the picture, go ahead and use square. Otherwise, I want you to use this picture right here. All right, so let's go ahead and look at another example. In the file list.html, what I've put in here are two different types of lists, an unordered list and an ordered list, and I just kind of filled them in with some different information. And when you look at the screen, which I'm going to make a little bit bigger for you here if I can, you can see that the unordered lists are just using the circles and the ordered lists are using the default numbers. So let's play with this now. Let's go ahead and put in a style sheet. In my style sheet, I've gone in and I've said, you know what? What I want to do with my list styles is I want to switch it to upper Roman numeral and also use a square instead. So this is what we look like before, and this is what we look like afterwards. So you can see there's just a little bit more something to it. And this is a very simple way to change your page up from how other people typically do their page. One other option I just wanted to show you, because everyone really likes this, is that idea of using the list style image. So I'm going to go down here and uncomment this code out. And if you remember, if you've been paying attention to this idea that when you have precedence, this new rule down here is going to overwrite all the ones we've seen above it. So let's go ahead and make sure I've saved my page. And let's go ahead and reload. And now in this case, what's happened is that we've removed those regular markers and I've put my little lightning bolt inside. So doing things like this are not difficult, but to be honest, it takes a little bit of time, especially if you're using images, to make sure you've got everything written exactly the same way. Typos are really the killer. It's not a matter of it being difficult, it's a matter about you just being very careful when you're doing these things. Okay, so let's go ahead and review what we've been talking about so far. And not just in this lecture, but in the course as far as we've gotten today. And what I want to emphasize is that till now, we've been styling tags. And these tags can always just take these property value pairs and you can transform your page into something really great. We're about to go into something new and a little bit different. We're going to talk about pseudo classes and IDs and selectors, and I want to make sure that you're comfortable building these different rules on your own before you progress. Now, being comfortable does not mean that you're perfect. It doesn't mean that you know how to do everything. What it does mean is that you are confident enough to go out and start using some of the tools that are out there to improve your site. I'm listing two of them right here just because they're both very well known, such in the case of the Chris Predrick site, or I personally have just found them really helpful. Another option is just remember that you can go out there and you can do a web search for developer tools. You're not the first and you're not going to be the last person to run into problems when you're styling your page. My overall hope would be that you would really go onto the forums in the Coursera course or in whatever classroom you're in and ask your fellow students for help. Because really, the only way to learn is to practice, run into problems, get some help, and keep going. As you do more and more web design, I'm hoping that you're gaining the confidence to help make something really cool that you're going to be proud of. So stick in there. Thanks. Hi, today we're going to be talking about advanced selectors. Up until this point, when we've been writing our rules, we've been writing our rules for a specific type of tag. We've been saying H1 or P or H2. So we've really just focused on one thing that covers all the different elements of that type. But what if you don't want to style all of the links, just some of them? Or you don't want to style all of your lists, you just want to style some of them? Well, now we're going to talk about these type of advanced selectors that will let us do just that. CSS is going to give you so many options that in this lecture I'm going to try to cover as many as I can, but it's still going to be up to you to go off and look up some more on your own as you need them. So let's start with the CSS selectors that follow the DOM. If you remember, the document object model is how the browser breaks up your page into a tree-like structure. So in this way, the browser actually knows if a paragraph comes directly after an H1 tag, or if two paragraphs are siblings in the same section. We're going to utilize that to style just certain parts of your page. So descendant selectors are a way to say, hey, if you're inside a nav tag, I want you to style all the links that are inside the nav tag. Instead of doing all of them, just those ones. If you want to be even more specific, you can use the child selectors. This rule is very similar, except it says all the A links need to be what we call direct descendants of the nav link. If you have a paragraph in there and you have some links in there, ignore that. They need to be directly underneath each other. The final one is adjacent sibling. That's not one I actually use very much in my own coding, but I wanted to let you know what it is because there's a really good chance you'll see it if you're looking at other people's code. How the adjacent sibling works is that the elements must be what we call the same level and follow each other. So if you have a section that has an H1 and then an ordered list, they would be siblings. If you had an H1 and then some other things and that ordered list was inside a paragraph, it wouldn't work that way. Next, we're going to talk about what we call ID selectors. IDs are used to identify a single element in the DOM. The way IDs work is that you would go in and you would, in your HTML, say something along the lines of ID equals header or ID equals footer was one they used to use a lot. Then in your style sheet, using the pound symbol, you can identify which ones that you want to style. So right now, there's a small movement, but it's growing a little bit, to move out of the use of ID from CSS. They're saying there's really no point in using that because a lot of people really just use this ID for JavaScript and things like that. But again, this is something you're going to be seeing a lot, so I want to introduce you to it. So let's see an example really quickly here just on the screen of how it works. In my HTML, I would go ahead and put in my source, my alt tag, but also ID equals main logo. Then in my style sheet, using the pound symbol along with the ID name, the browser is going to know, oh, whenever I see one of those images, I want to make sure I add this border and this margin. Class selectors are similar to IDs, but the difference is that classes can apply to a range of elements, not just one particular element in the DOM. So think of thumbnail images or the social icon medias. It's this idea of that, you know what, I want to be able to style a big group of things all in the same way, but I don't want to necessarily style all of them that way. You don't want all of your images to be thumbnails, but you want a lot of them to be. You would write this code in a very similar manner. Over here in my HTML, I have class equals thumb, class equals thumb, class equals thumb. And in my CSS, instead of using the pound, you need to make sure you use the period or dot, along with the class name, and then you can give it any rules. In this way, the page is going to go through and know that in addition to any styling you just put on images, you also want this styling for the thumbnails. So just to try to help you make it a little bit more clear, what's the difference between using classes and IDs? Well, first, you want to make sure you know the syntax. The period is for classes and the pound is for IDs. You can't mess up on this because the browser will not fix it for you if you put the wrong thing in front of your class or ID name. You want to remember that classes can be used multiple times. It makes sense in your HTML code to see class equals thumb, class equals thumb, class equals thumb, because it's not supposed to be a specific part of the page. With IDs, it should be unique. You should only see ID equals, for instance, header, which we're not even using, once. You should only see ID equals main section once. So again, let's think of images and navigation bars. It's very common that you would want to format numerous but not all the images the same way, and you would use classes for that. Where you might use an ID is I'm sure that you've been at some places where on the web page you see the navigation bar and the page that you're currently on is styled just slightly differently. And that makes sense because you can only be at one page at a time, and that's why you might choose to use the ID. So let's go ahead and go through a quick example using that navigation bar. So here's a sample HTML file where all I've done is put in 4 links that don't even really go anywhere. I've commented out the style sheet just so you can see what it would look like without any styling. You can see I've got my home, interests, resume, hobbies, and I have one additional link down here that I very badly called here. So let's go ahead and try adding a little bit of styling using these advanced selectors. Go over here. You can see that I've used the child element of actually just kind of the descendant of, hey, all the links that are in the navigation bar, I want to style differently. I want to give them a different background color, a different width, things like that. In addition, anything that's class current, I want to make even different than any other link or anything else we've seen that way. So let's go ahead and uncomment the style sheet. Save it. Go from this to this. You can see that only the links that are inside my navigation bar are styled. This one was left the same. And the one where I have class equals current does look different from the others. So it's really simple to use these things, you just need to know about them. As your pages get more advanced, you're going to want to narrow the scope of some of the rules. We only want to apply them to certain things. And one of the notations you can use for that is the dot. So in your style sheet, you would actually have p.main. This means go and find all the paragraphs that are using the class main. Or you might have header image.special. This would mean find all the images that have image class equals special that belong in the header. It's just a way for you to really reduce what's being styled. On the same hand, you can also what we call expand the scope. So let's say that there's some sort of styling you want to apply to both the header and the footer, or to the sections and the articles. Not a problem. What you do is you just write the element and you include a comma right there to let it know. So just as a quick review, and this is something from much earlier, you need to think about what happens when there are multiple rules for the same selector. So you might have this one up here with the paragraph where it has certain qualities it wants to share between paragraphs H1, the ID main, and the class special. But later, if you want to have additional styling for a paragraph, as long as you put that somewhere below, it's going to override and combine with anything that's higher up. So unless a rule has the exclamation point important after it, it always just uses the last one it saw along with the earlier ones that don't conflict. In addition to the element selectors and the different DOM relationship selectors, we also have a few more that I want to talk about briefly. The first one is the universal selector, which is the star or the shift 8 on your keyboard. What this one does is it'll apply your styling to every single element on the page. It's absolutely crazy. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let you do it. But go ahead and put in a star, and then the style may be border around every element. It affects everything on your page. Sometimes it's nice for debugging. The next one you might want to think about using are what we call attribute selectors. Instead of going on the tags, you go on the attributes that go inside the tags. So in this case, it would go ahead and it would want to style every link where you have href equals info.html. And I'll do a quick example of that in just a second. But before I do that, I wanted to mention 2 more that we'll be looking at later, which are pseudo classes and pseudo elements. Just another level of distinguishing just certain things you want to style on your page. But first, let's go ahead and look at using these attribute selectors. So the way that attribute selectors work is that they search the DOM for elements that have the attribute that you are looking for. So for instance, you might want to look at all the images that use GIF files, or all the images that have empty alt text, or maybe all the links that go to government sites or nonprofit sites or educational sites. It's really easy for us to find those and go ahead and style them a little differently. How we do that is we use operators to match the different parts of the alt text that you're looking for. So up here, where we would call the caret, it's going to match the beginning. So in this case, it would match all those links that start with HTTP umish, and it doesn't matter how it ends. The next one with the $, it's going to match the end exactly. It's going to find every file that ends in .png. We also have the wildcard, where you're going in and saying, if you see UMISH in any part of any hyperreference at all, apply this rule. So what we're going to look at is we're going to look at a file that has different links, and each one has a different type of extension that we want to style differently. All right, so what I have here is just a list of links. There's no classes, nothing special about these, that goes to different university sites, organizations, government sites. And if you take a look, by default, it's just going to show up as your traditional blue links with underlined the text right there. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to go in and say, you know what? All the ones that end in .org, make them one color. All the ones that are .edu, another color. And all the ones that end in .gov, a third color. Let's see what it looks like. Here you can see that without me having to put in any information inside the tags themselves, the browser has colored them the proper color. Okay, I've just covered a lot of stuff in a very short video. You need to realize that these ideas are going to merge together. You're going to be using classes, you're going to be using IDs, you're going to be using attributes. And the important thing I want you to know is that when you are adding all these things together, the order that you write classes and different IDs in your text doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you have special early dark or dark early special. What really matters is the order that you write your rules in your style sheet. Browsers are always going to start at the top and apply each rule. Now, the good news from this lecture is that I want you to realize that with the power of classes and IDs and this cascading style sheet, is that this means you can use style sheets from other people to style your code, and you can just add a class that changes the one little attribute that maybe you didn't like about it. You can override these style sheets and make it your very own. Just make sure that you link your style sheet last. All right, we've covered a lot, and I'm hoping I didn't overwhelm you with this video. I just want you to remember that when we do type selectors and the kind of things I'm going to have you do in this class is that we usually are adding them to narrow the scope of where rules are applied. So we don't want to style everything, we only want to style certain things. An ID is used to specify a specific element in a page, and classes are used to associate elements that really tend to have the similar look. So as we go on, I know I'm going to have some code with me examples. I hope you'll stop, get out your laptop, and really code with me to get an idea of how powerful these different things can be. Thanks. Hi everyone. Today we're going to talk about browser capabilities and what you can do to make sure that your sites have a consistent appearance regardless of how people are accessing it. So, even though HTML5 has really been pushing the browser developers to all come to this consistent implementation, they really differ in display and adherence to the new tags that are coming out. And as browsers update and change and new browsers come out, you're going to have to keep in mind that not everybody is looking at your page the same way that you are. So it's your responsibility to make sure that your page works for a wide audience. And while we've been talking a lot about accessibility and different ways to access the web, it even comes down to the most basic browser implementations. So first, let's talk about handling these stylistic differences. The easiest way to eliminate browser differences is for you to make something called a default style sheet. And in that style sheet, you would actually go in and wipe out any of the browser defaults for the different elements that are styled. So when you go in and you make it, you would take P, H1, H2, all the headings, all the different semantic tags, and you would go in and you'd say, I want them to have padding of 0 and margin of 0. Even my list items shouldn't have any decoration at all. So while this will ensure that you have a very consistent look, I have to admit it's going to make your page look absolutely horrible. But that's the price you'll pay so that when you start writing your own styling rules, you can improve and iteratively improve, and your page is going to look better and better. Otherwise, if you don't use what we call this default style sheet, you're going to design your page, and it's going to be really hard for you to remember if you've actually checked off each element that you're using. One of the other things we want to talk about is handling what we call unsupported properties. So first, we know that all browsers don't support all the HTML5 tags. You've seen this already in some of the coding you've done with me. In the same way, not all the browsers support all the CSS3 properties. There are some properties that look really cool on some browsers, but they aren't handled by default in other browsers. But there is a way around that in many cases. And what this is that the browsers are offering prefixes. So Sometimes they call them browser prefixes, sometimes vendor prefixes, but the important thing is that it's a really quick fix for handling all the unsupported options that you might come across. Now, when I first saw browser prefixes, I was completely intimidated. I didn't know what was going on, and it looked a little weird, and I was feeling lazy, and I didn't want to deal with it. But I'm here to tell you it's actually very, very easy to use these prefixes. So let's take a look at what I'm talking about. You've been using different properties, and the browser's hopefully just been working. But now, for some of those properties, you're going to want to add a prefix or a little bit in front of it, such as WebKit, Moz, MS, or O for Opera. Each one of these prefixes say, hey, if you're on this particular browser, this is what I need you to do to get the look that the designer is going for. So what are some of these properties that are often unsupported? They include column count, which is a way to add multiple columns into your paragraphs or divs. It's a really nice way to break up your text that's responsive, so if somebody resizes the page, the paragraphs actually resize. We have another thing called border radius, which people really love to use because it adds a little rounded edge to the borders of your elements. A third option would be gradient. And gradient is a very cool kind of background color that lets color go from one shade of blue to maybe gray or red or anything like that. And it gives it a different appearance. Now, there's no way for you to really know which ones you can use and which properties are supported and which ones aren't. So I have this link here to a site called caniuse.com. And what caniuse.com does is it lists the different properties and it tells you which browsers support them and which ones need the prefixes. So it's a good idea to check that site out as you start developing your page. But for now, let's go ahead and look at an example. So in this example, I have a file called prefixes.html. And I just want to show you quickly what it looks like on both Chrome, over here, and also on Safari. They look pretty similar, but there are little spaces where the font might not match exactly, or some of the spacing might not match exactly. So if I wanted to get rid of that, if I really wanted to make sure that the pages look exactly the same, what I can do is add a default style sheet. So let's go down over here, and I'm going to say, hey, I want to use my default style sheet. And what that looks like is it's a really crazy file where I've listed all the different elements, and then after that put in things like I don't want any padding, I don't want any margin. If I've got lists, get rid of the list style. Make this really as ugly as you can. So if I go back over here, you might not see a huge difference because the browsers are already pretty plain, but you can see things move over slightly. We get rid of a little bit of stuff. And in the same way, when I refresh the Safari, they're going to look a little bit more similar. So now, let's go ahead and look at that example where some of the properties aren't supported. And I'm going to go back over to my HTML file, and I'm going to say, hey, I want to use my style sheet to go ahead and style some things that aren't always supported. And the things that I'm talking about specifically is we're going to start with this idea of column count. How column count and column gap work is you tell the browser how many columns you want and how much space you want between those columns. So now, when I refresh, you can see it's gone from being all one long kind of block paragraph to that everything's split up. And it's really cool because it's dynamic. If I resize the browser, everything kind of moves around. And this is a really cool way to do it. One of the other things I'd like to add, just as something to look at, is this idea of instead of having a square, I want to kind of round the edges a little bit. So you do that by adding in what's called the border radius. Now I'm going to stop before I refresh the page because I want to point something out to you in case you're as intimidated as I was when I first started doing this. The border radius is just a simple property that's been around for a while, and you can see it right here, and you give it a value. Same with column count and column gap. This whole idea of adding prefixes just means take your regular property and slap these prefixes on it. You don't need to learn anything new, you just need to remember the prefix names. And so I want you to really try to embrace this and realize you're not doing anything too spectacular. So now that I've done this, I've made it 25, and I'm going to go ahead and refresh it. And as you can see, I've kind of curved the different edges around the side, which is pretty cool. The last thing I'm going to do is add a gradient to the color. So right now I'm a consistent blue color. And it's important that no matter what, you give a kind of background color that you would like to be used in case the gradient isn't happening. But now, for linear gradient, you're simply giving two colors that you'd like to be seeing and kind of say how much you want at the beginning and the end. So again, I have regular blue, and now when I refresh, I go from a blue to a kind of light gray. This is cool, and it's a lot of code, and it's a lot of fun to play with it. So I want to remind you that when you're developing, don't try to memorize things. Don't try to remember how to do everything. I'm going to right-click on here and do Inspect Element. Because if you decide later that's too much of a curve or you don't like that color, what you don't want to do is type, save, refresh, type, save, refresh. It gets really annoying. So instead, I'm going to go right here to my section, and I'm going to look, and you can see in Inspect Element that it said, I didn't use the Moz prefix and I didn't use the opera prefix because I didn't need to. I'm Chrome. What I can do is go down here to the border radius and change it. Instead of 25 pixels, if I want less of a curve, I can make it 5 pixels. You can see it happening in real time. If you want to make it look crazy, you can make it 50 pixels. You can also use percents if you'd like. So I'm going to go ahead and put in 15%. So it's kind of fun to play with all these things dynamically, and then once you get a value that you really like, copy it and put it into your CSS file. So browser prefixes is just something to play with that can be fun, it can be frustrating, but the most important thing is that you should realize it's very straightforward. One of the things that you might do as you're adding prefixes is that realize for right now, the easiest thing for you to do is add those prefixes by hand. Put in the property that you want to put in, say border radius, and then go in and add WebKit, Moz, the different things like that. When you start using prefixes, what you're going to do is you're going to add them by hand. If you know that you have border radius, you're going to go ahead and do border radius and then add that Moz, the WebKit, different things like that by hand. As you become more experienced and maybe you want to try different things, there are ways to automate the addition of those prefixes. If you're using an editor such as Sublime, you can actually put little packages on there where you can control whether or not you want Sublime to add on those packages whenever they see different properties. You can also use outside programs that will dynamically change your code as people load it to only put in the prefixes that they need. If you remember in my example, even though I was using Chrome, my style sheet still had all the different prefixes. This would automatically only add the ones you need. Again, these are kind of cool, but let's not worry about them right now. For now, let's focus on the basics. So to review, when you start coding, when you start making style sheets, you're going to want to think about using a default style sheet to remove those stylistic differences. And when you do that, I need you to think about some things. So first, should that default style sheet be internal or external? And hopefully you all said external, because if it's internal, it's going to override all the other things you've worked so hard to do. In that same way, when you put a link to your default style sheet, make sure it's first. Because the way browsers work is it goes style sheet, style sheet, style sheet. So if you put yours first and then the default style sheet, it's going to overwrite everything cool that you've done so far. Finally, remember that browser prefixes can help remove some of those differences caused by unsupported options. But you don't want to overuse it. Don't slap a prefix on every single property just because you're not sure. Instead, you want to go to those sites like Can I Use and test it out and really make an educated guess as to whether or not you want to use it. You're really getting far in this whole web development idea, and hopefully you're styling some really cool pages, and I want you to be able to use all the different properties that are out there. So don't be intimidated by the idea that you might have to use style sheets that you haven't written or that you have to use browser prefixes. You've totally got this, and I know that you can code using these different tools. So good luck. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for us to stop learning new things and put into practice the things that we've been talking about in the last week. What we're going to do is add some of the new components that we've been working on, but we're going to do it together as we code along. So again, I'm going to stress that I really hope you stop, put down whatever else you're doing, whip up your laptop or whatever you're coding on, and code with me rather than just watching what I'm doing. When we last were coding together, hopefully you created something that looks like this screen over here. We'd gone in and we'd used width and different displays, padding and margin, and we've been iteratively making our page a little bit better. Today, we're going to go a step further and add some different elements, such as gradient. Instead of having 3 equal width sections, we're going to have some sections take up half the page, some take up the full page, little things like this. And we're going to be utilizing these new selectors that we've been studying. So let's go ahead and begin. The first thing that I want to do is put in that linear gradient or that new color that goes in both the header and the footer. So when I go to my style sheet, and I'm going to come up here, one of the first things I want to do is I want to put in that we need a new background for the header and footer. And I'm going to start by putting it right here. I know I cheated, I copied and pasted, but I wanted to do that. Oops, sorry. I wanted to do that because I kept messing up when I was typing. So what I've put in here is I've started off by putting in a background color. You always want to do that because if you don't, if for some reason the browser can't handle linear gradient, you've given it a fallback. Then I've had my linear gradient rule in each of the different WebKits. So once I add that and I hit save, we can refresh the page and see if we have that kind of gray to blue color we were looking for. Hey, great, we did. Now, when I wrote this rule, you might remember that I put header, comma, footer, and that means it's supposed to apply to both of these elements. But it only applied to the header. We need to think about why that happened. The reason is, if we scroll down, you can see that further down in the page, I have said I want my footer background to be this particular color. This overwrites any earlier rules. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to delete this and say, oh, let's go ahead and get rid of that. Refresh. And great, now it looks much better. Okay, so we've made that one change, and hopefully you're getting used to the idea of both using the comma to style two elements at once, you could do even more, and putting in these WebKit prefixes or browser prefixes. If you get rid of it, it may work on your browser, but there's a really good chance it won't work on the other browsers. So we want to practice this. All right, well, let's take a look and see what we've got. I've got the gradient in. The next thing I want to tackle is styling these links. And again, I'm not styling all the links in the page, because if you notice, this one down here still looks exactly the same. I only want to style the links that are inside the navigation section. So I'm going to go right here, and I've styled my nav. It looks good. Next, I'm going to say, hey, let's style just those links that are inside the nav. And we've made quite a few changes. If I come down here, we can see it. One, we've added something that looks kind of like a box structure to it. So normally you couldn't do this because inline elements don't take a width and a height. But we'll go ahead and play with it. Let's go ahead and start. I'm going to first say I would like the width of each one of my links to be about 22%. Save this. Refresh. Nope, no luck. So again, remember, one of the things I said is that links are inline and you can't give them width or height. So now, if I go in and I say, let's change our display to inline block, we should have much better luck. Oops, almost too much luck because the screen doesn't quite fit that. All right, so great, that's one step closer. Let's add that different background color. And I think I made it white. But you can use anything you want. Boom. We're definitely getting closer. Little tiny steps are getting us much, much closer. So the next thing I want to tackle as we try to change our page is this idea that some of the sections should take up half the screen, while some of the sections should go ahead and take up the whole width of the screen. And the way we're going to do that is by using classes. If you remember, classes are a way to style certain groups of elements in similar manners. So let's go ahead and see how we're going to do this. The first thing I need to do is make a new class. And this class is going to say, instead of all the sections taking up 30%, I want just some of them, I'm going to call them half, to take up about, let's say, 45% of the page. In this way, it's only going to pick up some of the sections, not all of them. If I refresh, it's not going to work yet because the problem is I got rid of my section styling and replaced it with this class. And nowhere in my HTML did I remember to reference the class. So for the first time, we're now going to go into our HTML file and start making some changes. I'm going to go here. I would like this one to only take up half the screen. So I'll say class equals half. And I would like this one take up half the screen. We've got that. We're not going to change the other one. So when I refresh, you can see that two of them are now next to each other. So I went ahead and refreshed, and it looks a little bit closer, other than I've got some sort of weird things going on with some blue and different things. So this is because I've been using float. And if you remember, when you're using float, sometimes it causes things that are next to each other to be basically in positions you don't want them to be in. So our bottom section, the one that we knew we didn't want to be floating, we need to go in and say, hey, there are certain sections we want to be whole. So let's go back to our style sheet. And I'm going to just do a little bit of copy and paste here. And I'm going to say, you know what? This one section, I need it to be class equals whole. So go back over here. Section, class equals whole, which means this one should take up the whole width. Don't try to float it next to each other. And let's go ahead and refresh. That looks much better. It looks very much like we wanted things to be at the end. And again, pay attention. Only the nav links are styled, not all of the links. We've put in the gradient. If your gradient isn't working, it might be because you didn't put in your browser prefixes. We've really got a lot of little things going on in this page. And again, I'm not a graphic artist, so I don't make the most beautiful of things. But it's kind of fun to go in and create different things and see how you can style them yourself. So keep going, and good luck, and don't worry when you hit those typos. We all do. Hi, and welcome back as we go back and we talk about designing for accessibility once again. So, as I've been telling you more and more kind of cool, neat things, I sometimes feel the need to rein you back in and remind you of the basics of when you're designing your page. And part of that basics is that I want to remind you that the content of your page should be in your HTML. What I mean by that is that it can be really tempting to add content via colors, images, etc. Things that people may not be able to perceive, but you're not necessarily thinking about it when as a visual user, you're kind of bringing it in. So what I want you to do as you're designing your pages and testing and redesigning and testing and redesigning is remember what we call the POUR guidelines. We want your pages to be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. And the perceivable and understandable really kind of match up with what you're doing with your CSS. So in order for things to be perceivable, I just want you to remember a couple of things. First, always remember to provide text alternatives for your images. Your images should not convey the information completely on their own. Make sure that you're providing captions and transcripts for video and audio. Now, not everyone has access to tools to provide this for you for free, but where you work or where you go to school may be able to help you out. Make sure you're using that correct semantic markup so that content can be presented in different ways. I want you using that nav tag. I want you using the figure tag instead of the image tag. What tends to happen is that people have code they've already written and they want to be a little bit lazy and not have to change their HTML, because when they do, they have to change their CSS. Go ahead and make that change. It's really going to be worth it. Make it easy for users to connect or to see their content by using really good color contrast. You'd be very surprised to realize how many people are unable to access information on the web because they really can't see what you've put up there. Next, let's talk about what it means for your page to be operable. What I mean by that is that all the functionality that's going into your page should be available from the keyboard. Don't expect that everyone's going to use a mouse to go over your page. Don't expect that it's okay for some things to only be accessible if you hover over them. Users should have the control over all the timing and the limits. So if you have those videos and media, make sure you're putting it in that there's a control panel for them to turn things off, turn them down, rewind, etc. This is something that's actually important to me because I have family members who deal with this, is that you want to make sure that you don't have some sort of content that flashes all the time. I'm not talking about flash the software. I'm talking about things that are going to blink on the screen and the user doesn't have the control to turn it off. This can actually cause seizures. You want to provide ways to help users navigate through your page. Don't make it a puzzle where they have to kind of hold your mouse over where they want to go. It's your job to make it as easy as possible for them to find content and figure out where they are on your page. Here's just a few quick examples of different ways that people sometimes access the web, whether it's with a pen stick, a keyboard, a remote, a kind of accessible keyboard, or even some sort of puff devices that they can use to navigate through the web. Next, let's talk about what I mean when a page is understandable. Typically, you want to keep your language short and sweet on your page. Unless you're an author and you're showing off your works, people are only going to spend a few seconds on your page. Make it easy for them to understand what you're trying to say. When you have text supplemented with illustrations, videos, and other formats where appropriate, you want to make sure that you're using good universal design, that people are able to access it. Navigation, information, structure, those should be really separate and discernible from your content. Make it easy for people to get away, get back to certain pages, etc. And finally, make your pages operate in predictable ways. This can be kind of a confusing thing to just talk about, but have you ever been to a website where you just can't quite figure out how to get back to the page you were three pages ago? Make it easy for people to get back. Finally, help users avoid and correct mistakes. It's up to you, not them, to figure out how to access the information. Finally, the R, the robust and the poor. Is your site functional across various technologies, a smartphone, screen reader, laptop, pen sticks? As you work with me and we go further on, we'll talk about responsive design in some later classes. And that's making sure that your page looks the best it can look on different screen sizes. But it's more than screen sizes. You also need to think about things like we said, the pen sticks and the screen readers. So there's going to be syntax errors that you might have in your code that don't affect what the page looks like to you. You've gone in, it looks great, you're like, I'm golden. You have to remember that those syntax errors can mess up other technology. So make sure that you're adhering to standards and to ensure future compatibility with new browsers. And the easiest way to do that is to go on to validator.w3c.org and the wave.webaim.org to validate your code. It's simple, it's fast, and it's really going to give you a much better page. So just to review, I'm not asking you to make great strides. I just want you to do the little things right. And that really starts with the proper HTML tags. Styling can actually make it harder for some people to access the information. So test, test, test. Have people look at your page, have them give you feedback. Don't take it personally. It's not about your coding. It's about really making a great product. Finally, get into the early habit of utilizing these different accessibility tools. They're there for you to make your life easier, not harder. Finally, the one thing I really struggle with students is we all want to do the cool new things. But cool new styles and cool new technologies should not be at the cost of accessibility and people viewing your page. So really, I'm hoping that as you're learning this code and you're getting a little bit stressed out about utilizing all these cool things you're learning, that you're remembering it's not about having the coolest web page. It's about having a clean page that really portrays the information you want to get out on the web. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. It's time for another homework example. What we're going to be doing this week is adding even more style to the pages that you started styling last week. So once again, the objective of this assignment is that I don't want you to be changing the HTML at all. I want you to either create a new style sheet or update last week's style sheet so that it can be used on 3 different HTML files. When you get started, it's very important that you've completed the first peer-graded assignment. I'm going to assume that you have it done, and so when I talk in this video about the different changes I want you to make, you can either alter that previous homework assignment, or you really can start completely from scratch if you weren't happy with your earlier work. So let's take a look at the before and after for this assignment that I want you to try to achieve. This was our page when we first started. In homework 1, you took it from here to here. Still very simple, but just much cleaner because we added some background colors, some colored fonts, and we got rid of those images. What I want you to work on this week is really changing things and making it really styled as opposed to just clean. So let's take a look at what I'd like you to work on in week 3. As you can see, this looks like a completely different site. The images are back in, I've added a background image for a navigation bar, and something that isn't necessarily easy to see when you're just looking at paper, I've added a new class that highlights which page we're on right now. So if you look, the home link is highlighted because we're on the home page. If I click on history, the history link is highlighted because we're on the history page, and in the same way the Teams page. So this is what we call the current page that we're looking at. And so you're going to be styling this to kind of let your viewers know where they are on your page. So I'm going to go ahead and go through and talk about each of the tags I want you to look at in order to complete this assignment. So when you get started, you're going to leave that HTML code alone, and you're either going to create a new style sheet or you're going to go ahead and update the one you used before. What you're going to need to work on specifically are these elements. You need to work on the body, the header, the H1, the links, and then I have 3 classes called active, left, and right. And finally, you're going to want to put those images back in that were in the left-hand side of the page. So first, let's talk about the body. By default, your browsers put in some sort of padding and margin, but I want you to overwrite that and put something that will look consistent across all browsers. You can also feel free to adjust the size of the text, but that's not required. I know I did because I just found the text a little bit too small. Next, go to the header. The first step is to change the background color and see if you can get that to work. Next, you're going to want to add a background image. And to be honest, this will be the trickiest part of the whole homework assignment because sometimes it's not always clear where you can find the images and where you can't. So make sure you check in some of the other resources if you get stuck on this part. Next, I want you to change the font color and increase that font size a little bit more. Now, here again is something that's new that you didn't learn before. I want you to style the links that are in the navigation section, but only those links, not all the links in the page. You don't need to recreate my example exactly, but I do want your links to be nicely spaced apart. They should have some background color, rounded borders, and no underline. Make them look nice. Next, make sure you style that active class I talked about. That's how people will be able to know which page they're looking at without having to look at the URL. Now, another thing that you're going to need to work on is this idea that our page has a left and a right class to it. Now, in order to get things to go next to each other, you're going to need to mess with the display and possibly float, depending on how you implement this. So make sure you change them so that they're side by side, and change that background color for the left class. You may have already done that in the previous homework, but if you didn't, make sure it gets done now. Finally, we want to get back to those images. First, you need to put the images back in, because hopefully in homework 1, you set their display to none, which means they're gone. So put them back into something so that they'll stack up on top of each other. Next, make sure that they're centered within that left class. I don't want the pictures to be all the way to one side or the other. And while you're centering them, make sure you put some space between them on the top and the bottom too. Once again, we'll be using the peer grader to evaluate your work. Unlike before, grades will be based on level of completion and somewhat more of how your page looks. We want to make sure you're not putting things that are hard to read or that are really kind of squished together. So if you get the chance, make sure you run your page through some different accessibility evaluators. So there was Wave and there's WebAIM. There's different places you can go. But this is a really nice part about peer grading. Your peers can tell you whether or not things don't really have the best color contrast. Now, again, proper standards are going to apply. And this is particularly important when we start talking about advanced selectors. I found that sometimes people throw everything they can possibly think of into their style sheet and they just hope that it works. We are going to take points off if you try to do that. Now, the final thing I do want to mention is that I know that people are coding on different devices. So when you submit your code, make sure to feel free to say, my code only really looks good on a big screen or on a phone or something like that. Taking care of different screen sizes is something called responsive design that we don't handle in this particular course. So I don't expect you to make a site that looks great on every platform. What I do expect you to do is really own the code that you submit this time. Make sure you know exactly what each line is doing and feel comfortable changing little parts and feeling like your page won't break. Again, if you run into problems, make sure you hit those discussion boards. Your classmates have been really helpful, and I want to really encourage that communication. Good luck. Welcome back, everybody. Today, we're going to talk very briefly about pseudo-classes and elements. So we've been working with different types of elements throughout this entire course and how we can structure them and style them. Well, pseudo elements are kind of different from the other things we've seen before in that they are very dependent on the DOM structure, and some of them are actually dynamically populated. So to be honest, you have seen this before back when we talked about styling links, because the links had those different states. One example we used was the idea of hover. How if you hover over a link, you can change the style to get rid of maybe the underline or change the color. So let's talk about some of these different types of pseudoclasses beyond what you can do with just a link. I started off with the one we've seen before, where you can have a link and also a link that's been visited. You can also react to different user actions. So if someone's hovering over a paragraph or hovering over an H1 tag, you can still react to it. It doesn't just have to be a link. You can also have active, and active is when you're holding the mouse button down over some sort of element. And the last one is focus. Focus would be when someone's tabbing through the page, you can put focus styling on each one of these. Finally, one that makes a lot of sense and you've probably seen before is that you can style the pseudoclasses of forms or interfaces. If the checkbox has been clicked or checked off, you can see that sometimes they make it yellow. Or if you've ever been to a site and you're not allowed to type something in until you type something above, higher in, they tend to gray it out. So the way you would go ahead and do this is you could say, you know what, if someone hovers over my paragraph, I want to just do a border. Border, 1 pixel. Now, even though there's no place on the DOM where they have p hover, it should work for you when you put that styling rule in. So you can also style based on the structural position of the different elements. You have first child, last child, nth child. The way that one works is you put a number in to say the 5th child or the 10th child. You can have only child. You also have other different things such as first of type, last of type, only of type. And again, you just have the element, the colon, and then the name of the pseudoclass that you want to style. Pseudo elements aren't necessarily part of the DOM, but they can be used to style specific or unique parts of the page. So some examples might be if you have a paragraph and you want to put in that fancy first letter of a different font, you can use the first letter pseudo element. Same with first line. You can generate things to show up before or after elements. A lot of times if you're styling something like credit card information, you can go ahead and put in the different types of credit cards, but have a little before that says, and hey, put a picture in here. You can also style just fragments of different selections. Now, I didn't give you much code when we went through here because really using pseudo classes and pseudo elements is very unique to the page that you're going to make. So later when we talk about tables, keep an eye out because I'm going to be using a lot of pseudo classes and pseudo elements in there. It's really important to realize that I'm not going to be able to cover every combination of everything we learn about, but I do want to give you the tools so that you can go out and investigate how you can add some cool new styles to your page. Good luck. Hi everybody, in this lecture we're going to talk about transitions. You've seen in different examples that we can change the state of elements. Links can go from regular link to visited, you can hover over things, you can focus them. Well, what if you want to actually have a little bit of almost animation when you do these things? That's what we can use transitions for. So if you hover over the link, you can change the color. If an image comes into focus, meaning you've tabbed into it, you can change the size. And it's just these little tiny things that sometimes when you're making your page gives you that little bit of cool factor that you've been looking for to show that you're really starting to grasp these concepts. So let's get started. If you want to add transitions to your page, there's 4 properties that you're going to want to look at. The first is the actual transition property. What is it that you want to change? Do you want to change the size, the color, the position, all of them? What about the transition duration? How long should each transition last? They can happen very quickly, where people almost don't even notice it, or it can be really long and drawn out. The transition timing is it's a little bit odd, but it's this idea of if you're going to make something bigger, do you want to make it slowly bigger and linear all at the same time? Or do you want it to ease in or ease out? You can actually change what speed it's doing the different things. Transition delay is, do you want me to wait? Should the browser wait before it starts the transition? If somebody's hovering, do you want them to hover for 2 seconds before you go on? You might want to think about this because sometimes when people are looking at your page, they've just got the mouse going all over, and you don't want to have them looking at the transitions unless they really mean to be focusing in on that one element. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. If you want to use transitions, the first thing you need to do is just what you've been doing all along. Define your element and say what style you want it to have when you first load the page. Next, you want to choose which elements you want to transition. So you may have styled it with background color, color, width, and height. You don't necessarily want to change all of those things when you go into your transition. So pick the ones that you do want to change. Third, define the new values for those elements. And this is important. You need to combine this step with a pseudo class. It needs to be along with a hover or a focus or an active. So let's look at some code just on the screen, and then I'll run you through an actual example. So here, I went ahead and defined a div to just have color, background, line height, width height, all the typical things. If you notice, the border radius is pretty small. It's only 6 pixels. Next, I went in and I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and define each one of these properties. So my properties I want to change are going to be color, width, background, and border radius. This is kind of a lot, but I wanted a big example. You can say I want it to take half a second. I want it to all be pretty much the same change, and I want you to wait a half a second before you start that transition. The last step, the one that had to do with the pseudo class, was adding the div hover and giving the new values that I want everything to be. So instead of being black, I want to switch it to white. Instead of the width being 250 pixels, I want it to be 350, different background color, and a much bigger border radius. All right, so let's go ahead and look at an example that I have already coded up to show you. So in this example, I've used an internal style sheet, partly because the entire bulk of my HTML is right down here. All I have is one div. How I've styled it is to say that from now on, when someone hovers over this div, I want you to change the color, width, background, and border radius. And I've also put in active, just because I want to show you that you can do multiple different states. Active, if you maybe don't recall, is when you're clicking down on a state. So let's take a look. Here's my transition, just by default when you're looking at the page. Now, when I mouse over it, you can see that's kind of this cool change of color and border radius. Border radius actually can change things from looking like a square to looking like a circle. The final one is now I'm going to hold the mouse down, and we're going to see what happens when the state goes into active. You can see, once again, I've changed all those things. I actually think this is pretty cool. It can also, however, be very distracting. So you want to use transitions sparingly to make sure you're not taking away things from your page. It is possible and very common to use shorthands when you're writing out your different transitions. Instead of writing transition duration, properties, different things like that, you can put it all in one line. This one is saying, I want to change the background. It should take 0.2 seconds, and I want to ease out, or I want it to be a linear transition. Here it's saying I want to go ahead and change the border radius, how long it should take, the type of transition, and how long you want to delay. So when you look at other people's code, don't be confused if it doesn't look like my first example. They've probably been using the shortcuts. All right, so hopefully that was a little bit cool and you're excited to go and implement some sort of transitions on your page. Playing with them will also do more than make your site look kind of colorful and active. It's going to give you practice on understanding these different pseudo classes and states, such as active, focus, hover, etc. But please remember that accessibility is always going to be an issue when you're dealing with different states on page. Don't require that people are going to hover on your page. Don't require that people are going to tab through. You want to make sure that all your content is always available, and just keep those transitions for something a little bit extra to add to your site. Good luck. Hello everyone. Today we're going to talk briefly about transforms. Transforms are very similar to transitions in that they provide another option for us changing the appearance of elements that are on our page. So we can change things in both a two-dimensional manner and a three-dimensional manner as people are looking at your site. So let's look at some of the two-dimensional transform options. We're going to talk about translate, rotate, scale, skew, and matrix, and how each one of these can work within your CSS3. The first option I'm going to show you is translate. What translate will do is that you can give it two values, I've called them x and y, and depending on those values, you can move the element to the left and right or up and down. If x is positive, you move off to the right. If it's negative, you move to the left. With y, if it's positive, you move down, and if it's negative, you move up. So let's look at an actual example to make it a little bit more clear. Here, I've got this nice blue element, and what I'm about to say is that I want to translate it 175. So you're going to expect to see it move off to the right and down a little bit. So you can see, again, it's hard to really tell when things go up and down, but if you look at the margins, we've almost effectively increased the margins. The next option is rotate. And when you rotate something, you're rotating, or I kind of like to think of it as spinning the element a certain number of degrees. You don't see the spin, you just see the result, or what it would look like at the end. So here, I have another element, and I'm going to tell it to rotate by 30 degrees. So from here to here. Now it's really important that you remember to put the DEG. If you just put 30, many of the browsers are not going to have that work. In fact, most of them won't. So make sure you give it the degrees you want it to turn, some sort of number, 30, 90, 80, and then use degree. Next, let's talk about scale. And scale is just a fancy way of saying, let's make it wider or taller. So again, you give it two numbers, and that's how much you want to change the width and the height of an element. So here I have a smaller block, and I've decided I'd like to make it 2 times as wide and 3 times as high. Here's a new element after the transform scale. Skew is very hard for me to explain what it does, and it's even harder to do it because I always forget my left and rights when I'm looking at the camera. So again, you're going to want to play with this one and look at some of the examples. What you're doing is you're rotating the element a certain number of degrees around the x angle and a certain number of degrees around the y angle. So here, I'm going to show you a skew 30 degrees by 15 degrees. You start off here, and you end up turned at a very kind of weird angle. And again, it's very hard to show you this when I'm staring at the screen, so I'm hoping you'll type that in and kind of play with it a little bit. The next and final option is matrix. And when you use the matrix, you can combine all of the 2D transform methods into one command at once. I never use this because I find it far too confusing to remember which ones scale, which ones rotate, which ones skew. So unless you feel really confident with your CSS3, I would avoid using matrix and go ahead and use each of the other individual transforms one at a time. So the other ones that we just talked about were 2-dimensional transforms. We can also do 3-dimensional transforms, and they're very similar to the ones we just talked about. So for instance, with rotate, now instead of just rotating along the x or y axis, we can also rotate around the z dimension as well. So if you wanted to use a 3D rotate, your options now are transform rotate y, how many degrees, rotate x, rotate z, or you can actually say rotate 3D and give it numbers along every single dimension. I rarely use the 3D dimensions, but we do have the options. We have the rotate, we have the scale, and we have the translate. And they can really do some really interesting things with how you want your elements to look. When it comes time to use transforms, there's a few things to think about. Typically, when you use transforms, you're going to use them with state changes. If you remember, that means you might have a transform happen when you do an on hover, or an on focus, or an on active. If you're really just trying to change what an element looks like right from the start and leave it that way, you may want to think about just taking pictures and messing with the pictures and doing things offline. It's faster and it doesn't use up as much bandwidth. However, it's a cool way to kind of play with things and gain confidence with your CSS. Of course, with so many things we've been learning in this class, it's important to remember that you'll often require browser prefixes to get transforms to work. So one more tool in your tool belt for learning how to do something exciting with your page. I know that I didn't do my normal example here, but the next video is going to show an example using transitions, transforms, and some of the other things we've been learning all along. I hope you'll take a look at it and feel a little bit more confident about what we just learned with transforms. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. In the past, we've done code together segments where I've coded, you've coded along with me, and we've made lots of little mistakes together. Today, I really want to do a code review instead. I want you to sit back and look at some of the code that I've written and see how the little things that we've been learning are adding up together to create more complex web pages. So let's start with some HTML. Over here, I have code that's just going to create a bunch of different divs. The one thing that might be new that you haven't seen before is this idea of tab index. What the tab index does is it lets the browser know that if somebody is tabbing through your page, you actually want to put different elements in focus in a different order. So in this case, the first thing would be A, and then C, and then B, etc. It's just one more level of accessibility that I wanted to introduce to you in our code. The only other thing I want you to notice in this HTML is the fact that the very last div has a class animate in it. I've made this one a little bit different so that you can look at transitions and transforms in action. So let's go ahead and look at the CSS and play with the browser. Now, when we start at the top, you can see that I've just styled the divs so that they're little boxes where you can see the contents and it's not all too squished together. The one thing that you may not have used yet yourself in your code is this idea of transition 2 seconds ease. This is going to let the browser know that when we change states, we want to take about 2 seconds and ease it in. But first, let's look at the focus. In my focus, I say change the background color. So now, when I go to my browser, I'm going to start tabbing through the different elements. And when I do, you can see that they all light up. I'm going to refresh the page because the one that I expected to go first didn't. That's because I'd been tabbing before we even started coding or taping. So here we go. A changes color, and then C, and then B. This is you giving the user power to jump to the most important sections first. All right, so after focus, let's talk about hover. Now, when hover comes into case, what I'm saying is make the width 200 pixels, it was 100, and change the background color. So let's take a look. I'm going to highlight over C right here, and then B, and then A. And you can see it's a very nice, smooth transition. But one of the things I do want you to notice is that when I'm not hovering over anything, we actually have A through F on the top line and then G through I on the bottom. When you start to go a little bit too crazy changing the size of things dynamically, you can throw everything off position. So make sure you use this sparingly. All right, let's get to the cool one, the last one. If you remember, I made one div and I set it to be animated because I used the animate class. Right now, the only difference is the background color is a little bit green. But I want to show you what happens when I hover over it. When I do, I'm going to kick off a transform where I'm going to say, rotate this 360 degrees. And in addition, instead of having an opacity of 0.4, which means kind of blur it out, clear it out a little bit, set it to the full color. Here we go. I think that's pretty cool. We rotated it. When we go off the hover, it rotates back. These are the kind of fun things that you can add to your page when you're first learning how to code that really give you this sense of, hey, I'm doing it. I'm making things change. So what I'd really encourage you to do now is go back, review the transition lecture, review the transform lecture, make sure and see if those concepts now make a little bit more sense that you've seen the code in action. And I hope you'll play with this code, change the values, and really have some fun with it. So good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about positioning elements in your web page. So trying to lay out your page in your coding is probably going to be one of the most time-consuming and potentially frustrating things that you're going to do in this entire course. And that's one reason why I've left almost this entire week for us to practice laying things out on your page. The ideas themselves are very simple and straightforward, but it's the putting them together as you add more and more to your page where things can get a little bit tricky. So let's begin talking about the different positioning elements, or the different positioning properties that you can use. Okay? The 4 position properties are static, relative, absolute, and fixed. And for the most part, they're very different. How they work together, or how they work, is that each one of these can also be modified by properties such as top, right, bottom, and left. So you say what kind of position you want the element to be, And then you can say, but I want it to be this far from the top, or this high off the bottom, or this far over from the left. So let's start with static. And the reason we're going to start with static is because you've already been using it all along. It's what we call the default value for elements. If you don't say anything else, it's going to be set to this. How it works is that the browser is going to place each element in just the next available position. You can give it values such as top, bottom, left, and right, but the browser is going to completely ignore it. How it's going to work is something like this. Let me see if I can draw this up here. Is you've got your screen, and then it's time to start adding things to your page, and the browser goes, oh, well, this is span, so it fits right here, and the next one's span, so it fits right here. Oh, she's got something that's block, so I need to go down here. So as you add, it just starts at the top and works its way across and then down. But we can go beyond that. We can change how the browser positions things. And one of the ways we can do that is to use position relative. And when I say relative, I mean relative to itself. Where would it go? All right, let's scooch it over a little bit. It's basically very similar to the static position, but now you get to add these offsets. The new positioning, the new place that we put the element, it's not going to affect any of its neighbors. Instead, what it may do is kind of leave holes where the browser thought it should have been in the first place. Usually, relatively positioned elements are used as containers or blocks for other elements. So let me just show you another quick example here. Turn this on. I've got my browser window, and let's say I'm about to put in a span element, and it's going to go right there. Well, instead, if you say that the position is relative and you give it some sort of number like top 10, instead of placing it right here, it's actually going to go underneath where it should be. So again, we're just adding little numbers to move things from where they would normally go. The next position is what we call absolute. And this one can really confuse people when you first started. Because the browser, instead of putting it in the next available position, it ignores all the elements and really just looks at the main container it was in. In this case, we're going to show an example with the browser. The other elements on the page behave as if it doesn't even exist. And what this can lead to is that you can end up with one element on top of another. So let's try this. I've got my browser. Don't have a lot of room here. So right here. And let's say I've got a div, and I've decided that it's absolute, and it should be 100 down from the top and maybe 100 over. So it goes right here. All right, well, if we were doing relative, the next element would go underneath it. But if we have two absolute values, the next one that shows up is going to go again right on top of it. All right, the final position that I'm going to talk about is called fixed. And the fixed position is relative to the browser window. This is how they're able to create these pages where sometimes you get that pop-up and you just can't get it to go away. You keep scrolling and scrolling and it's like following you and you're like, ah! Well, how they've done that is they've used that fixed position. It's not, that element is not going to move even if the window is scrolled. Just so you know, if you're using some sort of older browser, you're trying to design for Internet Explorer 7 or 8, this only works if you're using an HTML5 doc type. So again, when you think of the fixed position, think of pop-up boxes that just won't go away. Or you might want to also think of it as something more useful, which is when you're on a page and you might have that navigation bar that's on the top, and as you scroll through the page, you don't have to scroll back up to see the navigation bar because it's always just there. So let's go ahead and look at an example where I've got some different elements that use the different position properties. Okay. I'm about to show you a page where I've gone in and I've put a couple elements, just 2 divs and a couple paragraphs. And just to start off, I gave them some kind of starter styling just so we can distinguish between them. For our div, I have position relative, I gave it a height, a width, and a border. For the paragraphs, I gave it a border of a different color, gave it a top and left, and I left it as position static because that's the default position it would always be. So I want to show you what that's going to look like over in the browser. So if you look, you can see I've got 2 divs, one up here and down here, and I have my 3 paragraphs. 1, 2, 3. The first thing I want to point out is that this doesn't look exactly the way some of you may expect it to look, or even exactly the way some of you might see it if you load it on your browser. Instead of putting this paragraph all the way at the top, it's actually pushed down a little bit. Same for the B and the C. The reason that happens is because all the browsers have different default values for where the paragraph should be positioned. So let me scroll over here for a second. I'm going to go down. And you can see that there's this kind of weird code right here that says WebKit margin before and WebKit margin after. This is an example of some pseudo classes that they used. So I don't want these different default things to be coming into play. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of them. After I comment those out or comment that back in, I refresh, and now we've got our A, B, and C. So again, A, B, and C are all relative. You're telling the browser, just put it in the next available space. So let's see what's going to happen now if I change my elements from relative to static. Or sorry, from static to relative. And you can see that they've moved over. And the reason they moved over is that I gave it the values of top 100 and left 100. Go down, push on over. If I change this to 50, oops, 59, that'll work. You can see it doesn't move over quite as much. So static, just go in the first place you can. Relative, go in the first place you can, but go ahead and you can tell it if you want it to move over a little bit in either direction. The next one that we're going to do is absolute. Maybe. There we go. So now I want you to notice something. That A and that B, they're on top of each other. Because you said, I want you to be 100 pixels down and 59 pixels off from the side of the container element. In this case, it's that div. So this is kind of odd because, they're right on top of each other and it's all kind of mixed together. There are circumstances where you will want things to be on top of each other. Maybe one of them will be visible and one of them will be hidden, and you're going to change dynamically. But this is what happens with absolute. Now, if I scroll, I'm going to make this screen a little bit smaller, and I scroll, you can see that the A and the B, they do scroll away. And of course, I did this example because I wanted to show you that if I switch this to fixed now, instead of saying position the element relative to its parent, it's saying position this element relative to the entire browser. So now everything's on top of each other. And if I try to scroll away, it doesn't work. It stays right there. Okay? So again, it's static, relative, absolute, and fixed. And I want you to play with these and know your options before you start laying out your code by hand. Now, one of the things I showed you is that it's possible for multiple elements to be placed in the same position or on top of each other. And there's a way to deal with that if you don't like the ordering that they're showing up. And that's called the z-index. The z-index is just basically just a number value. It's either positive or negative that tells the browser kind of your stacking order. So if you have something and you're really sure you want to make sure it's always on top, you'd go ahead and put something like 100 on it. If you didn't really care, you could give it a negative 100. And this is the way that people can go ahead and position the elements to be a little bit more dynamic later on when we add some JavaScript or different things like that. So the z-index is something that not a lot of people code with, but it's really helpful when you're using inspect element if there's something below and you want to see what it looks like on top. So let's go ahead and review. Positioning your element is the key to creating the layouts that you want to have. And this is especially important if you're worried about your site looking good on a small screen, a big screen, etc. So proper planning is going to make this much easier for you when it comes time to code up your page. But really, the most important thing you can do right now is go online, find those tutorials or different references where they talk about positioning, and play with it until you're feeling a little bit more comfortable with how each of these work. Good luck. Hi everybody. In today's code review, we're going to talk about making a calendar. Because what I really like about calendars is that there are all these little tiny things you need to think about to really make your page look professional. So what I have right here on the screen is a very, very plain calendar where you can see I have all the days in the month. I also have on some days little appointments. So I'm going to have lunch with mom or meet with the dean or be library helper. And on the 31st, it's Halloween, so, boo. What can we do to take this information, this content from our HTML5 and turn it into something that's really pleasing? Well, let's take a look at what I've done with it. Here, I've used CSS to create a calendar that has a lot of different things going on it. First, I've gone ahead and I've styled it nicely. I've included things like border radius, highlighted out these days right here. I realize it's really hard to see in the screen right now, but I actually have a background image for those days to make it look a little bit different. The other thing I've added is that on days that have these little asterisks, if I click on them, the actual appointment shows up. So as you can see, I'm going to be dealing with a lot of different CSS elements, and I'm going to slowly go through the code just to give you an idea of what's going on. Now, it would be impossible for you to follow along with me with this code and know exactly what I'm doing. Instead, I'm giving it to you as a resource to kind of pick through and understand the different parts as you need to and as you want to incorporate them into your page. So let's take a look at the CSS. As you can see, this is a very, very busy page. So just kind of sit back and you can hear me talk about the different things instead of trying to read the code. I've gone in and I wanted to make my calendar with a very nice border radius, so I'd have something around the top. The thing is, the table itself is really only this part. It's not the caption. So what I've done is I've gone in and I said, don't worry about the top two corners, here and here. Only curve the bottom two corners. All right. How do I get this cool idea of alternating between a kind of light gray and this color and going back and forth? Well, with this, you can go ahead and use some of the different pseudo elements. So in this case, I've gone in, and it's not me, it's the browser saying, hey, I'm going to look at all the different table rows, and anytime I see a child that's odd, I'm going to make it one color, and anytime I see a child that's even, I'm going to make it another color. This is so much nicer than you having to go into your table and putting class equals even, class equals odd, class equals even, especially if later you decide to add more information and it throws off your rows. This is something really powerful that you should try to take advantage of. What about when you try to make your page look really professional, the elements that overlap? So right here, I'm actually looking at a table and a table row and a table element. I had to go through and think about each one of these and think about things like, well, on my very last table row, the very last table element, that's got a different curve than the first child. So go ahead, download this code and take a look at that and play with it. What happens if you comment it out? What's going to go on? All right, I have fairly simple code for the caption. I went ahead and just added some border radius and colors. What I really want to show you is this whole idea of when you want to hide things. Let's go back to the HTML. I have put all of my elements inside a span tag. So here I've got span library helper. I'm hoping that you are thinking right now and going, well, why don't these show up when I first look at the calendar? Why isn't it there? Well, the reason would be because by default, I'm going to go ahead and hide all of the different appointments. I'm going to go ahead and say visibility hidden. Now, this is different than display none. If I had display none, like this whole square would just be gone. It wouldn't be there. Visibility hidden says, oh, I want to leave all that space, but I don't want to show what's in there. This is a very little nuanced thing, and this is exactly why I made this example, so you could see the difference. All right, so now it's hidden, but as soon as I make it active, and active means as soon as you're clicking on it, I change the visibility from hidden to visible. So let's click on it. And you can see that lunch with mom shows up, library helper, and also here on Halloween, I've got a little message there. So there was a lot going on with this CSS, and I don't want to go down through every line of it, and you don't want me to do that either. It'd be very boring. So I'm hoping, though, that I've shown you some of the ways that these pseudo classes, pseudo elements, the different states all go together to create a page that can look so much better than just plain HTML by itself. So I'm hoping you'll use this code and create something great for yourself. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. Since it's week 4 and you're working on your final project, what I want to do is kind of show you some of the different options that you can use when you're styling your pages. And in this video, I want to show you what happens when you try to make a vertical navigation bar. So over here in my browser, I have what the page is going to look like when we're done. But let's go ahead and I'll hit refresh and first see what it would look like if I tried to make a navigation bar using 4 simple links. Again, links are inline, so they go next to each other. There's no color, there's nothing going on. And it's really horrible. So let me put that style back in. Refresh the page, and I'm going to show you how I created this navigation bar. Let's start by talking about the body. I just put in some background color, padding, and margin. That's not really important here. What's important is talking about our navigation section. One of the things I wanted to do is show you the idea of using that box sizing border box. What this is going to do is it takes away the need for you to count up how much width, how much padding, how much border. You don't have to do the math. The browser will do it for you. I put in some simple border, color, background color, etc. The first thing I did though is I made it inline block because I want my navigation to be next to the other parts of my page. And since nav is block, it won't happen unless I kind of throw it in there. So I said I wanted it to be about 20% of the page and then added some margin. Now something new you may not have seen before is this idea of height equals 100 VH. That's your viewport height. So this means I want the navigation to take up the whole height of your page. I'm not hard coding it to 400 pixels or 200 pixels because I don't know how big the screen is that you're looking at. Next, let's talk about the actual links themselves. What I've gone in and done is I've taken away the regular boring links and I've really styled them to make them something a little more original. So I put in a height of how high I want each one of my links to be. And then I put in a little bit of a trick and I said I want the line height to be 45 pixels. So why would I do that? The reason would be I want to center home, photos, or I want to center the words within it, and this is how I can do it. The next kind of cool thing I've done is I've added a background image. I added these little arrows, and the cool thing that I had to do that I want to really point out to you is I couldn't just link to the folder and then the file. Because of the way I set up my code, first I need to say, I know I'm in the CSS folder right now, so I'm going to go back up to my main folder and then find images. This is confusing for you, don't worry. It's a brand new concept, but it's something that a lot of you are going to run into as you try to link images from your style sheet. All right. The last thing I did was just add in a little padding so there's room for the picture and then add some margin. So using these different things we've already talked about, position, display, line height, background URLs, we were able to make something that I think looks really cool for a simple vertical navigation bar. Go ahead and try it. Good luck. Hi, welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about accessible navigation. I know that this course is mostly about CSS, but I always like to pop in and remind you of the different things you need to think about as you're styling your pages. All right. Navigation is really the most critical aspect of accessibility. If people can't navigate through your page and get to the content they really need to get to, then you've really just wasted their time and some of yours. So sighted users have these kind of tried and true things that they look for on a page. They know what a search box is, they know where the banner usually goes, where the main navigation is, and it's not surprising to them that often the main content, or what we call the content well, is hidden down lower in a page. And we know this because we can see it just as soon as we open up the browser. But for blind or low vision users, they really need to rely on proper coding of the page in order to get to what they want to get to. And not just the proper coding, but there are a lot of stylistic issues you need to think about when you're doing this. So, what if you can't see? The first place that you get information is from the title of the page. You want to make sure that your title is short, but also lets the user know how this page is different from other pages at your site. Next, the proper heading placement and kind of this hierarchy allows screen users to skip the different navigational links and get directly to what they're looking for. I think you've all been to sites where it feels like you need to go to one place and then you follow another and you follow another, and this can be really annoying and irritating, especially so if it's really important that your mouse is on just the right spot. So we want to make sure that we let screen readers and other users skip right to where they want to go. We also want to think about your links. because when you have the links to the different sites in your page, those descriptions are all that people have going for them. So you don't want to use click me, follow me here. You want to give good information in those link descriptions. Next, we need to talk about proper heading hierarchy. All right? Headings need to be nested in order to really provide structure. So you shouldn't have H3 headings before you have H2 headings. You should only have one H1 heading. You shouldn't jump from H2 to H4. Instead, you really want to follow a certain kind of order so that people can realize that there is meaning behind your page. So here's an example right here. I have my single H1 heading, and then in this page I can imagine that I have 3 sections. Each one of those sections has an H2 heading inside of it. And in my first section, it might be that I have these certain little bullet points or other points I'm making where they're important enough that I've decided, hey, I'm going to use H3 to signify that this is another subsection within my section. Where people get in trouble, and what you see all the time, is that people decide, I really like the look of that H2 font. I like just how big the text is. I like how the kind of font they use. So I'm just going to put as many things as I can into the H2 font because I like the way it looks. And they're not thinking about the semantics. The same thing happens with the H3 font. You'll go to somebody's page and find out there are no H2 fonts at all. Instead, it's all H3 elements. And they only did that because they like the look of that particular tag. So now this is where the styling comes in. This is why I'm talking about this in the styling class, is that now you know that instead, if you really like the look of that H3 heading, instead of using the tag, you should be styling other tags to replicate that look. Find out which font family they use, find out which font size, and just repeat it. Don't use tags just because you like the way they look. The other thing you can think about to help navigation is this idea of off-page headings. It's useful to do when you want to give the screen reader users some sort of navigational aid, but you don't want to put it right in the page and have your sighted users also have to deal with it all the time. So let me give you an example of this one. We're going to use styling sheets to basically set something off page. We've given it the name of off page, and we've said, hey, I want to place this in a position absolute off to the left by 1,000 pixels. So you'll know that that's pretty far off. I have here the University of Michigan Human Resources page. And if you look up near the top, there's really nothing there up here in the top corner. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hit Tab. And what Tab does is it brings the next element into focus. So go ahead and tab there. And you can see that now there's this new thing here that says Skip to Main Content. If I click on it, I go all the way down and I was able to skip a lot of this additional information that they didn't really need to see. It was more just marketing and different things like that. So these different off-screen navigation links are extremely useful to allow people to jump immediately to what they want to get to. But by using styling, we've taken it off the page so that you only use it if you really want to. One of the things I wanted to mention is if you're going to do off-page headings, don't use display none or visibility hidden. These really just kind of mess with the code and make it very hard for screen readers or other people looking at your code to see what's going on. At the start of the lecture, I mentioned that meaningful link text is very important for accessibility because screen readers can find and list all of the links. Now, what you may not realize is the way that these links are displayed may not be in the way you expect. So they may be out of context, you may only be able to access them via tabbing, or they may be presented in a list. So you really want to avoid using things such as click here, read this, and more. The reason being is that may be the only context some people get in order to go to the links. Also, please don't use the URL as a link description. It's pretty common to go to a site and you can see click here and they have the entire URL, www.umich.edu/etc. It may look very descriptive, but if you have to listen to the description, it can be very confusing. Instead, unless you have a very short URL, go ahead and use some sort of textual description. So just to review, let's think about what we learned today. When you finish making your page, it's not enough for it to look good. You need to think about how easy it is to navigate your page. Think about what would happen if the colors weren't there, or if somebody could only navigate through your page with a mouse. So I want to show you really quickly what I'm talking about here. Here's an old page of mine, and at the bottom I have the University of Michigan. I just want to show you what happens when I take away the style. The page now, you can't even see the text anymore. These are the kind of small things that you would never notice unless you checked your page both with and without styling. So when you plan your page, make sure you're planning for everyone. Make great use of headings, make great use of link text, and make sure that you're giving people the tools they need to navigate your page successfully. Thanks. Hi everyone, welcome back to another code review. Earlier, I created a navigation bar that worked vertically. It went up and down. Today, I just want to show you how you can use the same HTML code but create a horizontal navigation bar instead. So let's take a look. I want to go to something that looks a little bit more like this. And not only have I gone to a horizontal navigation bar, I want to show you an example of showing which page is the one we're currently looking at. So if you notice, in the navigation bar, the Photos link looks a little bit different from the others. It's very common to do this to kind of indicate to people this is the page that you're looking at right now. So let's take a look at the CSS and see how I've taken plain HTML and turned it into something where I have a nicely styled navigation bar. All right. We start off by saying, you know what? We want to style all of the links that are in the navigation bar. I don't want to style all the links. Instead, I want to indicate just the links that are inside nav. And once we do that, it was fairly simple for me to go ahead and put in that I want a certain height, a certain background color, a certain text decoration. One of the things I added here was a border radius. Border radius curves the boxes. So if you look, everything's a little bit curved over here along the side. Nothing too important right there. The next thing I have, the new one, is this idea of having a class called current. What the current class does is it basically is a way of tagging, hey, you know all the different looks that are on my page, or links that are on my page? I want to show you which one I'm looking at right now. And all I did here was I went and I set it so I have a different background color. All right, so it was fairly straightforward to create this horizontal navigation bar as long as you're very careful about spacing things out. So once again, I just want to show you that things like padding and margin are very important and they're very additive. So when you use percents instead of pixels, it's going to keep it from being that it looks fine on a big screen and then really bad on a small screen. The last thing I kind of put in here just to have some fun and to help show you again some of the different things you can do with CSS is I added a hover state for any of my navigation links. So if you take a look, I've gone in here and I've said when somebody hovers over the page, I want to change the color of the text and I want to get rid of that whole border radius thing. So let's take a look. Go over here, I'm going to hover over recipes and the text is turned from white to black and it's gone from circle to square. Now again, as I go over all these different examples with you, it's really important that you realize I am not an artist and I am not very artistic. And I'm hoping that you can take these snippets of code and turn it into something that looks really great and customized for the page that you are trying to create. So go ahead, have some fun, and now try to make a navigation bar that goes in all different ways, up and down, sideways, or even combinations. Good luck. Hi, welcome back. Guess what? We're going to do another and our final navigation bar together in this code review. This one, though, is a little bit different, not only for the way we've set things up, but because I want to talk to you about the accessibility of how many people make their navigation bars. The new way I've used this way is to create your navigation links as part of lists. So you can see we already have it a little bit different over here. I've got an unordered list with 1, 2, 3, 4 list items, and some of those list items have unordered lists themselves. So while this is very common, there are some usability issues when you realize, are these really lists? Because if not, that's a semantic tag we're using that we may want to avoid. But it's so common, I want to show it to you and let you play with it and make your own decisions. The other issue when we make this drop-down navigation bar has to do with the accessibility of people being able to hover over certain things that you want to activate. I think we've all been there where we've been on a web page and we're trying to hover over something to click a link and it keeps popping away because our hand is too shaky or we have to hover over 3 things at the same time. So again, while this is a technique I want to share with you and help you to understand, I hope that you'll make sure that any applications you do your best to make sure it's as accessible as possible. So again, let's start with this plain, kind of boring HTML code and see if we can't get it to look like something a little bit more exciting. What we have here now is a horizontal navigation bar that's going to have drop-down elements. So when I go over home, there's nothing extra to see. But when I go over pictures, you can see that I have 3 additional links I can try to do. And same with recipes, and contact again is all by itself. So how did I do this? How did I have it so that 2015, 14, and 13 don't show up unless I'm hovering? And the same with the recipes. Let's take a look. All right, I'm going to skip the body and the navigation because I think you know how to do all this. Instead, let's talk about the different lists themselves. List items themselves and the links. So what I've done is I've gone in here, kind of so you can see both at the same time, and it's very faint, and I wish I had made it a different color now, but I have a border between each one of these options. Now, it would have looked a little bit weird for me to have a border right here along the side. So what I needed to do is I went in and I said, you know what, for that last list item, the very last one, let's not put a border in. It's these little tiny tweaks that you can put in your code to make it look a little bit more professional. We also don't want borders on the sub-items, right? Because there's nothing. Since those are block, we don't need borders on the side. So I did the same thing over here where I said, you know what? I don't want to use any borders over here. Pretty straightforward, I hope. Now let's look, again, I did simple styling on my navigation links. All right. The one thing I did put in is, again, I wanted to show you an example of using transition. The transition here is what slowly changes the color when you hover over rather than a quick change. So you can see it's a little bit more gradual than sudden. All right. The active is just like last time. Now, here's the interesting part. We're going to talk about the submenus. All right. So how does the browser know when something's a submenu? Well, it can look at the DOM and it can look down and go, oh, I'm in navigation, and now I'm in an unordered link or unordered list, and here I am in a list item. If it finds another list item lower down, it's kind of chaining down, it knows, oh, I'm in a submenu. So right here, it knows I'm in the nav, I'm inside of a list, and I just found an unordered list inside of there. So how we have it set up so that it doesn't show at the beginning is that I've set the position to absolute, and I've set the display to none. So it's not going to show up by default, not going to happen. Okay? So how do I get it so that it suddenly does show up if we want to do something along that line? Well, we want to find out how to change it here. When I hover over a list item that has an unordered list underneath it, change that display from none to block. So these 2 lines of code right here, this is really setting it up. So when I go over here, by default, display is none, but when I hover, display becomes block. It's a very simple, very short code, very powerful concept to understand. So I've shown you a few different ways that you can style your navigation bars. We have horizontal, we have vertical, we have drop down. I really hope that you'll pick one that you feel the most comfortable with, or actually really the most excited about, and create one for your final project here in the CSS class. Don't worry if you run into problems, post to the discussion board, go online and look up answers. But what I really hope is that you can create something that you're proud of that is both beautiful and accessible. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. It's time for us to start our final project. I'm really hoping by the time you're done with this, you're going to have something that you feel really proud of and that you'll want to share. Again, our objective is that we're going to write one style sheet and style 3 different HTML files. Now, when you get started, I'm going to assume that you have the second peer-graded assignment done. You can feel free to alter that as much as you want, but I need to know that those changes are completed. All right, so let me show you our befores and our afters for where we're going with this final project. So let's look at what we've done so far in this course. We had our first HTML view, our next one where we made it really plain, our third one where we added in some different style, and finally on our fourth one, it might not look very different on this first page, but where I'm really going to have you focus is on the Teams page and on this table. You'll be able to see that I have really gone out and put a lot of styling into this table. And the reason I picked tables is because this will be a chance for us to go in and use those pseudo classes, use those pseudo elements, use some gradients, all those little things that can be a little bit difficult to achieve, but once you've got it done, it looks really good. So let's talk about each one of these little parts. So once again, just a little reminder, make a single style sheet. I don't want a different style sheet for each page. You want one that's going to cover everybody. And we're going to be using pseudo elements and pseudo classes. So if you seem a little bit confused about that, don't forget, we've got slides that cover this as well as some of our code together examples. So let's start with the table because that's the bulk of the page. At the very minimum, I want you to go ahead and style the font, the width, and the margin. Now when you style the font, there are a lot of different options you can look at. You can have different font families, you can change the size, the weight, and the line height. One of the reasons I recommend line height is that when you do that, it's much easier to center the text within the rows if you've made the line height the same as the text size. For your width, I don't want your table to take up the whole page. I want to take up somewhere probably between 75 and 90%. And one of the reasons I want you to do that is because I want you to center the table. I want you to play with that margin property and figure out how you can take up just the right amount of space and put it right where you want it. Next, we're going to look at the table heading. So the table heading looks a little bit different from the other rows, and it really has that important semantic meaning. So by using the table heading tags, we're going to be able to kind of double up on this idea that we're styling it differently and it means something different. So first, change the background color. Once you get that to work, I want you to try putting in a gradient background color. Now don't forget, in order to use gradient, you're going to need to put in some browser prefixes. Next, add a border, but I only want you to round the top 2 corners, not the whole thing. And then also, make the bottom border thicker. Finally, when you're done with this, go ahead and add just at least one other property, something that you think would look cool. Once you have the table heading done, let's go ahead and put in some styling for the table rows. The first thing I want you to do, and there's a reason for this, is I want you to set the opacity of the table rows to some value of about 0.8, somewhere around there, where you can still read the text, but it's a little bit faded out. Next, I want you to make sure that the first column of every table row is left aligned and the other 2 are centered. Now, you may do this styling within your table row elements, or you may be doing it within the table elements, those TDs. It really depends upon how you jump in and try to style this. Finally, I want you to go ahead and put in another pseudo class where when someone hovers over any of the rows, it's going to change from a kind of faded out to a darker color. And I'm going to show you an example of that before I go on. So if you notice in this table, the text is a little bit faded out from being solid black font color. So that's where the opacity comes in. Now, when I hover over each team name, you'll see that the font gets a little bit darker. I didn't change the font color here. I didn't change the font family or the type or anything like that. Instead, what I changed is the opacity to set it to 1. So now, when my hover goes off, it goes back to that original kind of faded out value. Each of the table elements could take any amount of styling that you want to give it. But what I do want to see you do is I want to see you style the padding, the font color and background color, and I want you to set the border radius to 2 pixels. You would never be able to see that kind of indistinguishable or subtle difference on the table, so I want you to put it in just so when I tell you to do it, you notice that there is an actual change there. Finally, this would be a great chance for you to do something that I haven't covered myself. Part of being a web designer is learning to go out there and search for different properties that you can play with. So I would encourage you to go out and look at text shadow. It's something I use in my example, so if you really want to try to replicate it, go ahead and try to use it yourself. Once again, we'll be using peer grading for this assignment. And grades will be based on both level of completion and some level of aesthetics. Proper coding standards are always going to apply, but you can specify your preferred screen size. So if somebody decides to take your CSS and apply it to the HTML, you can let them know this really looks best on a large screen or a small mobile device. Now, there are actually many, many ways that you could change this style sheet around. And so I don't want you worrying about hitting off every single standard. But if you do decide to do something a little crazy, a little different, and something that other people might not understand, I really recommend that you put that near the bottom of your style sheet so that people looking at your code can really focus on the actual requirements and then afterwards be amazed at your really cool innovations. So I'm hoping that this is something that will really help solidify your understanding of CSS. If you run into problems, you should feel free to use the discussion boards and really ask people anything that you're not quite sure on, or just share something cool that you got to work. Good luck. Hi everybody. I am so happy to say congratulations that you've made it this far in the class and that you've hopefully completed the final project. We have all come a really long way from the plain pages that we began with to something that's really styled. I hope you've learned a little bit of theory and a little bit of practice, and you're putting it together to create something really unique. So at this point, you might be wondering, what next? I've gone through the HTML class maybe, and I've definitely just finished the CSS class. What can I do to continue my own progress as a web designer? Well, first, I would really encourage you to consider creating your own site from scratch. Draw it out, style it, do all the little things that you wanted to do, but you didn't because you were too busy doing the assignments. Once you've done that, you can continue to practice your skills. One of the things people often ask me is, I want to get a job as a web designer. What should I do? Well, when you go and you talk to other people about web design, they're going to want to know, what are you working on right now? So whether it may be just working on transitions, transforms, accessibility, you should always have something that you're thinking about your site to work on right now. You're also probably at this point ready to join a meetup or different workshops. You're not at web developer status yet. You're not really close because you need more practice, you need more experience. But what you can do is you know enough that you can meet up with other web designers and talk to them about what they're doing. It's a great way to find out what's happening right now and to make connections, because connections are so important. There's also a group called Girls Develop It that's nationwide, and they often hold workshops. You are definitely ready to volunteer to be a TA and work with others as they build their own HTML and CSS skills. Also, if you're really interested in continuing your knowledge, you're going to want to learn about using JavaScript to add some interactivity to your site. The last thing you may want to think about is learning more about what's called responsive design. Responsive design will use the CSS that you've been learning all this time and tailor it to the different viewports. You might want your page to look different on a mobile platform versus a laptop versus a tablet. Responsive design does more than just show you, hey, you can make things smaller, bigger. You think about what really belongs on the page to best make your page accessible to others. So again, congratulations and thank you for helping each other out on the discussion boards and in other ways as you all created something great in CSS3. Hi everybody. Today I'm going to introduce you to the JavaScript programming language. JavaScript has a lot of uses, but we're really going to focus on how we can use JavaScript to add interactivity to your web design pages. So while I'm assuming that you're new to programming, there is an expectation that you know HTML5 and CSS. If you don't, you're really going to want to go back and review those two areas, because everything we do with JavaScript in this class is based on web programming. So let's get started. If you've done HTML, if you've done CSS, you haven't necessarily done what we call real programming, at least not what us computer scientists call real programming. Instead, we're going to be talking in JavaScript about really definite data manipulation. And in order to do that, there are a few things you need to learn how to do. The first is you want to learn how to store variables. You're going to want to learn how to set decision points. You're going to be looping and writing functions. You're also going to be really getting in depth with how you can get data from the browser. So did you know that every time you load a web page, you can actually get back the title of the page, the URL of your page, a lot of different information that you know is there, but you can't always see at first glance. The other thing we can do, which is really where it gets a little bit more exciting, is that we can manipulate the DOM that the browsers use to create web pages. So the DOM is that document object model. It's what builds up a web page. If you're a little fuzzy, it's been a little while, don't worry. We're going to review the DOM in a future lecture. So let's start with variables. In computer science, we use variables in order to store information. Your program isn't going to be very exciting if you ask somebody their name and then you can't actually use that name later on. So you're going to find out how to get information from the user and then store it so you can use it later. We're also going to add decision points. Things are much more interesting when they don't do the same thing every single time. So we're going to write a little bit of code that can help the program decide, in some cases I want to do this, and in other cases I want to do that. We call this decision points. We can also do looping. Looping is really powerful. As your programs get bigger, there are certain things you'll want to do over and over again. But you really don't want to write code over and over and over again. So in computer science, we use something called looping to control the program and say, see that little bit of code over there? We want to do that 5 times or 10 times. Or we want to keep doing it until the human does what we want them to do. Otherwise, you sometimes have to decide at runtime how many times you want to run some code. So if you know that you want someone to do something 5 times, you can be very specific about it. Programming gives you so much flexibility in how you want your code to run. Next, in this course, we're going to talk about functions. Functions are a way for you to reuse your code multiple times, but you only have to write it once. The other really great things about functions is that other people can write code and you can use it. And you don't even need to know how it works. All you need to know is, what did you call your function? Great, I want to use that. Finally, we're going to talk about manipulating the DOM in this class. JavaScript can actually go through your web page and search and find certain elements. It can add new elements. It can delete other elements from the DOM. So think about when you're filling out a form on a web page with your credit card information. There's always these little buttons that you can click that can say, use the same billing address for shipping. Things like this can make your page much more usable. You can also react to mouse clicks, page reloads, and other actions that the user might have. So this is where it really gets fun. We're going to start with the basics, the variables, the loopings, and then we're going to have fun manipulating the DOM. So a major component of learning any new programming language, or I guess really any language at all, is that the key is practice and repetition. The other thing that you really need to understand, and I'm actually hoping that you'll embrace, is that you need to expect that you're going to make mistakes. If you aren't making mistakes constantly, you aren't really learning in this class. So join us. We're going to do a lot of fun stuff, but I promise I'm going to go slow, explain what I'm doing step by step, so that you can come along with me and start adding some interactivity to your pages with JavaScript. Hi, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about the DOM, or the Document Object Model. So as you may or may not remember, every web page is built upon this DOM. And what it means is that our pages are structured like a tree. We have one parent and possibly a few children, and the page, as you add more and more things, just gets deeper and deeper. Nodes have these different properties, methods, and events. So let me draw you a quick example, and then we'll talk about how we can use JavaScript to manipulate this DOM. So every web page is built like a tree. So we start up here, and we've got our document, and then you're going to have, hopefully you remember, your head and your body. All right. Well, what kind of things are in your web page? You might have a div and another div. And in the third div, we're going to get more specific. We'll say, oh, well, this div has 3 paragraphs, and one of those paragraphs has the ID equals 3. So what does this mean? Why do we care that the page is built like a tree? This means that JavaScript can actually go in and it can look and say, you know what? I wanted to find the second div. Oh, I found this thing right here. Oh, I wanted to find the specific paragraph that had the ID equals 3. Oh, it's right here. Because JavaScript can find these different elements in your page, it can also change what we call the attributes of that page. So for instance, that paragraph might have a background color or a special kind of font. The paragraph also has text in it. How can we go in there and how can we change that text? So this is what we're going to be using JavaScript to do in this course. So again, we've got that the page content is represented by the DOM. The scripting language JavaScript uses the DOM to interact with the document. How does it do that though? How does it know how to interact? Well, the JavaScript has something called an API, or an Application Programming Interface. You may have heard people talking about APIs in the past. Programmers tend to do that. They're like, oh, what API are you using, or what API are you using? And it can sound kind of intimidating if you've never used one before. An API is just a way for someone else to write code and then you to use it to interact with their programs. No matter which browser you're using, Firefox, Chrome, different things like that, and no matter which scripting language you're using, in our case we're going to use JavaScript, the API is always the same. The way you interact is always going to be the same. And this is really important because it's nice to know that if you learn this, you won't have to learn something different later on. So let's talk about some of these DOM objects, or elements as we call them. The first one, kind of the root of your entire page, is the document. So if you wanted to, you could find out what the document URL is, what the height of the document is, all the different links that are in the document background color. If there's an attribute that you've used to style your page, you can find it using JavaScript and the API. The next kind of concept we talk about is an element, or a node in the tree. If you remember, I drew that you can have the body, and inside the body you can have divs, paragraphs, links, list items. Each one of those is a node in the tree, and you can find it using the API. Sometimes, though, it can be a little bit more complicated than just returning a single element. What if you wanted to find all of the children of one particular ordered list or unordered list? Well, in that case, instead of returning a single element, sometimes it's returned a node list, or an array of elements. So for instance, there's this one API that we can use called document.getElement by tag name, and you can give it any element you want, so P or list item. Well, there's a really good chance that there's more than one paragraph in your page, so it would return all of them together. So this is how we're going to be using arrays later in the course, probably in about week 3, to help you understand how to deal with an overload of information. Finally, the important thing I need you to remember is that in the DOM there are attributes. So you have your elements, and every element probably has one or more attributes that go with it. So an image, for images, image element, it would have a source, it would have alt text, it would have width and a style, different things like that. So attributes are the kind of cool things that we want you to be able to change to make your page look different. Okay, so if you understand that the page is made up of documents and elements and attributes, I'm hoping this slide will make a little bit more sense. So if you have a document, you can say, you know what, I want to get a certain element using the ID. You can also say, oh, I've got this document, grab all the elements that happen to be a paragraph or a link. Now this one's new, this idea of element.innerHTML. So a paragraph is an element, and you assume that there's some sort of text inside that paragraph. Well, if you've been coding HTML or CSS, you probably might be thinking, when I use the paragraph tag, I never saw an inner HTML attribute. You wouldn't have. This is part of the API, but you can use this to change the content of any element. You can also change the element style, and you can even add additional attributes to any element that the DOM can grab. Finally, an interesting one that you may or may not use is you can even remove attributes. So if something has a certain color, you can go ahead and get rid of that if you want. I know that there was a lot I went over in this slide that maybe didn't make a lot of sense to you yet. That's okay. That's the point of this class, is so that at the end of this course you can go back to this slide and you can say, oh great, I've mastered this. I'm beginning to understand that learning JavaScript doesn't mean that I know how to code everything by hand. It means that I know that there's something called an API, and I know how I can use it to make my page a little bit better. So we're going to start slow, and the most important part to me is for you to feel comfortable searching for information on the web. I'll be able to teach you a little bit. I can show you some of the main methods and APIs and different things like that. But I want you to code with me and then make sure you go off and you try to change things just a little bit until your confidence is really up there. Good luck. Hi everybody. Today, let's start coding a little bit to see some of the things we can do with JavaScript. Maybe with using HTML5 or CSS3, you've added what we call a little bit of interactivity to your page. There's the details tag if you're using HTML, there's the hover property or pseudo class if you're using CSS3, and you were able to make little things change in your page by reacting to what the user was doing. But typically, that's not really what we call interactivity when we're talking about true web design. Because these new elements and these pseudo classes can only go so far. They tend to be temporary changes. So what can JavaScript do that HTML and CSS can't do? Well, the one that I'm going to talk about today is that they can read and write HTML elements. Now, that's not the only thing they can do. We're going to be talking about different things like reacting to events and validating data and different things like that. But today, we're really going to focus on output. Whenever you learn a new programming language, one of the first things you want to do is find out, how can I make things happen? How can I have things print out to the screen or generate some sort of output? Well, JavaScript doesn't have a built-in print function. So instead, you have 4 or 5 different ways where you can generate different things. So data is typically displayed via alerts, prompts, document.write, using something we call inner HTML, or writing information directly to the console. So let's talk about each one of these. You've all seen JavaScript alert boxes, because many times, especially back maybe 10, 15 years ago, when you went to a page, people loved to have these little boxes pop up and say, hey, welcome, doing things like that. So in JavaScript, it's pretty easy. You can just use alert, and then inside you put my message here. So a few things just to point out right from the beginning. Alert is a keyword. So in your editor, it should change some sort of special color. Inside the parentheses, and you need the parentheses, both beginning parentheses and end parentheses, is that you're going to have some sort of string, and it should be inside quotes. It can be inside single quotes or double quotes. And then the last thing is to end in a semicolon. So if you were to put this code right here inside your HTML, you can go ahead and generate some output. So let me show you an example. So what I've done over here is I've created the HTML that I would need to generate an alert box. So I've got my body tag, and this is new. I have what we call as a script tag. The script tag tells the browser, oh wait, don't just print this out. I'm actually going to give you some JavaScript that I want you to run. And in this case, I have my code alert hello world. So if I were to run this, and I'm going to go ahead and refresh it, you can see I get my little pop-up box. Now, if you're running this along with me at home and you're not using Chrome, the box is going to look different. For some of you, it's going to have the little Safari symbol or the Edge or Firefox. That's okay. The important thing is that somewhere in here it says hello world. Now, you might be tempted to click on the prevent this page from creating additional dialogues button. Don't do it. Because in this class, we're going to be playing with alert a lot because it's a nice way for you to know if your code's working or not. So again, this is just a quick and simple way for you to generate output using the alert. The next way we can generate output is using prompt. So prompt is very similar to alert, but it's slightly different in that it wants you to do more than just click OK or cancel. It wants you to generate some sort of input to put in there. So as you can see, the alert and the prompt look very similar. They both got the keyword, the parentheses, the semicolon, and the string, but the way they act is very different. In this case, when you run it, it's actually waiting for you to type something in. So I can put in Colleen Van Lent and hit OK. Now, don't get too excited. We didn't do anything with the stuff I put in. But again, I'm just giving you some of the different options. So you have alert and you have prompt, and both of them generate some sort of box where you can display information. But nothing is actually showing up on the page. So let's switch to the general ways in which you can generate output to the screen. One way, if you want something to be what we call permanent, to not just disappear once you hit OK, is to use what we call document.write. So again, I'm hoping that you're picking up on these ideas that we're using terms like document and element and different things like that. The way that document.write works is it goes through and it says, we want you to write something directly to the page. We want it to become part of the DOM. We want it to be part of the page permanently. So in this case, I can't just use write. That won't work. Alert worked by itself, prompt worked by itself, but here you need to have document.write. Same thing. Hopefully you're seeing the pattern. So let's see what happens when we add this. Here you can see that inside the script tags, again, I have the document.write, but instead of things popping up or asking us for input, it goes ahead and it just writes it directly into the screen. Now I'm going to change something right here because I put H1 inside the quotes. If I get rid of that, you can see this still works, but instead of being an H1 heading, it's just regular old text. So document.write is a way for you to generate output. But we need to realize that it's probably not the best way to do it. Because sometimes, if you're misusing it, you can overwrite other things that exist. So document.write is something you just want to use when you're beginning and you don't know some of the more complex methods. So one of the more complex methods you can use is called inner HTML. And with inner HTML, you combine this with other functions that return elements. So you can't just say inner HTML or element.innerHTML. You need to say, all right, what part of the page do I want to change? Oh, I want to change that particular paragraph. All right, well, how do I grab that particular paragraph? Well, remember, we have these different APIs that can go and get things for us. So in this case, I have element, which is hopefully we'll find something using the API, .innerHTML equals time to learn JavaScript. So I wanted you to recognize something right away. When we used document.write, alert, and prompt, we had parentheses around the side here. We don't have that anymore. Instead, we use an equal, and we just have it ending with a semicolon. So no parentheses when you're using inner.html. How do you figure that out when you're coding? You don't. You just keep coding and practicing, and after a while, it'll become second nature to you. All right? So when I talk about this kind of generic element, I didn't make it a color. That's something that you need to grab using the API. So let me give you an example of something we can do using inner HTML. So let's go ahead and look at this. What I've done is I've made an H1 heading and I've given it the ID of test. I also have a paragraph element a little bit further down that just says, hey, what happens if I mess with this code? All right, so I want you to look as closely as you can. It might be on a small screen, you might not be able to see it, is that in my H1 heading, I actually have the words tester. But if you look at the web page, it says hello world. Well, how did I do that? It's pretty simple, actually. Is you can go in and I can say document.getElementById test. It's going to grab, it's going to look through the page and go, where can I find something that says ID equals test? Oh, there it is. All right, now I want to change whatever used to be in there and replace it with the words hello world. So this is kind of what happens when you do this. This is a weird example, but all early examples are weird examples, right? Because you just want to get your feet wet. But I did want you to look at what happens if I do this. Back from your days of learning CSS, you might remember that in general, you can kind of expect to see multiple classes, but you're making this contract or rule that says you really should see each ID only once. So JavaScript is expecting you to keep that rule. When you do something get element by ID, JavaScript thinks there's only one out there, so I'm going to stop as soon as I find that one. So you can see down here, it changed the first one it found. It didn't change the second one it found. Okay? All right, so again, let's go play with the last output method I have for you today. So document.write and inner HTML write directly into the browser screen. What we have in this last option is something that doesn't write to the browser screen, but it does write to the browser console. So console.log takes a message and says, you know what, I want to store this information someplace, but I want it to be something that not necessarily pops up and everyone can see. So the console is a place to see what's going on in your program during execution. If you haven't used the console before, you might not realize that it's even there, but I'm hoping you have when you were doing your CSS. But let's take a look at this example. So in my HTML up here, you can see that I have console.log hello world. Nothing too exciting going on here, but if you look at the actual browser, it's not there. It doesn't show up like it did with document.write. So where did it go? Well, it's actually in the console of your browser. So I'm going to go down here. I did inspect element, and I checked the console. Oh, you can see hello world showed up here. What happens if I change the code to hello world 2? And then you're kind of sending yourself these little secret messages that can help you debug your code. You can log things, you can leave little notes for yourself, you can do debugging tests, you can even log the things that other people have been writing in. And so this is a really handy tool if you want to do development, but not let everyone see exactly what you're doing. We're going to come back to this example in just a second. But first, I want to talk to you about why you should be utilizing the console by now if you haven't. The console does more than just take these print statements. It also provides debugging information for JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. By going in and looking at it, you're going to be able to help yourself become a much better programmer. So let's take a look at just doing some debugging with the JavaScript. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to accidentally forget to put in my first quotes. All right. Well, if you didn't know that there's anything going on or that anything was supposed to show up, you might not realize that there was a typo. But inside the console, it'll show you pretty much along the right line, hey, anything in red means we found an error. So red lines usually mean either you have a JavaScript error or you linked to a file that didn't exist. So when I put it back in, you can go right there. I really want to stress this to you right now. I need you to stop and make sure that you know how to access the console on your machine. One of the things that really helps other people help you is when you can pinpoint where exactly your code is going wrong. You might not know what's going wrong, but you're saying, somewhere in this line of code, I'm getting an error. This kind of ability to help yourself debug is going to be critical to going on and advancing in this course. So if I'm going to ask you to debug, I should probably tell you how you can debug. If you're using Safari, you're going to need to go to Preferences, Advanced. Once you go there, you should be able to check the Show Development menu in the menu box, and that'll show you some of the different JavaScript errors and tools that you have available. In Google Chrome, you go to Developer and then JavaScript Console. If you've been coding with me in the past, you know that my shortcut is always to right-click, inspect element, and boom, there it is for you. If you're using Firefox, you want to go to Tools and then Console. Firefox is believed by many to be the best browser to use when you're doing debugging for JavaScript. If you're using Edge or Internet Explorer, typically hitting F12 will bring up the different JavaScript and development tools that you can use to improve your page. All right, so let's review. So right now, we're doing really simple things, and I understand that. It's not that exciting to just print things out to the screen or have little pop-up boxes coming up. But we need to do these small steps to help you gain the confidence to go on and write more complex bits of code. So as you learn more, the power that you're going to have to manipulate the DOM is really going to get quite impressive. But for now, just make the small mistakes, learn how to debug the small mistakes, and then that way you'll be able to build your confidence slowly. So good luck. Hi everybody. Today we're going to learn about JavaScript variables. An important part of programming is learning how you can save data, because by saving data, you can reuse it and give your program this impression that it's kind of intelligent and knows the user really well. In JavaScript, data is stored in what we call variables. And it's very easy to use variables in your programming. The only important part is that you need to tell the computer very specifically, hey, I need you to save something for me. And this is how we do it. We start by using the keyword var, V-A-R. When you're using your editor, hopefully this will show up in some special color that indicates, ooh, this is a special word to the computer. Next, you need to give your variable a name. Now, I chose the name here, but you can imagine it being age, first name, last name, DOB for date of birth. The important thing is that it should be special to you, but not special to the computer. How does this work? When you declare a variable, you're basically telling the computer, let's stop talking in human talk and let's talk computer talk. So here, once you said var name, it reserved a space in memory. And it said, oh, okay, I know that I'm talking about position 11011, blah, 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 blah. But Colleen doesn't want to talk about those numbers. She wants to use the actual variable name. So whenever she talks about name, I know she actually wants me to use the value Christopher. There might be some variables that you've declared, such as age, that you haven't put anything in there yet. The important thing to know is that computers aren't smart. Computers are just trying to give you a way to avoid remembering big, long numbers and instead using English words. So when you come up with your variable name, there's a few rules that you need to follow. Every variable name can have letters, digits, underscores, and $signs in it. Now, to be honest, I don't put $signs in my JavaScript variable names because it can be very confusing, particularly for those people who know multiple programming languages. So I tend to stick to really just letters and sometimes digits and underscores. When you do come up with your variable name, even though numbers are allowed, your variable can't start with a number. That number has to be somewhere else in the middle or the end. Also, variables are case sensitive. What that means is that lowercase name is not the same thing as name with a capital N or name with a capital M or name in all capitals. To the computer, these are all different variables. So just be careful when you're programming and be consistent. Also, this last one isn't a rule so much as a suggestion that I want to convey to you. Make your variable names meaningful, or mnemonic is the computer science term we use. That means if the variable is storing somebody's name, call it name. If it's storing age, call it age. You could get away with calling it YYY or BBB. Just don't do it, okay? Taking a little bit of time to give meaningful names will save you a lot of heartache later. So, to be honest, if you're going to go to the trouble of declaring a variable and telling the computer to save a spot in memory for it, it's pretty silly if you don't then later use your variable. And what I mean by use it is you should assign some sort of value to it. When we assign things in computer science, we use what we call the equal or assignment operator. So it looks like an equal sign, but we call it assignment because what we're doing is we're not saying, hey, are these two things the same? We're saying, take the value and store it into the variable. So here I have var name, and instead of just leaving it at that, I go ahead and say, hey, I want you to store the name Colleen in there. Okay. So this is where, when we start talking about assignment statements, I refer to LHS and RHS. I mean left-hand side and right-hand side of statements. The left-hand side should always be the variable. All right, so this is going to be, in our case, name or some sort of element, something that we want to change. The right-hand side is going to be that new value that will be stored in the variable. Sometimes the right-hand side can be pretty long and complex. So right here would be an example where I'm just having, I declare my variable, and then later I want to update it. So I say name equals Colleen. This works really well. What I need people to avoid is doing something along this line, where they switch the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Mathematically, if you're a math major, this makes perfect sense and it's the same thing, but it's not okay in programming. Always put the variable on the left-hand side. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to show you a few examples of how you might use a variable. So if you remember when we talked about output, one way that we were able to produce output also was a way to generate input, and that was the prompt. So when you use the prompt, it's waiting for you to type something in, and when you type it in, it's going to store that into name. Now, we can reuse that whenever we want to. We can say document.write name, and it'll print out to the screen. Next, we can use another variable and say, hey, I want you to use this JavaScript function called date. And date is going to return what the current date and time is right now when you're looking at the page. Then you can write that information out. You can even use more from the API saying, you know what, I want to know where this window is. What's the location of this window? And you can write that out as well. So let's look at a quick example of how we can use that. So let's start with the simple code we used before when we were learning about prompts. Only now I want to combine it with a variable. So I'm going to go in here and do var, and I'm actually just going to call it nm. The reason I'm doing that instead of name is because I really want to make people realize that the name you give your variable doesn't really matter. It can be anything you want. Just because I call it name doesn't mean you have to. And as soon as I did this, the prompt statement showed up, and I put in Colleen. Great, it worked, but we didn't do anything with it. So let's go ahead and add a little bit more code. Now, I am going to comment out this line. You can see why, because otherwise it'll keep asking us to prompt things. So we'll comment that out when we're done. All right, so I have this variable called name. Now I can go ahead and do something on the lines of document.write nm. I can also do console.log nm. if you wanted to, you could even put in alert NM. All right, so let's go ahead and put this back in. Might want to edit all my typing out. All right. What is your name? Well, it is Colleen. All right, so the alert popped up, but why didn't the document.write work? So this is a good question, and this is actually an example where I can go in. That was going on. It was actually waiting for me to hit OK. When it was all done, it went in and it printed out my name. So this is a really simple, quick example. Let's do one that has a little bit more going on with it. Let's hit cancel right here. Stupid alerts keep popping up. That's why we want to get rid of them as soon as possible and switch to document.write. All right, so in this case, we're going to talk a little bit more about how you can add different things together and how you can assign your variables using more than just prompts. So in this case, I went in, I declared a variable. We're going to go ahead and ask for the name. I write out the name. I write out the name twice, actually. Once with my name and then another time with an H1 heading. And then I just wanted to show you that you can also grab other information from the document itself, such as the URL and the title. So first thing I'm going to show you is it says null and null. And that's kind of weird, and it might happen to you and it might not. So the first thing I wanted to print out was my name, but I didn't type anything in the prompt. So when JavaScript doesn't know what to do, when it doesn't know what value should have been in there, it's going to assign it a value of null. So let's run this one more time. I'm going to put in the name Christopher, just in case someone else named Christopher is watching this and they can feel special. And now you can see it printed out Christopher, it printed out the URL, and it also printed out the title of my page. Variables are a key component of really doing any type of programming language at all. We're going to be using them throughout this entire course, so I need you to practice them and feel comfortable using them. Go into the code that I have on CodePen or online and change it and see if what you do does what you expect it to do. You might create some errors, and that's okay. That's great practice using things such as console.log. The most important thing is I want you to understand how variables work so that you can use them throughout the rest of the course. Good luck. Once you realize that computers store all of the information using variables, the next step is to start to learn about the different data types used in the JavaScript programming language. So if you look here in this example, you can see that I've got variable name equals prompt, what is your name? So it's expecting me to type in probably something like Colleen or Chris or Becca, something along that line. In the next example, we have variable name equals date. So this is not a string. This is something that's actually can be quite a bit longer and is very complex. You might also have variable name equals window.location. If I wanted to in JavaScript, I could even say name equals 12. Doesn't make any sense, but there's nothing stopping me from doing it. In each of these examples, name would have what we have called a different type. The things that are stored in the computer are uniquely different. So in computer programming languages, variables tend to have a single type. In JavaScript, that's fine. A variable can only be one type, but throughout the course of the program, it can switch from being a number to characters, back to a number, to something else that's completely complex. So let's talk about what these types are in JavaScript and how we can represent them. So first, the first type we're going to talk about is number. And it's pretty straightforward. It's simply any type of numerical value that you want to store. This can be with or without decimals. JavaScript doesn't care if it's 2 or 2.0 or 2.6785. It's all the same. In this example, I went in and I said, you know what, I have this variable called width, and I'm going to set it using window.innerWidth. This is pretty cool, actually, if you're trying to do something interesting in CSS, because you can find out how wide the window is and then use that information to update other things. My next example is I have var pi, which is equal to 3.14. In this case, I hard-coded it to something. In both cases, it's storing a number, but in the different cases are one, it's going to be what would normally be an integer or a whole number, and the next time it has decimals. The next type is called string. A string is simply a collection of characters such as letters, numbers, punctuation, spaces, basically anything you can type into the keyboard. To create a string, you have to put the value in quotes. Now, these can be single quotes or double quotes. And I want to be very clear here that in PowerPoint, it's drawn the quotes as kind of forward and forward. Make sure you don't copy and paste, and instead you do the quotes directly from your keyboard, because the slant does matter. So in this case, I've done var location equals window.location, because it happens to be that that attribute is a string. Or in my second example, once again, I've just hard-coded it to something you might expect. The third data type is Boolean. In programming, a Boolean value is something that's either true or false. It doesn't have numbers to it or strings. It's very straightforward. So in this case, I might have my variable status equals false. This is again called hard-coding it. Or in my program, if I want to do something based on whether or not the window is open or closed, I can set it dynamically right here. The important thing to know is that status and window status can only be true or false. Those are the only two options. Later, we're going to learn how to write our own Boolean expressions to check to see if things are true or false. And that can add really a lot of power to your page. The next data type is called object, because sometimes the variables or the nodes are more complex than just a number or a couple characters. So a node in the DOM would be a really good example. If you think about a paragraph element to it, paragraphs are not just a number or string. There's a lot of different things that go into it. So here, I might have variable topic equals document.getElementById, my ID. So if I wanted to print out what topic is now, something like document.writeTopic, I would get something that pretty much looks like junk because it's an object, and objects can only read it legibly using things like attributes. So using those attributes, we can go in and we might be able to say something along the lines of write out topic.style, topic.innerHTML. Different things like that can show us really the attributes or the strings, numbers that make up objects. Finally, the last type we're going to talk about is array, because in some cases, a function might want to return more than one value. We've seen how the API can return something complex, like an object that could be a paragraph or a div, something along that line. What if it needs to return multiple things? So here, I have var links equals document.getElements, not element, but elements, by tag name A. So we're going to go in, it's going to search the entire document and find all the hyperlinks in the page. Well, that's certainly not going to return just a single number or a bunch of strings or even a single object. Instead, it needs to return a whole collection. So arrays store these multiple values using a variable name, just like the ones we've done, but it also includes what we call an index for each element in the array. This is the same example where I said, hey, go out and grab all the links. Now, if I wanted to write some sort of element out, I could say document.write links 0, and it would say return the very first link I saw. If I had links 3, it would actually return the fourth one, because computers love to talk starting from 0 and up. Now, we're going to have an entire lecture or more on arrays later in this course, but for now, I just want you to realize that it's one of the data types that can be returned. So let's look at a quick example that uses some of the different types. So let's see what happens when I type in a string to this sample code. I'm going to go ahead and put in, for what is your name, I'll put in Colleen. So now, if we look at the code, what I was doing here is I was just prompting for the name, and then I wanted to write out the name. Boom, there's Colleen. And then I wanted to say, hey, what happens if I add H1 elements on each side? You haven't seen this plus before, and we're going to be talking about it soon, but what we're doing right now is we're doing what's called concatenating. We're saying take the name and add H1 on either side. So boom, I get it bigger now. I also wanted to print out the title. That's a string. I also wanted to print out right here document.getElements by tag name P. So this is where we're using an array. And I just wanted to show you this because there's a really good chance this message might pop up for you, and I don't want you to get freaked out about it. So after I grab all the paragraph elements, if I try to print them out, it prints out object HTML collection 0. It says, oh, you didn't actually have any paragraphs in this page. If I go back and I add a few, they can even be empty. Gotta love when it keeps popping up on you. I don't know how many I did, but we're going to do it. I can try running this again, and when I type in Colleen, you can see that now it knows that I have 5 paragraph elements in there. Luckily in JavaScript, there's a ton of flexibility with the different types of data you can use. In other programming languages, they're very strict, but here with JavaScript, they want you to have the power to try different things. For now, I want you to focus on learning what types of data are returned from those common APIs. If you do getElementById, does that return a number, a string, an object, or an array? If you do something along the lines of getTitle or getLinks, what types of things are those returning? If you can play with that and start to feel comfortable knowing what the types are, even if you don't know how they work, you're really going to be on your way to doing some cool programming. So good luck. Hi and welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about expressions and mainly operators, the different ways that you can manipulate your code. So we've been using statements to execute our JavaScript code. Every time you saw a line that ended with a semicolon, we were writing a statement. Statements often have what we call expressions, or things that can be evaluated. So expressions produce values. They might produce a number or a string, but many times they produce what we call Boolean values. So I want to show you all the different types of operators that we can use in JavaScript to produce these types of expression values. So if you think back, I tend to talk about that left-hand side equals right-hand side, where the left-hand side is a variable and the right-hand side is that new value we want to be stored. What are our tools for generating different values on that right-hand side? We've seen direct assignments or calls to different functions, but there's more to it that we can do than just that. So here's a very simple assignment expression. I just have x equals 5, or in another example I said y equals 12. So what's going on here is not an equal or seeing if two things are the same. In this expression I'm saying go find the value that is stored in y. After I grab that, go and store it in x as well. We also have arithmetic operators. So most of these are very straightforward. You've probably seen plus, minus. This is multiply. And then we also have divide. And these are the straightforward math that you've learned hopefully in somewhere around 3rd or 4th grade at the latest. So 2 plus 5 is 7, 5 minus 2 is 3, 2 times 5 is 10, 5 divided by 2 is 2.5. But this last one, the modulus operator, is something you may not have seen before. It goes back to the idea of old long division. If you do 5 divided by 2, and you're looking only at the whole numbers, you have 2. So what's that leftover number that's kind of left over at the end? So 5 modulus 2 is 1. Let's see if I can't do another one here. What would happen if I did something along the lines of 13 divided by 5? Well, 13 divided by 5 would give us something along the 2 point blah, blah, blah. If I do 13 modulus 5, you figure out how many times does 5 go into 13, that's 2, and what's left over. So 13 modulus 5 is going to be 3. Go ahead and play with that if you'd like, and type a few numbers in and see what kind of response you get. Some additional operators we have are the plus plus, minus minus. This is the increment and the decrement. So it's the same thing as saying take whatever I had before and add 1 to it, or take whatever I had before and subtract 1 from it. A third operator that's very similar is the plus equals. You can also have minus equals. It's the same thing as writing out long, something along the lines of x equals x plus 2. It's the same thing as saying x plus equals 2. So it's just shorthand. You don't need to use it, but I wanted to show you just in case you see it out there in somebody else's code. So we talked about how plus will add 2 numbers together. That's only true if the operators on both sides are numbers. In some cases, we have the string operators. And in that case, the plus is actually a concatenation. So it'll take the hi and the there and put it together into one variable. If you want to put those spaces in, you have to remember to actually add them. In the same case, if I have a string and a number and I use the plus, it's going to be concatenation. So you want to be careful when you're playing with this, because anything that's read in from a prompt is a string. So you're going to need to make sure that your output is what you're expecting. The plus equals has the same effect as the plus equals from before. It just means take whatever I used to have and concatenate this new part onto it. Those first few operators we used usually to assign values to a variable. Sometimes we use what we call Boolean operators to compare values instead. So in this case, let's assume that I've assigned x equals 12. Some of the different Boolean operators I can use are equal, equal, which means don't set x equal to 5. Instead, I want you to check, is the value stored in x equal to 5? This is a kind of a test case. Well, in this case, no, it doesn't, so it returns false. But if I have x equals 12, oh, they'll say, yep, those two things are equivalent, so I'm going to return true. There's also another shorthand, which is the exclamation point equals. This is the negation, or the opposite. It says, hey, make sure the value stored in x doesn't equal 5. So you kind of have a little bit of reverse logic in there. We also have more of the traditional greater than or equal to, less than, or less than or equal to, where they just compare the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and they return true or false. With JavaScript, we have a special case, though, and that's because in JavaScript, we don't really care about types too much. So what happens if you want to see if a number is equal to something else, but you don't want it to say yes if it's a string? So here, I've got the equality statement we used before, which is equal, equal. If I were to say x equal 12 the string, JavaScript would say, yep, they're the same, even though to us, it's probably not the case that 12 the number and 12 the string are the same thing. So if you're looking for what we call equality with type, you would use the equal, the triple equal operator. And that checks and says, hey, are these two values the same, and are they the same type? So this is just one more thing to kind of put in your arsenal as you start programming. Now, I'm putting in this little note here because I need you to stop and kind of think about these operators and what we've been talking about. It is complete human nature to watch this video and nod along, got it, yep, got it, and just think you've really grasped everything I've been talking about. It's really hard to understand how these things work unless you type in some examples, play with the numbers, and try to fool yourself and give yourself tricky situations. If you can do that, then you'll feel comfortable moving on with these operators. So let's go ahead and do one last little group or two groups before we finish up. In this case, I have what we call the and, so this is, the ampersand. This stands for and. It means, hey, are the things on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, are they both true? The pipes, the straight up and down lines, this is what we call or. In this case, you might want to say, at least one side must be true in order for me to say true. And then we have the exclamation point, not, which is kind of like this negation. If I had to come up with an example for using and or, one might be that in order to enroll in courses at University of Michigan, you have to be an enrolled student and your tuition has to be paid up. It doesn't work if it's only one or the other. For the or, you might use the example of that in America, you can't get into certain movies unless you're 18 or you're with your parent. So that would be a case where you only need one thing to be true. When it comes to programming, it's not enough for you to just know the syntax of the language or the different rules, or even for you to listen to me and kind of nod along. It's really key that you go ahead and you practice these different things. And before you start programming yourself, make sure you think about the logic you want to go into your program. Do you want to use greater than or equal? Do you want to use the and or do you want to use the or? If you think about these things before you start and then you go in and test them a lot, your code is going to be a lot cleaner and the whole experience will be one that you really enjoy much more. So good luck. Hi everybody, today we're going to talk about functions. So functions are these bits of code that you can reuse over and over again by just calling what we call the function name. Functions, of course, like everything else in programming, have a special syntax that you need to follow. In order to declare a function so you can use it later, you need to use the special keyword function, F-U-N-C-I-T-O-N. It's not an abbreviated such as var, so make sure you write out the whole thing. once you write out function, you can give it any name you want. Stick to the same rules as the variables. Only use letters and digits and underscores. Next, this third thing I have inside here, inside the parentheses, are what we call the parameters. Sometimes there'll be things in here, sometimes there won't. Once you have what we call the function header, where you have function, the name, the parentheses, and any type of information in here, we're going to use curly brackets to begin and end our function. It's really important right here that you realize you do not put a semicolon right here. In all of our other JavaScript expressions and statements, we ended them with the semicolon. If you do that here, you're going to mess up your code. All those statements go inside here. And how it works is that later, then when people run your function, it'll execute all the code that's in here. And this code is just general code you would always write with your semicolons, your expressions, your statements. It's just a really nice way to save it so you don't have to keep typing it over and over again. So let me show you an example. In this case, I've declared a function called welcome message. And I didn't put anything inside the parentheses because I said, you know what, it doesn't matter. Every time I run this function, all I want to happen is to have an alert that says, welcome to JavaScript. And this will work numerous times. I don't have to keep writing things over and over again. It's a small function, but it's something that will work. Here's another very similar function. The only difference is that this time I went ahead and I included a parameter list, which says, hey, now instead of saying welcome to JavaScript every time we run this function, it's actually going to give an alert of whatever message you tell it to do in what we call real time. So the first step in using functions is to do this function declaration where you use the keywords, the curly brackets, and the parentheses. Declaring a function doesn't actually do anything for you though. You need to tell the computer when you want that function to run. We do this by saying we call the function. Every time you write the function name, you're telling the computer that you want to run that code. So calling a function changes what we call the program flow. Before, our program started at the top and just worked their way down line by line by line. Now with functions, the computer is actually jumping around in memory and executing different parts of code, not necessarily in the order that you write them. So here's an example. I have my welcome message function, the one with the parameters. So over here in my HTML file or JavaScript file, the file I'm running, is the computer gets down here, it says, oh, I know how to do that, check. Then it gets to our function call when it says, oh, I'm going to leave here and I'm going to go over and run this code. As soon as it's done running this code, it comes back to the next line of code. Oh, well, we know how to say x equals goodbye. The computer knows how to assign that new value. So when we go here, once again, we go back up to this code and then back down here. So the code looks very straightforward to you, and when it runs, it should look very straightforward to you. But it's important to know that behind the scenes, there's a lot going on as the computer jumps from different bits of code back to other different bits of code. So hopefully, if you type this in and run it, you should get a hello and then a goodbye message. You could type putting in numbers or anything you'd like instead, if you prefer. So let's talk a little bit more about those parameters that I talked about. Because sometimes some functions need a little bit of extra information in order to perform its task. So let's think about getElementById. That's not really going to work unless you tell it which ID you're looking for, right? So that's an extra piece of information or a parameter that you need to provide. The important thing to know is that the names of the parameters for your functions, they're not important. They're like variable names. You can call them anything you want as long as you're consistent. The next thing to talk about when we talk about functions are return values. Some functions return values, others don't. But these values can be used later for assignment statements or conditional expressions. So later when we talk about forms, we're going to want to put in special functions that will say, hey, I need you to halt execution right now because I don't want you to hit submit. I don't want you to be able to hit yes on that form. So let's look at an example of a function that returns a value. In this case, I've written a simple function that takes your message that you want to say hello or good afternoon, good morning, but we're going to follow that up with a prompt, and that prompt's going to ask the person for their name. So we're combining a few different elements here. We start off by saying, hey, I'm going to make a variable called first name, and I want to set it to whatever the person types into the prompt. So if over here, if I didn't have return var, first name would be left as something that's empty. So using return statements are just typically used in order to assign values to variables or to check conditional statements. And we're going to be using these a lot, so I just need you to be aware of the term. So let's review what we've talked about with functions so far. Whenever possible, go ahead and use built-in functions. Sometimes when people are first learning how to program, they feel this need to write everything from scratch to show that they really understand. There's really no point in doing that in the beginning. If someone else has written a really good function, go ahead and use it. You can practice your own skills by augmenting it or adding little things. When you do write your own function, try not to be too specific. And what I mean by that is, don't write a function that you're not going to be able to reuse multiple times in a lot of different scenarios. Don't hard code too many values so that it's so specific that it only works for one person. Finally, I just want to remind you that function parameters can have any name you want them to have. A lot of times people get caught up in my examples and think that's the only way to go. It's not the case. Don't do everything exactly the way you see it online or in my examples. It gives you a lot more power if you change those parameter names to see how the inner workings are going. So we're going to be using functions a lot in this class. You're going to be writing your own functions in the homework, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to do this and feel like you're really starting to understand some of the power of JavaScript. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. Today we're going to talk not about new concepts, but really putting our code in the best place to make it easier for you to follow what's going on. So up to this point, we've been putting our JavaScript into the HTML body tag. Now, it's fine to start off that way, but as we get more and more complex, it's going to make your life easier if we separate our content from our other style and JavaScript functions. So in order to do that, we need to think about where we can put our JavaScript code. And where you can put it is you can leave it in the body, as we've been doing. You can put your functions into the head section of your HTML code, or you can use an external file. If you decide to put your JavaScript functions in the head section, that's a really great idea because they're separated from the content and it makes it a little bit easier for you to follow the code that you're writing. It doesn't make any difference to the actual execution, but it just might make the debugging easier. If you're going to use this method, you need to remember that you have to use a script tag. Just as a style tag tells the browser that you're about to add some style to your page, the script tag says, wait, this isn't content, this is going to be some JavaScript code. If you do this, if you put your code into the head section, don't worry. All of your functions will still have access to all the document information, the IDs, the classes, etc. So let's take a quick look at an example. So as you can see, I've here have my head section, and inside there I have the script, ending script, and ending head. You need to make sure that you have the proper tags if you want your code to validate. Inside the script, I've put a very simple function called message. Now, what you need to understand is when I talk about putting your JavaScript code into the head, I'm only really talking about your JavaScript functions. It's still necessary down here in the body of your code to call the functions. But still, it's a lot cleaner than having the entire function written down here. Plus, for code reuse, you can now call the function multiple times, but only write it once up here. If instead you decide to put your JavaScript functions in an external file, then you can use that code multiple times in multiple files. The one thing that's important to remember right from the start is, again, when you use an external file, don't use the script tag. It's just a JavaScript without any script tag. So let's go ahead and look at an example here. Here you can see that inside the head section, I've gone in and I've done my script, but instead of writing the actual function, I've gone ahead and given it a source, saying, oh, all my JavaScript is inside my JS folder, and here's the name of the file that I want to use. So if for some reason this doesn't work, you want to make sure that you're very careful about what you put right in here. You want to make sure that this is exactly correct, because if the browser can't find the file, then it's not going to be able to run your JavaScript. So let's say you do have a typo in your link to your external JavaScript file. Well, the problem with this is that it's actually harder to realize what's going on. If you mess up in your HTML code or your CSS code, it's usually pretty easy to figure out that you did something wrong because the colors aren't the way you wanted, or your text just isn't there. But with JavaScript, sometimes the changes you are making are so slight, you don't even realize that you have a problem. So it's very important, as your code becomes more and more complex, that you're using the console to debug your code. The console really is your friend. I can't stress enough how much you always want to have it on while you're coding. Myself, sometimes I forget to turn it on, and I'm always annoyed later when I realize I could have found my errors so much more easily. Another way that we can talk about separating your code into this external file from your HTML is to use these different types of software options, such as CodePen. When you use CodePen, you're able to have a separate window for your HTML, your CSS, and your JavaScript. What's great about this is it lets you see all of your code at once and see in real time what's happening as you change that code. The downfall of this, for when you're first getting started, is that I find that sometimes people don't realize that they don't understand how to link their code out there in the real world. So if you're going to use CodePen, I always recommend that once you're done, go ahead and take that code and put it into 3 separate files so that you're sure you know how to link them together. Let's take a look. So as you can see here, I have one window for my HTML code, one for my CSS, and one for my JavaScript. And CodePen takes care of all the work of making sure that they're all together. If this is your first time ever using CodePen, I did want to point out that there's this handy little function that you can resize the windows. So if you're not too concerned with your CSS right now, you know it's the way you want it to be, you can kind of make that smaller and really kind of focus on what you're working on in the HTML and the JS. All right, so let's go ahead and review what we talked about today. The first thing is that you need to feel comfortable with the idea that your JavaScript code can appear in the head or the body of your code, or very often in both. Code can also be placed in an external JavaScript file. If you do this, just make sure that you link the files correctly together, otherwise you might have some issues trying to figure out why your code isn't working. Luckily, the console can tell you if it can't find that file, and it leads you down the right path to fixing your code. Personally, I always develop in the same file. I tend to have my HTML and my JS in the same file while I'm doing my testing. Once I'm done, I move it out into an external style sheet. It's really up to you to determine which style you like best, whether you like your JavaScript in the same file or in a separate file. There are benefits to both, and the most important thing for you right now is to develop the confidence that you can get your JavaScript working in whatever way best suits you. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. I know that one of the most frustrating things that can happen when you're designing and developing your web page is when you just can't get your code to talk to one another. If you've written some HTML and you're trying to link it to your style sheet and they just don't seem to recognize each other. So today, we're going to talk about how web designers tend to organize and separate their code into different parts. First, we always start off with a main folder that's going to hold your HTML code. In addition to your code, you're going to have a folder for your CSS, your images, and if you're doing it yet, your JavaScript code as well. So organizing your code into these separate folders, CSS, JavaScript, images, it's not a rule. Your page will still work even if you have everything inside one big folder. But as you go on in web design, your fellow designers are going to expect that you have similar conventions to their own. So you want to get used to doing things the right way right from the beginning. So here, I've got a quick picture of how I could organize the code using these different folders. So I have Project 1, Project 2, and Project 3. Here in Project 3 is where I really want to look at what we're doing. As you can see, I've got an HTML file, all 4 of my HTML files. In addition though, I have my CSS, my images, and any JavaScript. We want to make sure that all these different files can talk to one another. And so we're going to use the convention here, and I'm going to show you how to make sure they can link together in the right way. So let's say that inside your HTML file, you want to link to your style sheet, your Java functions, and perhaps a picture. Well, this is the way you're going to do it. When you link to your style sheet, you want to make sure you include your CSS folder. You don't need any other folder, just that one. But be careful. If you called it CSS lowercase, make sure your link says CSS lowercase, not uppercase. When it's time to link to your Java files, you do the same thing. Make sure you start the link with that JS. What this does is it tells the browser, hey, I need this file right here, but in order to find it, go into the JavaScript folder first. Right? Finally, the same thing, when it's time to link to an image, make sure you link to your image folder first. Now, the images folder is the one that tends to have the most variance in the name. Some people call it image, some call it images. Another kind of common name is to call it IMG. So when you're linking your code with other people's code, make sure you do a quick check and make sure that your folder names, CSS, JavaScript, and images, match what other people are expecting. When it comes to linking from your style sheet, it can be a little bit more tricky. In the example I have here, we want to link to this holiday picture right here. All right? Now, we know that the file isn't in the CSS folder. It doesn't belong there. Pictures should be in the images folder. But the problem is, how do you tell the browser that the images folder is someplace different? If I just had this part, if I just got rid of this and we didn't have it, and all I put was images/holiday.png, the browser goes, somewhere there's a file that goes CSS/images/ and then there's your picture, holiday.png. And that's wrong, right? We don't have an images folder inside of our CSS folder. So instead, this little dot right here, it means go back one folder. So right now I'm in the CSS folder. Please back up, back up to my project 2 folder or my project 3 folder, whatever it happens to be in. This can be tricky, and this can cause a lot of people to have issues. I almost intentionally make people do this because I want them to learn how the folder structure works. So if things aren't working for you in your folder structure, here's a few tips you can do just to see if we can find out where the issue is. First, if the link isn't working for you, check to make sure that you spelled the file name correctly. Case matters. Uppercase, lowercase, it can make a big difference. You also want to make sure that the files are in those correct CSS, JS, or images folders. Finally, and this is a big one, as people tend to mess up on their code, they open up new versions of the files. It never, ever ceases to amaze me how many times that I've done this myself, where I'm working on a file, I'm making changes, and they're just not showing up in the browser. Almost all the time, it's because I'm working on a bad copy. So I'm hoping that this is going to help you understand a little bit more how you can organize your code to make the best use of the different CSS, JavaScript, and images functions out there. Thanks. Hi everybody. One of the things we promised you in this course was that we'd teach you how to do interactivity with JavaScript. Well, we finally reached that point where we can start having some fun and reacting to events that happen to your web page. So up to now, it has been up to us to decide when the function should execute. In our code, we put the script tags and we called those functions. Well, now what we want to do is we want to take advantage of the fact that we can call these functions based on special events. Where do these events come from? Well, they come from the JavaScript API. We can start doing things based on clicking, mouse movement, all these different type of dynamic function calls. So let's take a look at how we can do this. First, let's talk about just some of the events that we normally react to on a web page. The first one is onClick. It's very straightforward. If the user clicks on an HTML element, we want some sort of JavaScript function to execute. We can also have on mouse over, on resize, and a very common one is on load. This last one says whenever the page is loaded, I want to call some JavaScript functions or run some sort of JavaScript code, but please don't do it until the page is completely done. The reason that this one is a little bit more interesting to me is that sometimes students have problems and that they try to write JavaScript, but the page that they're trying to apply the JavaScript to is so complex and takes so long to load that the JavaScript is done before the user can even see the page. So this last one, on load, is one that we're going to use quite a bit to make sure we're all seeing the exact same events. All right, so how does this work? We know that any element can react to an event. Well, we need to add code to our HTML that links the events and the tags together. So here's an example for you. Here I have my tag div. Simple HTML5 tag, but I've added this event right here that says on click. So now the browser's changed. The browser is what I say listening. It's listening to this one div and saying, okay, if anybody clicks on this, then I am going to call the JavaScript function message. All right. This isn't going to happen just once. This is going to happen for the duration that this site is loaded onto the browser. So one of the things that we need to talk about is the use of quotes. When we have our events such as onClick equals message function or onClick equals add function, anything like that, we need to put the function inside quotes. And you can use single quotes or double quotes in order to do this. However, I always use double quotes because it makes it much easier if I want to pass string arguments to the function. So if you take a look down here, you can see I want to call the function called message, and I need to send it this hi message. Well, if I had done it this way, equals message with a single quote, well then what's going to happen when I try to send my string? As soon as I add another single quote, the browser goes, oops, that's the end. It matches, there's her whole string. So if you're going to be matching different strings together, put the outer one in double quotes and the inner one in single quotes, and it's going to make it much easier for your browser to understand what's going on. Be careful of copying and pasting quotes when you're coding. It's a very common thing to do, but it's important to remember that a lot of times your editor gets mixed up because when you're coding, you don't have that same kind of slant that Word, PowerPoint, and other programs put into your quotes. So whenever you copy and paste, go back and make sure that they're matching up correctly. So let's go ahead and take a look at what I do with this code right here. I have my HTML on one side and my JavaScript function on the other. The JavaScript function's pretty simple. All it's going to do is take a string and it's going to update the output element to show whatever that string is, along with the word event. Over here in my HTML is where it's going to get a little bit more interesting, and it's going to be the first time we're using events. I have 3. I have onLoad, which means, hey, whenever I load this page, I want you to call the message function and send it the message load. I have onResize, which means if I change the size of the browser, I want to send a different message. And then finally, the last one is onClick. So all 3 of these events, onLoad, onResize, onClick, they're all going to call the message function, but they're going to call it with 3 different parameters. So let's take a look at what's going on. As you can see, when I loaded the page, it automatically had load event show up. What happens if I click on this paragraph right here? Oh, it changes to click event. It's actually happening over and over again. You just can't tell because it's so quick. So now, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to resize the page. And you can see that it recognized that there was a resize event. So it's pretty simple to go through, and I'll go back here, and have your HTML actually change based on the different events. This second example is, again, a very straightforward way of showing you how the events can be linked to different element types. One HTML element we haven't used a lot in my courses is button. I avoid using it because I think that the semantics of a button tag really conveys this idea of click me and I'm going to do something. And since we didn't have the power to do that yet, I really didn't want to use that element. But now we can. So what I have here is a simple JavaScript function that says, hey, I want you to call the JavaScript date function. This is something that I didn't write. You know that it was written by JavaScript, partly because, well, it's yellow. All right, so I'm going to use this function and connect it with the button. So I have button, type equals button, and I have onClick equals display date. As soon as I click on that, we want to keep our eye on where it says this is a paragraph, because when I click on it, that should be updated to what the current date and time is for when I'm running this. All right, now there's a good chance that this date doesn't look exactly the way you expected. Don't forget, computers are very specific and they're going to give much longer answers than we're usually used to. As we start adding JavaScript events and reacting to events to our code, I just want you to be aware of something that's going on that's really quite complex. Before JavaScript, for the most part, our programs ran in a linear order. It would start at the top and execute each statement step by step, one by one. And everything was really only executed once. But now that we have events, we're really causing the program to, what I want to say, is run continuously. Because as soon as I add that event, the DOM is now always going to be listening for those events. The API is saying, all right, I need to wait on click, on click, on click. So if you add too many events to your page, you could conceivably slow down the execution of your page. Clearly, there are a lot more events than just the 4 I told you about. We tend to categorize these events into groups. We have mouse events, where you can react to on-click, double-click, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse move. You can react to keyboard events, so you can actually listen for certain keys to be pressed down or released. There's also what we call frame events, and we've looked at 2 of those already. You can do on load, on resize. You can react to scrolling on your page, or even if there's an error. If you want a more comprehensive list of events, you can really go anywhere online, but I went ahead and I'll link one for you in the course page that goes directly through Mozilla. The important thing to know is that you're not expected to know all of the events. It's something we're going to learn over time. So hopefully you've got this little idea of what events do and how you can start using them to add a little bit of interaction with your page. Without these events, JavaScript would be limited in its ability to interact with the DOM. If we didn't have on-click, on-load, it'd be really hard to actually work with our web pages. Another thing that I'd like you to take away from this is while events are really cool, they are also very annoying. It's possible to put a listener on every paragraph of your page or every div and have cool things happening all the time. But after a while, the usability of your page is really going to take a hit. I know I've said it before, but don't worry about memorizing all the different events. As you code, certain needs will arise and you'll say, oh, I wonder if there's an event for that. I'm going to go look it up. What I'm much more concerned about at this point, and hopefully you are too, is gaining the basic idea of I know how events work, I'm going to try to implement one, and when a problem arises, as it probably will, I can kind of fight my way through and make it work. Just don't forget, we're there on the message boards. We're happy to all work as a team to make sure that your page is doing the types of cool things that you want it to do. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. It's time for us to take some of the things we've been learning and put them into practice. One of the most important things about learning a programming language is making sure that you're getting your hands-on experience. Watching these videos just isn't enough. It's great if you just want to learn about JavaScript or learn about these different elements at a very high level. But if you actually want to feel competent and confident in your coding, you need to make sure that you're practicing. So let's go ahead and dive into the code. I want you to modify the code. And whenever possible, it's great if you can break the code, because it's always better to make your errors now when you have a whole community around you you can ask questions. So we're going to look at 2 different examples today. One in which we're going to modify the DOM, and the second where we're actually going to change the style of the page that we're looking at right now. So let's go ahead and get started. In this example, I'm going to do something a little bit different than we've done before. When I first introduced the idea of events, I said that events are matched with functions. Well, you can also match events just with JavaScript code, not a function itself. So here, I've created two buttons, and I named them first and second. We're going to use those buttons to change the content of this third paragraph right down here. So when I click on this first button, I have onClick, grab that element, change the inner HTML, and I want you to change it to clicked first button. The other one is very similar. The only difference is that I want to change the content of that paragraph. So when I click on these buttons, this right here is the element I want you to look at. So let's go ahead and click on the first button. And you can see that I clicked and said, hey, I know that I just clicked the first button. When I click on the second one, you know that I've clicked on the second button. So this seems like a really small program to write, but there's a lot going on in here and a lot of places where people tend to make mistakes. So let's just look at them quickly. The first thing I want you to look at is this idea of using document.getElementById. Whether or not you have these as uppercase or lowercase letters makes a big difference. If you accidentally change it from by ID to ID as uppercase, this is going to cause problems in your code. The other thing I see a lot of people do is they think that inner HTML is a method, just like all the other ones are. It's not. When you're using inner HTML, you need to make sure you use those equal, that assignment statement, okay? The other thing that I feel sometimes people really get kind of hung up on is the code that I give them. You can put anything you want in here. So let's go ahead and change some things. The first thing I want you to look at is this line right here. If I were to change this, I want you to intuitively know before I do it what part of this page is going to change. Is it the event that's going to change? Is it the button that's going to change? Is it the whole page? So luckily with CodePen, you'll be able to see it immediately. All right. Wow, now I really added something big. So that's how I can change the button itself. If I want to change what's going to happen, that's where I put it in here. Clicked another button. So let's go ahead. I'm going to save. I'm going to go ahead and click on first, second. Okay, so play with this. Go ahead and try putting it in yourself. And realize again that you can put your JavaScript anywhere you want. It doesn't always have to be in an external file. Let's look at the next example. Okay, get ready. This example is going to be a big one because we do have a lot of things going on. We have our HTML, we have our CSS, and we have our JavaScript. Let's start with the CSS because it's the simplest and it's not going to change as this program runs. I've declared two classes, one called closed and one called open. And what they do is, well, it's pretty straightforward. The closed one says, I want to change the display to none. So what's going to happen is right down here, this one right here, it's going to disappear. However, if I were to set the class to open, well, then now it's going to reappear again. All right? So that's all we really need to realize is that closed will make it go away, open is going to make it come back. All right. Over here, in my HTML, I have a paragraph called demo. And that's right down here. It's all this entire thing we can see right here. This is the one we want to change in our code. And finally, in the HTML, we have two events. We have onClick, open me, and onClick, close me. So let's see how we can write the JavaScript that will make that div appear and disappear. Let's start with close me. I've actually put two different options here, so the code looks a little bit longer than you might expect. What I need to do is I simply need to grab the demo element by doing document.getElementById. But now, instead of trying to change the inner HTML, I'm going to change the style. So I go in and I say x, which is my element, .style.display equals none. So I'm not using my CSS. I'm actually hard coding it in here that I want it to go from none. And in open, similarly, it says, hey, grab that element and I want it to go from whatever it used to be, and now it should be blocked. So let's look and see if this works. Close, open, close, open. Great, it works, but we've hard-coded those elements in. We've hard-coded block. What if we also wanted to change the color or the width or many other elements? This is where the idea of our classes can come in. Let's change it over here really quickly. I'm going to comment out this line of code. And same right here. All I've done here is we're going to have this same element, but the difference is now we can actually go in and we could say, you know what? For that element, I want you to change the class name. I don't know what it used to be, but now I want it to be closed. And down here, I want it to be open. So I can talk a lot, but it's important that even I stop and check that code and make sure I didn't break it. So close, open, close, open. Now, I don't really have time to do this right now, but I think would be a great exercise for you is to look at this code using inspect element. When you do that and you click on those open and close buttons, you can really see that we're going in there and we're changing the DOM. All those things, all those different styles, you can see them in effect. So make sure you're playing with this as you're coding along with me. So I could review with you what we just did, but I'm not going to. The most important thing for you to do right now is stop watching the videos and bring up some sort of editor or code bin and go in there and start coding. If you don't do it now, you might start falling behind as we get into these more complex ideas. So good luck. Hi everybody, welcome to my personal least favorite lecture of all time. It's the lecture where I try to explain the word this and how it's used in programming languages. The only reason I don't enjoy this lecture is that I find it extremely difficult to kind of talk about the word this without using the word this. So try your best to follow along and I'll do my best to make sure I'm as clear as possible. So why do we even need to use special keywords? Well, because a key to smart programming is using different functions. You don't want to write your own code, you want to use somebody else's code. But a common roadblock, especially for new programmers, is trying to figure out how can I write a function so that I can reuse it over and over again? How can I write this function so that different elements can use it, but the function knows basically how do I know what information to use? That's where this keyword comes in. So this allows an element to refer to itself. So every object in the DOM has an automatically generated this. This attribute allows you to access an element's info. Without this, it would be very difficult for functions to know what data to use. This is also used in outside functions. So let me draw something really quickly before we get to more explicit examples. When you're writing code, if you were to say have an A tag, and somewhere along the lines you say on click, and you want to write a function, how do you tell the function that you want to use this particular A tag as opposed to other A elements that might be in the program? Well, you can go ahead and you can somewhere put the word this in here. Whenever the computer sees the word this, boom, what it's going to do is it's just going to backtrack and go back, until it goes, oops, here's an open tag. They must be referring to this DOM element right here. So let's look at what I hope are a few simple examples of using the word this. Right here, I have 4 different elements on my page. I have 2 awesome pictures from the 80s and the 70s, and then I also have a few divs with some text in it right here. Boom and boom. Each one of these elements has been associated with an event, and I want to show you how I can use the word this so that the events can be very specific to the element I'm clicking on. So let's start by looking at this picture right here. In the HTML code, you can see that I have source, check, I have alt text check, and I also have an event that says on click, I want you to log to the console the alt text of this particular element. So as soon as the computer sees the word this, it's going to back up until it gets to the image, and then we'll say, oh, they want the alt text for this image. So let's see what happens when I actually click on this image. As you can see, as soon as I clicked on it, the message, awesome 80s haircut, shows up. All right. If I were to click on this multiple times, it doesn't actually show up in the console multiple times. You can see that there's a little number over here that says, oh, this has happened 4 times in a row. But the important thing is that I clicked on an image and the event knew that this was the image I was clicking on. Let's look at the next example down here. I've got my div that just says, hi there, checking out a div. I'm looking at the second example right here. On this one, I want to do something similar, but divs don't have alt text. So instead, what I said to do is go ahead and log the inner HTML. So when I click on this div, I'm expecting to see, hi there, checking out a div to show up in the console. As you can see, it's working. These first 2 examples are very similar in that all I'm doing is basically kind of manipulating what's going on in the console. In these last 2, I did something very similar, but instead of just using onClick and do something, I'm going to go ahead and use this function over here. Here's a great example of code reuse. The first 2 examples, concept only. This one, I want to show you how I can use this same function called display ID on different elements. On my family Christmas photo down here, you can see that I have an ID of ID1. On this picture over here, I have an ID of ID2. So my hope is that they can both use the same exact function called display ID, and even though they're using the same function, it's actually going to show different results. So let's see what happens when I start to click. Up, ID1, ID1, ID2, ID2. Here's a simple example of us using onClick along with the function and the keyword this to provide different data. I want to show you, though, a slightly more colorful example that I think also makes this point really well. In this example, let's start right off with the JavaScript. I have a function called showProperties, and it is expecting to be sent some sort of element. Remember, I can call this parameter anything I want. I can call it element, I can call it E, I can call it elem. It doesn't matter to the computer. As long as it makes sense to you, the general idea of that, oh, I think I'm going to be passed a DOM element here. Once you get inside the function, it's going to do document.getElementById. Basically what it's doing is it's grabbing this section of my HTML, saying I want to go ahead and I want to change what's showing up inside that little box. What do I want to change it to? I want to change it to the alt text of whatever element is being sent to me. I'm going to stop here and pause just for a second because this is a great place for you to think, all right, she's talking about alt text, so that probably means the element is going to be a picture, because if it ends up being a div or a paragraph, this won't break, but nothing's going to happen. Now, I'm going to show you the cool part of this. On each one of these elements, I have show property and the keyword this, which says send this image that I am hovering over with my mouse and call that property. So let's take a look and see how this works. I'm going to hover over the first picture of my dog, and I'm really hoping that the alt text associated with this picture is going to show up in the preview. And it did. I hover over another picture, and I get with my boy. And then finally, in the last picture, you can kind of see how once again the alt text is being displayed inside the preview. I've done something really simple here, and what you're going to do in one of the homeworks is expand on this idea and say, not only do I want to change whatever text is showing up in here, I actually want to change this whole picture. So go back, follow this more complex example of using the keyword this so that you can figure out how to change more than just one thing. How can we change different things? How can we change the background color? Could you change the border? Different things like this that you all know how to do, but just because you know how to do it doesn't mean you don't have to stop and think and really process it in your mind first. The keyword this, the concept of the word this, can be really tricky to grasp. It took me quite a while myself, and I don't think I really understood it until I started teaching it. The important thing to know is that repeated practice helps. You want to go in and you want to do as much coding as you can. And then, if or when you get stuck, remember to work backwards. Find that keyword and just start marching back until you find a tag. As soon as you find that tag, think back, think to the early things you learned when you were first learning HTML5. Think about that DOM and go, oh, we're talking about this little part of the tree right there. I hope this is something that you're able to grasp much more quickly than I did, and I'm going to do my best to give you the examples that you can use to really master this. Good luck. Hi. In this video, I want to walk you through how we're going to be putting some of the things we've learned into practice. And the main things I'm looking for from you are your abilities to do two things. First is, if I give you some HTML code and some CSS code, can you change the background image of an element? The second thing I want you to try to do is, can you change the content of an element? I have a very specific plan to put into place, so let's go ahead and take a look at the gallery homework. In order to begin this assignment, I'm going to give you the HTML code and the CSS code that will create this page here. I've got one div and 3 images underneath it. Each one of those images has a link to the source file, and it has alt text. So right here, the alt text is styling with bandana. Now, did you notice that as soon as I put my mouse over this image, it changed the source image and the text for the main div? So we're creating a kind of photo gallery here. As I leave Bacon's picture and I go off to the side, we go back to the original image and color. When I go over the next picture, you can see, boom, it went in, it found out what the source file was for this image, it located the alt text, and used both of those things to update that upper div. Again, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go over this last one. So I've actually put in the JavaScript function calls for you and the events. The one thing that I need you to do is write those functions. So let's look at the functions I want you to write. The first one is called update, and we're going to head and send it the preview pic. And I put in here, one of the things I want you to do is I want you to change the URL for the background image to be the source file of the image we're going over, that preview pic. The next thing I want you to do is I want you to change the text of the div so that's going to show the alt text of the preview image. So this is what we call update. When we leave the picture, I want you to undo what we just did. I want you to go in and I want you to change the text and the background image again. So just as a little refresher, in case you haven't used background images before, the background image is an option for including graphics without using an image tag. It's really just another way to add a little bit of style without affecting the content. When you set background images, it's always a good idea to also set a background color, because sometimes the URL might not be valid or the browser might not be able to download it. So here's an example of me setting the background image and the background color. In order to do this, we want to go ahead and say the URL, use this keyword URL, and then inside the parentheses, you need to put the name of the file. Okay? Now in this case, it just happens to be mypic.jpg. What you don't want to do in the homework is you don't want to hard code this right here. Instead of giving a name, you are going to want to use some sort of variable. Okay? After you do that, you're going to want to go ahead and you can hard code the background color because we're hoping it won't be there at all. For the element text, I'm going to leave that a little bit more up for you to figure out how you're going to do that. We've discussed two different ways to change the content of the DOM. One is to use document.write. The other one we've used quite a bit is inner HTML. So you need to think about what's the best way to update the content that's inside that div to have it display the message you want. Again, I really want you to avoid doing anything where you're using the actual alt tag. I don't want you saying, oh, look, this picture happens to say the alt text is happy, and you going in and hard coding something and saying, oh, well then this should equal happy. This isn't how programmers work. The way that programmers try to do things is instead you should have something's going to equal some sort of element. All right? So avoid using quotes on the right-hand side for this assignment. Really try to use something that can change as the document changes. Okay, so a couple tips to get you started. The code you need to write should actually be really short. If you're writing more than 5 or 6 lines of code, you probably want to stop and rethink the logic behind what you're working on. I wrote it in 2 lines of code, and that was actually each function in about 2 lines of code, but I can see you putting it more into 5 or 6 to break it down into small pieces. You will need to think about how you're going to incorporate the quotes, because don't forget, when you mix double quotes with single quotes, things can kind of get mixed up. You should also remember that if you want to put 2 strings together, you need to use that plus operator in order to concatenate the strings. This homework assignment is really meant to give you an opportunity to do something that you're proud of. If you find yourself getting frustrated or lost, you should really stop and ask for some help on the discussion board to make sure you're on the right track. But really, I'm hoping this is something that you can do that you can later use if you want to incorporate it into your own portfolio. So good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. Today we're going to be starting something that's really quite different than what we've been doing in the past. In the first few weeks, I used variables that stored a single piece of information. So we talked about numbers, strings, true or false booleans, or objects. And while objects can be quite complex, where you can have entire DOM elements, the fact was that we're just dealing with one element at a time. But what do you do if you want to use multiple related pieces of information? Well, that's where this idea of using arrays is going to come in. Arrays give us a chance to declare multiple values that are all linked to a single variable. So in this case, I've declared an array called grades, but instead of giving it 1 value, I've given it 10. In this next example, I said I wanted an array called foods, and I've given it 3 values. In the first one, they were numbers. In the second one, they're strings. My third example, I'm finally going to get to where we can start using those APIs, get elements by class name. So in this case, I have no idea how many elements will be in this images array because I don't know how many images were in the document. And in the same way, I could declare array by saying, you know what, I want to make a variable. I'm going to call it list items, and how I'm going to assign it or declare and initialize it is by doing document.getElements by tag name and giving it li. So now it'll travel through the DOM and grab every element that has that li tag. So hopefully you've seen this idea that an array is not a single value, but a collection of values. You start off by giving your array a name, and then you can assign as many values as you'd like. Each one of these values, my 80, 82, 81, etc., these are called elements. So my array is called grades, and it has 10 elements in it. Now, if I want to actually use these elements, I need to know that each element has a numeric index, or a number that goes with it. And in arrays, with almost all computer science ideas, we don't start at 1, we start at 0. So if I have an array of 10 elements, the index goes from 0 to 9. if I have an array of 5 elements, I know that it'll go from 0 to 4. Okay, so we have our array, and we know in this case that we have an array with 10 values in it. So each of those values is called an element. In computer science, when you're talking to other people, this is a term that you want to use because then you'll really be conveying that you're using an array. How do we get to those elements, though? Well, each element is referenced by an index. So if I were to say grade 0, right here, well, the computer knows, oh, I have this array up here. I need to go find the one that's in the 0 place. So grade 0 refers to 80. If I want to talk about grades 4, well, this refers to value 62. So grade 0 is the first value. Grades 4 is actually the 5th value. If this is the first time you've really experienced starting your counting at 0, it can be a little bit confusing at first, but you'll get the hang of it in really no time. One thing I wanted to mention, because it's different than in other programming languages, is that elements in an array don't have to be all of the same type. So I could have an array, in this case called info, that has a string and a number, and then a string and a number, and that works just fine. However, it's very uncommon, and I wouldn't necessarily encourage you to do your arrays in this manner. Instead, we really want to focus on this idea that arrays tend to have the same values in them, and that they have attributes and methods, because JavaScript arrays are objects, and that gives them some special power. So for instance, we can refer to grades.length. We can call the method grades.sort, or we could even add additional elements to our array using the method called push, where we would add another element to it. Now, if you start thinking about some of the different ways we can use arrays, you can start to put things together. So for instance, when I talked earlier about grades 9 or grades 8, we knew exactly how big that array was because we had initialized it. But sometimes you won't know how long the array is, especially if you used getElementsByTagName or something like that. So it is possible to combine the idea of length and the idea of push to come up with our own way of adding things to our array. Grades, here's the element I need. I need grades.length because I know that's the last place where we don't have something, and set it equal to the element here. So these two things right here, grades.pushElement and grades.length equals element, they're the same thing. It's just a different way to program. This kind of flexibility can be really great once you get the hang of JavaScript. But when you first get started, it can sometimes be confusing when you see people doing the same thing in different ways. It's a really great learning opportunity for you to try to figure out which things match as you go out and see new code. So let's go ahead and review. As you learn to declare and manipulate arrays, your code is going to become much more powerful. You just need to take the time to switch your mindset from single values to collections of values. And once you do that, we can start playing with these new API methods that we haven't used before, the getElementsByTagName and getElementsByClassName. Quick note, because I know this is a typo a lot of us make, is that you're writing this the correct way. We've been using getElementById. Make sure you're typing this, else you might run into problems. So go ahead, start typing in some code, use the console to make sure things are going the way you want them to, and keep coming along with me as we learn new ways to use arrays to improve your page. Thanks. Hi everybody, welcome back. Today we're going to do what I call a code with me. While it's perfectly okay if you just sit here and watch the video and watch what I do, I really encourage people to take this as an opportunity to find out, can you do the things that you've been watching me do all along? Specifically, I'm wondering, can you declare an array? We've been talking about them, we've been using them, but I've been doing all the work. What if I ask you to declare an array? Would you be stuck or can you jump right in? After you declare an array, can you access the different elements of an array? So if you remember, each array is made up of as many different elements as you can think of. So if you want to actually access this one right here, how do you do it? Next thing I want you to think about is, can you add elements to an array? If we wanted to add something after B, perhaps a C, do you know the proper JavaScript to use in order to make your code work? So let's jump right in. As I said, I have this code online for you, but I really encourage you to start from scratch and try coding on your own and using my code as a reference just in case things go wrong. So let's go ahead and take a look at this code. I really want you to understand each and every line. Sometimes I do things the long way, but that's okay because I really think it's a great learning experience for you to understand what's going on with JavaScript. Let's start off with the fact that I declared an array with 4 different elements in here. I have banana, orange, apple, and mango. I'm going to use those inside my HTML code. In fact, where I use them is I use it in the very first function called load fruits. So when my page starts up, it's going to call that function, and right away it says, you know what? I want you to grab everything that's in this array, all of it, and dump it right into this paragraph right here. This is why, again, if you look carefully at the HTML file, there's no fruits there. It's all being added by the JavaScript. Once you've got that kind of initial setup for your page, this is where we want to go in and we want to add elements to our array. So in order to add something, we basically don't want to add it here. We want to add additional things to the end of our array. All right, let's get started. In this function, it's going to ask us what our favorite fruit is. Once they ask, we need to know where should we put it. So right now, I'm going to kind of draw up on the screen to get an idea of what the index of each one of these elements is. It starts at 0, 1, 2, and 3. So this means we want to put the next fruit in position 4. So let's take a look. I click Add Your Favorite. I'll say strawberry. And when I hit OK, right away, the JavaScript has gone in and said, oh, I need to add this. I need to add this fruit to my whole array. The kind of cool thing is that it doesn't say 4 here. I didn't say I want it to go in position 4 because then it wouldn't work if I wanted to add more and more fruit. So this is where these little elements are coming together. You know that to add something to your array, you use the array name. So we have fruits. Then you have to give it an index. And the easiest way to add something to an array is to just use the length of itself. So originally I had 4 elements in my array. So perfect, I put it in position 4. Now the length of my array is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So because I'm using a variable here, instead of hard coding a number, my program will work no matter how many different elements I add. So let's go ahead and add 2 more. And I can add peach. And I can add another one. I'll just add banana again because I have no imagination this morning. There we go. So this is a very simple example, but one that I want you to master. I want you to go in there. I want you to make your own array. Don't use fruit. Use your favorite foods. Use your favorite cars. Use your friends and take them on and off. And see if you can do these different things to manipulate an array. Once you feel comfortable doing this, you should feel confident going on in this class, watching additional videos, and knowing that you do understand what's going on, even if you make a mistake now and then. So good luck. Hi everybody. Now that we know that arrays are an option for storing data, we need to think of the upsides and downsides of using them. The upside, of course, is that arrays can store a lot of things in a single variable instead of declaring variable grade 1, var grade 2, var grade 3. The downside is when a single variable stores a lot of data, sometimes it can be a little bit harder at first to access that data. So what do we want to do if we want to go through every single number, but we don't want to write the same code 10 times or 20 times or 40 times? Well, what we want to do is we want to use iteration, or what we typically call looping. When you loop through an array, you look at each element, usually starting at the first one and ending at the last one. So in our example here, we have an array of 10 elements. How could we find the average of those 10 elements? Well, we would start off by saying we need to go through and add 80 plus 87 plus 94 plus 82. We need to add them all up and probably store them in a variable. Then, once you have that number, you need to divide it by however many elements there are. So in order to do this, we are going to use what is called a for loop. A for loop is simply a construct where we can run the same code multiple times, but between each execution, we're going to check some sort of Boolean condition to see if we're done or not. So here's the syntax. You need to have the keyword for. It lets JavaScript know, oh, change things here. I'm going to change the flow of control. The next thing you set up is the initializer. You need to have some sort of variable that's going to be used for counting how many times we loop. We're going to have a Boolean condition that's either going to be true or false, and then typically you need to have some sort of update or increment variable that lets us keep going. So we want to start with the keyword for, then you set that variable to the initial value. Usually we tend to call that variable index or counter or even I or j, something small. It's a variable we don't want for a long time, just for this for loop. Once you've set index or counter to 0, you want to set up what's that Boolean test case we're looking for. We need to write something that can evaluate to either true or false. Once you've written that, you need to think about what code you want to run when the Boolean is true. And then fourth, you update your variable and you head back to 2. So here's a little diagram of how that all works together. Here we have kind of a narrated explanation of what's going on. We start with our initialization. This only happens once. After you've initialized your variable, you head down and you check and you say, hey, is my condition true or false? If it's true, we want to head down here and run all of our statements. Once you're done, you increment your variable and you go back up and you check again. Hey, is it still true? As long as it's true, you're going to just keep looping down and you might end up looping 5 or 6 times. You can't be sure. But once the condition evaluates to false, then you know, oh, I'm all done. I'm not going to run this code anymore, and you hop out to the end. So the important thing to know for a for loop is that the initialization is always going to happen once, but you have no idea how many times these steps are going to happen. So here's a quick for loop that's going to go through and write each element of the array. We start at 0, we loop until we get to the length of the array, and each time we add 1 to it. So if the array has 10 elements, the for loop will run 10 times. And then it'll stop as soon as, because we know that 10 needs to be less than the length of the array. If the array happens to have 6 elements, it'll run 6 times. If it has 2 elements, it'll run 2 times. We're very flexible here by using that array.length. So let's get back to that example where we want to find the average of all the grades that are stored in our array. What I've done is I start off by declaring a variable that's going to keep track of everything we've looked at so far. So at the beginning, sum is going to equal 0. Then it'll be 80. Then we need to add 80 to 87. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's going to keep track of all those numbers. Each time we loop, this is where we're adding in the next value, and we're going to go through all 10 times. When we're done with the for loop, when we're all done, that's when you want to go in and actually divide the number by the number of elements. It can be pretty tricky when you're writing this code because if you're not careful about what you want to be inside the loop versus what you want to be outside the loop, you can get some really inaccurate answers. Okay, so if you followed that code and you understand how it works, that's great. What we want to think about instead is what would happen to make that code not work? So the first question I would ask you is, why did I use grades.length instead of 10? We could have said keep looping as long as the index is less than 10, and that would have been perfectly correct. But the problem is, what if later we decide to add some numbers to our array or take some numbers away from our array? Well then, that 10 is no longer correct, and you would need to go in and change it. What would happen if instead of adding 1 to our counter, we subtracted 1? This happens a little bit more often than anyone wants to admit. And what's going to happen is you're going to have an infinite loop. You could end up never leaving that line of code and it'll stall your entire browser. So you want to make sure that you're incrementing or decrementing the way you mean to. Along the same lines, what would happen if I set the condition to check if index was less than or equal to grades.length? I initially used less than, and that was the correct way. If I use less than or equal to, the JavaScript will actually crash. The thing is, I bet a lot of people would never even realize it did because JavaScript does such a great job of hiding its errors. You need to go into the console and see what's going on. So just to review, if you're learning to program in any programming language, looping is used for much more than arrays. It's a very powerful construct, and it's something you really want to understand very well. I also want you to realize that just because I happen to do my loops from a low number to a high number, there's no set way that's the right way. You can also go from high to low, or even subsets. The most important thing is that I need you to practice, practice, practice. You need to feel comfortable with the idea that array elements start at 0. You need to understand that you can use array.length or other methods. The more you play with these things, the easier it will become. So thanks for watching. Hi everybody. Today we're going to be talking about flow of control. Flow of control is just a fancy term for the fact that sometimes we want to be able to control which code our computer actually executes. Instead of doing everything, we're going to be putting decision points into our code. When your computer comes across them, it can kind of decide at the fly whether or not you should run it. This is a great way to add a little bit of variety and interactivity to your program. It's also a way that you can respond to what we call good or bad user input. And I'll show you some examples today in the lecture. Finally, it also helps us avoid potential errors that the user might be putting in. This isn't even something always that they do, but that we've coded ourselves. So let's talk about flow of control in a little bit more of a technical term. When you design your code, it's very important that you break your program down into blocks. Blocks are just another fancy word of saying, here are some statements we want to always put together. That way, when your program runs, really efficient algorithms, which is another word for the steps your programs take, can execute only those blocks that they need to execute. And again, the execution of these blocks is where we come up with the term flow of control. So, we've actually had decision points before in our program where we might not have realized it. So, we've actually written decision points in before when we wrote for loops. You might not have realized it because it wasn't very specific. But we basically had the idea of that, hey, have we each reached the end of the array? If we have, we should stop adding numbers to figure out the average. If we haven't reached the end of the array, then the computer should keep going and add that next number. So there are many different ways for changing the flow of control. Some were kind of hidden and we didn't even know they were happening, and some are very explicit. and these are the ones we're going to talk about now. One of the most common control structures in any programming language is the if statement. With an if statement, it evaluates a Boolean expression and then says, is it true or is it false? If it's true, then we want to go ahead and execute the code that comes next. If it's false, then we should skip it. So how we would write this code is the actual word if. Inside parentheses, we would put in a Boolean expression. And again, those are the expressions that are always going to return true or false. So is A greater than B? Does C equal D? After the computer checks that expression, we give it a list of steps to perform. So let's talk about the syntax and logic of the if statement. One of the things I said is that you need to realize that the word if is a reserved word. And reserved words in programming have a very specific meaning, and you're not allowed to use them for variables and different things like that. The next part that's very important is that you have to put in these parentheses. If you don't put in the parentheses, your program won't work. Inside the parentheses, you're going to put your Boolean expression, something that's going to evaluate to either true or false. So we're going to see a lot of greater than or equal to or equal, different things we talked about earlier. Finally, after the if statement, we're going to see the actual statement that we want to perform all by itself. Now, in this example, I didn't include those kind of curly brackets that you might often see. So something along the lines of here. These curly brackets say, don't execute just one statement, execute a whole bunch of them. Each one is a statement followed by a semicolon. So we'll talk about variations on this simple syntax and logic as we go on. Those curly blocks I added in the previous slide, these curly blocks are what tell JavaScript that these statements should be considered a block or a single entity. It's really kind of cool because when you do this, other programmers can look at your code and realize, hey, that's not really a single statement, it's something that needs to be done together. Now, when you do blocks of code, it's very common to indent them together or, move them all over a little bit so they all line up. It's not required, but you're going to see most people do it because it makes your code a lot easier to read. It's a lot easier to see that there are 6 or 7 lines of code that are all along the same line than to necessarily always be looking for these curly blocks. So let's look at this with a little bit of action and animation added to it. The first thing we're going to do is evaluate that condition. If it's true, go ahead and execute either a single statement or an entire block of statements. But if that condition is false, I don't want you to do all this. This should not be done. Instead, jump all the way down and continue on with the rest of the program. So make sure that makes sense to you, that an if statement doesn't make you skip everything that comes afterwards. It only skips certain blocks if it's true. Now, let's go ahead and do 2 examples with real code. So let's look at this example over here. In the code that I have, I've declared a variable called name, right here, and I've decided that if somebody enters their name, I'm going to say hello to them. But if they don't enter anything, I don't want to say hello at all. So let's see what happens when I enter in Colleen. Look down here, I have hello Colleen shows up. All right, how that happened is that I went in here and I added my if statement. I said if that name, if the length of that name doesn't equal 0, which means someone actually typed something in, go ahead and write my name. And that worked great. But let's see what happens if I put in nothing. We have the same prompt, but I'm going to just hit OK. In this case, the program didn't crash or anything along that line. It just doesn't have any output at all. So that was a very simple example. Let's move on to another that we've seen before. In the example where we figured out the average of an array of numbers, we were very straightforward. And we went in and we said, here's all of our numbers. Go ahead and find out the average for us. Here's where we didn't really think about every possible situation. Right here. At the very end, we say you find out the average by adding up all the numbers and then dividing by the number of numbers there were. However, In computer science, it's very important that you check and make sure that you never divide by 0. So if I were to change my code right here and get rid of all the numbers so that we have an empty array, let's see what happens. Down here, I've got, instead of 83 or something like that, I have something called NaN, or not a number. That would really freak people out if they were on your website and they saw something like that. It'd be much better if instead we gave them some sort of idea that, oh, it's okay, we're just not going to do the average. Or at the very least, we should get rid of this kind of weird not a number. How are we going to do that? We need to write an if statement. In the code I have here, called array average with 0, I took the same code we had before, but I added an if statement. And that if statement says, oh, you know what? Before you bother finding the average, before you do any of that, I want you to check the length of that array and make sure that it's greater than 0. So my code still works right now when I have these 4 simple numbers, but it's also going to work when I delete the ones that are in there. So in this case now, you can see that instead of having not a number, we have just a blank screen. Now, you might be thinking, I'm not sure a blank screen is such a great idea. Don't worry, we're going to handle that as well when we talk about the else that can go along with the if. So how do we do that? How do we add a second option to your code? Well, an else can be added to an if statement to make what we call an if-else statement. And in this case, it looks very similar. The only difference is that we have to include the word else, and there are no parentheses. All right? You never want the parentheses after the else portion of the statement. When you have this if-else statement, how it works is that if the condition is true, then statement 1 will be executed. If the condition is false, then statement 2 is executed. One or the other will be executed, but not both. Again, let's kind of look at this in an animated version. We're going to evaluate the condition first. If it's true, go to statement 1. If it's false, do statement or statements 2. And then, you know what? Just keep going. So let's look back at our examples really quick with an added else. So I've gone back to our JavaScript if statement with the name, and I've added an else. And all it does is say, hey, that person didn't enter their name. Let's go ahead and send them a little message. So now, if I put in my name, it still works as we expected. Hello, Colleen. But if I leave it blank, instead of doing nothing, it just sends out a little message called feeling shy. We can do the same thing with our average, where here, instead of just doing nothing, instead of reading in those numbers and just acting like nothing happened if it's an empty array, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a little message that says, you know what? There was an empty array, so I didn't do anything. Let's make sure I didn't break my code. Put in a 0 array, and you can see that instead of getting not a number, instead of getting nothing, we get the message empty array. I can't stress how important it is for you to play with this code. Make sure that you use the if to specify that single line of code or that block of code that you want to be executed. Run this over and over again. Find out where you tend to make your different little errors, either forgetting the parentheses, forgetting the curly blocks, doing things like that. Next, then add your else statement to specify what you want to do if the condition is false. It's really easy to watch these videos and nod along and think, yep, I've got it, I've got it. I can't stress how important it is for you to stop, go in, play with the code, break the code, see what happened. I rarely write code correctly the first time, so I don't want you to feel bad if as you start adding these more dynamic and advanced things to your code, if you run into a few problems. That just means you're learning. So good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. It's time for another Code with Me. This is one of those situations where I really hope you put down whatever else you're doing and really focus on writing your own code from scratch. I know it's easier when I provide the code for you and you follow along, but the real learning happens when you make the mistakes that come along with coding by yourself. So let's think about some of the things we've been learning and how you can incorporate them into a more complex situation. So for instance, can you identify where you need decision points? Up till now, I've given you the code, but if I were to present you with new situations, can you modify it in different ways? And when you do modify it, are you giving the very best answer for as many situations as possible? So in today's example, we're going to build on the previous code where we took the average of an array. But now we want to make our code a little bit better and a little bit smarter. So let's get started. So here's the code we had earlier in this course, but I've made one very important change. It's right up here in the array. Instead of specifying a value for every single element, I've left some of them empty, or what we in JavaScript call undefined. So the problem is now, when our code goes through and it adds every single element together to come up with the sum, we get an error. If you check right down here, your screen is going to say NaN. That stands for not a number. And it's something that may happen to you quite frequently when you're first coding if you haven't thought about the logic very much. And it almost always happens when you're doing some math. So let's think about how we can fix this and what kind of logic we need behind it. The first place I'm going to look is right here. And my reason is we want to make sure that we're not adding everything into the sum, just the things that truly belong there, only the things that are numbers. So if you had to stop and go forward by yourself, the question might be, what do I need to add here? Do I need to add another assignment statement? Do I need to add looping? Do I need to add a conditional? Well, the answer is we want to add an if statement because we only want this line of code to happen sometimes. So let's think about what that would be. Right in here, one line above, I'm going to add an if statement. And this if statement says, you know what? I only want to do this if the index has actually been defined, if this is a real number. If it's undefined, which is a very specific word to JavaScript, then skip this, don't do it. And hopefully right away you can see that we now have a valid number as our answer. So we're off to a really great start. However, we want to make sure we don't stop right here. That'd be a really bad idea. The reason is because our answer isn't actually correct. If you look at our array, we have 2 plus 5 is 7, 9 is 16, 24, 32. So it adds up to 32, and we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 numbers here. So we would expect our average to be something around 6, and that's not the case. We ended up with 4. So where did we go wrong? Again, it's not a syntax error, it's a logic error. And the problem is right here. We said add up all those numbers and then divide by the length of the array. But we don't actually want to do that because there are a lot of empty elements up there. So let's change this so that we're actually keeping track of how many elements are good and only divide by them. Let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new variable called count. What is this variable going to do? It's going to keep track of all the good values. So when I go down here, every time I add a new number into the sum, I want to say, oh, that was a good one. Let's add one to count. Now, this is very important. I want you to look so closely at this code and notice that these two lines right here line up. They're kind of right underneath each other. This is your editor trying to give you some sort of information. And what it's saying is, you know what? This count right here, this line, it's not part of the if statement. It's not there. And even if I go in and I say, oh, I want it to be part of the if statement, so I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. Oh, good. Now it lines up. That's not good enough. If you want two things to happen as part of your if statement, you have to remember to put in that extra curly bracket, right? Because that says, oh, I want you to do both of these things. So now we've done this, we're adding one to our count. We have one last place we need to change our code, and that's right down here. Instead of dividing by the length, we're going to divide by count. And up there you can see we've updated our answer, and now we have 6.4, which is much closer and hopefully correct for what we were aiming for. So the real lesson behind this lecture today is not about dividing, and it's not about if statements. It's about you going in and thinking logically about your code and trying to write the best code for every possible or as many possible scenarios. It's really one of those things that's going to help you solidify your knowledge. So go in there, change the array, try to think of other situations, and practice, practice, practice. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. Earlier, we talked about how you can add if statements in order to affect the flow of control of your program. What you need to do is you go through and you kind of circle those little decision points in your code where the computer needs to make a decision whether or not it's going to execute this code or maybe that code. In our earlier examples, the decision points tended to be pretty simple, but it's not always going to be that way. What if you need to check for two conditions? Or what if one condition depends upon the value of another? I'm sure you can think of lots of everyday situations where when you make decision, it depends on more than one thing. Even if you're going to go to a movie, you need to decide, is the rating okay, and is it as much as I want to pay? So let's talk about what we call nested if statements. It's possible to put one if statement inside of another. So in this situation, I have an if statement right up here, and then I have my Boolean expression, and somewhere inside my block, as the program's working its way down, it says, oh, here's another if statement and another Boolean expression. In which case, we have two blocks to our program. We have a big outer block, but we also have this kind of smaller inner block as well. Now, here's where the logic comes in. It's important for you to understand, I will never get here, ever, ever, unless both Boolean expressions are true. So the first thing I'm going to say before we even go on with this is that it's so important that you think about your code and you plan ahead, because as we start to make these more complicated or more complex decision points, you want to make sure that your logic is correct. So what about else statements? I talked before about how you can nest if statements inside of each other. Well, if you want to have an else statement along with those if statements, it's important again to think about the logic, because an else statement always matches the most recent open if statement. Indentation, where you put your code, whether you put an else directly below an if, has nothing to do with it as far as the computer is concerned. It's all about the curly brackets. Let's go ahead and build on to that nested if we were doing before, or that if statements we were doing with a name before. The difference is, while earlier we would simply respond and say hi to whatever name they put on, we want to be a little bit more complex. We're going to leave that same part where if they don't enter anything, we're going to say, hey, are you feeling shy? But now, if they do enter a name, we want to do different things depending upon what they enter. So if they enter any regular name, I'm going to go ahead and still just leave out, hello, whoever. But if the name they happen to enter is, say, Colleen, we're going to print out, what a beautiful name. So we need to think about the decision points we're setting. First, we have to decide, did they enter a name or not? When we think about that, that gives us this first big outer block. Then we need to think about each of the different cases that might happen when we enter a name. And so I have my if name, and again, it's equal, equal, not equal, but equal, equal. That's how you check for equivalence. If name equal equals Colleen, do one thing, else do another. Now the reason that this else statement right here matches this one is that it's the last one that's open. Because what we don't want to happen is if someone enters in an empty name, we don't want this else to suddenly go, hello, emptiness. We want it to, again, skip and go all the way down here. Hopefully that'll make a little bit more sense as soon as I run this. So first, let's go ahead and put in my name. There we go, exactly the output we were hoping for. What if I put in a different name? Such as, well, then we get the hello, Catherine. Finally, if I try it one more time and I don't put anything in at all, we get that last message of feeling shy. So you can see that by adding these different if statements, I've created different levels and different outputs depending on what the person put in. Now, I want you to look closely again at this code one more time. As you can see, when I get to this statement, let's say right here, I'm basically saying that name.length isn't equal to 0 and the name equals Colleen. This statement down here, I'm basically saying the same thing as if name.length doesn't equal 0 and the name doesn't equal Colleen. Each one of these bits of code could actually be written with more complex Boolean expressions. Let me show you what I mean. Right here, I've replaced my nested if statements and replaced them with much longer conditional statements. Much more specific, we might also say, conditional statements. This code works and it's absolutely fine, but it's much less efficient than nesting the different if statements. And here's the reason why. When the computer runs through this code, it does this if statement. If it's true, it executes the code, but then it still goes down and it checks this one and that one as well. So we're not really doing flow of control as much as just checking one line at a time. In our previous example, if the computer sees that the name is empty, it skips all of this and it jumps all the way down here. In a similar manner, if the computer sees that this is true, it skips all the way down here. So when we write these flow of controls in these small programs, it may not seem like much that we're skipping 2 or 3 lines of code, but you can imagine how in the long run it could really make a difference. So what do I want you to do in this class? I want you to do whatever you are comfortable with. It is possible to create complex flow of control in a program using if, else, and different nested statements. It's also possible to get your programs to work putting in these complex conditional statements. The most important thing to me, and hopefully to you at this point, is writing code that you understand. So follow along with my code. Make sure you understand it. But when it comes to writing your own code, I'm not as concerned that you necessarily do it the same way I did it. I want you to write it so that you understand what you're doing. So go out there, code as much as you can, play with the examples. I promise that I'll provide more so you can keep practicing. Good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back. One of the things I like to say is that if you're not messing up, you're not really programming. It's really important that you learn that trial and error is a crucial part to developing your skills. If you've programmed HTML or CSS in the past, you know that sometimes you just can't get things to work. You want to make something green and it's just not changing. You want to change the font size and it's just not happening. And while it's frustrating, the nice part is that you can visually see your mistakes. You know something isn't working. However, when you're using JavaScript, most of the time, the browsers are just going to hide your errors. So you don't even know that your code isn't working unless you actually go in there and you look and you try to find the errors on your own. There are two classic types of errors in programming. They're called syntactic errors and logic errors. With syntactic errors, what you've done is you've broken some sort of rule of JavaScript. So perhaps you typed something wrong. This might look right at first, get elements by ID, but it's important to remember that it's actually get element by ID. A simple typo that breaks the rules and says, hey, we don't have a function called that. You might also just forget to close a curly bracket when you are making a block of statements. Another one that happens all the time is that you use an undefined variable. An undefined variable just means you're trying to use a variable, but you never actually told the computer what it was. This happens a lot when you're copying and pasting and using other people's code. Since you're not exactly sure what they were doing, it's very easy to introduce errors. The good thing is that these errors will often appear in the browser console if you're on a laptop or a desktop. That's why I'm always encouraging people to open up Inspect Element, take a look, click on that console button, and see if there's any errors, and it'll help you out immensely. But unfortunately, that console isn't available on mobile devices. I've really been looking for it. I'm hoping that if students find these kind of tools, they'll share them in the discussion board. Let me know, let me update the course information, because you're really at a disadvantage if you don't have that ability to look and seek out your errors. Now, logical errors are a little bit different. Your code is valid, you followed all the rules, but maybe there's something wrong with the thought process that went into it. You didn't think of every possible scenario of what the input might be. One example would be that array average, where we didn't really think to check to see if the length of the array was 0, and so we had to put it in. Some logic errors really are just typos. They're just typos that run. So let's look at some of the most common errors so I can try to help you kind of debug your code before you even do it. So a few things I don't want you to forget. First, you need to realize that the number 5 is actually equal to the letter 5 as far as JavaScript is concerned. If you're really concerned about making sure something's both the same value and the same type, you need to use that equal, 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 the triple equal. Another common error is right here when people do their if statements. When you have a single equal statement to the computer, you're saying, hey, take the value Colleen and assign it into the variable name. That's not what we want to do, right? What we really want to check for is equality, and we need to use those double equals. Another thing people do with comparisons, and again, this is an example of a logic error, not necessarily a syntactic error, is in their Boolean comparisons. So what I'm going to check right here is if the variable age is greater than 65 and it's less than 18. If you think about that for a second, you realize it probably wasn't what you wanted to check, because there's no way that a number can be greater than 65 and less than 18 at the same time. This will never be true. Similarly, on this next line of code, I have something that's syntactically correct, and actually it's logically correct, but it's just kind of silly. Why would you ever check if something is greater than 65 or greater than 18? There's really no need to check both conditions, because if you know you're greater than 65, you pretty much are guaranteed that you're also over 18. This is why when you're writing your code, you want to just stop every once in a while and make sure you're double checking each line as to what it's actually doing. Another very common source of frustration and sometimes outright anger with people is the plus operator. You need to remember that the plus works differently depending upon the type of variables. So 5 plus 5, oh, well that evaluates to 10. But 5 plus 5, 2 strings, that's going to concatenate. It's not going to add it. It's going to concatenate it and give you 55. So what happens if you have a number with a string and you have that plus operator? Well, in that case, even if it only sees a single string, even if there were 18 things plus, 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 as soon as it sees a single string, it says, oh, this is a concatenation operator, not an addition. This isn't always bad. Sometimes you want to concatenate strings and variables together. Sometimes you might want to have a variable right here, such as source, that says, oh, you know what? I want to grab a new source file. How can I do that? Because I need to use the exact words URL and the parentheses. And over here, I need it to end in another parenthesis. Now, who knows what image.source is? I have a pretty good idea that image.source is an element out there where we can grab the source. But this is a great and very useful to you example of how you can combine strings plus variables plus strings to create a new string. Next, let's talk about nesting. When you start nesting, it's very important that your else statements match the appropriate if. You don't also want to make sure that you never include semicolons inside the if itself. Let me show you an example. Right here, I have if age is less than 18, semicolon, alert, too young. This isn't going to do what you expect. If you remember, computers ignore indentation. So while it looks really good, and it looks like you're saying, if this is true, do that, it's not going to work. This semicolon right here, it's really bad. It counts as a statement. So what you're really saying right here is, if age is less than 18, nothing, and then it'll immediately go down to the next line. It's always going to say too young. In a very similar manner, I have a for loop over here where I included a semicolon. We're going to have that same exact error. What's going to happen in this case is that it will loop 5 times, just like you wanted it to, and each time it's going to do nothing. When that loop is all done, the last thing it's going to do is go to the next line of code and write out the number 5. I've put this code online, and I'd really love for you to take a look at it and kind of play with it and help you recognize how these semicolons can affect the flow of control. Whenever possible, I really encourage you to use that console. There have been so many times when I have wasted a lot of effort trying to fix my code when the console was telling me the error the whole time. I just didn't think to use it. Again, think about your code before you write it. It's so tempting to just start typing things down and hoping frantically that something will work. The good news is it probably will. The bad news is you won't understand what you did. And that's the whole point, right? Helping you understand better these different aspects of JavaScript. Code, and then test it, and then code, and then test it. And please, save as often as you can. Because again, it's really easy to start coding and think, oh, I can fix this, and make little changes, and then suddenly realize you don't remember where you were even 10 minutes ago in your code. Finally, ask for help. That's the point of Coursera, right? To have these discussion boards. It's so often the case that someone else can see your errors more quickly than you can. It's not because they're any smarter, it's just they have fresh eyes. So similarly, make sure you go out there and help someone else with their code. Not only are you doing a great thing, but it's a great way for you to learn even more. Thanks. Hi everybody. One place where you tend to see a lot of JavaScript use is when people are creating forms. Forms are a great way to let you give people the opportunity to send you feedback. Forms also add a new layer to what we call the request-response cycle. So previously, we've had our phone. Yeah, no one has an antenna anymore, but I'll put one in. All right. And we had a server. And how it would work is from your phone or your laptop, you would send off a request and say, hey, can you send me back that file, index.html? And then the server would send back a whole bunch of information. It would send back the HTML file. It might send back a style sheet or two. It might send back some pictures. And it was really good. We can get things to work nicely that way. But now, what if you also wanted to send additional information? Instead of just the index.html, we said, hey, can you return a page? And by the way, here's my name and my username, or sorry, and my password. There we go. Forms let us send that additional information. So forms pass this data, and how they can do that is they can let you put in different type of input elements, strings, numbers, files, a lot of different things like that. However, in order to really get the full power of forms, they must be associated with a server. So we aren't hooked up to servers in this class. You're just developing locally on your laptops. So we can create the forms, but we can't really process them yet. The reason for this is that we're doing what's called front-end web development. With front-end development, you tend to think about what happens on that browser or client side, how we want things to look on your laptop, on your phone, on your tablet. We do this using our HTML and CSS and JavaScript. If you want to take this further, this idea of forms, then you need to jump into what's called back-end development. That's where the server is actually handling that data you're going to send to people. You'll need to learn something like Python or Ruby, PHP. There's a lot of different things we can do at the back end. But in this class and in this lecture, we're only going to talk about the front end. We're going to talk about that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that we use to put together a form. Okay, so how do we make a form? Typically, you want to use at least 3 different HTML elements: the form, the label, and the input. The form tells the browser, hey, we're about to do a form and we're going to probably be processing some data. Get ready. The label is what matches different text on the screen with the actual input that you can put in. Right? So let's start off by putting in the name. Here I have label for name, type equals text, ID equals name. And then I do actually happen to have name equals name. It can get a little overwhelming with all the places I used name. All right? So when we do this, what I've done is I've just created a label called name, and I've linked it to that field that somebody can type into. And that label is very important because what it means is if somebody clicks in here, great, I activated the input field. But it also means if somebody clicks even on the name, it'll activate this input field. Why is this important? Well, some people have a hard time navigating through forms, especially on their phone. So by letting it set up so that you can hit small pieces of text instead of just necessarily the buttons or the checkboxes, it's going to make their life much easier. So by putting in label for name, it lets the computer know that these 2 things are linked together. But we can actually go ahead and link forms and labels in another way. In my second example, I skipped the whole for part. Instead, how I made it work is I said, hey, I've got a label tag. Everything inside of here is all grouped together. So now I'm going to have 1 field for the name, 1 field for the email, and let's go ahead and add 1 for the birth date. So it's easy to kind of go through and just be very consistent and add new inputs one at a time. The thing that I'm not sure if you've noticed at all is that each one of these has a different type. I have type equals text, type equals email, and finally type equals date. Each one of these will create a different type of input experience for the user. And speaking of form attributes, the last thing we want to make sure we always have is input type equals submit. If you don't have this part right here, there's no way for anybody to actually send the form, so don't forget to include that. Now that we have this code, let's see what it looks like on the browser. Here's how it would look on Chrome. I have my name, I have my 3 input fields, and if you notice, I have right here some sort of month, day, year. It's a nice little calendar function. If I look at the exact same page, exact same code, but I look on it on Firefox, it's going to look a little bit different. That month, day, and year are gone. So let me show you this in real time. So here's my form when I'm looking at it on Chrome. And you can see down here in the corner, I've got my name and my email and the birth date. And when I click here inside birth or inside here, I can have an entire calendar function pop up for me, where I can say, oh, I want to pick February 13th, 2015, right? And this is a really handy way for someone to be able to input data. But now, let's look at the same code, but on Safari. You might notice that this isn't here anymore. There's no way for me to generate that calendar to pop up, right? Shouldn't have done that, but that's fine. And so these are the little things that you need to consider when you're coding for multiple different types of browsers. So you've seen a very simple form. Let's talk about the different attributes these form elements can have. The first one is type, the next one is name, and the next one is ID. These are the three attributes we're going to see the most, so I want to cover them in a little bit more depth. For our input types, there's a long list of different things you might see in your field. You might see a text field, email, password, a radio button. Those are those little circular things where you can only pick one or the other, or one from multiple choices. You can have a checkbox. With a checkbox, you can click yes or no on multiple different elements. And finally, you're used to seeing the submit button. These are kind of the key input types that everyone would expect you to know how to use if you're a web developer. A few additional input types are number, range, color, date, and URL. Each one of these are very restrictive in what they let the user type in. If you have that something is a number, the form isn't going to submit if you put in some letters. Same thing for date, and for URL, it's expecting to see http://. If the user doesn't input that, the browser is going to say, nope, you just can't do it. The other really cool thing about these input types is that if somebody is looking at your page on a mobile phone, some of them will cause a different keyboard to pop up. Have you ever been on your phone and when you're filling something out, you'll get if it's a web address, you'll get the @ symbol on your keyboard? Well, if you're filling in a phone number, you'll get the number keypad instead of the character keypad. All these different input types can help make your site act a little bit better to the user. Let's go ahead and take a look at these just briefly on the website. So here are each of those input types on a form. And I'm just going to go in and type in a few of them so you can see. If I type in my name, it's as you expect. But look what happens when I start typing into the password. I'm going to go ahead and write in Colleen. And instead, you're getting it kind of masked or covered up. With radio buttons, I can only check one of the options, not both. While with checkboxes, you can click as many as you want. Now number, when you get the number, you get something, it's called a spinner, where you can actually press up and down. You don't see those in text boxes or email addresses. Range lets you pull back and forth. Color, if it's supported by the browser when I click on it, will actually give me a color wheel, a whole list of different things I can pick. Right? And finally, URL was the one where I said it's going to expect you to type HTTP. In addition to the input type, I mentioned there are two other attributes you want to make sure you understand. The first one is name. Almost every input type should have a name attribute associated with it. Because if you don't, when the time does come for you to work on your back-end development, if you decide to go and work on the servers, is that information is actually sent to the browser. So for my name example, I would have name equals Colleen is actually included in the information that's sent to the server. The other attribute is the ID attribute. The ID attribute is very important for what we're doing for the front-end development. First, it's used for those labels that I talked about. It identifies this particular part of the form as that particular part, so you can make sure that when you click on the label, the right input value is kind of highlighted. The second reason, of course, is that we've been using IDs with JavaScript all along, and we want to make sure that we can continue to do that. Just two additional attributes, because they're going to make our life easier, one is value. When you have a value attribute, it's going to do different things depending upon which input type it's matched with. So if you have a button, that value actually becomes the text inside the button. So it becomes the words click along that line. Now for a text field, it's a little bit different. With the text field, it lets you actually hard code in the values that are going to be sent to the server. On a button, this click here, it's permanent. You can't change it. But in a text field, it's perfectly okay for you to come in, erase this, and put in some new value. The other cool attribute is this idea of a placeholder. It's very similar to value, but instead it provides a suggestion. It's nothing official, it's just something you may want to do. And you'll see this often in telephone numbers or anything where you want people to format things a certain way. So in the telephone field, you wouldn't see in black ink usually like a grayed out color, something along the lines of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. It's a suggestion. It's letting the person know what kind of input you're expecting. Now, as soon as somebody clicks in there, it's gone, so it's not permanent. So let's review all the things we learned about forms in this one short video. First, you need to know the HTML tags for creating forms. Once you create that basic form, then you'll be able to add the extra functions that we're going to be covering in these next few lectures. So go in, use the basic form, change it so maybe you have a first name and a last name. Play with what happens when you have an email field versus a text field, and see if you can make something that you'll be able to play with throughout the rest of this week as we learn more about JavaScript. Thanks. Okay, everybody, let's talk validation. Before we can validate input, we need to think ahead. We need to think, what is it we want to validate on our form or on our page? And after you decide what you want to evaluate, you have to decide how are we going to do it, because we always have a few different options. So let's talk about what we might want to validate. One option is the type of input. Is it important to you that you get a number instead of a string? Or the format of the input? If you're asking for an email address, do you want to make sure that the ampersand is in there and the dot? Or for URL, is it particularly important to you to have that www or that HTTP? Sometimes with phone numbers, people have very strict requirements of how they want people to enter those numbers. Should you have spaces, parentheses, different things like that? Finally, the value of the input may be what you're trying to validate. Should it be required? Do you want the person to have to put it in? Do you want to check to make sure that two email values match? These are the type of things I'm talking about when I say what to validate. When we talk about how we want to validate, here's where it can get a little bit more interesting. One option is to just use the new HTML5 input types. So email, number, URL. They can actually force the person to type in just what you want them to put in and nothing else. You can also use HTML5 attributes, so required, placeholder. These are things we'll cover in just a few minutes. The third option is to use custom JavaScript functions, code that you're going to write to make sure that they're entering only the information you're expecting. So let's start with those new HTML5 input types. The input types require that the browser validate the input, not you. So you're putting it all on Chrome, Firefox, Edge, whatever it is you're using. When they're supported, it will actually keep the browser from being submitted if it's a not valid input. How it tends to work is it'll find the first thing that doesn't meet the rules and it puts it into focus. It's when it highlights that one and says, nope, you can't go any further. If it's not supported, then the input type just falls back to a plain text field. Let's look at our early example of all the different input types, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I've gone back to the form we used before, and I've gone ahead and I've put in some values for each of the different input types. I have Colleen, me, passwords, all those little things like that. Now, because I used the email input type, this should fail as soon as I hit click here. Great, there you go. The browser, this is Chrome, said, nope, you need to have that ampersand and a dot to make this work. So no problem, I'll go ahead and put it in. And once I've done that, I'm going to go down here to click here again. And the next thing it found that didn't fulfill that input type is now highlighted or in focus as we call it. So I can make this 3. The last one I'm going to click on is, it says, sorry, this is not a valid URL. It's requiring me to put in HTTP before we do that. So now when I click here, it's going to hopefully just refresh and we've submitted the form. But just as a reminder, when I said this last bullet here about if it's not supported and the input type is just text, that means in some browsers using the email tag or the number tag or the URL tag, it doesn't guarantee valid input because maybe the browser just doesn't support it. So another step we can take instead of just using input types is to use input attributes. These are just additional attributes that tell the browser additional information. The required attribute essentially says, hey, you can't submit this form if this particular input field is empty. So if you want someone to put in their password, you're going to include required. Otherwise, people could just leave it empty and they could submit the forms without adding their password. This can cause some issues when you're developing your code because what people tend to do is they put required in a lot of the different fields. So let's think about the form we just looked at where I had 10 or 11 input fields. It's going to be super annoying when you're testing your code if you have to fill in all 10 every single time. So it is possible to overwrite the required field with a special attribute called noValidate. So if I were to include in my code form, my form tag, noValidate, it will ignore all of the required attributes. It seems a little silly, but as you start programming, you're going to be really glad you know about this because it lets you test sometimes and not test other times. Another attribute you can use is called pattern. Pattern only works with the input type equals text, and what it does is it forces the user to use a specific format when entering their input. So for instance, you might say you can only enter in numbers and there has to be 5 of them. Or you can only enter in numbers, but there needs to be between 13 and 16 of them. Where did this weird example come from? Well, this is actually the pattern for credit cards. Okay. You may want people to only be able to enter in characters. So for their usernames, you might not want them to enter in numbers or spaces or things like that. So this right here says you can enter in lowercase a to z, uppercase a to z, and this plus means, and there has to be at least one character. Now, these are called regular expressions, and they can be a little bit tricky to figure out on your own, but that's okay because you don't need to. Usually what people tend to do is they combine their patterns with a placeholder and supporting text to let people know, hey, this is the format we have to use. But then when it comes time to come up with these special expressions, you go to a website such as HTML5pattern.com. If you go there, there are people who have spent way too many hours of their lives coming up with all the different combinations you could ever think of. So don't worry about creating the patterns, just practice using them right now. Another way that you can kind of validate the input is by limiting your number to only certain inputs. You can use min, max, and step to say, you know what, you can't enter a number that's less than 3. You can't enter a number over 100. And step means you can only enter in increments of 5 or increments of 10. The range attribute that we saw earlier does the same thing. You by default put in a max and a min. The only difference is that instead of typing in a number, you use that little slider to move things back and forth. Okay, so let's put some of this into practice. We're going to do an example of where we want to enter an American zip code into one of our input fields. So if we want to do that, we need to decide what it is we need to check and how we want to check it. So what do we want to check? We want to make sure that we have a 5-digit input. All right, how are we going to check it? We pretty much have 2 options. We can either use the input equals number combined with a min and a max, or we can use input equals text and combine that with a pattern. So let's go ahead and look at an example where I've used both text equals input and text equals number. In my first one, I have type equals text, and I have my pattern that says I need digits between 0 and 9, and there should be 5 of them. Just to make my life easier, I've made both of these required. In my second example, I have input type equals number, and I have a min of 5 zeros and a max of 5 nines. That's kind of trying to keep it within that 5-digit idea. So let's see what happens when I type in some values. Do they both work? Does either one work? You can never really know with my code. I'm going to start off with bad inputs for both. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, when I hit submit, right away the browser says, sorry, that doesn't match the input. So I'm going to go ahead and stick in a 5. Great, that'll work. So now let's go ahead and hit submit, and you can see it actually accepted that value when I only put in 4 digits. The problem with min and max is that I'm not making it be at least 5 digits. In mathematics, this is the exact same thing as just plain old 0. So in this particular case, if you really want there to be 5 numbers, you want to save it as a pattern. So as we've seen, not every browser supports every input type or even the pattern attribute. So what we want to do is start thinking about how we can use the JavaScript that we've learned to write functions that can do a kind of custom validation on the events. So before you dump too much into JavaScript, go ahead and embrace these new input types and the attributes that are provided. Even if the browser doesn't support them yet, there's a really good chance it will support them soon. Plus, these input types tend to add a little bit of styling and semantics that are really nice for the user. But you will still need to add JavaScript if you want to ensure that the input is correct. Don't depend on the browsers, don't get lazy. It's time for us to start looking at how you can start writing code to make everything more secure. Thanks. Hi everybody. We've seen how to use HTML5 attributes and input types to really try to validate the inputs that people can put into their forms. But that's not always going to be enough. One, we've seen that a lot of browsers don't support all these types, so you can't always depend on them. But two, there may be situations that go beyond what these tags and attributes can do for you. So in this video, we're going to do an example where we want to check to make sure that the 2 email addresses that are input match exactly. So let's go ahead and see how we're going to do that. One of the things I mentioned is right from the start, you want to think about what exactly is it you're trying to validate. In this case, we're trying to compare that 2 emails are the same. How are we going to do that? Well, it's going to be a little bit more complex. We'll start with the HTML. We can use the email input type and the required attribute to kind of get us started. But then we want to add some JavaScript, and that JavaScript is going to be in charge of making sure that those values are actually the same. The last question that we didn't think about before is, when do we want to do this? We're going to use these API events that are linked to the DOM to decide when we should run our JavaScript. In this case, let's go ahead and validate as soon as that second email is entered. So we decided we wanted to validate at input time, but that still doesn't tell us which event we want to use. 2 options are on input and on change. Either one of them will react every time you type into the email form, but on input is going to check every single time you type in a character, and we probably don't want that. We want instead to use on change because that will wait until we're done typing in the email address and have hit tab or enter to leave that field. Okay, after we decide which event to trigger on, we need to decide what is it we're going to compare. Because in JavaScript, when we talk about the different elements, it rarely is that it's as simple as just some text. So is it the inputs we want to compare or some attribute of those email inputs? Finally, what's our output? What is our goal? We need to let the user know and communicate the result of when we did our check. So here's our kind of goal. This is what we want to look for. I have a field. It has 2 email input types, 1 and 2, and right here, they don't match. When they don't match, I'm going to generate a JavaScript alert that lets the user know, no, we really need them to be the same. So let's look at the actual code. All right, so on our left here, we have the HTML code that we need. I just have my two input types, they're both email, and I included my required. What's different is that on my second email type, the one that matches down here, I have an onChange equals check. This is responsible for calling the JavaScript code that's going to say, hey, I need to make sure these two things match. The other thing that's really important about this HTML code is that I've included IDs. So I have ID equals email address and ID equals email repeat. This is how JavaScript is going to identify who's who. All right, now let's switch over to the JavaScript code. I'm going to take a few extra steps just to try to make everything clear. I've created two variables, email1 and email2, and I used document.getElementById in order to grab those values. If by any chance you've reached this point and you don't follow what's going on with these two lines of code, I actually recommend that you stop, go back and review some of the earlier things. If you are okay with this idea, great, let's move on. Your first thought might be, we need to compare email 1 to email 2, and then we'll know. Not exactly. You have to remember that when JavaScript makes the DOM, this may be email 1, and this may be email 2, but it's not the whole node we want to compare, right? We don't care about background colors or things like that. What we care about are the actual values that are stored in email 1 and email 2. So we have this line of code. If email 1 doesn't equal email 2, then go ahead and send up that alert that says, hey, the two emails must match. Let's see if it works. I have me and me.com, and I'm going to put in me at me2.com. As soon as I'm about to tab out of here, I'm hoping to see my JavaScript alert. Great, it worked. It said the two emails must match. Before I go any further, I'm going to do the smart thing and make sure I don't always get that alert. Tab out. Great, it didn't happen. Now, this works exactly the way we planned it out to work, but that doesn't mean we planned it out the right way. I'm going to click on Confirm Emails now. And you can see that it let me get away with that. So let's think about what we need to change. When you check on inputs, it can be the case that while everything's worked, it didn't really have what I call teeth. It didn't make anything happen. So how can we actually stop the form from being submitted if the values aren't correct? Well, we need to rethink our plan. The what was okay, the how was okay, and the when was kind of okay, but we want to add a second way to do this as well. We also want to check on the submit. So let's look at that code. In the new version of our code, I've added something to the submit button. I went in and I added a onClick equals return check. So there's something new here that you haven't seen before. It's this idea of the return value. And it says, hey, don't just run this function. I need to know, did it return true or false? Then I went over here and I added an additional line of code to our JavaScript. It says, go ahead, check all the same things, and still do that alert. But in addition, after the person hits OK, I need you to return false. So we're going to be returning things 2 times. We'll run this function. It'll go through. It says, oh, they didn't match. I'm going to return the word false over here. And whenever input type submit sees a false, it knows I've got to stop. I'm not allowed to do what it is I'm trying to do. So let's take a look if this works. I have the me and the me too. And now when I try to confirm, it won't let me. It won't let you hit that submit button until you get it right. So what is return? It's something we're going to get into in a future lecture, but for right now, you just need to know that every function can return values, whether they're numbers, strings, booleans, objects, arrays. When we do form submission, we tend to stick with the boolean, where we're saying, you know what, we need to stop this. And when we do that, it's going to stop whether it's a submit or a link or any type of HTML5 tag that has an action associated with it. So I hope from this lecture you got the general idea that it's more than just knowing how to code. You have to be careful about what you're comparing and when you're comparing it. Even though it can be tricky, JavaScript is still a great tool for verifying the input, and it's a great language to know no matter what you're doing on that front-end development. But really, what you need to make sure you're doing is creating the most basic forms before you go in and try to add this JavaScript interactivity. It's going to make your life much easier, and it's always going to create better, cleaner code. Thanks. Hi everybody, welcome back. Today, we're going to talk about some new form fields that you can add to your page. When we were doing name and email and different things like that, the setup was fairly straightforward. You give it an input type of text, email, password, etc. But as far as the page was concerned, these were all very separate parts of the page. Each one was its own part of the DOM. However, there are some additional form fields that we're going to want to look at, and these include checkboxes and radio buttons. And how they differ from the earlier input fields we were doing is that they need to be related within the code, because we want to make sure that when we're giving people options, that when we send them off later, the computer knows, oh, these are related. So let's take a look, and let's start with checkboxes. You've all seen these before when you've been online. They're typically shaped as these squares, and you have the opportunity to click them for things such as, do you want to be part of the mailing list? Do you want to receive additional information, etc. It allows the user to select options with just a single click instead of typing in the different options they may want. The important thing to know here is that in your code, each of these options shares a single name. All right, so if you remember, when we're using other input types, we'd have name equals first name or name equals p-word. Now, if you look through your code, you're going to see multiple input types that all have the same name. So let's take a look at the example called Easy Checkbox. In this code, I've put up a few checkboxes to let people indicate which foods they like and which ones they don't like. So as you can see, I have 3 input type equals checkbox. But the important thing is that for all 3 of them, they all have the same name. Even though they all have the same name, each one of these has a different value. And so it's going to let the computer let the other software know that, oh, food, their favorite foods are pizza and chips, or just kale, or any combination of these. Something I want to point out for just a second, because it's so important with accessibility, is that I have labels on each one of these input fields. I know that personally, there are many times I've tried to click on something in a form and my fingers are just too fat and I can't get it just right. And if you have to click only on the box, that can be a real problem, turning it on and off. But by adding these labels, it also lets you click on the text next to it. So I can click on the word kale and it'll activate the button. So this is just a really simple way for you to add checkboxes into your code. The next thing we want to look at are radio buttons. So visually, radio buttons are typically shaped like circles. And just like checkboxes, it allows your user to kind of click on it to say yes, no, and have different options. The big difference is with radio buttons, you're only allowed to select one option per group. So, well, with checkboxes, I could pick kale and pizza and chips. With radio buttons, you can only select one. So let's take a look at how that works. In this example, I've gone in and I've made something for gender, and it's simply you can choose male or female. The important thing to notice is that when I click on male, that's fine, but when I click on female, not only does it select female, it unselects the male. And as you may have just noticed as I fumbled on this a little bit, I was like, why isn't it working when I click on the male? Why do I have to hit the actual button? It's because I forgot to put labels on these. And so the usability is really taken down a notch when you don't remember these simple things. So once again, I have the same exact name for every member of the radio button, and a different value. So that's how the computer will know which one somebody selected. However, let's think about this a little bit deeper, because it often happens that people go, oh, I've got it, I've got radio buttons down and we're all set. But then as they try to do more complex things, stuff pops up. So let's look at the easy radio button too. In this example, I have two groups of radio buttons. I have gender and I have favorite food. And while it makes sense that with radio buttons, if I click on pizza, maybe chips will go away, or if I click on kale, it'll go away. Same with male and female. The important thing is that many times I've seen forms where someone clicks on male and then somehow that unselects the favorite food. You want to make sure that you're being logical and you're grouping things together. And how we do that is, again, with the name attribute. These share the same name, and that's gender. These share the same name, and that's food. And so this is how you can make sure that your code is clicking or unclicking the way you really want it to. Okay, great. We've got our checkboxes and our radio buttons, but this course is about JavaScript. So how do we incorporate JavaScript with these checkboxes and radio buttons and other kind of advanced form fields? Well, now, instead of looking at things such as inner HTML or if things have been clicked, these different attributes have something called a checked attribute. And so how this works is a radio button or a checkbox can be labeled as checked. And when you do that, by default, JavaScript will know whether it's on or off. In fact, in the code I did earlier, I threw that checked attribute in there. So let's take a look at that and then go on for a more advanced example of using JavaScript. So now that I mentioned checked, I want you to take a look at this again and see if you notice something. When I first loaded the page, chips was pre-selected as one of my favorite foods. How did I do that? Well, if you check the code, you can see that right here inside the input type equals radio, value equals chips, I included a Boolean attribute called checked equals true. This says, hey, I want you to highlight this one as being pre-selected. And again, this is something you see all the time when you're on the web, right? When you go to check out someplace, it's been pre-selected that you want to be part of the mailing list, or it's been pre-selected that you would like to auto-renew. So this is a kind of tricky way that web developers can kind of guide people down the path they want to go. But now that we know about checked, let's look at a slightly more complex example where we'll use the JavaScript. Now, in this code, what we're trying to do is we're trying to give people the option of including a nickname in their form. So there's a lot of code, and I'm hoping you'll go back and you'll look at it line by line. But let me give you a quick introduction to what's going on. Once I have my names in, I need to decide if I want to include a nickname or not. So when I click on this checkbox, boom, a new input field opens up. So let's see how that worked. If you take a look at our code, you can see that right here on the checkbox, I have an on change. So if someone clicks or doesn't click it, let's call the nickname function. Now, this is something where, again, we need to use logic, because just because something changed doesn't mean we just clicked on it. We may have unclicked it as well. So the first thing we're going to check is say, hey, is that checkbox checked? Oh, yes it is. So that means it was closed before, and we want to change this little part down here from display hidden or display none to display inline. And then the next thing we want to do, and this is something new you haven't seen before, is not only do we want to make it display, but we want to set an attribute on it. Because if someone says they have a nickname, we're going to force them to add that nickname in there. And so I have set attribute required true. So this right here is the code that's going to be executed when I turn the checkbox on. However, when I turn the checkbox off, oops, right down there, this right here is the code that's going to be executed next. We say, oh, never mind, it's not required anymore. We're going to remove that attribute, and we're going to hide it by setting the display to none. So it's an easy way to let us change the dynamics of the page But what we're doing is actually very complex. It's few lines with a complex idea behind it. So let's just double check that it works. So we'll go here. I've got Colleen Van Lent. If I hit verify, it lets us go to a new page. However, if I go back and I click on that I have a nickname but I don't provide it, we get says, nope, sorry, you need to fill that in. Again, when I was coding this myself, I was all gung-ho and I did all the if part correctly and it worked great. It was the else part that I actually had to sit and think about and say, oh, that's right, now that I have these required attributes and different things like that, we really need to think about it. So the important thing for you to take away from this is that the idea that checkboxes and radio buttons are typically using the checked attribute in order to handle any type of interactivity. We've been playing a lot with forms, and forms are a really great way to allow a user to interact with your page. Checkboxes and radio buttons, these are very commonly used events on a page that really give the user a lot of power to do things without typing in a lot of code. However, even though we've covered this, I need you to understand that we're doing what's called front-end programming. We're out there making things look good. We're not doing what's called the back-end programming. That's where you have to learn additional programming languages, and that's how you actually get the forms to do something. So right now, let's go ahead and work on making beautiful forms and adding in that verification and the great styling. But I do want to make sure that you understand that we're only going to make them. We're not going to do anything with the data that sends them. Once you understand that and you can really focus on just learning the JavaScript, I think you can have a really good time adding these cool little tricks and tips to your page. Good luck. Hey everybody, congratulations on finishing the Interactivity with JavaScript course. I hope you're really proud of what you've done so far and excited to keep learning more. However, I do want to warn you right now that what we've covered in this class, you're still considered what we call a noob or a newbie. So in order to really advance your skills, you're going to need to keep working. But the good news is that learning the basics of any programming language, whether it's Python, JavaScript, some other type of scripting language, is that it makes you feel like you've really done something that can last a long time. And it's true, because these different concepts of variables, arrays, functions, and looping, these are concepts that repeat everywhere else. So now that you've just begun programming, you'll find that learning new languages is actually easier. Now, we've done a lot of client-side processing, so I just want to talk to you one more time about the idea that what we've learned in this course is really only part of the picture. Learning about server-side code or kind of hardcore programming is something that you'll need to explore on your own in other courses if you decide that the coding part is what you really enjoy of web design. This full stack or back-end programming, they can help you with this, but it does require additional resources beyond what most people find on their laptop or phone. So what should you do next then? Well, I hope you continue to practice your skills, because unlike HTML and CSS and some other components of web design, with JavaScript, if you don't use it, you're absolutely going to lose it. You lose these ideas. You forget about checking the console. You forget about the logical errors you made earlier. What you can do now, if you want to make sure you're still keeping your skills sharp, is think about joining a meetup or offering your skills as a TA at different workshops. You might also want to consider learning jQuery. jQuery is an extremely powerful and popular programming language that's built up from the basics of JavaScript. However, I always encourage my students to understand just at least the nuances of JavaScript before you jump into jQuery, because it can make your learning curve so much easier. Of course, the other thing I must mention is that if you want to do more, I hope you'll join us in our responsive design course that we're doing in this web development for everybody specialization. So whether you're done and you hope to never code again, or you're really excited and you want to do more. I can't say anything else but thank you for joining me in this course. And thank you to everyone who is on the message boards, mentoring each other and encouraging each other. Good luck.